Yes. Come on. You done know. It's the 999 in the building. God damn. Hey. Yeah, man, Grand Risings, good afternoon, and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? You know how we do over. Yes, sir. First and foremost. So yeah, man. Don't know. Let's give thanks and praises to the Most High for allowing us to see another day, because nobody knows the minute, the second, or the hour. So it is right to give thanks and praises. Yeah, man. So yeah, man. Big up the family in the building. I already love that. I see my guy Canito. Oh boy. Canito's already saying, I think Triller secretly desires black men, and that's the root of his problems. Pause. Boy, I'm in there, say nothing. Big up yourself, Code the Barber, making sure the man them are looking slick out here. You understand what I'm saying? She natty 2 dread 6-pack in the building. Woo, man, not even gonna read out that one there. Come on, John 4B, you never walk alone. 4-1, nice settings. Myth tell ya, you know the thing already. Top of the league. Liverpool are top of the league. And we are hunting. Yes, Liverpool are hunting. You done know. I see brother Dominic's definitely back. Come on. Dominic's saying it's triggering to some black people because they hate themselves. So Dominic's talking about the actual inner Afrophobia that some of the family have. I think that's a very, 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 very relevant and significant statement, sir. So yeah, we got Rap Raven in the building, the man that's making the ripple effect of blood cleat. Little Rap Raven, I just talk about him, little black betterment amongst him, little people there. My Lord have mercy, the place I up. Mud. Eunice, good afternoon, young man. Good afternoon. So yeah, man, big up yourselves, everyone. Big up yourselves. So yeah, today is the 18th day, family, of the second month, 2024. And I sound repetitive, but oh my gosh. Yeah, February soon done already, you know. Nah, man, this thing you're not funny again. This not funny again. Okay, I've just come down. We got brother IC3. What happened with the letter IC3? What happened to the letter? Last time you come, you said you got some information back. You get me? So maybe another day you come let us know about that. John B said, warning. Come on, this is a warning, red alert emergency. This is a warning, keep your love away from me. Name that tune and name the bloody artist. Let me see who's out here knows about music. Yeah, you got another letter. All right. Yeah, if I can make we know about that someday. Adagia recognizes 5 aspects of identity, including place of birth, lineage, appearance, visual ethnicity, state of mind, and culture and DNA. All right, family. So let me not even digress, man. So I pick up everybody still, you know what I mean? Anyone that's celebrated any kind of earth-strong anniversary, blessing, any of that good stuff. Hope you had a good one. I was able to spend it with friends and family, because like I always say, that's really what it's about. You get me? When you pull away everything else, that's all you really got. Especially if you got good ones. If you ain't got good ones, then boy, you're salt still. But yeah, I saw it go. So yeah, my family, let's get into this, man, because I'm going to be in and out still now till I like off. I'm still do 1 and 2, but you know, Rice&Peas, if I come back again, people them a beat me the blood cleat and say, yo, them hungry. You get me? Them say them tired of the blood cleat, egg and bacon, and you know what I mean? Say, right. Well, something bucking on them box. So yeah, man. So we're there, man. But so as the title says, yeah, the question I'm asking, and it's a real, I'm being so sincere in this question, yeah. Why is black betterment, love, and progression so triggering to so many? You see what I'm saying to you? And the reason why I'm asking that is like, and obviously more recently regarding sort of Raven and KO talking their black betterment vibrations. You know what I mean? But even in the past when we've had like a man like Shakara come and speak to the family, and the kind of pushback has been actually mad. You know, so we know that this isn't just a one-off thing. Do you know what I mean? So I've definitely come to the conclusion that for some, not all, but for some, any sort of talk of blackness and but not even just blackness, but progressive blackness. You see what I'm saying to you? If it's like the hoodlim thing, you get me, killer tear, hurry, no problem. Probably could speak about that shit all day, no problem. Great entertainment. But when it comes to more the progressive stuff, the looking forward to the problems, yeah, this has become very, very evident. And like I'm saying, it's become even more evident, more so in these last couple of weeks, where sort of black betterment has been on the table, as it were, yeah. Even on the block, yeah, you get me. Even on the block, I noticed in the past when Biggage just puts black topics, as it were, on the table, he gets hella pushback. All of a sudden, Biggage, all of a sudden, Biggage is a black supremacist. All of a sudden, Biggage, we get me? Because if we know who Biggage is, we know who Biggage is, yeah? All of a sudden, he's like I said, a black supremacist, fucking racist, this, that, and the other. And that's just because he put some black topics, as it were, on his station. You get me? And you know Biggage's thing already. It's about evidence and facts and this and that. So when he comes with, you know what I mean? But I know it's all them type of thing there. Triggered a lot of people. You get me? Not long ago, I think it was around this whole sort of whole race relations and racism and blah 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 blah. And yeah, you get me? People like cognitive dissonance. These people start spazzing out. Like literally, you know? So, yeah, man. So I'm definitely asking the question, why does black betterment trigger the people then? Yeah? But before I even get into it, you know how we do. Let's just bless up the place. Do you know what I mean? And come back again. But yeah, family, some triggering, And the thing is as well, because most of us don't really go elsewhere to hear what's being said. Yo, listen, you know what I mean? It's in different little corners. It's a problem. So just hold on a sec. Computer, don't do this to me now. Don't do this to me now, please. Don't do this to me now. All right, so you know how we do it, but yes, so yeah, me. Mind the people and where them there. About in a view.
Grand Rising class. All right. Today we're gonna learn about non-ether. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one.
Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow.
My crown,
Kinky,
my skin,
melanin.
I'll say it
Again.
My skin is melanin.
I need
the
to
flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. I need the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown,
Kinky,
my skin,
melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
I need the flow, and you know I'm about to
get it in. I eat the flow,
and you know come on. Big up yourself, Nana.
The highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch it get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch it get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed to an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical so I can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yes, family. You don't know the 90 for flow, and you know she's about to get it in. God damn. So yeah, man, big up the people, then big up the people, then big up the people. Then once again, happy Sunday. Whoa, mic check. Yeah, happy Sunday. Yeah, man, I see the chat's looking lively, looking festive. You know, so I love it. Get me, big up yourself, melanated goddess in the building. Goddamn, the head of black supremacy himself in the building. Big up yourself, Ultra. Come on, Bex. You know what I mean? Come on, Bex. Come on, girl. Come on. Big up yourself. Big up your family, Bex. Get me. Hope they're well. So yeah, man. We're there, family. We're there. So yeah, like I was saying, yeah, seemingly the idea of black betterment, black love, black progression is triggering to some, which I'm not gonna lie, I have found it quite amazing, disappointing as well in some ways, because now I've sort of come to the conclusion that many people listen to us not necessarily to try to understand, but just to sort of poke holes and be like nah type of thing. Do you know what I mean? Because for me, yeah, if you've been amongst certain people for a certain and that's why I'm saying a lot of people, yeah, you know, I don't know, I'm just gonna say they're not genuine in it. You know what I mean? I could use much harsher words like Triller. Triller is a racist Indian buffer class pussy. You get me? So like for him, I'll definitely just put it out there. Like Triller, you are a racist Indian buffer class. Yeah, and you gotta be one of the most loneliest millionaires I've ever known, bro. You get me? But we'll get into that. But yeah, big up yourself, EIE. Information Supreme, big up yourself. You done know peace and black piles to you too. Yeah. So yeah, man, like I'm saying, the thing's been triggering the people them, right? And I'm saying that you see, and the difference is, and that's why I'm saying that these other people, yeah, they're different. They're different to the people that I know in my real life, because the non-black people in my real life, they have an overstanding in it, especially living in Britain, this, that, and the other. They've seen certain things, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? So when they hear certain conversations, you get me, they know what it is, innit? You get me? They know, even if they don't agree with 100% of it, they understand the ethos in it, because they've grown up amongst us. They've seen it in it. You see what I'm saying to you? So they understand. So when I'm online now and I hear these other type of different people hearing certain things that we're saying and having the type of view and opinion that they're having, I'm like, yeah, man, certain things ain't changed. And that's why we did the colonization series, and that's why we'll have to do it again, just as a reminder. You get me? Because one of the problems is many of us, I've said it before, we get so comfortable for whatever reason. You get me? We get comfortable in people's bed, we get comfortable in people's houses, this, that, comfortable in people's jobs, and as such, you get me, we forget certain things. But that's why little situations like this now is good, because it should give everyone a bit of a jolt and make everyone know who is who and what is what. You see it? Because really and truly, everyone's really played their position except some we. You understand what I'm saying to you? You understand what I'm saying to you, family? Except some of we. So it could be all get everybody a play their position, you know, except some of we. See? So that's the first thing. But yeah, I am telling you, Ultra, he did, man. He did. He certainly did. He certainly did, man. In no uncertain terms, neither. He certainly did. That's what I keep telling him. You know what I mean? But to be fair, we've been warned about many. You understand what I'm saying to you? And that's another thing about we again. You get me? We don't know if a closed door. We don't know if a closed door, but these are all ripple effects of the thing still. You get me? Where we don't know if a closed door, like, you know what I mean? Remember, like I always say, our righteousness, as much as this is a gift, is a hindrance. But one heap of people not righteous like a way. Trust me, you don't know this already. You see what I'm saying to you? But yeah, one day we are gonna learn. But it don't look like I'm gonna know still. I tell you the truth. Especially as there's so many amongst us that are Afrophobic, they'll go their own goddamn self. You see what I'm saying? It's amazing. It's amazing. But yeah, man, I think Biggie used to say, I can't remember what he used to say, but basically, you know what I mean? You'll know people in bad times, innit? Just one of them ones, innit? That's what I would say, innit? And that's people that look like you too, yeah? Because remember, it's always the ones that look like you get me, that will do more of the damage. But anyway, so what I'm gonna say is now, so yeah, it's triggering, innit? So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna just play a little tape of someone that I believe is definitely triggered by the whole black betterment vibrations, this, that, and the other. However, at the same time, they are playing their position. Do you know what I mean? So we're back in class now, family. We're back in class, man. We're back in class. You get me? So big up all the silent watchers that are like, obviously, don't haters, you know. Hey, I don't even know. Yo, what type of language is that? To blood cleat. Someone translate that. As long as I can't see too many GGs in there, you know. Because GGER is the same in any language. You know them ones. Woo! All right. So listen, let me just let me try to give you lots just a little bit more context to what I'm talking about, yeah? But it's amazing though, family. It's amazing. It's amazing the amount of pushback that I've heard and seen just regarding. And remember, you know, this is, I mean, if we're going to speak about Black Betterment themselves, and these are a small organization right about now, you know what I mean? They don't even know. And you know what else as well, right? I'm like, you know, oh my gosh. In fact, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah, man, I am telling you. I see, Randy's in the building. He's another one. Big up yourself, Randy. But yeah, man, even yourself, Randy. I asked you a question the other day. Yeah, and the thing is, honesty. I love honesty, because, like I said, it's what makes the world, well, not makes the world go round. But Randy was another one that was, I don't know, I'm not gonna say having a meltdown. You get me? But he was definitely throwing in his threepence worth regarding Black Betterment. Cool. I goes to Randy. I goes, Randy, where do you live? He's like, Hackney. I said, Hackney. Cool. I said, so Randy, there's loads of Turkish people and Albanians and them type of people in Hackney. He's like, yeah. I goes, do you see any Black people working in their shops? He's like, oh yeah, that's it, because they was having a meltdown about Black shops and Black power. I don't know. Like I said, I'll get into it, but you understand the point that I'm making. You get me? So I've gone to him, do you see any Black people working in them shops? He's like, nah. You get me? So I goes, so why are you down there complaining about, you know what I mean, their equal ops, and why and they got no Black people in their shop, considering Hackney such a Black-centered town? Blah, blah, blah. His response was, and this is classic, but like I said, everyone's playing their role. His response was, it's none of his business. You get me? Yeah? His response was, Randy's response to not going to the Turkish or the Albanian people and complaining to them about whatever was, it's none of their business. You get me? So, you know, my obvious thing is, so why is it any of your business what we do? And this is what I'm trying to say. This is the crux of the thing, family. It seems like other communities can do what they do to preserve their thing, no one don't care. But when we do it, everyone's got something to say. I don't get it. When Randy said it's none of his business about them, to me, that was the crux of it. But it's your business when it comes to us. You see what I'm saying to you, family? Anyway, yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have a little listen to something, yeah, and yeah, we're gonna clear up a few things as well, because you know there's a lot of misrepresentation. Nah. You can wait a minute, Randy. You get the link back. There's a lot of misrepresentation out here as well, yeah. Seriously, to God, man. And it's so dangerous, man. You get me? And that's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Because we don't go to certain places, we don't even hear certain things. You get me? Because also what we need to speak about in future podcasts, or whatever the fuck they call it, is the politics of black people being used by proxy to fight certain wars that we don't even fucking know what is going on about. You know them ones. Yeah? So we got to be very, very careful. You see what I'm saying? It's mad, man. It is mad. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, that this black love, even black. How can black love trigger people? It's racist. What? Nothing, man. We just talk to the people, then, man. Well, I would definitely like to. I would like to. I want to put that potentially on the table, because I don't understand it. Because it seems like everyone else can get a pass. You understand what I'm saying to you? But when it comes to we now, it's a different. No. Yeah, but which is fine, Becky. But I'm making the point about, my point is, man saying that it's none of his business when it comes to the Turkish and the Albanians, but you got a lot to say about So that's really what I'm talking about. Because me, I don't care about what other people are doing to get me. I just care about what we're doing. Yeah, and I know that other communities are the same. Yeah, because, and this is what I'm trying to say. A lot of these people, yeah, like, I don't actually think they live in a multicultural Britain. You get me? I don't actually think, like, And I'm gonna like people like Gummy, for example. Like Gummy, I'm talking to you directly in it because I know you're listening, you and your husband, because you know your husband wants this black 5 melanated thing. You get me? But what I'm saying is, I don't think that you speak to other communities. To be honest, I don't. The way you just don't, man. You just speak to the one that lies in your bed, and that's it. I don't even think that you speak to Hector's Nigerian family. I don't. I don't. You get me? I don't. And also, Gummy, yeah, because I heard you be like, I can, yo, my comment, I can speak about it because I've got a black husband and I've got mixed race kids and fine, yeah. So if that's your angle, fair enough, yeah. So what you need to do is you need to take yourself into Nigerian business. You get it? That's what you need to. I dare you go onto a Nigerian platform. You get me? Yeah. And go to them and say, oh, I've got a Nigerian husband, and as such, I've got some things to say. I dare you. I can give you some Nigerian platforms. I beg you, go on there and tell them that because you are married to a Nigerian man, you can come and talk that Nigerian shit. I dare you. I dare you. Yeah. Because the last Nigerian woman that spoke about you said that you brought herpes to the fucking Nigerian community. You get me? And this, I'm talking about Betty. And I will play that shit again. Yeah? So please remember we've heard what Maku has said, Nigerian. We've heard what Jedi has said, Nigerian. You get me? And they're like, no, fuck that. So I don't know, why you think you got the audacity to come and us? Nah, man. If you want to do it that way, then go and talk to the Nigerians. That's what I'm saying to you, Gummy. You get me? Like, you don't get a pass to talk about, no. Go and speak about the Nigerians, my girl. Like, that mercy. Yeah? But I got mixed race children. Go and speak to the Nigerians, man. Yeah? So that's that. But anyway, people, yeah, make sure you're slapping up the like button, you know. Apparently it's good for the algorithm and all that good stuff. If you haven't subscribed, then subscribe, you know what I mean? You know, I got my little other channel as well. Make sure you do that too. But yeah, man, so let me not even go off. But yeah, man, I found it amazing, the kind of speaking that I've been hearing. I got to be real. In 2024. Come on, man. Right, so I'm gonna just play a little video, fams, while I just go and quickly go and do me a duck. You know, said things still have to go on in the background. You know what I mean? Because I know some family have to feed and river, because let me not even do it. Let me not even do it, man. But yeah, family, it's a serious thing though, man. I'm here laughing, but it's a serious thing, man, because, and I think because many of us are so just fucking just gone in it. Many of us are actually gone ourselves, you know what I mean? Like, many of us are actually just dead wood in this thing, man. Do you know what I mean? We're just dead wood, which doesn't help. Do you know what I mean? The dead wood don't help neither, you know what I mean? Because what you'll hear is, I'm telling you, you hear these people hear what the other conversations that may have been had, and then come and try and chat it to you. I'm telling you, this is. But yeah, so some of it, you get me? Yeah, history's a serious thing still. All right. But let's get this pot seasoned a little bit whilst we go back into the kitchen. But where am I? Where am I? All right, so big up yourself 42, big up yourself 42, big up yourself 42. Don't know. So let's play a little bit of this, family. See what I'll go.
It's the one, bro. I'm telling you, your food tastes even better, bro. Man.
This is a real thing.
Are you trolling?
Bro, I swear to God, you don't know about this bioenergy,
Yeah, they
bro.
burn dung. They
You don't
burn
know it,
dung.
bro. I've been to the
It's just
villages
like coal.
and I've
It's just like
eaten,
coal.
bro. It literally, and it's much
Does it
cleaner
smell?
and much
Does it
fucking,
smell?
bro. It's bio, yeah,
Does it have a smell to it though? Does it smell?
bro. My food tastes banging when I have a
No, but
roti
when they
that's
burn
cooked
it, does
under
it
that
smell?
heat, bro. I'm just saying, no, it don't smell, but it literally, I don't know. My food just tastes better
It's
automatically. I
dehydrated
don't know
cow
why.
poo.
It is,
I've
yeah.
seen it. I've seen it. Yeah.
And I'm surprised that these don't know about it. Literally, yeah, you see them everywhere, literally, and because a lot of people can't afford, like gas and
Fuel.
electric and whatever, yeah. So that this is the common thing that is happening in a lot of villages. Because I don't just because I'm rich, don't mean I don't go to villages, and visit other places,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're not rich,
And I eat
man.
their
Stop
food,
lying.
dude, and they cook their food in
Triller,
a certain
stop
way,
lying.
innit? Huh?
Rich people don't go around telling people they're rich. You are the opposite. of
Bro,
rich.
but you keep saying that, innit? But I'm not really, because I grew up poor,
You
innit?
are the
But
opposite of rich.
I'm rich now, innit? Yeah, but I'm richer than some people. Bro, everyone's richer than somebody else. I understand. Yeah, I'm not rich, but I'm not richy rich.
Benefit Britain, Triller, man. Big up Benefit Britain.
Hey, that's you though, innit? You're on benefits though, innit? You said you were broke, innit?
Of course,
Yeah, you said you were broke, innit? Come on, man. You've been broke. Yeah, I heard you're a grandma as well, man. Congratulations. But damn,
Nah,
you're a broke
let's
granny.
not go into
Fucking
family.
hell, bro.
Let's not go into
Damn,
family.
you're a broke granny. Fucking hell. Bro, how are you a broke grandma? What's going on, man? You must have failed hard in life, man.
Right, okay,
Bro.
right.
How did you fail that bad?
Yeah, Triller. Yeah, this is enough trolling, man. Do people want to actually get back to making legitimate points?
The fact of the matter is, he can't justify why he's so against any form of black upliftment or whatever. I don't know what Khan's doing right now, but allow it now, Khan, yeah? Because he can't justify why he's so fucking against anything to do with black people coming together and empowering.
All right, we can talk about that. We can talk about that. Brilliant. We can talk. Wait, we can talk about that. We can talk about that, right? But without you interrupting me. So your claim was, right, that I am afraid, right, of black betterment, right, which is not the case. I'm afraid of any kind of nationalism, right, and kind of nationalistic movement. You understand? Especially one that seems to be on a supremacist kind of mindset in terms of my people are the best genetically, right, which is what is being promoted by Kale and Raven and other people, where they don't even want to have a conversation, right? They're very uncomfortable having a conversation with people outside of their ethnicity, right, or their race or whatever you want to call it. So the fact
You see, you're lying podida, as fucking Raj would say. Yeah. When have you heard oh shit. Hold on, let me just let it play, man, because otherwise I'm gonna just keep stopping, man. But let's just listen, family, yeah. Let's just listen. Hold on.
is, right, those people make me very suspect. You get me? So if it's a white person doing that, saying to you, Lady D, oh, I'm not going to talk to you because I'm white, I'm better.
Yeah, so that's the first lie, yeah, because you've never heard any of you've never heard either Kale or that Raven say that I'm not going to speak to you because you're white. That's stupid. You've never heard that. So, and this is the thing as well, right? This is the next thing about these people, right? Yeah, that's why I'm saying that they're just definitely Afrophobic, right? Because the thing is here, the thing is, everything that we say is here, innit? It's digital, it's here, we're talking live, you get me? But oftentimes people will go elsewhere and just remix what's being said, even when you've got the actual digital evidence right here. You get me? And then what they'll be like is, it's my perception, or I think, or blah, 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 as opposed to actually saying what it is that the person has said. You get me? Because what I would say now is, I mean, and I'm not even trying to be a lawyer or whatever for no one, but me, I tell you, sir, it's the remixing that I can't work with, man. It's the actual remixing that I can't work with. But let's go.
Than you, yeah? You don't deserve my time, my attention, yeah? All right? Because I'm white and you're black.
But you're
understand?
lying, Triller.
You're right? That's the same thing.
Wait, chill out 1 second. Because let me just tell Triller something here and now, so I make sure he get this message loud and clear. Number one, they're very vocal and telling you that they're talking for black people and to black people. Now, if you feel like you've got some form of fucking ownership, whatever, that you feel like you can insert yourself in anywhere and feel like they need to justify themselves to you, my man, you need to wake the fuck up. No,
so they're coming to open panels. Hold on, they're coming to open panels, right? And they've got other people there, and they want to say, and your excuse is that they're talking to just black people. That's a weak excuse, yeah? Weak excuse, man. Man, you ain't ready for this, man. You ain't ready. You ain't trained.
You or anybody else listening, no fucking justification on what the fuck they're doing. They said what it is. It is what the fuck it is. Either you like it or you fucking love it. You don't like it, don't fucking listen, innit?
Well, what's your problem then?
Right, so I'm going to just take a pause there because I've seen Louise say, yeah, I've heard Kel say he is better than anyone, to be fair. So I just want to ask the question, are we now just generally even, like, when we say better than, like, I just want to ask now the general question, like, can one athlete, for example, say that he's better than another athlete? I just want to know the context of this quote unquote better. Do you know what I mean? Are we now living in a time whereby when anyone makes a comparison and say that better, that then infers something else? Oh, never. Oh, sorry, Louise. My bad. G's and P's. You see what I got? All right, thank you, Louise. Give thanks for that. But I'm still even making that assertion, yeah. Are we now living in a time? Because remember, yeah, even with regard to the school, the children and that, yeah. Sorry, Louise, Bab. Sorry, Louise. Even with regard to the children and that, yeah, you know they're making the children not as competitive. You get me? You know, it all became as it's all about the competition. It's not about the winning and losing and all of this type of stuff. You understand what I'm saying to you? You get me? So I'm now asking the question: are we in a place where 2024 where we're not allowed to say, "Oh, I am better than you," or "This is better than that"? Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, I'm asking the genuine question now. Or okay, using the analogy that Trilla just said, if a white person says, "Oh, I'm better than you, Nani, for that, whatever, fucking playing basketball, or whatever," does that now become some sort of racist thing and this, that, and the other? Do you get me? Like, where are we going? Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, can we in 2024 say that generally speaking that black people can run fast, or is that racist? Like, if in the Olympics 100 meter race, if the first 3-4 people are black, can we at that point say that black people are the fastest in the world? Like, you get me? Like, where are we going? I'm just asking the question, are we trying to take competition out of the thing? Like, because again, you see, and this is what I'm trying to say, man. It just seems people would be on because I know people will be out here and say, well, Chinese people are good mathematicians. Like, within education, in schools or whatever, it is known Chinese are good at maths. Is that racist? Is that racist? Like, I'm just genuinely asking the question. Like, where are we going? Anyway. This is what I mean. I mean, are we sending our children out to be like, oh, well, you're just average? Do you know what I mean? Oh, I don't know, man. And the thing is as well, is that it is interesting as well, because in and amongst all of this, yeah, is the whole sort of concept of globalization. Do you know what I mean? And that whole just making everyone just that one thing, you get me? Because this Indian racist buffer class that you're listening to, Triller, he professes to be a globalist, yeah, quote unquote. He professes to be a globalist. You get me? Yeah, which just means I don't know what the fuck that means, but yeah, big up yourself, Tims, man. Well, you see, and this is what I'm trying to say, man. You know what I mean? But at the same time, obviously, these are case. What's it called? Oh, fucking hell. Anyway, we are studying, family. Like I said, case thingy will be settings, man. Well, I want you to listen to the language, though, man. You know, it's very, very important, man. You get me? Because in many ways, Triller is like sort of proving, many of the things that Kale and Raven does say. But make me play still.
And we lump it, yeah. And we lumped it all day long. I've lumped it more than most people, yeah.
Thank you,
All right.
Dominic.
It's so easy to disregard. It's so easy to dismiss, yeah. Literally, yeah. And you got no leg to stand on. Even your own people don't even promote it. How come you got less than a 1% of your own people that follow that? What? So what's going on? Clearly, it's not popular. Because I know the numbers. I've done my research. Unlike you.
See, here, listen to this little boy. He. Now remember, we're speaking about Black Betterment. Yeah, this is something to do with Raven and Kale. So I don't know what research he's done. Yeah, you ain't researched nothing on Black Betterment. You understand what I'm saying to you? He may be speaking about Pan-Africanism or something like that. You see what I'm saying to you? Which obviously Black Betterment is a part of. But listen to the audacity. Listen to that. Anyway, yeah. Let me just make sure that. Let me just go back to. Yeah, he says I've been watching Triller movie. He was a mod on Titan. How did bloody hell was he a mod on Titans TV? What the fuck? Yeah, he said they got Zionists claiming they're better. So what's the problem? They got Cracker claiming it. You see what I'm saying to you? Me for tell you, boy. Me for tell you. Yo, that one, yeah. So if we're gonna learn one day. Well, this is the thing, Dominic. That's the $1 million question. Now, obviously, there's an argument that it's an open panel and blah 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 blah. So therefore, you get me. But there's just certain people that think that they've just been extra vocal. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, extra vocal. There'll be others that will listen. Do you know what I mean? And they may or may not have a view or opinion, but they're not going to air it because they know in real life it's got fuck shit to do with them. You understand you? But then you got these Afrophobic people like this Indian Triller here, this buffer class you get me, who feels like he's got a lot to say. Yeah? But make people humper it anyway. You know what I mean? Because you hear what EIE said before. But let's go back to what EIE said before. Obviously, it's not for all, but definitely for some, Where would they? Oh, I can't find it, man. I'll get back to it.
So tell me then. No, why don't you tell me what the numbers are then? Go on. What numbers you got then? Go on, tell me a number. How many black people support your movement? Yeah. No, you're changing the rhetoric though, isn't it? Yeah. How many black people support your ideology? Because now you're trying to make it into this Black Betterment, right? You think we're fucking stupid. Like just because you change the label, you think you're gonna fucking convert people. You're dumb.
You're right. So did you hear what he just said? Listen, this is an Indian youth, yeah. This is an Indian Sikh, and he's just said, "Do you think we're dumb just because you've changed whatever?" Yeah. This is what Triller, you're a wanker, man. I actually don't like this youth. There's not many people I don't like this youth, man. He just gives me buffer vibes, man.
Listening, no fucking justification on what the fuck they're doing. They said what it is what the fuck it is.
Yeah. All right. It's so easy to disregard. It's so easy to dismiss, yeah.
See? You hear him? It's so easy to dismiss and disregard. Listen, family. You get me? Because remember, ultimately, this has got nothing to do with Triller, yeah. Because like I'm saying, he's an Indian, yeah. But listen good, Because listen, like I said, nothing don't change out here, Remember, hey.
Literally, yeah. And you got no leg to stand on. Even your own people.
No leg to stand on, yeah.
Don't even promote it.
Even your own people don't even promote it. See, this is where familiarity breeds contempt, you see. But anyway.
You got less than a 1% of your own people that follow that. What?
Yeah. Again, these are just fallacious claims that this little batty man's making. You get me? Because he's on a panel and think, yo, that's why, yo, Chiller, you'd never be on, like, yo, I just don't like this you, man. I actually don't like this you, man.
What? So what's going on? Clearly it's not popular. Because I know the numbers. I've done my research. Unlike you. So tell me then. No, why don't you tell me what the numbers are then? Go on.
Now, you see, I'm not even going to stay here and try and educate this fussy. You understand what I'm saying to you? Like, because you don't know, you know nothing about what you're speaking about. Like I said, and that's what I'm trying to say, yeah? Persons like Triller, they don't listen to understand, yeah? They just listen to poke holes. You see what I'm saying to you? And that's the thing. You see, and the difference is, you see, like when Raj would be doing his little Sikh night and talk about his Sikh stuff or whatever, I ain't going to be there because I don't give a fuck. You get me? So, because I'm not going to be there, I'm not going to be trying to offer a view or opinion or this or that and make it into a debate or anything like that. But you got these little fassies, these millionaire lonely people. You get me? Yeah. Imagine you're a millionaire, yeah, and all you spend your entire evening on the internet, and you're a young millionaire. You get me? Chiller's all in, and that's the thing. He's all over the place. All last night I caught him in Chantel's. You're a millionaire. Huh? Yo. If this is what being a millionaire like is like in 2024, I'd fucking, you know what I mean? Might as well keep my day job. I mean, it's a mad thing. But yeah, this is a millionaire family. What you're listening to here is an Indian Sikh millionaire.
Go on. What numbers you got then? Go on, tell me a number. How many black people support your movement, right? You think we're fucking stupid? Like, just because you change the label, you think you're going to fucking convert people? You're dumb.
What do you mean convert? Convert? What do you mean convert? You see what I'm saying to you? Convert to what? This is what I'm saying. This is why. Convert to what? This is not a religion, you fassy. Yeah, what do you mean convert? Yeah, you heard the man say it's a wait. You can wait. Fuck it. Listen, Randy, you sit down there and wait, brother. Yeah. What do you mean convert? This is a way of life. This is just daily normal life. What do you mean convert? And this is what I'm saying, man. Yeah, when I say fear of a black planet, it's a real thing. Convert, you know.
Divine. Listen, we don't need listen, Divine. Just forget this conversation. We do not need to speak to Triller about this. We just don't.
Yeah, it's exactly the same argument you had with Raven, right? Why were you jumping on? Why were you jumping on?
We don't care,
because you know you're going to lose it. You're afraid. We get it.
You're turning it childish, Triller. You're turning it childish. Listen to what I'm asking you. Do you believe, Triller, that everyone's got the right to be with whoever they want, regardless of colour?
100%.
Right. Do you believe that people have the right to choose their partner based on their own values? So I might choose someone because they share my culture, or you might choose someone because
their partner, their past, their political movement, everything.
Wait. You might choose someone because they're financially on the same level as you. Nifa might choose someone because they're physically her type. Lady D might choose someone because they like the same music as her. Everyone's got the right to choose their partner based on their own values. Yes or no?
Of course.
Right. So where's your argument? They're saying that they're picking their partners based on their obligation to their cause.
Their promotion is not that. Their promotion is literally stay within your own and you stay within your own. That's their promotion. So it goes against what you just asked me. No, there is their promotion.
That's not it. You're getting it wrong.
Are you Lady D?
I asked you a question.
I don't even know what qualifies you to really have. I don't know why I can't.
No explanation yet, but for the fucking sake of it, yes, we Bumba Club promote black love. You got a fucking issue? You got a fucking issue with it?
There you go, Khan. Now you respond. Yeah, I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. I need to go warm up my lunch. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Can't deal with it.
I'm dealing with it. There's nothing wrong with what she said.
Wait, so again, there's nothing wrong with what you, bro. You're gonna make me hungry. That's gonna make me more mad, bro. I'm just letting you know. So like,
listen, Khan, yeah. You live in England, right, Khan? Do you know any Sikhs, Khan?
Yeah.
Right. What do they promote in terms of marriage, Khan?
Say that again?
What is their marriage? Do they do arranged marriages, Sikhs and that?
They do two types of marriage, right? The religious one
ideology and race is not the same thing.
Shut up, man. Shut up, man.
You're
Nobody
making race a ideology.
No one isn't talking to you, man.
Thank you.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So as you were saying now,
so they do two types of marriage, right? They do the religious ceremony. That's between each other. They both have to be Sikhs. But if they're not both Sikhs, that for example, someone's sister married an Englishman, they do like a civil ceremony.
No, I understand that, but the point I'm making, right? So I know Sikhs, yeah. They all had arranged marriages, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They met. They would have met through their families, etc., etc.
Yeah, I know. I know Greeks and Turks that do that. Yeah, Christians and
absolutely.
Muslims do it.
Right, exactly. Yeah? So what I'm trying to understand, turn that down, Ferrari. What I'm trying to understand is, how come all these other people can practice their thing, no problem, no one don't care, no one don't look upon it, it is what it is. They've been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah.
We're here promoting the same thing, especially as part of our reparation. And then we got buffer class youths like Triller thinking that he can say something to us. Are you stupid?
Hold on a second. How many black people support your movement and support your thought, your line of thought?
Is go and talk to
why
your
don't
people.
They support it?
Go
to your people
about what they're doing.
Go to your people because most of your people call you weirdos.
We talk amongst our people. That's what we do. But everywhere we turn, people like you are there, thinking that you have an opinion.
And you
get me?
Which is I'm with the same mindset of your people.
Because
the majority of your people believe what I believe in.
It's the very same thing that we're talking about. That's why I'm saying that you would get with David Beckham in a heartbeat, right?
Now listen to what this little drunkard fucking Indian fucking buffer class said. He just said the majority of your people agree with me. Imagine. Yeah. And what I'm trying to say is, yeah, oh boy, yeah, because let us please be reminded, in terms of black love, yeah, in most black countries, it's normal, isn't it? Yeah. The only reason why this has got to be kind of said in places like where we are in the West, etc., is because of our more recent history, this, that, and the other, is because, you know what I mean? Like I said, if those that are listening to learn and not just to poke holes, then it would be very obvious. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Now, Triller's an Indian, okay? They've had this colonization situation in England whereby if it wasn't for certain things, you get me? Because, you know, remember at one point the Indians and the Sikhs were all one. You see what I'm saying to you? The Indians and the Muslims, and the Sikhs were all one. Yeah. Now, I don't know if it's changed, but I know, so when I was coming up and my Asian friends, this, that, and the other, I know that Muslims couldn't marry Sikhs. Yeah. When I was at uni, one of my good Sikh friends, you get me, big up yourself, Jazz. Yeah. She was in a relationship with a Muslim. You get me? Now that created a lot of vibrations between, you get me, the two groups and whatever. At the time, I didn't really understand it 100%, you get me? But we know what we know now. The two of them went through still, you know what I mean? They went through, don't get me wrong, but they knew that, you understand what I'm saying to you? It couldn't go any further. Yeah. And when time come, they split up and, you know what I mean? One married a Muslim and one married a Sikh. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So now, what's Triller going to call that? Is he going to call that what? Ethnicity? What? This, that, and the other? Yeah. Because what I'm trying to say is their thing is so refined whereby you got the same type of people, but because you're not of the same religion or whatever, it's a problem. But then you want to come and talk to us who we're just saying black love. That means a black Muslim could marry a black Christian. That means a black atheist could marry a black. You get me? What's that? What's the problem? You see what I'm saying to you? It's the hypocrisy, man. Yeah? All of my Sikh friends from uni all had arranged marriages and all married other Sikh people. Not one of them married a black person. Not one of them married a white person. Not on the first go, at least. I know one of them did get divorced, went back again, and married a white person still, to be fair. But I'm saying that originally they were all arranged, and the same for my Muslim friends as well. You get me? Because like I said to you, I've been to many weddings in that regard, especially after uni, etc., etc., etc. You see what I'm saying to you? But they were all same. There was no other situation going on. You get me? Yeah. And remember, some of them all got people from home. Yeah. And we know that people now, they get people from their villages and bring them and marry them because they don't even want they don't even want the English Sikh or the English Muslim or the English Hindu or whatever. They want that traditional one that ain't yet being westernized and all of these type of things. Yeah. So Triller, you're talking absolute shit. You get me? Absolute shit. Because everyone is doing their in-house thing. Yeah. Because tribalism ain't gone not away. Yeah. Fucking idiot, man.
If he was single and he saw you, lady, saw you, Nine, yeah, I was like, yo, you would jump on David's D easy. Don't get it twisted.
Marry amongst each other. That's what you do as Sikh.
Look, yeah, you're a joker, yeah. Do you chat to white people? Do you hang with white people? Yeah.
He's not. You see, and this is why this is why I don't like you, Triller, because you're just. I actually don't like you. You give off a nasty energy, bro. You got issues. But you see, even in this exchange, you're not answering my question. You know, I mean, I'm asking you what other Sikh people do, and you're asking me about David Beckham. You get me? And white folks and all that, instead of answering to the question. So already you're dead food, Bobs. You're just, and you're not even a good troll. You're a dickhead, Triller. And no more time or energy must be wasted upon you. The only reason why we speak to you is obviously because the block is open. You get me? And you don't know Biggage wants to put. If not, we wouldn't speak to spastics like you, fam. Yeah? Like, you're a dickhead, man. Buffer class one like that.
You sleep with white people. You act with white. You literally work with white people. All right.
I know the
so don't act like you don't.
There's no way that
I guarantee you don't.
But no one's. You see all of this, like you see, and this is what I mean about people trying to create narratives. You work with white. Of course, we work with white people. We live in England. But the thing is, though, and the truth is, though, yeah, black people are far more integrated than Indians. These are the facts, yeah? When Indians first came, they did not integrate. So I don't know why Triller think he's got chat for us, yeah? They didn't integrate. This was known. Yeah, imagine. But because you're some type of lost million, because you're some kind of... Yeah, but you see, until you fucking talk to the facts, you're just a dickhead, man. You get me? You're just a spazzy dickhead.
Outside of your workplace, right?
This is my boyfriend, and we're gonna get married. Yeah.
Sorry, you're not promoting it in your workplace, right? I know that, right? You're literally being very clever because you know you don't want it to come back to you because it might affect you.
Shut up, man.
All right. You know the repercussions of this politically, right? Politically, you know it's not popular. It's not
politically, it's not popular. So you're trying to tell us that black love is not I don't see first of all, black love is not political and that it's not popular. Are you dumb? Yeah. You see, these sort of big fallacious kind of fucking state. This is what I'm trying to say, yeah. You're just not supposed to be around us. You get me? Like I said, yeah. After this, you can't be around me, bitch, because most of the planet is black on black. Like I said, it's only in countries like the West or wherever where there's been integration and multicultural, whatever. This is where it's happening. But my man's trying to go on like all around the world, like there's some mass integrations guy. And this is what I'm trying to say. Maybe like I said, maybe you're just representing the globalist agenda, but you're chatting absolute shit, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. All the people that are against just chat. You just chat like you don't even build it on any truth and rights.
It's not a popular thought. But I like your fight. No, I like your fight. I like it. I like your fight.
Other people, because we don't care, man. You're just you're so lonely, bro.
Oh, sorry. You're 0.0001% don't care. Oh my bad.
So lonely, man.
See, can I just say something?
People don't care. Okay, got ya.
Can I cut you off?
There is when the fucking media is pushing fucking mixed race love in our face 24/7. He has no issues with that, yeah. When they're actually promoting all fucking mixed race man, every time you see a fucking advert, you get promoting in your fucking face a black man with a white woman. But the one time we want to say let's celebrate black love, he's got a fucking issue with it, man. Fuck your hypocritical self.
No, because I got an issue with it because if it's a black man trying to get with a white woman, yeah, and the white people are telling him it's unacceptable, yeah, I'm saying, yeah, it's wrong. It's the same thing.
We don't care. We don't care, man.
You do care. You'll jump on any bandwagon that supports the movement. Don't ever lie. Don't lie to me, man. You're such a liar. All right. If it was a white person saying, yeah, oh, I don't want to date black people because of such and such reason. Yeah,
you're being a hypocrite.
Don't ever get
what do you mean? Because of what reason?
You see, and there you go again. You see, and this is where you catch the liquor fucker them, yeah? Yeah, because you heard what he said. Yeah, if you don't want to date them because of such and such reason. Yeah, but you see, and this is what I'm trying to say, and this is what I'm trying to say. You see, a lot of this is it's not reverse psychology, but like we're gonna go and talk about it a little bit further down. You get me? But if you heard what he just said, he said for such and such reason. Yeah, and this is the difference. You get me? It's not even like, you know, back in the day, people say, oh, no, don't go with a black person because they're this or they're that or you see, that's the difference. But on the opposite, we're just saying black love. You get me? We're not saying, oh, don't go with a white person because previously 300 years ago, they used to fucking hang you by your fucking neck. They used to take out live babies from your belly. They used to feed you to crocodiles. Blah, 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 blah. We're not even saying that. We're just saying black love. You get me? You see the difference? You see the difference, Triller? And this is why you lot get catch. This is what I'm trying to say. You are Afrophobic, boo. Yeah? You get me? Yeah? Like I said, if we were out, and you see that's what I'm trying to say. If we were out here saying, yo, don't do this because, like I said, they've done, all we're saying is black love. Yeah? And we ain't saying nothing different to what anyone else is doing because everyone else is practicing tribalism. Yeah, we know it's just there's a few outliers in each community or whatever that are doing their own thing. You get me? But in the main, people practice tribalism. We've seen recently in the royal family, Harry brought in a mixed race person that doesn't even look mixed race. She actually could pass as white. Yes, I'm saying to you, and went and you know what I mean, just fucked up the royal household. Yeah. Okay. So, allow it, man. Allow it. Yeah. If you want to go a little bit further, depending on who you believe and what you believe, it could be argued that if Princess Diana, you understand what I'm saying to you, didn't start having fondness for people outside of her community, she may be here today. Well, listen, I'm not saying I believe in conspiracy theories. I'm just saying. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah? Harry left England because he's saying, yo, you lot ain't going to do to my wife what you lot did to my mother. You get me? So I'm just making these points to show that, you get me? Like, no matter how these drunk Indian buffer class are talking, yeah, we know what it is, innit? Yeah? We know what it is. Yeah? And no little blood clean buffer class fascist is going to come and tell us no different. Yeah? We know what it is. Yeah? Yeah? Potentially Diana could have been in that tunnel there with a baby in her belly. Yeah? A baby in her belly that if it come out, it would have come out browning. Yeah? And then you would have heard what you've heard in recent years in the palace. You get me? That's why Harry have to pick up his wife and then pick them and left boy. Yeah, because I'm saying not my wife, brethren. Yeah, so I'm just saying all that to say we know what it is, yeah. We know what it is. You understand what I'm saying to you? And no little, you know what I mean? And the thing is, Triller, now you can't tell us nothing because you don't have no wife, no woman, no picnic, no nothing. So all you're just what? Who are you to come and tell anyone nothing? Is it not even like, oh, okay, you've got a wife and family, you get me, and you're promoting your thing, and so therefore you're going against black. You're going against basically what we're here to be doing on God's green earth. You get me? And replace it with your thing. What? Replace it with being in your 30s, coming up to your 40s, no woman, no picnic, pissed online all of that. Are you stupid? And you think you can come and talk about black love? Oh, hell no. He ain't got no Mrs. Buddha, man. Stop your noise, man. Like, come on, man. This is a man that used to buy women. Yeah? I wouldn't even mind if I was hearing all this from someone that's actually reputable, that's got a flipping history of you get me, progressive shit. Like, all we know about this Fassi is that he does balloons, gets drunk, buys hoes, and this and that. Yeah? But yet you think you can talk to people about what is actually progressive. Are you stupid, man? Go and tell your people that. Yeah, go and jump on a seat. Triller, what you want to do, yeah, is go and jump on some Sikh panels. You get me? And send us the link so we can come. Go and jump on some Sikh panels, yeah, actual Sikhi panels, yeah, where they talk Sikhi shit, and tell them, so listen, this is nonsense about what you lot are saying here. This is the way forward. Get drunk, do balloons, don't get married, don't have no children, and get in other people's business. I would love to see how that goes. Yeah? Do that, Triller. Before you come back and talk about outing, I want you to go up to some Sikh sites where they talk about Sikhi stuff. Send us the link, you get me, so we can all come and have a listen, and let's see how that goes down. You get me? That's my thingy will be to you, yeah? Instead of you out here trying to offer fights that you'll never, you know what I mean, never show up to, cash checks that you'll never thingy will be, send us to some links that to some Sikh channels that you go to so we can come and have a listen, please.
Because of what reason? You see? Because of what reason?
No, but
what reason have you heard people give?
Racist. Why aren't black people good enough for a white person or for an Asian person? You would jump on that rhetoric.
You know what it is, yeah?
You see, he's just making stuff up. You see, and this is what I'm trying to say, how dangerous these people are, man. He just said something that you ain't heard none of us say. You get me? But they're just making assertions. Yeah? But it's dangerous, family. This is what I'm trying to say, because they'll take what they hear and then they'll go to different places around the internet and just misrepresent, remix this, that, and the other, also that it can suit their narrative of racism and thisism and just basically anti-blackism, and like the new word is Afrophobia. Yeah? Mad thing.
You and all them low IQ, you know what? Just jump off, bro.
Look,
you ain't got the IQ.
You're promoting exclusivity.
You have not got the IQ for this conversation. You're just a lost youth, man.
Don't ever try it, man.
You're a lost youth, man. Just go back to your people and talk to your
instead of making personal attacks.
Then why don't you do that? Why don't you tackle the argument
instead of making personal attacks?
You are a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. That's why.
Come on, it's an open panel. But all I ever see 9 either do is go for personal attacks ever.
There's not many people on the internet that I don't like, but you are one
hypocrite, because I don't see Indians running
anyway, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll let you know.
Don't come back, man. Don't come back, man.
Give me 5 minutes, though.
If you listen to him, yeah, his argument is he's got an issue with us promoting fucking black on black love, yeah? Like it has any effect on him in any shape or form, yeah? That's going to be an in-group preference, yeah?
But it does affect him. It does affect him.
For the fucking TV companies that keep pushing interracial shit in our face, have that same fucking venom for the fucking media that keep pushing this whole we got to have interracial and multicultural love and all that.
Yeah, it's racist. It's racist.
Them, but you got smoke
it's racist. I don't promote Indians just staying with Indians. I promote ideologies being closer to one another because you got more in common, right? But I don't believe in the whole.
Stop talking. You know, in Kenya, Trilla, you know that there's Indians in Kenya, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, excellent. The majority of Kenya is what color? What people?
Black people, I'm sure.
All right, excellent. How many Indian Kenyans have married black Kenyans?
I'm not sure. Why don't you tell me?
About how many? How many do you think, if you were to give an estimation?
No idea.
Such a hypocrite. Such a hypocrite.
An estimation?
No idea.
Okay. Do you think that the numbers match to the amount of Indian Sikhs that are in Kenya to the amount of black? Do you know what I mean? Do you think that? Do you think that they're
you're going with this, right?
You see how interesting that is here, family. Yeah, I'm asking him about his people in Kenya. He ain't got no idea, but apparently he knows about outing around the world. You get me? He's got numbers. He's got stats on outing. Apparently, you see what I'm saying to your family. Now we asking him something about his thing. Now I don't know. Yeah. So I'm asking him. Yeah, because obviously, people, if you know, there's Indians in Kenya. Yeah. Okay, but obviously Kenya is a black country, okay? But obviously, not me to say obviously, but Indians are there. You understand what I'm saying to you? And if you know how that bit goes. You understand? So, yeah, again, he's just being so disingenuous even here. And it just shows me that he's just the one of them Afro people, man. Anti-black straight.
Be honest with you,
are they mixing? Listen. Are the Indian Sikhs in Kenya mixing with the black people?
Mixing, yes. In terms of actually marrying and having offspring with them, I would say is quite low.
And why is that?
It's a guesstimation.
Why is that?
Well, again, so it's an interesting thing. So again, the main thing would be, right, a cultural thing, right, in terms of like the Indians keeping within their culture, right? At the same time, right, when it comes to a religious thing, they're basically keeping within closer to their religions as well. So it's got something to do with both of them, but mainly cultural, I would assume, because you said Indian.
Right. So I love the way in which you can find reasons for it happening there, but you don't want to find reasons.
But I don't promote it. I'm not for it.
It's not about the norm.
I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I'm for free mixing. I'm for free mixing. You don't have to
promote it. It's the norm.
No, but that's what I'm saying. When it comes down to it, I'm for anybody being with anybody. But when it comes to religion, that's where we separate.
So you see the finessing, family, yeah? You heard the finessing, because now they're trying to put it under religion and blah, 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 blah. And he even tried to put it under culture. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say. You see, your team don't work, bro. Your team just doesn't work, because apparently you say that you're English. You get me? And you say that you're English because you share English culture and you share this and blah, 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 blah. You get me? But now when it comes to Indians in Kenya, it's a different culture. You see what I'm saying to you? You see the hypocrisy, family? Because what are you saying now? What, Indian Kenyans and black Kenyans don't share the same culture then? So what does that? So does that mean that Indians in Kenya are being buffer class, not integrating into the Kenyan culture, just bringing their thing, because that's what's happening? Yeah. So again, my guy, Trilla, yeah, instead of bemoaning about black love and this, as you're such a globalist and you don't agree with this or that, why don't you go into your community and try to dismantle their tribalism? You get me? Why don't you go on to or come onto these panels and be talking to your Sikh people that definitely practice tribalism and telling them that it's a load of bollocks, this, that, and the other, that they should just be marrying anyone, and then do that. I ain't got no problem with that. You get me? But what we are saying is that we don't want to hear from you about us. You get it? But let's play still. But the hypocrisy, man. The fucking hypocrisy, fam. Yeah, going back to my guy's comment, EIE's comment there.
Oh, man, you're just dead.
Oh my God, bro.
You're just dead food.
Allow the insults, innit? Allow the shut up, innit? I'm not asking you to shut up, innit?
Then we will say, cool.
Shut up,
man. The same venom.
Behave yourself, man.
You see that?
Yeah,
They
why don't
said
you
up
show
there
some
the Asian
better,
community,
like,
they're outside of their group.
Trilla, you can't tell me nothing, man. Shut up, man. I've got no respect for you or nothing like that. Shut up, man. Yeah,
you don't need
ain't
to.
getting no respect like that. Shut up, man. You're an idiot, man.
You represent your people, so why don't you show better decorum?
Shut up, man.
Why don't you take Raven's advice, innit, and
when
not
you
swear,
run back to them little low IQ people,
why don't you take
show
Raven's
them,
advice and not swear, innit, yeah? Because it shows that you're of a better standard, innit, yeah?
You're an idiot. And the thing is, you're lonely.
Take the guru's advice, yeah? And find your way home. Don't tell
it must have hurt when Raven said you're not going to be invited, yeah, because you swear too much, innit? You can't join the group if you swear. Mad, innit? Yeah, Lady D and 9 are out of that one,
What
isn't
did the guru say about drinking, Trilla?
You see? You see? You see? Don't want to go into his business. My girl's saying, come out of our business and go and deal with your thing. What do the guru say? He don't want to answer what the guru say about it. He just wants to get back onto the black folk. Yeah, the black folk. Yeah, that's suck out, man.
What do you mean? We're not supposed to be getting intoxicated on these kind of things. That's why I say I'm not a seeker, innit? Like, if I'm not doing, like, if I like football, yeah. No, but if I like football and watch football, yeah, and support it, but I don't play it, right? Am I a footballer? No, that's my point, innit? That's why I say I'm not a sickie, innit? Because I don't practice. You know what I mean? I do this, I do that a little bit, but not enough, in my opinion.
So what I would suggest, Trilla, yeah, big and serious, yeah, is that instead of trying to get into other people's business, you understand what I'm saying to you, especially when you're talking just erroneous shit, yeah, get yourself together, bro. You see, like, you see, and this is the thing, you see, do seek betterment, bro. You get me? Because everyone should be out here trying to better themselves, innit? Do seeky betterment. Don't worry about black betterment. Do seeky betterment. You get me? Do seeky betterment, boo. If you spend more time doing seeky betterment as opposed to being in our business, you'd be a better seeky, boo. Yeah? All the seekies in this little YouTube where we are, they've all dissed you. They've all dissed you and said that you're a poquito and all that. You get me? They've all dissed you. I ain't heard one seeky have nothing good to say about you, boo. Nothing. Nothing except maybe that little other fucking psychopathic seeky. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, that other fucking... Oh, no. Another one, man. That fucking Gurdeep, man. But I don't even know. What does he say about you? Yeah? But go and do some... That's right, Code, man. Go and do some Sikh blood cleat betterment, fam. Get me? Get off the liquor. Find a wife. Get married. And do something progressive. Yeah, because that's what Sikhis are supposed to do. I know Sikh men. None of them are like you. You get me? I know Sikhi men. None of them are like you, bro. Like, you're a waste Sikh, man. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the next thing I'm trying to say is true. Like, if you was a Sikhi that had your shit together, you get me, and was on stuff, then we could even maybe take a bit of advice from you or hear what you're saying. But come on now. You're a Sikhi, nearly 40, not married, no kids. Millionaire, of course. You get me? Who does balloons, gets pissed, and buys women. And comes and says that he's a Lothario, which is fine, you know. But, you know, a 40-year-old Lothario ain't fucking impressing no one around here. Yeah. And a 40-year-old Lothario with your sort of credentials definitely can't be talking to no... In fact, I don't think you should be talking to any other community about anything because you ain't got the credentials. Like, seriously. Like, we're talking about black love and the promotion of black love. Yeah? Black family for... And you, as a man who ain't got no family, thinks that you can come and chat... Oh, go and get your entertainment elsewhere. But like I'm saying, one of my what's the word? Not charges, but I dare you, innit? Yeah, to go to some Sikh channels, because there are Sikh channels on the internet where they speak about Sikh shit. Yeah, because believe it or not, like I said, everyone's got their thing of what. And send us the link so that we can come. and see what go on and go to them and tell them what you're trying to tell us that I'm a globalist. I don't think everyone should stay together. Tell them all of that so we can hear how they respond to you. I beg you. But until that time, me personally, you get me. I don't want to hear nothing from you, man, because you're actually a prick, man. You're just a fucking prick, man. And the thing is, you're a lonely prick, man. So a lot of this is just for attention, which is even worse, to be honest. A lot of it's for attention. A lot of it is just to provide an opposing side and all this bullshit. But like I'm saying to my people, our thing ain't just it's not no entertainment thing. This is real shit. You get me? So we really can't get sidetracked with these little fascies, man. You get me? You know what I mean? Who just want to be, like I said, have an opposing view just for fucking entertainment. Fuck off, man. He just lost Bunga, man. He's just a lost middle-aged youth, man. Lost. You get me? Which is no problem. There's a lot of lost people in it, but just be lost on your own and don't feel like you can come and chat to Weibo. For real. Otherwise, I'll bring some proper Sikhs on here. You know what I mean? And you can have in fact, that's another thing. I'll give you the thingy bob. Not sure. I can't think of the right word. But do you want me to bring some proper Sikhs on the Rice&Peas thriller, and you and them can even have a conversation based around this? Yeah. For real. Because like I said, we know Sikh people. Like in real life, I actually live, as pro-black as I am, in real life, I live in a multicultural society. You get me? I know different people. We chat.
Your opinion's so invalid. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, Cam, pick up yourself. Top of the league, Liverpool top of the league. Get me, you know the rest, man. Yeah. Anyway,
that's
I'm
the
back to
only
it.
thing
Chilla,
we
you're
got
lost,
in common,
man. You're a lost child, man.
We got in common.
You're so lost, man. I feel sorry for you, to be honest.
Oh, you feel sorry for me? Why?
Because you're a lonely millionaire, bro.
That's all right. I don't mind. I'm happy.
You're a lonely millionaire. Oh my God.
Yeah, but I like being alone. I like being alone. I'm happy.
You sound really happy, Trilla.
Thank you. I got a big smile on my face right now. So thank you. I could be happier. Don't get me wrong. I could be happier. You know, it's all good.
For all that money.
No, that's what I mean. I could be happier. I'm not on top of the world, but I'm fine. I mean, I'm content. I'm content.
Always be better, right?
I'm content.
Really
life could be worse. Life could be a lot worse, man. You got to appreciate what you have, man.
But you don't. What? That's the thing. You don't actually. Because if you did, you wouldn't be throwing yourself into a bottle or balloons.
No, I love it. It's great having a drink. You don't have a drink? Wow.
I was a man like Trilla with all this millionaire money, yeah? I wouldn't be focusing on what black people are doing in their little quiet groups on YouTube. I'll be focusing on what I spend my fucking millions on.
Hey, I'm on an open panel. I talk about various topics. Hold on. I talk about various topics, right? And if the conversation comes up and I give my opinion about it, I'm not focusing on it. I'm just focusing on that topic on that day. That's it. I'm not going out of my way to talk about it. Are you mad?
All right. So do you think you can tell white people or black people like what they should be doing, or like that what we are doing is like saying as racist?
Well, this is it. I wouldn't have literally talked about it ever in my life, right? Unless it was a topic of discussion on open platforms like the G Block, like Dave's, or wherever. Do you know what I mean? So, because it's become a topic of conversation, I talk about it. I could be right, I could be wrong.
Into the trap of being a hypocrite, because you've accepted that nations of people or groups of people.
Does anyone know if Trilla used to go over to, them places like where Ralph and them man there was? Did he used to go over there and say to them, "Oi, you can't do that"? Like, I don't know if Cam or any of them people are in the chat secretly listening, but did he used to go over to your little spots? Did you used to see Trilla in your little spots where Ralph and all your 14 people and that were? And did he used to come in and say, "No, I'm an Indian, I want in"? Does anyone know, please? I would love to know. You get me? Send me some links if anyone's got any of Trilla in them type of spots. You get me? Talking this type of shit that he's talking. If anyone's got any links or can let me know, please. Thank you.
people can have self-determination. Individuals can have self-determination. Everyone's got the right to choose who they want to be with, and that can be based on your politics, your religion, your skin color, whatever. But when black people want to do it, now you've got a problem, and they've asked you to outline what is your problem with black people doing what other people do as standard, and you're just coming up with some.
I don't see how you don't see this, Kanye. You just said you're free. You're free to be with who you want to be with, but then they're saying you're not. They're saying you're not free.
Listen.
They're saying you have to be with a black person.
No, they're not saying that. They're not saying that.
Black, they are saying that. Oh my God.
They're not saying that.
Oh my God, they are, bro.
Listen. How can
you're not?
You see the lies, family. Once again, yeah. You see the assertions, yeah. You see what, and this is what I'm trying to say. These people are dangerous. You get me? Yeah? Because at the end of the day, who can tell anyone not to just... Definitely there's one... We're definitely saying that we're promoting black love 100%. You get me? But at the same time, and this is what I'm trying to say, we are amongst many of our men that we know have not gone have gone the other way. You get me? What conversations have you heard us and them have? You see what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say, that you're just a liar, bro. And you're like, your little fucking tricks don't work, man. Because the thing is that it's not based on any truth. You're not even attacking the actual things that are being said. There's actual real things that people have said that you can deal with. But instead of doing that, you're making these dumb ass Afrophobic assertions. Yeah. And this is what I keep trying to say about the reverse thing. Because previously, people would say, you're not going to be with that black person because of A, B, and C. Yeah. Triller has probably been told that... The thing is, Triller, we know we know what's being said in communities and households. We speak to each other. My Sikh friends openly told me that their people and would rather they bring home a white man than a black man. Straight. You get me? Like we have honest, open conversations, or honest, open, multicultural conversations. You get me? You're just trying to shoehorn your little globalist, lost kind of vibrations onto everyone else. No. And like I'm saying, if you want to do that, then go and do that on your people, boo. You get me? So, for example, Trilla, could your daughter, if your sister brought home a black man, Trilla, what would you say? What would you say, Trilla? Would you be, oh gosh, yeah, it's all yo, Trilla, this is what I'm trying to say. You're just an Indian drunk, but like, I don't like you, bro, because you have no honesty, man. You're not even saying, well, you know what, yeah, it's true, you know, Nines, you know, in my culture, you know what I mean, primarily, this is what we kind of practice. However, my thing is this. I would have more respect for you if you did a thing like that. You get me? But what you're doing here, nah, stop. You're just making yourself look stupid anyway. But it's all about it. You're just exposing yourself. So it's all...
I heard Kale saying that, and you promote Kale.
Listen, did you not listen to Raven Slides when he put it up and he showed that there is a system of whitening where under oppression, people would choose to marry white people to the point where they become white, basically. So he's offering them an opportunity to go back into becoming black again. So if you're mixed race, marry a black person, and then you can move up within black betterment. What's wrong with that?
Oh my days, bro.
What's wrong with that, though?
I'll tell you what's wrong with it, right? So
you
again,
didn't listen to his slides, bro. He's
for me, yeah,
there are people. Listen.
Dude, ethnicity means absolute fuck all to me, dude. You're a human being.
That's not true.
Ethnicity to me means nothing. All right.
When you say ethnicity, there's different versions of ethnicity.
Right. So ethnicity means nothing to me, dude.
Don't just say right. Listen.
But it's not race, though, is it? It's ethnicity, isn't it?
Some people's ethnicity is just based on the food that they eat and the clothes that they wear and the country they come from. You could be any color. Some people's ethnicity is directly related to their phenotype and how they look, right?
Right, so that's a cultural affinity.
So there's different versions of ethnicity. So when you say ethnicity, it's a very loose term.
No, dude, race is not the correct term. Race is not the correct term because we're of one race, yeah, the human race. So ethnicity is the correct term.
Listen, that's just a different use of the same word. Race,
right, but race
is
not the right word to use. I'm just letting you know.
Listen,
You know that.
listen. If people are coming together for the fact of them being black, obviously their in-group preference is going to be based on them being black. So if someone goes and marries a white woman, right, that's not really in line with their thinking. Now, you should have to write, listen, you should have to write a PowerPoint slide and put it on fucking YouTube and have people debating about it, because it should just be standard.
So if you remember when I was talking to Raven,
one minute, let me just finish what I'm saying. It should go without saying. In every other community, it goes without saying. My brother comes home with a white girl and he's like, this is the girl that I love, this is the girl I want to marry, this is my girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I can look at that situation and think, oh, isn't it nice that you found love? But subconsciously in my mind, I'm going to be thinking, rah, does that mean that my nephews are going to grow up white? Are they going to grow up outside of our culture? Is that 2-3 children that is less now within our community? I have to think that.
Well, this is it. So for me, all right. So you touched on a couple of points there. I'm going to go with your last one first, right? When it comes down to, again, England or Britain, right? I believe to be a beautiful country, right? Because it's an amalgamation of lots of different people, right? Coming from all different parts of the world, getting together, right?
You're saying that
and it gives it. Hold on, bro. Right? It gives them the opportunity to basically, literally mix, right? Or choose not to. It's up to them, right?
You're mixing in London. Go outside of London.
Hold on, bro. Yeah, I believe I don't. But hold on again. So when it comes down to it, I am more against people that choose not to mix based upon their ethnicity, right, rather than their ideology, right? So again, when it matters. Well, nobody cares about yours, Lady D, either, because like. It's not our. All right, your movement is so big and so great. Why are more black people getting with white people now than ever before? Why are more black men getting with white people, white women? Why is that? Why are black women literally, around the world, like struggling to get with a black man?
Right, family. So there's a couple of things that we need to listen to there, yeah? Okay? All right? So he's saying, why are more black men getting with white women? Okay? Now, obviously, in places like England, that's a fact, in it. We can't say nothing about that because, like I'm saying, in places where there is the integration like that. Now, remember, his opening thing, he said, I love England. It's a beautiful place because it's a whole melting pot. Cool. You get me? He said, you people can choose to get with other people or not to. It's up to them. Yeah. He's saying, but he would rather that they do get with other people. Okay, cool. So again, this is his preference. No problem. Right. Then he goes on to, obviously, he's trying to say, like, why more black men get with white women? Well, we've discussed all of these things. So obviously he's been there listening to that. So that's why he can come back and say that. No problem. But then he made a very erroneous statement. You get me? Where he said, black women around the world are struggling to get black men, you see. Now, this is where the agoraphobia comes in and the familiarity breeds contempt and everything else comes in, because that is a false statement. You get me? But because you see, because he's anti-black, yeah? Like I'm saying straight, Triller. I'm saying you're racist. I'm saying you're anti-black. I'm saying you're Afrophobic. And I'm saying you are typical buffer class. Yeah, 9E for saying that. You get me? Click that. I do keep going, put that up your ass, and you get me? You lot do what you need to do. 9E for said that, yeah? You can clip that and put that onto something else. You get me? Show the beautiful melanated 9E for 99 up in this bitch. But that's a different story. And that's another thing, yeah? Let me not even digress. In fact, let me not even digress. So, yeah. That's what I'm saying to that. But you see, it's a lie he just said, because no, it's not around the world. Because in most places, around the world, it's mainly those persons in them countries, yeah. So in black countries, it's mostly black people. You get me? In Indian countries, it's mostly Indian. You understand what I'm saying to you? Etc. Okay? It's only in places like America, Canada, England, a lesser extent, I'll add Australia, them little spots, basically spots where colonization has taken place, Them spots. Now, if we're coming more into Europe, we got places like where, like maybe more the sort of Scandinavian countries that weren't necessarily involved in colonization, but because of the ripple effects of A, B, and C, and immigration and asylum and bombing countries out, and as such, people have to leave. And you get me. So what I'm saying is now the West has become a little bit more of a melting pot. Yeah, but that's the only reason why. You get me? We're seeing this sort of integration, this, that, and the other. Most places in the world are still same, because that's who's around them. So I'm making a point that was, again, another fallacious statement that Triller made in his racism. Yeah, because no, it's not true that most black women around the world are struggling to get black men. Struggling to get black men. No, that's bullshit. Yeah, and I'm saying to you, that's just your racism, bro. Yeah, like I said, you can make a point in England about black men, more and more black men got. You can definitely make that point because you've heard us speak about that. No problem. You see what I'm saying to you? But the around the world thing, nah, bro. Allow it, man. Allow it, bro. Allow it, bro. Allow it, buffer class Indian drunkard chiller. Allow it. About around the world, you know. Around the world, you know. Around the world, you know. Bumbleclad, not even in England. And this is what I'm trying to say about people like you. You're so your hatred is so real that you can't even stay on facts, man. You have to add shit. You know, you and that other fucking heifer. This is how you lot are, man. This is like how you lot are, but the truth is there that you can work with. But because the truth ain't good enough, you have to add shit. Mad thing.
A decent black man, yeah. Why are all the decent black men getting with white women or other women or Indian women? Why are they getting with every other woman apart from black women?
You see, Triller. You just messed up there, Triller. Yeah, your racism holds no bounds. And like I said, I'm telling you, we should be speaking to people like you, yeah. But you just said around. Shut up, man. Shut up, man. You just said around the world. That's why I don't. You know what, Triller? That's why you're actually a nasty youth, man.
No, but he's just being a hypocrite, and he's not accepting his hypocrisy.
He's just not. You know what? He's just a nasty you, and he's so
why are the good black men getting with white women? Why is that? What is that all about?
You just said around the world, Triller. That's the first.
Because I've listened to the Americans, isn't it? Especially I've listened to American black men. So if you're gonna try and do that, listen, Triller. Listen. Yeah.
If you're gonna try and make a point, make honest points. Okay. So it's not around the world. That's the first thing. Okay? It's only in places where there might be integration. No?
I just want to pick up on that point, yeah, because you heard Triller said, I've listened to American, I don't know if he said an English black men, innit? You get me? So, again, you know what I mean? I'm not saying to the man them, but boy, familiarization, you get me, breeds contempt. But he's saying that he's listening to what you lot are saying, and as such, this is what he's saying. You understand what I'm saying to you? So, yeah, you know, that one there, we'll have to lay that at the man them that are like that and talk like that. You see what I'm saying to you? You get me? So that's a message to some of the man them that are like sort of dating outside. Maybe you should just date outside without, you know, putting down the women that you actually come from. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And this is the next thing, you know, with nothing to like. You just said that though, Triller. But you see the man them that talk like that, Triller, yeah. Yeah, those are the black men that they actually they are Afrophobic themselves. You see, they have a self-hatred. That's why you'll hear them talk like that, because a black man that's got good what's the word? Good self-esteem, you know what I mean, knows who he is, blah 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 blah, but just for whatever reason he likes this white lady or Indian lady, whatever, he's just gonna like her and go through in it. You know what I mean? He's not gonna like her and be like, well, and because and black women are this and black women are, you see, them ones that you're listening to the black, they hate themselves. Like, so you and them will make good tea in it because you're Afrophobic and they're Afrophobic. You get me? So that's why you'll sit there and listen to them. You get me? And then you think you're going to come and quote them. But we don't care about them. They're neither like them Afrophobic. We don't care about Afrophobic when we call them pussies. You get me? You've heard me call an Afrophobic man a pussy for a couple hours straight. You get me? So I don't know why you're coming to talk to us about them people there. We bun out them people there. You get me? So I don't know what you think you're doing here, man. But yeah, man. Yeah, big up them man there that have to be with, have to put down black women. You get me? To be with other women. You get me? Big up them man there, man. We've heard them, Trilla. We've heard them, man. We hear them, bro. So that not got hurt to you, man. That not got hurt to you, man. You get me? But we just know what they are, innit? They're Afrophobic. You get it? Trust me. And like I said, on the plantation, enough of them ones, yeah, we would have to fuck them up our own goddamn self.
But don't forget, Trilla, the same thing is happening with Sikhs as well, is it not?
What's happening with Sikhs?
Are there more
Again,
Asians
you're going with
mixing with white people?
you're comparing ethnicity
But
to
that's the same
ideology
thing you do. You don't
again.
like it when it's done back to you, though, do you?
No, but again, it's a different. It is literally a different kettle of fish.
Have you got?
So you see, once again, family, when we talk about the Sikhs, them doing it, he's saying it's different. It's ethnicity. You see what I'm saying to you? Every which way. Yeah? Foolishness, man. Afrophobia. Yeah, this is what it is, man. This is Afrophobia. You understand what I'm saying to you? You get me? Once again, when the Sikhs are doing it, when you put it on him and his people, then it's a whole different story, a whole different narrative. You know what I mean? Mud. It's funny though, to be fair, man. It's actually funny, man. But yeah. Case
apples and oranges, yeah? It is literally apples and oranges.
Oh my God.
One of your sisters is married a white man,
apples and oranges.
One of your sisters is married a white man, innit?
Yes,
not one. So 3 of my sisters are married to white men. Yeah, so one's Irish, one's English.
You don't need to say nothing else, man.
Leave it at that.
Yeah, big up yourself, man. Nothing else.
I don't think any of them. I don't think any of them have dated black men. I'm just saying, you know. But you know what? I ain't gonna lie. Maybe you know what? Yeah, big up, Ethan.
So he's proud that none of his sisters dated black men.
I didn't say I'm proud of it. I'm just letting you know.
See, so that's interesting again, right, family? So you heard him say 3 of his sisters have basically dated white women. I think he said 1 English, 1 Irish, and we didn't hear what the other one was, yeah? So, all right then. So he's coming from a family that are doing the integration thing. So, okay, cool. So it could be an argument as to why he's going so hard on the thing. You understand what I'm saying to you, yeah? No problem. But the beautiful comment of that, like, just to prove that Afrophobia was the bit at the end where he said, but none of them have brought on a black man, no? You get me? Yeah? Which is beautiful. Again, because, you know what I mean? Listen. You have to leave people for chatting. You get me? So we know this already, because like I said, we know this, Trina. Like my friends Dan said, they can bring home a white man, but they can't bring home a black man. And we know that this is true for many. You get me? But obviously some people just become rebellious and like, fuck that, I want that dick. And you know what I mean? That is what it is, man. But yeah. So that's Trilla, man. So Trilla is a Sikh. I think he's the only boy child as well. You get me? He ain't married. He's been married before to a Sikh. He had a whole Sikh wedding. You get me? So he done it the whole traditional way. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, cool. It didn't work out. You know what I mean? Now this is the new Trilla point, 2.0 or whatever. And you hear how he's talking, no problem. And I mean, but when it comes down to it, 3 of his sisters, so we can appreciate why he may be just talking so, Okay, Code saying, my uncle's bedroom is with an Indian woman and her and her kids are completely disowned. This is the thing though, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, we actually live in a real multicultural society where we know real people, you get me, who talk real shit. You know what I mean? So when Trilla's out here and the likes of Trilla come and talk their shit, that's what I'm trying to say. We don't even need to be wasting time because we know what it is, man. We know about people being disowned and this and that and this and that and this and that. So our foolishness, man. Well, this is what I'm trying to say, man. You know what I mean? Especially at least around the world. You know, like I'm saying, I'm not, obviously, we're not going to disregard what's happening in England, you get me? Because, you know what I mean? It is what that is, and we have spoken about it. But when you start to try this round the world thing, no. That can't work. That can't work. So I think that's the end of that little one there, family. But like I said,
I don't think they have. Yeah, I don't think they have.
No,
I don't know what their dating app is like.
Nah, you're next level.
Nah, but it is what it
Then why are
is.
you trying to tell black people like what they can and can't do? Like, because you just admitted that your sisters haven't.
My sisters are doing what they want to do. That's got nothing to do with me. And that's their personal choice. What they want to do, and they're free to do what they want to do.
Like my personal choice was white Irish.
Right.
Exactly.
So I got no issue with your personal choice.
Right.
Yeah, and that would be a racist choice, though. That would be a racist choice. I'm not calling you a racist, but it is a racist thing. Right? It's racist. What? If you're limiting your choice. You're saying that you'd never do anything else except white Irish. It is.
No, she's saying it's a
I'm not calling you a racist. It's blatantly.
No, she's saying it's a preference.
That's like I would only date Scousers. I'm a regionalist. It's a preference. Preference based on race. Based on race.
Leave it out, man.
Based on race.
And fucking what? Now what? And what?
Nothing. You're the one who's offended. You're the one who won't own it. Exactly. So what? I never said there was a what. Why are you getting your back up? Why are you getting your back up?
What's the problem?
You're saying I'm what? I haven't got a problem with it. I'm calling it for what it is, though. You've got the problem with what it is. I'm not saying you're racist. That you want all. I'm not saying Cam wants all black people to die. Am I? I'm saying Cam wants all black people to die or all other races to die. No, but it's a racist. It's a racist preference.
You said it's racist. Own it. That's basically what you said.
Yeah. I'm not going to fall out with Cam. But not against Cam. But it is. It's a racist preference because it's based on race. How can you understand it? It's based upon the race of the person. Yeah. It's a racist preference. It's a racist preference. I'm not moaning. I'm calling it out because no one else wants to say that or acknowledge that it's a racist preference.
It's not racism to choose who you
I agree with Heathen. I agree with Heathen 100%.
Racist preference.
It's not racism. That's silly.
It is racism, bro. Big up Heathen. And Heathen,
you're not saying,
tell him why it's racism, bro.
If he's a tall enough black man, I'll get with him. You know what I mean? It's just white Irish.
So Heathen, let me ask you a question. Heathen.
But it's based upon the race.
Heathen, brother. If a white woman said, I only sleep with black men, is she a race hater? Does she hate her own race then?
If that's all she'll go for, yeah.
Yeah.
She's not a race hater.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Why can't she just
in love?
Wait.
There's no hatred involved in love.
Wait. Why can't she just prefer black men?
See, this is where I think it's becoming dangerous, family, and this is where I do believe, like, the whole sort of globalization, one world order type of settings is coming in, right? Because you know what I mean, big up Heathen and that, but I completely disagree with what Heathen is saying here, right? Now, he did sort of say that if I only want Scouse women, so therefore I'm a regionalist, you know what I mean? So I don't know why he's taking it down to that still, but the thing is, this is where it comes a little bit silly, because Triller was espousing that there's only one race, right? So then the practice of group preference cannot be racist, then, can it? Because apparently there's only one race, right? So if there's only one race, yeah, it cannot be racist, yeah. But I think it's important, and I think in that live I did try to give a definition, but I think we need to get a little definition of what racist means, you get me? Because I think that's yeah, you know, and that's why I'm very happy with the new Afrophobia definition. You get me? I think that's very important for ourselves to differentiate anti-blackness to other type of racism. You see what I'm saying to you? So big up for that one, right? But blah, 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 I just wanted to, like I said, let's get a definition of racism. And that's the thing. The thing is as well, depending on what you're trying to do, it could be argued that you could shoehorn the definition into anything in the first place. Do you know what I mean? But I think it becomes a little bit dangerous where we are saying that, in-group preference is racist. That means that most of the world is racist. You see what I'm saying to you? It could be argued because they are obviously marrying or going out with people around them that look like them. You get me? And even in those countries, there may be sprinklings of other people as well. So, races. So, adjective characterized by or showing prejudice against prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Yeah. So again, I don't think in-group preference would even come under that. And the noun of that is a person who is prejudiced against or antagonistic towards people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. So I think there the key word is antagonist, and then way there. You get me? But we have to remember that the power behind the word of racism. Yeah, we can't just, otherwise it just becomes silly. Do you know what I mean? Just like the word nonce and all these other words, just become silly because people just use it inaccurately for any old thing, and then it just loses its meaning, man. You know what I mean? But then why are you asking that question, bro? Like, are you not listening to my stream, man? Like, the fuck, man?
She can, but it's based upon
you're
race.
saying that means that she hates her own people. That means.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that she's a racist.
Now, it's called to Triller. It's your ethnicity.
Look at what you said.
Different conversations.
You said it's racist to limit people's choices, right? But I'm saying if that's her preference, if she's just choosing that because that's what she likes, then it's not based on.
What's that preference based upon, Khan? What's that preference based upon? It's not based upon the colour of the hair, or the colour of their eyes, or the height of the person, or the weight of the person. It's based purely upon the race.
No, Heathen.
But that's the opposite of racism.
No.
That's the opposite of racism.
One
based just on the
exactly.
Just based on the color of skin. That's incorrect.
So you're not going to equate in her analogy. You're not going to equate the fact that that's what she's attracted to. That's what she desires. That's what she's drawn to. You're going to forget all of that and say, "Oh, it's racism." You're going to forget all of that, right?
It's not. It's the opposite of racism.
It's a racist preference, yeah.
It's not. It's the opposite of racism.
How the fuck can you tell me that you're only attracted to literally one ethnicity? It's ridiculous.
You're not giving. I wouldn't be able to say it.
1 second.
You're only drawn to that.
1 second.
I'm drawn to bare women, like all around the world, including Caribbean, Jamaicans.
Calm down. According to you, Triller, there's only one race. So how could it be racist?
Well, that's it. When it comes down to it, right, I find it ridiculous that people are literally discriminating.
Listen to what I'm saying. No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just talking, bro. You said there's only one race. Cool.
Yes, the human race.
Therefore, how could it be racist?
Right. Again, so the term racist, right, is basically based upon people differentiating on different ethnicities. Yeah, that's the correct definition. But we call it race. Right? That's the.
But now you're contradicting yourself, though.
No, I'm not. The actual definition is.
Well, then this is why you and anyone else like that is talking nonsense.
But this is
because
it.
if there's only if now the determination is that there's only one. If now the determination is that there is now only one race, then how can in-group preference be racist?
Right. So again, the correct term is ethnicity, right? But we don't call it ethnicist or whatever, right? We call it racist, isn't it? Because it's a more
then that's incorrect, then, isn't it?
It is incorrect. You're right.
Well then, why are you doing and saying incorrect things knowingly? That means you're deliberately being disingenuous and misleading.
I don't like to say. I don't like to say black people.
You see what I'm saying, family? So again, he admits to being devious. Do you know what I mean? Like, he just, oh my God, man. And this is what I'm trying to say. We're supposed to spend no type of time on these fascists, man. None whatsoever, man. You get me? Because he admits the thing is erroneous in the first place. But yet, you're going out to wicket on erroneous statements and just talking and just exposing your racism on top of it. You get me? All to do what? You're a dickhead, man. Disappointing, man.
People, right? But I say black people, right? Because it's the common thing to say. I'd rather say Afro-Caribbean, Caribbean, you know what I mean? Whatever, yeah? Or more specific to where they're from, rather than saying black people. I don't like these general terms.
But you're still not making any, exactly, but you're still not making any sense. That means when you're calling it racist, then that means, again, that's what I'm going to say, you're being deliberately just misleading, etc. Because you yourself now, you're explaining what it is, which we understand it to be. Therefore, when you're saying what you're saying, you're being retarded, because that we just expressed and
you're right. No, but you're right. I'm being lazy. I would say I'm being lazy, definitely.
In Kenya, where Indians are the minority, that's what I'm saying to you, in a black majority country, you still manage to practice in or ethnic preference. So are they being racist in Kenya?
You say you. I see. I don't generalize. I look at them as all individuals.
Listen. Are the Indians in Kenya racist?
Right. Again, so they're all individuals.
Yes or no, bro. Are they racist? Yes or no?
No, I think the Indians.
You need
to
I'll
tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Right. So family.
Yes or no?
Let me just pause it there. Right.
You're gonna hit. I know what you want to hear, but I'll give my answer.
This is very important. I don't live in Kenya. You heard me asking a couple questions there, yeah? We spoke about, obviously, there's Indians that live in Kenya. Kenya is a majority black country, yeah? We've established that most Indian Kenyans stay within their Indian Kenyan place, yeah? Although they should be sharing some sort of culture with black African Kenyans, because they've been living there for how many generations, this, that, and the other. And according to Triller, you get me, he's English because he was born on this soil, blah, 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 and he shares the culture, blah, 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 blah. But when it comes to his people in Africa, it's not the same thing, yeah? But let's listen very keenly to this, because like I say, yo, trust me.
Indians in Kenya racist.
Easy, definitely.
In Kenya, where Indians are the minority, that's what I'm saying to you, in a black majority country, you still manage to practice in or ethnic preference. So are they being racist in Kenya?
You say you. I see. I don't generalize. I look at them as all individuals.
Listen. Are the Indians in Kenya racist?
Right.
Now, he should have just said yes at this point, family, because according to him, in-group preference is racist, right? Remember, we just heard him. You get me? So at this point, he's just supposed to say yes. You get me? Yeah? Just yes. Okay? Because according to him, in-group preference is racism. Okay? Let's listen.
Again, so they're all individuals.
Yes or no, bro. Are they racist?
Think so. No, I think the Indians. Hold on, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Right, I don't live in Kenya. I've never been to Kenya. All right, you're gonna. I know what you want to hear, but I'll give my answer.
Exactly.
I don't live in Kenya. Hold on. I don't live in Kenya.
You know, like when you
I would say no, they're not racist. No, they're not racist, right? No, they're not racist. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to give context to it. Hold on. I'm going to give.
I call you.
Hold on. I said no. No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
That's why I call you buffer class in particular.
No.
Because in Kenya, Indians are the buffer class. You get me?
I'll give you time to speak, yeah. Give me my time. Give me my time to speak, yeah.
Don't talk, man. You're
Hold on. All right, good. You do your thing, yeah. Don't worry about it, man. You do your thing. Listen, yeah. You listen to the listen. Just listen. Show some respect in it. The person who seems to be the most racist person here is the one who doesn't want to let somebody speak. I answered your question. I listened to you. Now you can listen to me. Show some mutual respect. Thank you. Right? To show that you're not racist, right? So when it comes down to it, so hold on 1 second. Hold on. Just to answer this question, right? When it comes down to it, why I don't believe that they're racist is because if you actually ask Kenyatis, yeah, what they actually believe in, right? Like in terms of like what they about the Indians, yeah, they would say to you, literally, the Indians out there are literally helping them more than anybody else is helping them in terms of their education, in terms of so many different things, in terms of charity, in terms of so many things. The Indians are some of the nicest people in Kenya. Yeah, and they will tell you that they love the Sikhi people in Kenya. They're so good to them, and they treat them better than everybody else would treat them. They treat them better than their own people treat them in Africa. Than the black Kenyatis, they treat the Sikhi Kenyatis treat them better than the black Kenyatis. Yeah, in Africa.
I'm out, man.
All right, don't get it
I've
twisted.
proved my point, man.
All right.
Your
The
dance
Indians
is done, man.
treat the Africans better than
Your
the Africans treat
dance is
the
done, man.
Africans.
You're an idiot,
All right,
fam.
that's not done at all.
You're
I
a
just literally,
racist
I
Indian
literally just
buffer-class.
nullified your point.
You're
If you go
a
there and ask them,
racist
if you go
Indian
there and ask them,
buffer-class. That's
they
your
only
new
got
term.
good things to say about our
Racist
people. Yeah, all right.
Indian
The Indians
buffer-class.
are doing more good in Kenya, right,
Racist
than the black people in Kenya.
buffer-class.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's true.
So your
Yeah?
reason, so let me just make this clear. The reason why the Indians in Kenya aren't racist is because they're helping the black people. That's what you just said, yeah?
Well, is that not a thing? So they're literally giving, they're treating them better than the black people are treating them. Are you mad? Mad woman.
So Eden, if I only grew up in a country that only had predominantly white people, what other chance? So how is that racist? So if you go to a certain country in Africa and there's only black people there and they marry a black person, they're being racist because they married. Why? Because, and they could be.
All right, family. So I'm going to bring that back again, right? Because I think it's very, very important what we just heard there, yeah? Because, yeah, you get me? Because like I said, class is in session, yeah? So I'm going to play it again, you get me? But for those that maybe can't get past the drunken slur, you get me? We're going to break it down. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? But remember, the point is, this youth Triller thinks that in-house preference is racist. Yeah, he was given the example of Kenya, where Kenya is a majority black country, but there are Indians there, and they managed to practice in-house preference. I then asked him the question, does that mean that they are racist? He said, no, they are not racist. I said, well, why then are they not racist, but other people are racist that want to practice in-house preference? He said the reason why they're not racist is because the Indian Kenyans are helping the black Kenyans. Yeah, he said that the black Kenyans are very grateful for the help of the Indian Kenyans, that the Indian Kenyans treat the black Kenyans better than the black Kenyans treat each other, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so I'm saying to you, family, when I call Triller a racist Indian buffer class, these are the reasons why. Yeah, and on another day, we can maybe get into why we say buffer class. You get me? Because I'm not just saying these words just, you know what I mean, and just to be horrible. You get what I'm trying to say? Historically, yeah, these Indians were brought to the, and we'll go into it. We'll go into it. Because like I said, innit, before they brought black people to the West Indies, they brought Indians to the West Indies. You get me? But they dead out very, like I said on someone's show, they probably fucking acted to rotted, and that's what we should have done. We should have acted like we're weak out and that we can't do shit. You get me? And maybe they would have tried and gone and bring in another set of people. You get me? But we're true, we so blood chung and cancer. You get me? We know the rest. You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? But this is what I'm saying to you, family. You got to hear what's being said, man. Yeah, they can do what they want to do because what? They might help out the black people, them, the poor black people, they might help them, they might help them, they might help them. But if we want to do it with, yo, listen, excellent, man. Then Tarragon, I'll be honest, I don't give a fuck what you think, bro. You get me? And to be honest, then Tarragon, if you can just hear what you just heard and still be like, Trilla's all right, then to be honest, fuck you too, bro. Do you understand? And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, many of you, you listen, just, I don't even know why you listen. Yeah? You get me? You don't even say, well, you know what, Nine? What he just said was out of order, but I think he's all right. Yeah? You then, Tarragon, are saying that I'm reaching. You've just fucking listened to the fucking clip. And this is what I'm trying to say. You lot over there, you lot are weird, bro. You lot are just weird, man. Like, you're weird, man. You're stupid. But I don't even care, man. I actually don't even care, boss. Because, we know what it is, man. We know we're in fear of a Black Planet settings, man. This is a fact, man. You get me? We are in fear of a Black Planet settings because I don't know how the fuck you're gonna hear that and then come and bomber club right in my chat. Reaching what, you big? Do you know what? Let me not even get sidetracked by this fussy buff. Seriously, about reaching. Anyway, you know what it is? Phobia. Yo, what was Blood Clee? Oh, what was Raspect's tune? Nigrophobia. Let me find that Nigrophobia tune.
Treat them better than the Black Kenya. What they about the Indians to it? Everybody speak. I answered your question. I listened to you. Now you can listen to me. Show some mutual respect. Thank you. Right? To show that you're not racist, right? So when it comes down to it, so hold on 1 second. Hold on, just to answer this question, right? When it comes down to it, why I don't believe that they're racist is because if you actually ask Kenyatis, what they actually believe in, right? Like in terms of like what they about the Indians, they would say to you, literally, the Indians out there are literally helping them more than anybody else is helping them in terms of their education, in terms of so many different things, in terms of charity, in terms of so many things. The Indians are some of the nicest people in Kenya. Yeah, and they will tell you that they love the Sikhi people in Kenya. They're so good to them, and they treat them better than everybody else would treat them. They treat them better than their own people treat them in Africa. Than the Black Kenyatis, they treat the Sikhi Kenyatis treat them better than the Black Kenyatis. In Africa.
I'm out, man.
All right, don't get it
twisted. My point, man.
All right, the Indians treat the Africans better than the Africans treat the Africans. All right, that's not done at all. I literally just nullified your point. If you go there and ask them, they only got good things to say about our people. Yeah, all right. The Indians are doing more good in Kenya than the Black people in Kenya. Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's true.
So your reason, so let me just make this clear. The reason why the Indians in Kenya aren't racist is because they're helping the Black people. That's what you just said, yeah?
What? Is that not?
Yo, you pause, yeah?
Big up yourself. Happy Sunday to you and the fam.
Yeah, man, big up.
They are you good?
Yeah, man. Yeah, come on. Let me see if I can catch up, yeah? So, this is from Dave's show yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
And, so, was it the part where Trilla said, I think Heathen and Trilla said that, it was racist. It was racist to have like an in-group preference sort of thing, yeah? So, like, if you was white and you only married white, then you could be classed as racist.
Yep. He even went to go a bit further and say regionalism, which is a first one on me, but yep. And Trilla's also saying the same thing. But I said to Trilla, but hold on a minute, just a minute ago, there's only one race. So how can it now be racism to have in-group preference? You get me? So depending on what argument them depend will depend on what definition they want to use as well. Big Age, I see that as well, bro. They're just abracadabra settings.
I thought you made the point of the Sikh people that sort of only marry Sikhs in Kenya, and he was saying that wasn't racist.
Yeah, he's saying it's not racist because those Sikh people in Kenya that only marry their own people, it's not racist because they help the black folks, because they treat the black folks better than the black folks treat themselves. You get me? You get me? He said if you
by textbook definition, then yeah, if we're gonna say about racism, yeah, because that means that are they holding themselves in higher regards than the Kenyans, sort of thing, the lower class.
That would be the inference from what he just said out of his own mouth, bro. And that's why I'm calling him a straight racist Indian buffer class. I'm gonna take back my chat.
Well, it was just that if you're making that,
I've been to Kenya, bro. You get what I'm saying to you? So when he's talking like that, I'm like, yeah. You get me? I've been Kenya, bro. Been there. So when he's chatting there, I'm like, You know what I mean? So remember, he says that.
Yeah, but by his own statistics, like he's saying that if the white people, the black people, or the Indians in the UK are marrying each other, that's racist.
Yeah. But in Kenya, it's not
racist. When you put it to Kenya, it's not racist. He kind of muted his own point then, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but he thinks he's muted out.
I'll disagree. Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, but true, you know, some of them on the debating thing, you get me? Because for me, it ain't even a point. You're just chatting shit, man. You get me? And you're showing buffer class settings. And that last statement that you made, whereby he's talking about the black people and that's colonization settings, man. And the thing is, you're proving the reason why you were brought there in the first place. You're proving it. You're proving it. Do you understand? So yeah, that me as still. But big up yourself still. But yeah, man, I'm gonna have one next one still. Let me just quickly put out the link because I know Randy probably had something to come and say, but I told him I had to hold his corner because Randy now, I don't know if you remember, I don't know, because you may have been in the gym or whatever, but on your show now, Big Edge, yeah. On your show now.
No, I did hear that one. And I think I know what you're gonna say, but carry on. Yeah. Okay.
So on your show now, Randy's putting in his fucking foppence worth and all the rest of it about, you know what I mean, black economics and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, cool. So I said, where do you live, bro? He said, Hackney, big up Hackney, no problem. I goes, well, I know, say in Hackney, there's Bear, Turkish, Afghan, Romanian shops, yeah? He's like, yeah. I goes, do you see any black people working in them? He's like, no. I goes, have you gone in them and complained to any of them as to why you ain't got no black folks or no white folks working in there? He's like, nope. I'm like, why not? It's none of my business. Which just pissed me off. So I'm like, it's not your business about them, but you think that is your business about us. Like, what is going on here? You see what I'm saying to you, Big Age? And that's why I straight asked you the question, because obviously I'm definitely pro-black. Yeah, we know that Big Age is Big Age, you get me? But I'm still asking Big Age, do you think there's a problem where we deal with collectivization and progressive vibrations? Do we get a fight? Your answer is what, Big Age?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you, yeah? And me, yeah, that's why I can sit here confidently saying that, yeah, because if you can see it and admit it, and we know, say, you're not even on our thing like that, you get me, boom, bam, bam, yeah, then we know, say, I don't want to hear nothing from no one. You get what I'm trying to say to you? And when people like Ultra then become black supremacists, you know we got it. Go on, talk to me, Randy.
So your point, big up, Veli. Doing good.
Yes, I'm listening, Jim.
I was driving a van tomorrow in these 20-mile-per-hour speed limits, man. It's a nightmare.
I know London is shit, right? London.
Oh my god, I can't get anywhere. I only did a little sofa move, 4 miles, and I was lucky to get the van back in the hour. You know, those zip car vans. I thought, what the
I'm
fuck?
not, man.
Crazy.
I'm thinking of changing my car for that very reason. I swear to God. But anyway, let's get to it, Randy, because
let's get to the meat and potatoes. Yeah. So
you gotta go. So
the question, as Nine's very well documented, was: if I go into a Turkish shop, there is Turkish workers. If I go into an Albanian shop, there's Albanian workers. If I go into an Indian shop, there's Indian workers. And I do not have a problem with any black businesses round here only employing black workers. So we've got Juniors, we've got Survivor, we've got Rudy's. They're all employing black people.
No. You sound like you're remixing already, bro. Right? Let's just, because I ain't got time.
It's Randy's Remix Sunday. Let's go.
No, listen. Let's just get to it. The point being, you get me. We were speaking about outing. Yeah, you thought that you could have a view and opinion. I asked you why you don't have a view and opinion on other people doing the same thing. You said it's not your business. You get me? So my question then became, why do you believe that it's your business when it comes to black betterment and not your business when it's Turkish betterment, Albanian betterment, etc., etc., especially where you live in Hackney, because we know the demographics of.
Well, so I think the answer's obvious.
No, it's fucking not.
No, it's not, because you didn't give it to us.
What's the answer, bub?
I have a love of the black skinned woman.
Yeah, come on, Randy. Let's try to be serious, man.
Let's be serious. That's serious, man.
No, but listen. Pause a minute.
Listen. Let me finish.
Randy, stop. I'm gonna let you. No, I am gonna let you. I really am, because I think what you said is interesting. I've got no problem with what you said, because all I'm gonna say to the man then is this, yeah. Just like Randy just said that, yeah, and I'm gonna leave and go into my kitchen for about 5 minutes and leave it to the man. Just like Randy just said that, yeah. You've got on the other side, yeah, you got the heifer saying the same thing. You get me? Because she lies down with black men, yeah. She believes, yeah,
4-1
that she
now.
has a. Hold on, I'm just saying. Please, Randy, stop. I'm just saying, yeah, because you know, so our truth and rights we deal with, Zin. So just like Randy has said that, I'm just saying that you got the heifer on the other side saying the exact same thing, man. That's all I'm saying. Big up yourself, King Mel. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the man for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna run to the kitchen, but that's what I'm putting on the table. Yeah, you just heard my man say that he thinks. Hold on, that he's got a saying because he lies down with one black woman's in.
All right.
Saying,
it's not one black woman; it's multiple. Yeah.
Randy, please wait.
Yeah. So can I respond? Can I respond? I just want to talk to please allow me to respond to Nanita because she raised the question. Yeah. So just fall back a minute, Kale. I'm not going to say much. So this morning, I don't know what anybody's doing here. So my point is that I support, as Kale would say, the Sun Sisters. So this morning, my Belfast mate, who's moving out, neighbour, so I've bought his sofa, and then I'm.
Sorry,
where's that noise coming from?
What the hell is that, baby?
So my Belfast mate, who's selling his apartments, has offered me his sofa. I've said that's going to look great round Goddesses. So I've hired a zip car van. I've helped carry it down from the second floor. I've put in the back of the van and I've delivered it to Goddesses.
Yeah, that's good.
This is why I am trying to support. No, I'm not black, obviously.
So are you supporting black betterment? This conversation is about black betterment.
Yeah,
it's about black people doing.
I don't really understand the term black betterment, but if you just Kale, just fall back a second. If black betterment, yes, of course. In those two words, I'm supporting it. I don't know the detail, and Kale will obviously educate me what black
I think it's none
betterment
of your
means.
business.
Yeah,
I'm the
I won't be educating you on no black betterment. What I will say to you, Randy, I'm going to be very hold on. All due respect to everyone, I'm going to be very candid with you on that, right? Here's the thing. You see, when it comes to YouTube, right? I'm new to YouTube, so I understand that I go on different panels. The elders in Birmingham, they advise us, those at the legacy, to go on these YouTube channels, right? So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't mingle, and I'm going to be very candid, with Asians, Middle Easterns, or Europeans. I don't need to, because the business what I have, as well as the community that I'm around, I don't need to do all them things. So what I've noticed is that a lot of yous are very sensitive towards the things that comes out of my mouth, and I'm not the only one. And what you got to understand is that I was raised and believe that all non-African people have the best interest for their people, and they will do things to get ahead of their race, even if it means to demise of African people. I've grown up, I've seen that in African continent, I've seen it in the Caribbean, I've seen it in the Middle East, and I've seen it in the UK. So the issue is that you understand very well that you cannot identify with pink. I was listening to you on that. You understand very well that we've been classified in these colors. You classify yourself as white because it benefits all white people. If you classify yourself as pink, there's no benefits in that. Do you understand? We understand that very well.
Yeah.
So that's why you've got to understand. You can say whatever you want in the chat. I understand. But at the end of the day, it's not personal between you and I or any non-African person. It is basically business. You see, any Pan-Africanist nationalist, you will hear them say the same thing. Whether it's the Pan-Africanist nationalists in the UK, America, there's no different. We believe in the same thing. We don't want to harm non-African people. We want to preserve our race. You see, and the problem is you don't want black people to survive the way how they need to. You see, everyone's practicing European betterment, Asian betterment, Middle Eastern betterment. So they're all doing that. You understand? Which is what I always say, which you'll never be able to defeat this. You rely on black people's disorganization in order for your betterment to be okay. And that's what I'm going to say, with all due respect, man.
Okay, I actually, you know, we've had a back and forth a few times, and I've ribbed you a few times. That's fair. I'm not going to be ribbing you anymore about ICE people or anything like that. Veli's, I spoke to Veli about it, so I'm done on that one. That's over. It was just a bit of banter. So I do enjoy your intellect and your discussion. Now, if you've got any issues or any questions you want to further ask me, then that's fair.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, go on, bro.
If I could. So, so Nanita said that when it comes to Turkish shops and all of these other shops, you said it's none of your business. Why do you feel like it's your business when people are speaking about black betterment? Why do you feel like you have the right to say something if we're speaking about black betterment?
Okay. It's a very easy answer. When I was 18, I was marching in London for anti-apartheid. So I was on a march going Free Mandela. I had the T-shirt. We marched to Hyde Park, heard speeches. So I was wanting to eliminate apartheid in South Africa. So I've always been about anti-racism, and the focus has obviously been on the most affected community, which is the black community. And then, of course, because I've had multiple black women in my life, then I've chosen that course. Now, if what I'm saying or what I'm speaking is wrong, I will fall back and not say.
Yeah, we'll say that. Just fall back from now on. Like when you hear black,
all right.
Yeah, because and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you said when Turkish people are doing their thing, you don't say anything, right? When you go to these shops and you see other groups of people doing their thing and they're handling business and they're practicing betterment in their community, you told Nanita you don't say anything because you mind your business. So let's treat black people like you treat those other people, right? You want equality, right, Randy? You're about equality.
Of course,
So
of course.
let's treat
Equality
black
of
people. Hold on, Randy.
every
Hold on,
person.
Randy. So my suggestion is that you treat black people and black conversations the same way that you treat other people and their conversations, and just mind your business. That's the best way to handle it. If you
All right,
handle it like that,
fair enough.
we'll never have a problem.
Fair enough, Bourne. I'm gonna take that on board, and I'm gonna mind my business. Is there any other questions before I jump
So
off?
can I just quickly ask a question in? And no, sorry, gentlemen, because I'm definitely leaving again. Pick up yourself, Buddha, because you know what I mean, man, them, and yeah. But have we got the same energy for the women on the opposite side that say the same thing, Buddha? That's my only question, bro. You get me? So if you're on a panel with...
No, you haven't.
Hold on a sec, Randall. Hold on a sec, Goldilocks. Hold on a sec. So if you're on a panel and you hear a woman with the exact same sentiments that Randy just suggested, i.e., because he's lying down with something black, you get me? That's why we got chat. Are you gonna tell them, oh my God, he's up?
Absolutely.
No, what I'm
my
going
track record shows that now. Yeah.
Can I just respond to Nines?
Well, and all I would
Can I
say
just respond
is
to
that...
Nines? What I'm going to do is take Born Rich's points on board, and I'm going to mind my business and keep it moving.
Yeah, man, we got that, Randy. No problem.
Because I'll even say this now.
Go on.
I was just gonna say this because I'll even say this with Randy. Now, if we're having a religious conversation, I don't know, Randy. Sometimes we're on panels together where we're talking about food. Sometimes we're on panels where we're talking about just dating and relationships and marriage, not strictly black. Then absolutely, Randy, have your word. But if we're talking about black empowerment, black betterment, black power, the thing that the black man and woman has to go through, I think in those conversations, maybe it's best if you just mind your business.
Yeah, well, a lot of times on your panels, John, if I see a black panel and you're talking about those issues, I don't jump on. I might be in the chat, but I just listen. So, any other questions before I go?
I think Nanita had a question. I don't know.
Yeah, Goldilocks. My main thing, obviously, was the conversation we had the other night where, you know what I mean, I made the assertion and you said, you know, it's none of your business when it comes to their thing, but it is your business when it comes to our thing. I think you've come on the panel today and gave you the reasons as to why you believe, you know what I mean, as to why you believe you can have a say in our things. Obviously, you've said that you've dated, you know, many a black woman, you get me, and you've been on some marches, etc., etc., etc. So fair play, and all I'm saying to and you know what I mean, that's your answer. I can't argue with that. You get me? You know my thing.
Right. Thank
I'm
you,
just
Nines.
to the man them in particular.
Nanifa, can I quickly say something
wait,
before you go?
Finish.
There's a Randy on the male side, there's a Randy on the female side.
Right. So
I Goldilocks all on the man. So yeah, I'm just saying this.
Nines, who's the female Randy? I don't know who you're talking about, man.
All right. I've listened to Nanifa's points, and I've noted Born Rich's points, and I will now fall back on any black issues and just listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's great, fantastic.
All right, I'll catch you later, guys. Thank you.
All right, cool. I wanted to say something, Nines, about the question you put to Randy about do you see any black people working like in Turkish shops and that? Yeah. The reason why you won't see Turkish people hiring black people in sort of retail settings is because black people can speak English and they can get better jobs and better pay elsewhere. So the women that you see working in Turkish shops are usually immigrants like Bulgarians and whatever that just come new. Now, when it comes to one minute, let me just land my point. So when we're talking about, hold on, man, please. I've just got one thing to say.
That's true.
Listen. No, when it comes to skilled labor, why?
Because I am not listening, bro. I hear what you're saying,
but you're not letting me land my point.
No, because I don't need to. You get me? At the end of the day, I hear what you're saying in it, and it sounds, in theory, it sounds good in it. But we know that's not what it is.
You're not letting me finish my point. I'm not
gonna because
that's so rude though.
Yeah, but that's a remix. That's a remix, Con. We know Turkish. We know Turkish people. We know Turkish people hire Turkish people. We know Indian people hire Indian people. We know everybody's going to hire their own, bro. The Turkish, listen. Even in America, when I go in a Turkish shop, I don't see Bulgarians and Ukrainians. And,
listen to my point,
I don't see that. I see Turkish.
I'm being really patient here, man. Like you're really fucking with my emotions now. Listen, I was making a point, that where Randy sees people is different and where people actually are is different. So when we're talking about skilled labor, like my family, they got factories where they make clothes. Yeah, they hire black women who got skills on machining, overlocking, top machinists, all sorts of things. Yeah, they got black women working with them. Talk to a man like Sniper, who will tell you that in factory settings, my mum, his mum, and my next door neighbor's mum will all work side by side in those factories because they're skilled labor. But where Randy's seen people, like working on the tills in Yashar Halim, you're not gonna see any black women there because they hire immigrants and pay them really low money. So you're not going to see black women working for Turkish people in shops.
Listen. All right, I've given you your talk. Yeah, big up yourself. You try the thing. I get it. You get me?
What you mean?
All right, we'll move on. Yeah, because you're not coming to fucking, you know what I mean, fuse up the place. Yeah, I know Turkish people, bro. You see what I'm saying to you? Like I know them. I've been to Turkey. I've got Turkish people. I've been to their wedding, bro. Like, allow it. Stop it. Yeah, we speak very candidly. Yeah, stop this shit, fam. Just stop it, man. Like, allow it, man. Anyway, big up yourself. Sexy lion, man. Big up yourself, sexy lion. Well on, man. God damn.
Greetings, 99.
How are you?
I'm fine, absolutely fine. It's just what do they call it? Negrophobia or something. I mean, everyone can have their stores. Which is fine. Everyone can have their stores, but if Jamaicans want to do a Jamaican thing, that's wrong. If Gambians want to do a Gambian thing, that's wrong. You literally have in London a place called Chinatown that's run primarily by Chinese businesses. That's okay. Do you think they would allow a Jamaican town? They'd say that's racist. I don't know. It's just the double standards. I don't know. It's just that Negrophobia. If black people from, I don't know, Sierra Leone want to do something for their community, that's viewed as evil and viewed as bad, but everybody else can do it. The Pakistanis can do it, the Bangladeshis can do it, but not people from the Caribbean or Africa. It's just viewed as evil, as an attack on white fragility or something.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, brother. I was going to ask you, why do you think that is? Now, I've heard a theory that they saying if black people unite and really, really fight for their power, they're going to do oppress people the same way that they were oppressed. Y'all think it's any?
No, I just think it's guilt on their side, because deep down they probably acknowledge that their ancestors did really bad stuff, so they then assume that black people will do exactly what their ancestors did and do it to them. So they then think, no, we have to stop these blacks, because they know deep down, yeah, our ancestors did do this to these people, but we don't want them to come into power because they'll do the same thing to us, which isn't true. They can't prove it, but that's what they assume. They won't admit it, but that's why.
Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree with that, Larry, to be fair.
Oh,
I think
there was a place where I used to live which was called Japan Homes. It was literally an estate agency that specialized in purchasing property and renting property for Asians, East Asians, Japanese people, telling them how they could buy stuff in London. It was literally called Japan Homes, and it was to help Japanese people buy property in England, in London. Now, can you imagine if you had something called Jamaican Homes and it was to help Jamaicans buy property? Tommy Robinson would be complaining, oh, look at this, it's reverse racism.
absolutely, man. And that's why, you know what I mean, hashtag Fear of a Black Planet, man, because it just seems like others can do what they need to do and, you know what I mean, no problem. But when it comes to us, all sorts of shit comes in. It's a mad thing, man. It's history, man. It's history, man. But it's a shame still, to be fair. It's a shame because it's like you're getting both the in and outward fight. You know what I mean? You got the Afrophobics on the outside and the Afrophobics on the inside. It's a mad thing. It's a mad thing. But
I don't actually have a problem with it. I don't have a problem going to Brick Lane and I see the restaurants are run by Indians or Bangladeshis and they only hire Indians and Bangladeshis. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with going to parts of Harrow and I see businesses which are run and owned primarily by Indians. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with going to Hendon and I'll see businesses owned and run by Jewish people and they're hiring only Jews. It's like people want to do that, fine. So I don't see what the problem is. So if the Gambians want to do it or the Ghanaians want to do something like that, open up a store and hire only Ghanaians, yeah, fair play to them. I mean, the English do that in, Costa del Sol in Spain. They got their businesses where they serve all day English breakfasts and they got their pubs and they hire their people and they cater for their English brethren who come to Spain. So don't see what the problem is. Why they complain if
this is what I'm saying, Larry, man. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like, and we see this around the world in our own local, like in England, we have no problem with it. You get me? If anything, we just want to, replicate blah 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 whatever. But as soon as it's amazing. I'll be real, man. But yeah, man, I know exactly what it is. You get me? I just need the family to understand what it is. And I think, Aliri, you put it as, so eloquently. So, you know what I mean? They can't even say that it's all, you get me? Because if I say what you just said, you get me? But yeah, man, you get me? Biggie just saying the same thing again.
That's because you're very lenient. You see, I'm not even pro-black, but if I was going to be pro-black, ain't no non-blacks going to come on the panel. It's just going to be the blacks.
Nothing.
That's it. If I was going down that road, I think you guys you're quite lenient. Like you're interested in hearing their opinion, which is why you let them on. Because really, who cares what Triller thinks? Or if somebody's not on the same code as you, why are you entertaining them? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because I don't think the Indian community, when they're preparing for Diwali, they're calling the Jamaicans and the Guyanese to ask, well, how is this going to impact your community? And I don't think they give a monkeys. They're just doing it for their own people. That's it.
Well, no, can't argue with nothing you said that's a virgin. Can't argue with nothing that you said right there, man. So, gentlemen, have you got anything else to say? I know Buddha's here. You get me? And I've got something else to line up because I know Buddha's gone into a little battle this week also. And I found that very interesting, obviously. So, yeah, unless the man then want to say a couple other things, I got something else to play where seemingly it's all problematic. And again, when I'm seeing man like Buddha, you get me, Biggage getting and Ultra getting the sort of pushback that they're getting, and it could be argued that they don't even, they don't even represent. You get me? They're just, we know Buddha already. Buddha's Buddha, love everybody, love everything, blah 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 blah. But he appreciates the, and when you hear Buddha going into a discussion and getting remixed, for me, that's what I'm saying. Afrophobia is real. No one ain't telling me no different. Yeah. So unless man have got something else to say, I'm gonna play something else. All right.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing is that for the unsynchronized Sun people, you are the reason why we as synchronized Sun people have to do this. You cause a lot of problems and you cause a lot of hard work for the next generation. We have to clean up the things that you allow non-African people to deem as though they can interject in our thing. Every time you're around them, you don't know how to stay on code. You be around them, you have interracial relationship with them, etc. and that. And you cause all this. And the next generation, they have to try their best to maneuver. So this is why we have to do what we have to do in that. So I just want to say, you have to synchronize, or the next generation has to take all the load on what we haven't done. That's why we have to take responsibility. That's when people get angry about the biracial African, etc. No, some people, we take responsibility. We understand that as situations happen. So we're the only ones that's going to have to clean it up respectfully. Non-African people is not going to clean it up. We have to do it. So when people keep moaning and saying, no, we dropped this and dropped that, just remember the only people who's going to save black people are black people, with all due respect.
Kale, I wanted to ask you a question. Do you think if Jamaicans said Jamaican betterment instead of black betterment, do you think they would still get the same attack? So if there were Jamaicans coming together in, say, London or the UK, and they were doing something strictly for the Jamaicans, and they called it Jamaican betterment, would it be attacked as much as if they said black betterment? Maybe it's the word black that's just triggering people. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll still get attacked, because remember, when we're dealing with the Caribbean, Jamaican people, you know, we have ancestry. Some of us are Nigerian, Ghanaian, etc. And that. So remember, the Africans in the 17th century, particular Takkers Revolt, they rivaled with the non-Africans. It was a collective system with the Maroons, etc. So anything to do with Jamaica or anything, it's still linked to Africa. Remember, the Africans they've shown resilience, and they've definitely made non-African people think thrice about making moves. So it wouldn't make a difference, with all due respect, brother.
I'm glad you raised that point, actually, Larry, because I think someone else sort of mentioned something sort of similar, yeah? And what I kind of said to that is, okay, I hear that, but at the end of the day, yeah, for example, on equal opportunities forms, the word of black is on there, right? They ask you if you're black, British, black, blah, 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 black, black. Is that true or false?
Yeah, they ask you if you're black African, black Caribbean, black British, black other.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I'm saying, Sexy Lion, yeah, if they can use those sort of words on those sort of policies and that, which is what they are, and they use it for whatever reason, yeah, people ain't getting triggered there, but they're going to get triggered when we use it, when we're going to use the word black betterment. That doesn't make any sense, because the next thing I also wanted to say is, there's so many words with the word black in it that people don't get triggered. They get me black male, black jack, black whatever, you know what I mean? Black fucking witch, blah, 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 all with negative connotations. I don't hear people looking to bun that out saying, oh, well, you know what, I think that's really unfair that all the words with black in it are quite negative, this whilst all the words with the word white in it are quite positive. No, I ain't heard a fight about that. You get me? But when we come in and use the word black love, you know what I mean? Black betterment, bare war.
Yeah, it's like you said, what was it? You said Afrophobia. I remember the old words, which was Negrophobia. If a group of black people were protesting outside a police station because a black woman or a black man was killed in custody, which is wrong, many people would automatically view those black people as being antisocial. I don't know, it's just the look, you know, having the black skin. That triggers people. When you see black people coming together, it triggers them more so than if they saw, I don't know, Thai people coming together or Chinese people coming together. They wouldn't really be that triggered. But they suddenly see black people, whether they're Caribbean, North American, African, South American, they see them coming together. It could be 4 of them just coming together to protest against something. This is black supremacy.
The only time that they're not triggered, Larry.
No, when
we're dancing.
That's it.
You hear me? When we're dancing and eating chicken, they're not triggered then. You know what I mean? But if we come together and say, "Yo, we're on some," it gets sticky for us, man. If we're out here daggering and bunning weed and get me, you know what I mean? It's all good. Not a problem. They'll all post us started and like, when blood cleat, get me? Yeah, but it's a what? I'm telling you. So, like I say, class is in session, man. It's a mad thing, man.
It's like that Public Enemy album from years ago, the 80s. I'm showing my age. What was it?
Black Planet. Come on. That's my hashtag at the moment, man. Come on, man. Yeah. Fear of a Black Planet, man. You know I went to that concert, man. Oh my God. But I won't digress. I shall not digress. But you know what it is as well? In fact, let me digress a bit. Because this is what I'm trying to say about the sort of multiculturalism. It could be argued that I grew up in, maybe compared to today, or if it's just the all right, Kushti, goddamn. Or if it's the multiculturalism of today, right? Because I'm saying, when I was growing up, like, for example, I actually grew up in multicultural Britain. I actually grew up around other people, yeah? I may not have lied down with them, you get me? But we definitely had interpersonal relationships. You see what I'm saying to you, right? Now, as people know, yeah, just for let me see if I can, just for the sake of, hold on a sec, work with me, family, hold on. As they were out
you're being very lenient about the 80s. The 80s, I remember, they didn't use words like multiculturalism or diversity or equality politically. I mean, black folk were still trying to survive the riots. You had Brixton riots, Liverpool riots, riots in Bristol.
No, absolutely. And again, I'm glad that you've even mentioned those things. You get me? What? I'm glad you've even mentioned them things, Olivia, because the point that I'm making is, for me, the non-black people of my time, you get me? Big up yourself, Matt. God damn.
Man, what the fuck? Nah, you done sold it. Oh my God. Kale, what did you see that, brother Kale? She done sold out. Man. I'm going back on mute. I can't believe that.
Man, no, you don't have to go on mute, man, because I was the same then. And this is the difference, bro, but we'll go into that. But the point I'm making is, yeah, the point I'm making is, you see, even that person that I just showed there, yeah, these are people that I come up with. But the point I was really trying to make is that they understood, and still do understand, you get me, what we went through. You see what I'm saying to you? What it is. You get me? So when if he was to hear the discussions that we have, you know what I mean, he wouldn't have the same kind of outrage and this and that and this and that the other people have. You get me? Because that's what I'm trying to say. Today, people are not listening to understand, they're just listening to poke holes. You get me? Because at the end of the day, we also have to acknowledge that even in them times when them fights were being fought, you know what I mean, in some instances, there were also other persons fighting alongside. You see what I'm saying to you? Because they understood the injustices, this, that, and the other. You get me? And if we want to go a bit further, we can say the same thing sort of throughout sort of history in terms of, do you know what I mean? Civil rights, this, that, and the other, abolishment of slavery, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? There were people on the other side, you get me, that understood the injustice. And as such, you see it, blah, 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 blah. So that's why I'm finding it a little bit quite interesting today, where there's been so much more history, this, that, and the other, so much more information, this, that, and the other, whereby people can still be having these sort of Afrophobic kind of vibrations towards the thing. You get me? Like what we just heard from Triller, you know what I mean? Like, like we're gonna hear shortly. Do you know what I mean? So that was just really the point I was trying to make. You know what I mean? You know, definitely in them times when there were definitely persons outside of our community that could appreciate or understand what it is that we were talking about, fighting against this, that, and the other.
Yeah, but Sister Naifa, it was never done with themselves to fight for it. It was always done with us, and that's very problematic.
No, that's fine. I'm not disputing that bit.
You understand what I'm saying in that? Right.
No, that's fine. I'm not disputing that, but I'm just making that point. You see what I'm saying to you? Because if you were to listen to some of the rhetoric of today, you wouldn't think that were the case. You get me? It's just straight hate. Just you lot can't do. You know what I mean? Like we're seeing, like, you know what I mean, witnessing in the last couple of weeks, and that's why I'm saying that I'm a little bit surprised to hear some of the rhetoric of some of the people. Do you know what I mean? Because if you've grown up here and seen Wagwan, you shouldn't be making some of these sort of you get me, testimonies, as it were.
Yeah, but the thing is, sis, is that if they would have organized themselves sincerely in that, a lot of our relatives who were fighting in the 80s riots and that wouldn't have got locked up. A lot of us wouldn't need to go to Africa. Hold on, beloved. We wouldn't need to go to Africa to hide out. You see what I'm saying in that? So for me personally, in that, those whose relatives were fighting in the 80s in that thing, because non-African people prefer to kind of subjugate and rely on the benefit in that, right? I'll give homage to them. But until then, because they ain't done nothing, it's still the same, beloved. The 80s and 70s is still now. They're still around us when we want to do something, even though we don't have collective power. That's wrong. Because when you read up history, the destruction of that civilization, when the Mamluks, when them Turks, right, were enslaved, right, by the Arabs, right? The Afro-Arabs, we want to say that, right? It was the Africans and some of the Afro-Arabs that rescued them. You understand? We've always rescued these people, right? When they've been enslaved, etc. And that. When it's our turn now, there's always a problem. So until they collectively do amongst themselves without relying on us, they're not no friends. Garvey says it, and Dr. John Henry Clark, sorry, said the same thing. We don't have no friends, beloved. You see what I'm saying? In that we don't have no friends, man, and it's sad,
No, okay, no
but we don't have
problem.
no friends. No friends.
No, look, all right, no problem. I ain't no problem with that. Yeah, no, I hear that still, but yeah, I still make my slight assertion, but overall, I hear that still, no problem, man. But yeah, I was definitely just making. Oh god, I was just definitely making the point still. Right. So,
Yeah, now read the back. Bless up, family. Bless up.
Yeah, go on. That's what I'm saying. Go on then, because I can't do it though. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Let me say.
No, let me. I'll do it. I'll do it. 'Cause I got a special one. I'm not having these two running around here like that. I'm not having it.
All right then, cool. All right then, so listen, happy Sunday, everyone. Big up the people that are in the building. Obviously, make sure you slap that like button. I mean, hopefully everyone's potties well, some people have probably done it already to rotted, but Manasa nothing. But yeah, unless the gentlemen have got anything else to say, I'm gonna present something else. Hopefully we can maybe have a little chat about it. But as Buddage is here as well, you know what I mean? Because like I said, do you know what I mean? Good-natured Buddage is out here, and boy, it's not even working for the Buddage and that. So make we see what I go on still. Make we see what good. All right. Black Power family, Black Power, man. But yeah, big up yourself, Illyri, man. I heard every word you said, trust me. And yeah, can't even say television. Right, where am I? Come on, Nines, let's get this.
Quick check, Nine. Quick check. Yes or no?
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna. Oh, see. Oh, God, hold on. Hold on. Let's have a quick. See how quick I can do this. Gee. Yo, Bomba, I saw you go on, man. How you mean?
Benny and Ultra, move one side, man. Move one side.
Hey, go those two. God, cheese. God damn. Boy, that's so cheese and peas and wheeze. My sort of thing said. Say
that this son sister them pan the panel.
Why? Like this, I'm mad up the place, you know. People they mad.
Cheese and peas.
Listen, mad up the place, man.
Like another 2 weeks worth of videos. Yes, sis. Behave yourself.
I'm telling you, all around the place, me I see myself to blood clean. I tell you, but yo, oh God, yo, I saw it. Look, yo, my God, gee. You know what? I know exactly who took that. Big up yourself, Gemini.
Come on, Gemini.
Big
Come
up
on.
yourself, Gemini, man. No, so Gemini settings. God, woo! As well,
watch the one holy harass them in the back. Sis, watch the whole heap harass them in the back. Come on.
No abomination with no business. Hey, and the coming in the and toes hating me. All right. All right, that gassed me actually.
Oh God, come on now, tell them. Goddess up in this what?
This busy. All right, we. All right. Ooh, hold on a sec. All right, family. Sorry about that. All right. So yeah. Make the people them go on. Yeah, I tell you, sir. Yeah. You know, I love it, man. I love it, man. Right, let's do this. Let's get back to Bismarck. Okay. What am I doing, man?
God, oh God.
Hold on. It's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. All right, bam. All right, anyway, let's have a little listen to this anyway and tell me what the people think. Big up yourself, Buddhage, because you know what I mean. I threw your day as still, you know, yeah, I want to big you up still, because yeah, I tell you what. So hold on a second, family.
Go to your audio. See if you've got the right speaker working.
Okay. Now I can hear something, but it's not coming through my earpiece.
Oh, okay. Did you want to join in the discussion? Okay.
I think he was being racist to him because he was drunk.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for coming up. Sorry about that, Buddha.
I think he was being racist to him because he was drunk. Like, you shouldn't be doing that, man. They're people as well.
No. Next time, listen to what the conversation is and then come up to join in. You can wait in the back for a little while if that's what you want to do. And then if you feel ready to come up and join in the conversation, let me know. So go on, Buddha.
Yeah, I think I've stated everything I want to say. I mean, I don't think I could make it more clearer. This whole doing for self. I mean, it's like you know what? It's like we're drowning. Yeah, someone's drowning and we're trying to swim to shore, and you're like, hold up a minute, hold up, stay there. Give your name, give your number. Where have you come from? What boat would you want? What color was the boat? How many propellers did it have? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let me get to the shore. Let me do my own thing and save my own life. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how it feels when it says like, we need to know what you guys are doing. We need to know because we're scared of separatists. We're scared of, do you know what I mean? It's mad.
Oh, no, don't get it wrong. We're not scared of separatists. I'm not scared of separatists because I know that should it ever get to that stage, it would probably be black people that would lose just by sheer numbers, and by the fact, and by the fact that the majority of the power is still within the white hands at the moment. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, and that may need to change as time goes on. But what I am saying is that you can't
change as time goes on. How would it change?
Naturally.
Like what do you mean by change? What does that mean?
So we've already seen that there are more people that are in higher office than before from ethnic minorities, which is a natural progression. And I'm sure that sooner or later we will eventually have a black prime minister in this country.
And would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
Wouldn't bother me. Why would it?
Yeah, to be honest with you, anyone that's involved in government of any color, just because somebody's black, don't mean, they're going to be positive for us.
Yeah,
right. So
I agree with you. Just because they're black, they're not necessarily a supremacist. Yeah.
Well, not so much a supremacist. I mean, again, like, unless you get a supremacist black person who becomes.
We live in a country where we believe that the governance is inclusive, and we've seen from Sadiq Khan what happens if they're not.
And I agree. I believe that we should live in an inclusive society, and an inclusive society should allow for us to do better. I don't get that, like, Do you get what I'm saying? To me, it's really like confusing. Like, unless it's like a dictatorial thing where it's like a totalitarianism, like you will do what we say, you can't do what you want to do. We will only tell you what you can and can't do. Now, I don't want to live in a society like that. I want to be free to do whatever the fuck I want to do. So if that means starting up a business or buying property, whatever the fuck it is, yeah, I should be free to do that.
But you
as
are.
should everybody. Exactly. So, but that's what I'm saying. We are. Hence why black betterment is not breaking any laws or breaking any rules or edicts or anything.
It is if you don't employ white people or Chinese people or Asian people.
Right. So, okay. So if I've got a family that I need to provide with, and I open a shop selling books, let's say, am I going to give the job of a cleaner to one of my family members, or am I going to give it to someone who's outside, say, a Puerto Rican or a Mexican or a Chinese or whatever, and take food out of that person, my family member's mouth, and give it to somebody else? Like, when you've got family-run restaurants, you've got family-run butchers and all these kinds of different things, that's not a problem. But as soon as black people do it, it's I don't know. Like, everyone's been doing it from time. I don't get why, you know, there's so
but
much
if people were to, if white people were to start making complaints, and the government actually held up white people's complaints, because I do believe that if a black person made a complaint of racism when they went for a job in an Asian shop, that it probably would be upheld. But if a white person did it, I don't believe it would be.
Well, no, the laws are quite clear. Like, you cannot discriminate.
They are clear, but they're
right.
not.
So
you can't discriminate.
Exactly. That's what I just said. You cannot discriminate. Okay, cool. But if you've got a small family-run business like the bakery or the butchers or all of these small businesses, and which from when I was a kid, that's what I knew England and London as. The butcher man, the pie and mash shop man, all his families. Do you know what I'm saying? That was family-run businesses. That's the thing I missed, to be honest with you. So having that back again, I don't see where there's a problem with that. If you're going to be a multi-million company, I don't know, let's say like GlaxoSmithKline, like ICI, or one of these big conglomerates, and it's just pure black people in there, not one white person, not one Indian, not one Chinese, I can understand where there'd be an issue there, because it'd be discriminatory. So yeah, I do get that. But on the same token, if we look at ICI and we look at GlaxoSmithKline, how many black people sit at the top of the food chain? So why is it, if that's the case, there's no black people up there, why is it okay not to have black people, but we must have white people? Does that...
I think that's a case of the population's age. So we have a culture in Britain, or we used to have, not so much now, and I think they tried to change that up with MVQs and all of the the voluntary redundancies that they did and stuff like that, and changing the job description, which was actually a loophole to hustle, but whatever. But so you used to come out of school, and if you wasn't going to go into academics, you would go into a job. You'd start your career at the bottom and you'd work your way up. And when you got yourself into a good position, you held on to it, and you had like 30-year careers, and you stayed in that career. And there are still a lot of people in a lot of those companies that have done exactly that, because it's still within that lifetime. And until those people die off out of their positions and the position becomes vacant, you're not really going to get a change. And so unfortunately, that's what the problem is. It's nothing down to being discriminatory. I'm not saying there's no cases, because obviously there would be some. But in the majority of cases, it's just the fact that people are holding on to their positions, and they've rightfully earned it from coming up from the bottom.
Do you know what? I'll accept your answer. And your answer is going to be the same answer I'm going to give you for black people when they want to start a business. There's no white people at the top. It's the same reason that you've just given.
No, because you're talking about a time I'm telling you that a lot of these people came out of school at a time when it was majority white in a much higher majority than what it was now. The demographics were a much higher demographic of white people.
All right, cool. But you're giving me the cause. You're giving me the cause as to why. And I'm saying to you, forget the cause. It still happened and it's still happening. And so there's no reason why it can't happen for us as well. I don't see it as a negative. I can't think of many black people that want to be the head of ICI or GlaxoSmithKline. If you've got that kind of
why wouldn't they? So why wouldn't they want to go in and work their way up and then get to the top of a business?
If they're that talented, they should do for themselves, to be fair. Like Elon Musk. If you look at that guy, he was working for whoever he was working for.
But you know yourself that not every member of the black community is going to be that talented. Because not every member of the white
I don't know
community
about that.
is.
I think, like you said, we live in different times. I've been so impressed with the young black people.
So you are a supremacist then?
How so? How so?
Because you actually believe that all people that are black are of such high quality that they should be able to do for themselves.
I didn't say that. I don't know where you got that from, but
because I just explained to you.
I didn't even finish off what I was saying, and you just jumped in with that comment. I don't know why you did that, but let me finish what I'm saying. I'm saying the caliber and education of the young people, the black young people today, both male and female, is because when I was younger, the majority of black people that done the best were black girls, black females. Now it's an even kill. There's so many young, intelligent black females and males who I reckon could aspire and do many different things in their lifetimes. So I've got a lot of hope and I've got a lot of trust in these younger generation.
Okay, no, I don't. I'm not going to tell you not to have a lot of hope and inspiration for the younger generation. I think everybody should have that for all of the younger generation. But what I will say to you is this, that there is a reality. And the reality in this country is that Black British are in exactly the same problem as working class white people, middle class white people, and top class white people. You know, they have for every Black person, I could find somebody equally akin in the white culture. And if we were to go to academically,
what the
you will find that they're
does that
exactly
mean?
the same at the bottom of the table.
What
Whereas
the
black people that come from outside of this country actually excel and do a lot better. Now, it might be to do with the way they're raised, and it may be to do with the fact that the system is not doing something right. And I would say that is the case.
Hold on a
It's one
minute.
of the
What
reasons why
type
I
of
do believe that the two demographics need to stand together and recognise.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my good God, man. Hold on. Listen to this. This is the other fucking Sikh psychopath here. One of the supremacist females was exposed on Sunday when she tried to pull up a different host about having mixed relations when herself was on holiday with a man of the opposite domination. This triggers the fuck out of the pussy out there. Alright, Kushti's come. Let me stop that. Big up yourself, Kushti. Hold on.
Big up, bless up, family.
Alright, what you say, man?
First of all, Illyri, is he there still?
Sexy Lion's here still, man. Hold on.
Oh, maybe he's away. I just wanted to say big up. It's been a very long time, boy.
Yeah.
It's good to hear
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, how are you? Just literally, as I was walking through the door, I suddenly heard, Illyri. Whoa, great timing. Yeah, it's good to hear your voice, because she's been a very, very long time.
It's been too long, bro. It's good to hear you, coming true.
Still online, fighting the good fight.
Well, I'm here and there. When these lot want to be synchronized,
There's what's his
Man
name?
down, woman down, woman down, woman down.
But I'll always catch you lot before you lick down the concrete. Don't worry. While you're screaming and fighting.
True, that's good to hear.
But who else is there? So I'll go on, Feli. You can't say hello.
What on Kushti? What you saying, man?
What are you saying? Black betterment, humanitarian.
Come on. Humanitarianism to the world.
Yeah, well, go on. I see you writing them slanders about your sister Kushti.
Nah, man, I never write no standards about you, man. Yeah, no. You've been looking for me, cuz, man. You're trying to hold the flame to my back, cuz. You get me?
Why would you say that, bro? You've been up to no good.
No, I'm always up to good work still, man. But
You've been unsynchronized, my brother, my humanitarian brother.
Oh, come on, man. You know what I mean? Feed the world, make it a better place. You hear me? You hear me? Jeez. Mm-hmm.
Did pigs fly as well while you were singing that?
Hey.
Let me ask you a question though. Yeah, as a humanitarian. What's the problem? What, you don't want to talk to me, right?
No, I'm good, man. But yeah, see, now you know what I was hiding from you, man.
All right, shall I back off then?
You can ask any questions you want. I'm here to answer a couple questions.
No, man, I'm not trying to give you misery, man. I'm here to represent black betterment, not black despair.
All right.
Ali is off. Do you know what I mean? Big G Block don't want to hear from his sister, innit? But it's cool, innit?
Man. You can ask me questions still, man. I was just listening about it.
And you know why I come to you anyways, because I know you can handle it. Don't me. I mean it. I genuinely think that you can handle it. You know that I come from a position of love. And also we're always gonna be good regardless. Yeah. So let me just ask you a question. You seen about this M.R. guy? Don't choke it. I see there's this new one as well, Extreme or something like that. It was just streaming while Nines was on as well. And I was just thinking, do you think as black people, as black betterment, we should be pointing the finger at you humanitarian, you black humanitarian for this? It's getting out of control, this M.R. this new one that I quickly just saw. What do you think?
Boy, I know, cuz, man. I don't even know my man.
You haven't heard about this M.R. guy? This white. I might be saying his name wrong, actually. Sorry, I might be saying his name wrong because you know how I stay with these people. But it's the white you with the Jamaican accent. I've heard you discuss it, so I don't know why you don't know him now, though. Still,
I heard M.R. still. I haven't heard of that Extreme you still. I did see a clip on Young Sprays the other day.
Yeah. So what do you feel about that as a humanitarian? Do you think that's all calm because like we're all one? So a man can go around questioning like black women about their heritage and talk patois and bumbleclot up the place.
Heritage.
Well, to be honest, he wasn't the one who asked. He just asked her, when was the last time you were in Jamaica, because of the culture had changed. It was the other guy, Spray, who said that M is more Jamaican than her. It was and he's from Dominica, and he said that he was winding her up.
But he was playing mind games,
you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point because that's true. Because and he'd probably consider himself a humanitarian as well.
Young Spray.
Yeah.
Young
Spray is definitely all through the world, all for the world. Love who you love, and he definitely has got a chip on his shoulder about people that love themselves because he calls them the pro-black lot.
You're absolutely right. You're 100% right, because when Tommy Robinson was there, he was cool with Tommy. So he was like, yeah, he's a humanitarian. He didn't want to see the bad in Tommy. He was like, yeah, Tommy's okay. Every now and again, he'd try and check Tommy when Tommy would say something about Islam he didn't like. But he was cool with Tommy. So yeah, you're right. Because he's like, yeah, he's a humanitarian.
But that was the first time nobody could. Was he supposed to be harsh before he speaks? I don't know about that.
What do you mean? That's what you're supposed to do.
Chance, isn't it?
You're supposed to put him under the fire.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a Muslim, innit? Like, so obviously, as far as he's concerned,
come on now, you're coming on a black channel. If you're gonna be put under any smoke, it should be under a black channel, though. No, even if you don't come off.
Yeah, but it's be small with Islam, cause with black people. So yeah, like.
I hear you.
Not as far as I know.
Humanitarian point, then, like.
Well, black Muslims at least. But gone humanitarian.
Yeah, I think I might have.
I've got to ask though, because I'm glad Kushti brought it up. I'm like, yeah, I've always been curious. What do Jamaicans think? This white guy, he has the flag. He's repping the Jamaican flag. He's doing the patois. He's doing the songs. There are a lot of Jamaicans who like him. Yeah, is he offensive? Is he disgusting? Is it like what Kushti is saying? But I'm curious about it.
He's Marmite, innit, man? Some people love him, some people hate him, cause Marmite, cause really much you can do about that still. It's really the people that's paying for his music or whatever, innit? Like, if they're buying it, then he's gonna sell it.
Let's get down to the brass tacks. Notting Hill Carnival. If he turns up on one of the sound systems and you're there and he's doing his thing, are you gonna dance to his music?
I don't really like M.R's tunes still, man. They're not for me still, personally.
You better not be winding down to that, you.
But oh my days, that's still right. That's still. But differently though, like like Gentleman. I didn't know he was white until I saw his picture. I think
who this M.
No, not M.R. I'm saying Gentleman. He does like one drop reggae, innit?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I didn't know that my man was white to the. I saw a picture of him, innit? Like, so again, if it's authentic and it sounds correct, then I can't knock it, innit? Like, it's really there.
No. What I would say is, if there was an artist out there doing dancehall and he was really good using the patois, everything, and it turns out he was Nigerian, I know enough Jamaicans would bun fire on him.
Nah, they wouldn't, man. They wouldn't, man, because that's how I know that man don't really know about the reggae thing and all that as well, because there is reggae artists from all over the world. You get me? That do play music in Jamaica, innit? And depending on what genre they're in, like even on Rebel Salute, Big Tony Rebels stage, Tony Rebels, Pro Black, Muta Baruka and all them. Yeah, Big Rebel Salute, man, you'll see certain man from like different reggae artists from all over Africa coming over there to play still, man. So yeah, man, it's not.
No,
I
hear you. There's been some artists throughout our history, but I would definitely say they're not the majority of whatever genre.
No, not the majority.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, so you think this M. and this new one, is a continuation of that?
Well, it's like I'm saying, fam. If Extreme, that's his name, right? Extreme.
Yeah, I think.
When I heard him speak on the first time I heard him speak on the thing, I was like, right, he sounds it sounds like kind of like a Jamaican still. So if his tunes are any good and he's got bars or whatever and it sounds authentic, then he might be able to pass, innit? Like that. And if people want to buy his music, then yeah, it works. If not, then another one, innit?
I hear you. At least you answered. You know what I mean? You know me and you disagree on this anyway, cause I don't think this is a good look, innit? Personally. And I hear your argument about, or not even an argument, because we're not having an argument, but I hear what you're saying about throughout our history we've had them, but the caliber of this dude, where
I understand the point that you're trying to make here. Mm-hmm. If you was True My Man don't sound authentic and M.R. sounds like he's trolling him. Yeah. If you did a No My Man, you'd think he was trolling or taking the piss or whatever.
Yeah.
So why the Jamaican fan would get vexed? all white like, man. It depends, innit? Like, he's gonna be Marmite. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo.
It's like hip hop. Back in the day, in the 80s, Black British people who would do hip hop, they would do it with an American accent. They don't get much love in the 21st century because the generation that does grime and does drill, they rap in their own accent. They don't do the thing where they try and imitate the Black Americans. It's the same.
London Bossy. London Bossy get love today because they had the UK accent back then.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. They stick with. So even though I don't like grime or drill, that's the one thing I respect about that younger generation. They're doing it with their own accent. They're not putting on some fake American accent. So when I see this guy doing his thing, I swear, the first time I saw him, I thought he was like one of those white Jamaicans because they do exist. It's a small community. They do exist. So I thought he was from that community. So I didn't think anything of it. But then when I found out that he's an English guy who has this love of Jamaican culture, traveled there, then he started putting on the accent. I had to start laughing because then I thought he's cosplaying as a Jamaican. So that's the best thing.
Yeah. We're entitled to have our opinions, innit? Whether we like hate or whatever, innit? Like, so, and again, like, if he's making money and he's getting shows in Jamaica and getting flown out to play this show, that show, and whatever, how really?
No, but I think it's the white thing. I think it's the white thing. I think if a Jamaican was doing exactly what he was doing, they would just be like average. Whereas if it's a white person,
black Jamaican,
yeah.
And I think because he said, I agree with both you brothers on that, because he did say in the interview that he gets more love, like when it comes to black people, he'll get more love from actual Jamaicans in Jamaica than he does from the black people in the UK.
Yeah, but the random thing is like that Hillary said, it's a cosplay thing, isn't it?
Exactly. It's a novelty to them. So where he goes around, and you've got this white English boy literally putting on an accent to be you. To them, it's just a novelty. But man will ride that out as, I'm loved. Come back over to the UK, do an interview and think that you can talk on the difference between the black people in Jamaica and the black people over here. Black people over here knew you grew up in Kent. Something Isles. Like the man's not even a London. Literally, that was exactly it. Isle of Sheppey. I started cracking up. So the only time you said you went to a whole white school and you had a bit of an afro, and because your name was you didn't feel connected to the white community. Your older sister goes and buck up with a black man, and you go to Lewisham, and now you've just discovered what you are. That's a joke.
I mean, I'm not repping for Snow. I'm not repping for Snow. But when Snow did his thing, at least he did it with his funny Canadian accent in Farmer. So you knew he wasn't like, he was copying Jamaica.
Snow had a big tune in Yard though as well, though, you know.
I know.
I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know it still.
But when you heard it, it was his accent. He was doing a bad job, but it was his accent. This guy literally sounds like, and it was embarrassing. I thought he was literally like a white Jamaican. And when I found out,
that was MC Shan, the legendary MC Shan as well was in that video.
Oh man, I don't know, but
you know, like he had another tune as well, yeah. With Beanie Man, Terror Fabulous. Who else is on it? Bare People's on it still. And he sings the chorus. Yeah, Snow. It's a big tune as well. I bet you heard it before. I bet Kushti's bubbled to it before as well. Yeah. Kushti, you know what I'm talking about as well. That's why he went. Really zip that one, I like.
Don't be unsynchronized. Don't be unsynchronized, my humanitarian brother. I don't know what you're talking about. Kushti only bubbles to black MCs. You see me? But Code, you see Extreme, was he born in Jamaica? Did he grow up in Jamaica? Can you just let me know that? I didn't know that he was in Birmingham. I just wondered if he knows that information still, because like I said, I only heard a clipper of him today.
Which women do you think M. Dot is dating most of the time?
He said he's married to a black woman.
Oh, okay. Is she Jamaican as well?
No, she's American apparently.
All right.
But what was interesting as well is his attitudes between about Jamaican women, how they're too wanty, and all they want is money. He said that bold and brass in the interview as well. And this is what I'm saying to my fellow humanitarians. It's like, when does the point where they just got to have a point of respect and they can't? Because if we bust the door open, now they, like the kind of genesis of this show is outsiders just having this emphasis of talking on our thing and thinking they got ownership on our thing. And the way that he spoke to the black woman was very disrespectful. She was pregnant. So, do you know what I mean? The humanitarian...
Which one, in your opinion, was more disrespectful? The white guy or the Dominican?
No,
the guy from Dominica. Sorry,
brother Elry, I am 100% with you. You know my mindset ain't changed yet. I've always said you got to deal with the ones inside before you handle the beast outside. So I think the brother sitting there was the one who is to be blamed, because had he have just once in that interview just shown a bit of something and shown that there's a level of respect that we're going to give to the sister.
That's not his style though of his interviews, isn't it? He does that wind up thing of busting jokes and so on, so. Like, that's his style, isn't it? So
yeah,
like,
but
that
bro,
was expected.
why do we have to? But respect the style, bro. But why do we have to respect scenery? Like, bro, why should we?
Listen,
why do we? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, because I never said it has to be respected. I said that was expected, isn't it?
Oh,
like, that's his style. That's what he would do, innit? Like, so if he was like M.R. was saying something, making it sound like he was more Jamaican, yeah, he would have winded up Ice Cream and said, yeah, of course, he's more Jamaican than you. Yeah, winded her up, and then obviously watch her got a little bit angry. Obviously, not go over the top on, but just because he does that wind up thing, innit?
Yeah, but she fully went over the top. Like, she started having to list out her family. She was shouting. Like, there was no point. And he was just there smiling and giggling. Like, he would let her carry on, fully pregnant. And I get you're saying that that's his style, but I just think, yeah, I think that's the problem as well. It's just, I think that's the problem. That's one of the biggest problems, is man like him. And I get that he's like loved a lot for a lot of people within our community. But I'd be interested to see his analytics though. Like, if it is like majority black people that rock with him still. Especially after his stunt with Tommy Robinson's, where he made his position clear. Now with this M. guy, and then him bringing Extreme, I'd be really interested to see his analytics. Like, I know what people might presume or want to presume that it may be, but I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to look.
You know what though, yeah, you got to be realistic here. Say Tommy Robinson said he wanted to do an interview on 9 for show or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, of course, 9 would interview him. Might not ask the same sort of questions that Young Spray Art took the angle that she would just do it in her own style, wouldn't it? Like, so maybe that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? Like, expecting Spray to conduct the interview how you would have conducted it, you're always going to be disappointed, right? Because he's never going to do what you wanted him to do.
No. That's not my argument. Like I said, I know what he is and what he stands for. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm saying that whole setup is the problem, because I think, and especially like from the Black Betterment point of view, that's all we hold up. That's all we've got. In regards to media, all of a sudden, all we've got is people in his kind of positions.
There are people with other podcasts that speak, that have different styles as well, man. That ain't nothing like Young.
I mean, to me, Velly, innit? I'm just saying that.
Have you heard of the 90s Baby Show? The 90s Baby Show.
Yeah, and they've just recently had to do an apology, right?
Do you know what I'm saying? That, but their thing is, even if they have to do it, whatever they have to do it, but I'm just saying, like, their style's their own little style, how they do their thing.
Yeah, and I know rock, and like, you know, let me not knock it. It's a good thing as well. Yeah. The Three Brothers, the 90s, the 90s Baby, I've seen it a few times. I'm subscribed. I've supported the thing. So yeah, they're not bad. But this is what I'm saying. Everything is more either on the total lax, like, I'm a whole sellout kind of vibe. So come on my show and you'll get a soft interview, but you can still appeal and be appealing and have an outlet to go to the mass of black people. That's a problem. And then maybe the more easier lot are the ones where we're still mainstream. We're definitely not going to stand for any kind of black progress, right? But we're not going to be endorsing or giggling with M. Dot, like to the point of like a sellout of what he is to me. And this is what I'm saying. Now, on the side of, okay, you know what? Let's just have a black focus, black centered. Like, if you're going to come on and disrespect the sister, it will get shut down. Something about progression, opportunities, you know, just something on that kind of level. I do not see enough of them kind of doing it. The best that you could probably give me is probably like a 90s baby, or there's another guy as well who used to be at a gym, but he's not at a gym. Like, he had an outside gym, a black brother, and he's recently
Chisel.
Yeah,
Chisel.
yeah.
Right.
So there is brothers that are talking sense, but it's just like I
So,
said.
he's still got a show, you know.
Has he?
Yeah, he still did his show. His Gabs has still got the restaurant in Sydney.
Yeah.
The restaurant down there and all that. So,
You're very diplomatic. You mean you like that stuff? I think all of that stuff is just pure trash. It's like everything that you see is like EastEnders. You don't see anything of substance.
Well, this is what I was trying to say. Exactly. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and the few people who are trying to do what you're saying, unfortunately, they exist, but they don't bring in the views. So it seems if you do a bit of coonery and buffoonery, that's how your channel's gonna explode. So that's popular. I see all this stuff on TikTok or YouTube, and I can't relate to any of it. It's either people complaining about relationships between black women and black men, or they're doing some other stuff. It's like either like the red pill type stuff, or they do like the Young Spray thing where they just bring in all these musicians and they just have a laugh and say jokes, but they're not deadly serious. That's like what's popular. And I guess loads of people like that kind of stuff, but I think it's all trash. That's just me.
So, like, when something happens within our community, or there's infiltration, or there's some sort of scandal in our community, when that's all you've got, that's what's going to start interviewing. That's the voice of black people asking questions. And that's a problem. Because now you got people like Tommy Robinson going to people like Spray and talking about, well, I've addressed the black community. No, you ain't.
no, he went on a couple other different panels as well. Still, just my man.
Exactly, but it's exactly what you're saying, Kush. All of a sudden, black people get treated like a monolith, and that YouTube channel will represent all black people's opinions. Exactly. He went on. I think he went on one called the Domino Effect or Domino something. That's another. Yeah, he went on the next one. That was a pathetic. No, it was Mark Collette from Patriotic Alternative. He went on Domino Effect. And it was clearly obvious that those two black hosts, they hadn't done their research on Patriotic Alternative, because he was just there giving a speech on saying, well, we're not racist, we're not this. It's like you were literally like in the skinhead neo-Nazi type stuff back in the 80s. You literally had a member of your group who was like the head of the fitness department who is now in prison. I debated against that guy on what's Zubayda's channel. He wouldn't accept that he was a white. Yeah, Chris Kearns, that's his real name. I debated against him more than once. The guy is literally now in prison. He was arrested, extradited back to the UK, put on terrorism charges because he was disseminating neo-Nazi stuff on the platform Telegram.
Wow.
So they could have mentioned that to Mark Collette. I've literally seen live streams where Mark Collette, it was him, it was Charlie Big Potatoes. And I think this was back in the day when Ralph was still friends. They had Ralph there as well, but they've removed all that stuff from the internet now, from YouTube. They could have questioned him. How is it that you have colleagues who are now in prison under the terrorism, and you're saying that your organization has nothing to do with racism? But they didn't ask any of those questions. They hadn't done their research. It's like, and these are supposed to be the people now who are like representing black people. Well, I spoke to the black people. I spoke to them on the Domino show and on this show. And it's like, are you serious? That's why I understand what you're saying, Kushti. It's like that they'll become the
That's not like, obviously that's not the representation for all black people.
They're saying that's obvious for us, though, Veli. It's not an obvious thing. We are always subjugated to this as black people. How many times have you seen it on? I've been there where you've shut down people coming and saying that they talking with chest like they know something, and they've got it from some idiot that thinks because he's gone to 1-2 black spaces, that's gospel. or because
Sure.
we all know that black friend, where between you and me, bro, I think that black friend that they all talk about is a blatant humanitarian. Yeah, because this humanitarian black friend is letting them get away with how much things, and they just think they could come to all black people now because they're one black friend or their black neighbor or their uncle Sutton's with a black woman or whatever that we always hear. So come on, bro. We know that, but they don't know that, and that's why I say it's damaging for us as a whole.
Mm. So, what's the solution that you would have put forward for that?
Black betterment, bro.
I guess
Tell him
stay
again,
on
sis.
code.
Tell him one more
Stay,
time, sis.
stay on code.
Stay on code all day. Stay on code.
Station. How come you're not trying to get these people to come over to the Black Batman station? So you can
I mentioned it earlier. I said it to Kushti. They are black people who do that, but unfortunately, that stuff doesn't drag in the views. It doesn't bring. People are more interested in the more Jerry Springer type stuff. If somebody is fully on code, unfortunately, Belly, it just doesn't bring in the black folk. They ain't interested.
Or they get accused of being an echo chamber because they're all adhering to a code. Like that's just wild. Well, other communities can adhere to a code. They're not no echo chamber. But God forbid we get ourselves together on certain things, echo chambers. You know what I mean? The solution is black betterment for stuff like that, because once you get a Tommy Robinson after his history wanting to appeal to a black community, it shouldn't even get a platform. Do you know what I mean? Like, even me saying that, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I couldn't even, like, it all catched up. Do you know what I mean? My ancestors couldn't even let me finish. Exactly. It's exactly that. It's ridiculous. What if anything should happen? It should be that he should get a hard interview to let him know about himself. About it. But yeah,
there's a brilliant clip that was on Sarah Garvey's. Remember when Sarah Garvey interviewed Tommy the second time, and he had people there who were asking Tommy questions. There was this one clip, I managed to find it, where this black guy, and he grills Tommy Robinson because he says, you're against Black Pound Day. You think the Black Pound Day thing is like some black supremacist thing. So let me get this straight. You don't want black people claiming reparations because you think they're being lazy. But when black people come together to try and do business and do for self, you're against that as well. And Tommy was like, he couldn't really argue against that because the Black Pound Day is like black folk coming together. Anybody can come and buy, but it's like they're trying to help the community. That was the thing then. And he was against it. So if black people try to do for self, he's against it. But if they sit on their backsides and they claim welfare and they don't do anything, he's against it as well. So black people can't win. And I love the way that guy, he did that in that debate. He pointed out the hypocrisy. You can't win. If you want to work, you're taking a job from a white person. If you want to help your community, you're being racist. If you don't do a job and you sit on your backside and you claim welfare, you're being a lazy black person. You can't win. And I thought, yeah, it's like, why are you wasting time with Tommy? What do you think will come out of debating with Tommy? What do you think is going to happen? We all know what he's about after more than 4 years. So the only reason you would want to debate Tommy is if you wanted clout for your channel. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. That's fine. If that's the road you want to go down, that's fine. But don't delude yourself into thinking that politically you're achieving something great.
Man's talking about Young Spray channel because obviously Young Spray is like a former music artist or whatever, innit? Like, so
no, but
his thing wasn't ever that. Wait, hold on though. His thing wasn't ever like a black betterment station or whatever. So the accusations being laid at him is a bit unfair then, right? Because if he unless he came out first of all saying, "Oh, his show is for black betterment and blah blah blah, this that and the other, pro black, red, black and green and all that sort of stuff." Yeah, Garveyism and I'm a Garveyite and rah rah rah, and then he was going sideways with other interviews that are nothing like that. Then yeah, cool. So you can say yeah, but if he never started like that, then encouraging him to be more like maybe that's a good thing to do.
Let me make my position clear. I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to invite someone on, at least be able to challenge him with questions. He didn't do any of that. So I
agree with you
understand
on,
what you're
on,
saying. I understand what
on
you're saying. I'm not saying that Young Spray should be pro-black. He can do what he wants. I'm just saying.
I wasn't saying that either. No one was saying that.
I'm just saying when you invite someone on, grill them with some serious questions. The same with the Domino people when they were interviewing Mark Collette, and they didn't do it. Both groups didn't do it, and I'm like, it's a shame. It's a shame. They could have revealed some stuff that these guys have been keeping secret, but they didn't do their research. That's all I'm saying.
But it's wild how we don't even expect nothing from black folks. So once they got a channel, no, but it is, isn't it? Like, as long as
there was a funny comment in the chat, and it made me laugh still.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say though, but it's wild that like how with black people, as long as they got a channel, then we don't expect no standards from them, though. Like,
No, it's not that we don't expect no standards from them.
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I was just saying, like, yeah, like for clicks and views and whatever, then it is what it is, isn't it? Like, I wasn't focusing on. I 100% agree with Illyri. So no one said that like anyone expects man to be some black betterment, like. Big interviewer. And I didn't want to stick on Spray either. I was just saying like Spray and his ilk, because what I'm saying is a lot of those around compared to the other side of things, right? And I'm saying that with to expect him to come on, even if it is him, right? I don't know, like I don't know. I think I've got more of a higher standards of black people in general in it. And I'm saying, even if you are a rapper, right? If you're a rapper, does that mean that you don't even have a bit of self about you anymore? Like, is it you have to be pro-black to just?
I don't think that he did. I don't think that there was anything that he done that was taken that really was that actually as that bad anyway. In any of those interviews, he actually was just being himself.
So when he was winding up Cream and he was egging on like the whole confusion, that was
even Cream knows what he's like and what he was in it like, and how he will be when he's there, because that's not the first time he's wound Cream up on set.
So you're just saying that was all cool to you, though, basically. It's just
Young Spray being Young Spray, yeah. It's Young Spray being Young Spray. Like if Cream really had an issue with how Spray was there, she wouldn't.
What I'm saying. That's why I don't want to focus so much on Spray in it. I like I said, I don't watch the man like that to be knowing the ins and outs like that, to be talking to you about him in it. I'm saying his ilk in it, and what I'm saying is that there is a lot of that around compared to somewhere that, you know, like what Illyri was saying, there are channels like that, but whether or not we see them, because what I was going to say to Illyri, I don't know whether or not they get shadow banned. I don't know. I know that's not probably what they're going to promote. They're not screaming. They're not disrespecting. They're not selling out. So I don't know how much clicks and views that's going to translate to. But what I'm saying is that there is just a lot of those. And I think that's kind of the whole humanitarian vibe is giving us, just the open door to anyone who wants to come in and talk on our thing. And there's no standards on who will invite them to sit down. They'll have no allegiance to their community whatsoever. And I just think that there's a lot of that. Do you know what I mean? It's not particularly about Spray.
More direct in what you're saying, yeah, because you're saying loads of coded words here, but like, just be direct in what you're saying, innit?
I did. I just literally said that. I'm not particularly talking about Spray in general. Right?
So what platform are you talking about then?
Well, we was just saying about it, wasn't we, Freddy? About when we was initially talking, and I was saying it's not just about Spray. The fact that there is a lot of channels like that with no. Sorry,
I'll break it down for you, sis. So, bro, let's put it like this, yeah. You see all of this new letting everyone in, everyone's painted under one brush, and we're all human, we're all this, we all bleed the same. Do you not think that's causing a problem, an issue with people with their identification and how we're allowing just disrespect to Guam because we're all seen as one? Do you not see a issue with that, bro?
So you're saying that people are getting disrespected because other people see everyone as one.
No. So, for instance, see like how your opinion on
I'm away from my computer for 10 minutes, family. Sorry to interrupt. Soon come.
Yeah. So you see, like you were saying, like, oh, it's just Young Spray, and that's just how it is, and that's how these channels are. You hear that response you gave it, yeah? That's how he moves into it. You're not seeing no disrespect at all in it, because you're just seeing it as, oh, that's just how the settings is. Whereas we're looking at it and saying, yo, that's how big disrespect man's supposed to get violated for them thing there.
That's your opinion. You want me to change your opinion?
No, it's not about changing opinion. We're just having a discussion, man. It seems like you're on like argument kind of battle mode, and we're just having a discussion, bro. Do you understand?
But
I'm just trying to have a reasoning with you, because I'm quite surprised that you're confused with the sentiment of me saying that there's just a lot of like just take like.
Yeah, but why do you visit more of the places that are given the stuff that you're searching for, or search for more of them sort of spaces there or whatever? Like, instead of going back to the same places and expecting a different result when, like, you've already laid out.
This is why I think you're not listening to me. I said I don't go on that channel. Both Illyria and me said that I don't expect anything different from him. This is what I'm saying. I feel like you're listening to argue a point, bro.
Well,
I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought you was trying to make a point. That's why I was.
No, I'm not having an argument with you. You know, this ain't G Block. I bow out if you think that we're having an argument. But I did want to just kind of
use G Block as the example, sis. That might help. If you try that, use G Block.
No, it's not even that. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Obviously, we're just kind of, you know what I mean? But I feel like you're going for points and this, that, and the other. But there's none of those points have been made. I'm not talking about going on to Spray and saying to Spray that he should now be pro-black. The man don't even know much things about his own culture. How can I expect him to be pro-black? He has to know about self first. I'm asking people to do things that they don't even know about their history. So why would I do that? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, do you as a humanitarian, as a black man, because when all of this black and white unite, yeah, and this ain't an argument or point scoring thing, really. That's why I say I have it with you. Do you understand? I expect to have that with people. But what I'm saying is, with this black and white thing unite, yeah. Obviously, I've not been around, but I did hear one time that you were saying, one thing that did stand out to me is that you said that, Rob, how could I be in something like that? Because I'm proud to be a black man. I can't say it verbatim, yeah, but you weren't, and I don't want people to think that you're now some sort of raving supremacist. It wasn't that vibe, but you were just saying that, like, boom, I'm a black man and I'm not gonna hide my culture. It was something like I'm gonna be proud of my culture, and with this thing, you can't be a black man and be proud as a black man and be in the thing. Is that kind of correct?
What it was that the person that was proposing the black and white unite, like a mixed race guy that I don't feel like cares about how a black person feels about being black or anything like that. I don't know. So his black and white, his version of black and white unite, I didn't think would have been anyone who cares about being sort of black, whatever background you're from, sort of. But say as a black person, I don't think it would have worked out well for them still.
Because you think as a black person you can't be proud to be black or uphold any
culture. No. In black, if you in a self-respecting movement that's calling for black and white to unite or whatever, you would be able to be proud of where you are. Yeah. Like you are, so that the white people will be able to be proud and happy that they was white or whatever. The black people will be happy to be that they was black or whatever, and then they was coming together on whatever cause it is that they needed to help resolve, or issue that needed solving, thing that needed repairing, or whatever exactly what it was, isn't it? But people that actually okay with themselves being themselves, yeah. That's what I meant. Like, you see, like when Afrophobia now, yeah, like I got that from the Labour Party website or whatever. So it's just as an example, yeah, because again, like these men are talking about that black and white uniting. So I said, all right, so as an example of someone that might be calling for people of all races to join their movement for whatever they're doing, look at their statement of what they're saying they count as disrespect towards any of their members that ain't necessarily a white English person or whatever. And then look at your level of what it is for if you're flipping joining up with your black and white unite, if you're black white, well really if you're black in it, because it was like as far as I was concerned, it was white and not wanting to be black unite or wanting to be white unite. You get me? Instead of black and white unite.
Yeah, I was just saying all of that more so just that statement that I heard you say about you being proud of who you are as a black man. Yeah. So I was just saying on the back of you saying that, as I was saying when I was saying I was a bit confused about the topic it was talking about. It's just that obviously you can see that as a community, things ain't doing great as a collective group, not as an individual, right?
But I wouldn't say like the same thing like what I said about myself. I would say the same thing about Young Spray and even one of the dudes I think from the Domino Effect that I've spoken to before. I think I've spoken to one of them before. If it's the same dude, then I would say the same thing about him as well. Like you don't not care about being black or whatnot. Just that man just might not be the staunchest Pan-African in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so do you think, yeah, and I'm appealing to the black humanitarian, not the humanitarian, I'm talking to the black humanitarian, yeah, that do you think that as general as a black community, no matter where we are in our political beliefs, right, that we should just adhere to a bit of a code at least? Because you saying that the man saying that he don't hate black people, he's just he's not the staunchest what did you say, Pan-African or pro-black guy, but can't there be like a middle? Like, do you have to? Is it like you have to be pro-black or just expect the biggest sellout? Like, can't we have a bit of a middle? Is what I'm asking.
It's like you're basically saying if you're not a Pan-African, a staunch
No, that's
Pan-African,
what you were saying. You were saying
no,
that's what I was saying. Where's the freedom?
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No,
that's
but
what
that's
I'm saying
not
to you.
what I'm saying, though, bro. You're the only one hearing that.
What are you saying?
I said to you, yeah, I'm talking to the black humanitarian, and as us, as a community, no matter where you politically lie. So how am I trying to shove everyone to be a pro-black? I'm saying, can't all of us have a bit of standard about us? And then you said, right, you can either be one or your most staunchest pro. And
I never said I never said that about people having standards or whatever.
That's what I asked you. That was your reply to that, bro.
Yeah, but I never said that about people having standards or whatnot. Like I was saying,
that's what you replied.
That's what I was. That's what I was literally asking you the question. Like, what are you saying? That's why I'm asking you that question. Like,
no, I don't.
So let me ask you the question directly then. Yeah, go on then.
I don't. Yeah, let me make that clear because I don't know. Yeah, let me make that clear. I'm not saying that you have. I'm saying that's what it feels like there is, right? Or that's the option when I'm putting out there. Right now, the set standard is a lot of like what Brother Larry beautifully said. So I don't want to re-say it because he said it lovely, right? We've all agreed that. So what I'm saying is when we're seeing these and we're seeing the kind of content that they're bringing out, I'm saying, can't there be, I'm saying, what is going on with the standard? And I feel like what comes back to me.
There's loads of different people.
Let me finish. So what comes back to me is that, well, we can't all be pro-black. And it's like, what I'm saying is it don't have to be pro-black. It's just about having a bit of a code behind us or having some sort of a happy medium.
Yeah, but there's a variety of different content makers out there that are making loads of different content, man. That are making, even some that are making just black content for black people in every single video they do.
I'm talking more of the black UK scene.
In the UK,
UK black kind of streams. That's what I'm talking about. And I
yeah,
feel
but
that,
there
especially like with the men as well. I don't.
are streams that are doing that.
There are some, but I would say that the majority, because it's not an all or it's not. Do you know what I mean? It's not that kind of discussion. But I'd say that the majority, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of what we're getting. Like you sort mentioned the Domino's guy, then there's the spray guy, and I bet there's loads of that kind of type. But there are some other great ones, but they're not getting as much weight, is what I'm saying. And this is not a what we're gonna do about it, whatever. I'm just having an observational community conversation. Do you understand? And from observation, that's what we get out the outlet of. I'm not the only one saying this. As black people, that is a constant thing about our representation, what we're putting out there, that the levels are really dropping now. Before,
So,
yeah.
What about this then, yeah?
Yeah.
No, Raven does marketing, yeah?
Okay.
He can work on algorithms and all that, right?
Say that again.
So how come he knows how to work the algorithm, or like the YouTube algorithm?
I'm not sure about that, because sometimes I'll be like telling him to say thumbs up, and
Or he knows how to do. He knows how to do advertising, or at least hit adverts that hit the right people that he's trying to provide the adverts to. Then at least, right? So how comes instead? Yeah, you see on the Black Betterment channel, sort out a season's worth of programs or whatnot. Yeah, like proper scripted programs that you want, that you sort of want to see in this sort of atmosphere or whatever. Get them programs done. Get advertising for these programs, because you can put adverts for your videos on actual the YouTube app, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, TikTok ads, and all that. All them different bits and pieces, yeah. And try and build up. Wait, hold on. Build up. Build up. You could build. You could, because instead of looking for other people that are doing what you know what I'm saying, what you're searching for, you could be the person that's actually doing the thing what you're searching for, right? Or what you're trying to gain in this space.
I think
Could
I
be
hear what you're
in-house.
saying, but I think it's wild that I said all of that, and then you went straight to what one man with a black betterment should do on YouTube. So I kind of think we're going over each other's head. It's like
But it's like, hey, Cushy, every time I'm giving to something, it's like it's not the right answer, and then it goes
But what
to
do you want
another.
me to do if it's not
Another
though?
step.
But what do you want me to do if it's not though,
How
bro?
is that not? You're
I'm not
saying that
saying
you're
it
looking.
Wait, oh my
Wait,
God, I'll let you finish. Freddy,
Hey,
because
Cushy, listen. Yeah, you're saying you're looking for more programs, more live streamers or more YouTubers that are setting pace in the direction that like the Pan Africa group or the Black Betterment group, or people of such ilk. You want to see more people like that, right? But the best way to get more people like that is to be doing that sort of stuff there, isn't it? Because you're going to attract other people that are going to be asking you about, right, how do I start my channel? Or people that want to jump on and speak about so and so, so and so. Then your videos are going to get recommended to these ones and that ones that are interested in the same stuff. They build up the community like that. You got more people to market to. So then then that will tell you about other channels that you didn't know about that are doing the same sort of stuff. It's like a network.
I hear that, and you know what? That's your answer, your entire chance, and I hear you. And the great thing is, Black Betterment is happening every Friday. We're doing that, so let's hope that makes a significant difference. But what I just wanted to ask what
it might not be the same version of what.
But I think I have
listen, yeah, you see how spray, yeah, like you said.
One second, Vel, 1 second. I wanted to answer Code. Is that a black brother or two black brothers and they've got an accent, like maybe Birmingham or something like that? Because if it has, then I think I have, and I actually quite like them brothers. And this is what I mean. Is it them, the Express Truth?
Yeah.
See, them lot now, I like them. Do you understand? And when he was talking,
that's what she's asking for, bro. From what I could hear from because she's speaking to, she's saying that why is there not more brothers that are like those brothers that are doing the entertainment thing but still pushing up?
I can't answer that why they're doing that. So, do you know what I mean? That's why
it's not even, but I think that's the problem. I don't think it was, well, from my point of view as well, it's not like asking you directly, or it was just kind of having that conversation, because I think even to act like as a people we've not said this, like this is a general consensus. People are getting sick and tired of things like this, especially when you're big grown as well, like as an adult. Like in real life, we're having a real conversation. There is only so long you can do that. Let's be
that's
real.
what I was saying about. That's what I was saying about. Instead,
I didn't even think that it would be a battle or a confusion on that.
It's not a battle. It's not a confusion either. But that's what I'm saying. The best.
So, like, come on, Veli. Like, this is the most time ever I've ever to say to you, like, let me finish. But go on, just say what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the direct plan of action though really is to set the pace in it, like, and then like what's happened there. You see, you was talking about
pace, which I'm already doing, and Veli's and Raven's doing, and I support that channel and other things that's doing it. But it's also talking about it and being real with it, and I think that's the problem.
The point that I was making was that even though you're having this conversation here, like they just see that Mr. Lee on code putting the Express Truth YouTube channel in the chat.
Yeah.
Obviously, another few of that. Everyone was already subscribed to them, but like I didn't know you were subscribed to them. You didn't know I was subscribed to them. Mr. Lee didn't know whether you subscribed to them or whatever. I didn't know you were subscribed to them. You didn't know I was subscribed to them. Mr. Lee didn't know whether anyone on the panel was subscribed to them or whatever. Right? Like, but so obviously, if you won't say obviously where if you are making that content or setting pace or doing all that marketing or whatever, then you will sort of make those sort of connections and different circles of content creators will start to gravitate towards you, innit? Because it's the direction of content or whatever that you're making, innit? Like, so I also, like I was going to say about.
So what are you saying on that? Are you saying that they should, if they market, then they'll reach?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like if Ray, you see like Raven's got his Black Betterment show or whatnot. If you start putting more marketing behind that, you can start to get that into a few more places and a few more ears of people that he wants the attention of or whatever. Right? Yeah, but I wanted to make a point about Young Spray's channel as well. Yeah, obviously not to stick on Spray or whatever in it, but like obviously he sells clothes as well, innit? As one of his channel side hustles and all that as well, until the channel was making enough bread to be able to start paying some wages or whatever, innit? Obviously, man's got staff and all that, filming the studios and all that, innit? So it is still a bit of Black Betterment that he's practicing, right? All the stuff that he's hired there.
What's he doing? So that you said that he was selling shirts and what?
And the people, the cast of RTM podcast are more likely all black.
Okay.
Are most likely all black.
Key question
that are doing the editing.
Key question though, bro. You need one criteria to definitely be in the elite. Yeah. Have they got black baby mothers and black wives?
Who's that? Young Spray. Yeah, Young Spray got a white baby mother, man. His baby mother's a black still. You know Spray?
Huh? Have I got a debate?
These men are former
I'm
road
not
men.
sure. I don't know if it's Veli or if it's us.
Yeah, I answered the question. I don't know if you heard me yet.
No.
Say it again, bro. I missed it.
Yeah, his baby mother's from Jamaica or something, man.
Oh, come on. That's what I'm talking about. She better be black though.
Yeah, so cool nines in it because Raven's in the back still. Pause. In the back.
I think that's an interesting one. I'd probably have to know more.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back, bro. I'd have to know a bit more of the setup before I'd say it's Black Betterment For me,
I would say, for me personally, I would say it is because he's employing, even if he's employing only 3 people, he's employing 3 other people, putting money in their pocket, and it's his own business that he's trying to grow. That's it's at least in the low ranks of the popular categories in YouTube. I guess decent viewing numbers for his videos or whatever, and on the shorts. So if he's able to pay a couple people out of that and get some bread himself and build up, then of course there's Black Betterment.
no, I don't think that's a certain, of course, because there's Black Betterment, which is a community focused thing, and that's what always gets confused a lot with like the collective and an individual. So if an individual is making, I think there's a delay. There must be a delay because no, I think it's a delay. There's no way. Hello.
He's gone on mute.
How much people do you have there? Say again, can you hear me or not hear me? Or is it echoing?
It sounds a bit echoey. I don't know what's going on there.
Wait, hang on a minute. I want to ask Belly a second. If a black man owns a stripper joint and he hires black women, and the only strippers are black women, is he doing Black Betterment, in your opinion?
Oh no.
No, but
what? Brother, don't ask me that question like that, man.
That's
sensible, man.
Wait, hold on. Hello, can I finish talking? Hello, can I finish talking? What I'm saying is the reason why I think that that's a good example is because that's what I was trying to say to you, that there's a collective and there's an individual. So because a black person is making money and therefore giving money to somebody else, if it's damaging us as a collective, that's not Black Betterment. And that's the basis of Illyri's he kind of basically made my
the black community as a collective though, man.
I think you can't hear me, or there's a delay. The car dance, I can't finish a sentence, bro.
Yeah, but that's a straw, isn't it? Because his channel's not damaging the black community, and he is practicing Black Betterment because he's employing a couple of black people, even if it's just 2.
That's okay. Well, that's a matter of opinion, isn't it? I think to a certain mindset, his channel, what he does, is not beneficial to black people. It's not beneficial to the image. It's not beneficial to the content that it gives out necessarily. Even if it might be entertaining, it's equally disrespectful. It's equally selling out. There's equal amounts of him doing stuff that just, I mean, the debate with Respect and Tommy, and like there's so many things that he's done that I don't think would be classed as beneficial. Is this extreme as doing a strippers club? No, but it kind of just says the same thing. If a person is doing something and getting a P, that's great for the individual. But if they're doing it on the back of something that's not good for the community, I wouldn't say that that's Black Betterment. And I think that's what he was trying to say with that example.
Thanks very much. How did we get to the point where we were saying that Young Spray is about Black Betterment? I thought we all agreed that he's a businessman, he's having fun, he's doing his thing, which is fine. But you can't say he's Black Betterment because then people are going to ask, well, what is your definition of Black Betterment?
Exactly.
And how? Because if you just say to me, Young Spray is just a content creator, he's having fun doing his thing, cool. He can still be criticized. People can say, well, I don't like the way you did that show. I don't really like it, which is fine. But if Young Spray hasn't even advertised himself as Black Betterment, so I don't understand why we're going down this road trying to associate him with that.
No, you asked me. Listen. The question was he practicing? Wait. The question was is he practicing Black Betterment? Yeah? So I said,
why did the question come up? And I'm saying that you said it. You said that it's a form of him practicing Black Betterment, and I said I wouldn't think that what he's doing is Black Betterment. You said, of course, he's doing Black Betterment.
I can't finish a sentence now. Then
I just want to give you a bit of medicine back, but you got shoulders. You can take it.
In the back here, sis. So if you're listening, let them on. I think probably Eunice is in
the back. But boom, let me saying, yeah. If
the spirit of JJ is on you, bro, man. Let's bring it back to Veli, man.
All right, if this dude, yeah, because like I don't know how you could try to mix up Young Spray's channel with like a strip club or whatever, yeah, because his club might, even his thing might not be doing nothing extremely beneficial for the black community, but it's not doing anything that's damaging the black community. Yeah, like Young Spray's channel is not damaging the black community, right? He's just interviewing people of his ilk that other people were interested in, mainly the black ones or the ones that do stuff in sort of the sort of black popular circles, black popular online circles or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm saying if he's having fun as a content creator, that's cool. I mean, but you're saying that he's
practicing.
Yeah. Okay. So then, since you've told us now.
Listen.
I haven't finished my
Wait,
question.
sorry. Let me apologize now. 9, are you there? Because I think there is a few people in the back.
You cut in to make a point that I was trying to make.
So this is you went on mute. All right. Say what you're saying.
Yeah, you had to make a point that over a point that I was already making. Yeah, but so the point that I was making was that if you're saying like, obviously he's not advertised himself as a Pan African or whatever, and like I already said that. Yeah, but I said that he's practicing whatever a part of what you would class as. Well, what I thought these was classed as black betterment, right? Because he's got a business where he's employing a couple other black people, even if it's only 2 or whatever. He's still putting money in their pocket or whatever. He's taking them away from doing something that might be where they might be doing something damaging, rather where they can just spend a couple hours with him doing whatever they're doing. He's selling the clothing, and he's got his own little brand thing in it, like so. Obviously, it's not like no big major thing. Like you don't employ like thousands of people when it's like an international company that travels around the world and has big business. So it's like a YouTube channel, man.
So just so I understand, because I was never talking about him being some black betterman. I just saw him as a social content creator who was doing some of his stuff. Some of his stuff I agreed with. Some of his stuff I thought was absolute crap. Just to be sure, you're saying that in your opinion, he is practicing some form of black betterment. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying he's practicing black betterment because he's hired black people and he's paying him. Just so I'm sure that's what you're saying.
Yeah. He's taking them. He's giving them dough for doing something which wouldn't be probably illegal, downgrading. Do you know what I'm saying? Like.
Okay, that's your thing. I'm not going to decide whether he's black betterment or not. I just needed to understand. So you're saying because he owns a business and he hires black people and he pays them, he's doing black betterment. Okay, cool. That's your opinion. Yeah, he's practicing. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Betterment, brother Raven.
Black Bearman, am I up? Oh, Black Bearman. I'm listening in the back. Hey, how's it going, family? Black Bearman too.
Hey, Ray, I beg you to do me a favor, cause because I don't really know the ins and outs of your black betterment. Yeah, I was just cutting off of what I've heard here and there, right? So, by your standards, yeah, is what Young Spray doing? Would that be some of the tenets of black betterment? Some of the things that you would want?
Well, yeah, there's 2 different. Good question. And so the way we see it is one of the most important things about black betterment is consciousness, as in the awareness that what you're doing and the reasons for it. And also I'll ask as well that sometimes we have to look at the context of where a person's coming from. So a brother like that who's on the show, we understand he's coming from a challenging past. So we always want them to improve. So anything they do that's constructive, we're all for. But as people who might have a different type of knowledge, we're always going to give guidance in it. And I think what this is giving guidance. But awareness is important. So we can say that there are concepts that are of a black betterment tendencies, right? So you can say being black and constructive, hiring black people, trying to be black centered, But the thing is, a lot of this stuff happens by default. And the reason you have to be conscious, because if you're not conscious of it, for example, if you go to say Nigeria, there might be a business owner, right? And he hires a whole load of black people. But he's just hiring black people because he's in Nigeria and everyone's black, right? So even though we like to see that, he's not consciously trying to support Nigeria. He's just consciously trying to have a business, which is fine, right? But he wouldn't be able to claim, conscious black betterment because if he was to come to England, he probably wouldn't look to hire Nigerians or black people. He would try to hire whoever he could find, right? So that's why awareness and consciousness is very important. And I suspect that the brother you're talking about isn't, from what I've heard him speak, he's not necessarily aware of too many either B1, Black Betterment, Pan-African, Black nationalist ideas. And I think the sister he sits with might be more connected to those kind of concepts. But you say that's quite accurate what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, in the last part, it was the sister definitely seems that she's more than him. Yeah.
Right.
Would you say that he's practicing Black betterment because he's selling the shirts and hiring Black people?
Well, I'm also, I wouldn't call him a black bearer or a black woman builder because he will have to consciously do that and declare that's what he's doing, right? So we can, because once you declare, then we can all start helping out because they've declared it. But if someone's just doing it as a reaction, then that's good. Like, it's always good to see black people do constructive things or be business minded, right? But we can't go and say, look, this is a black betterer or a black betterment builder, because there's no conscience there. But we support any people who have an awareness. This concept of black betterment as well, you might have a person in America or Japan or whoever it is, right? And they decide they want to help black people and be constructive, and they start doing it. They might not be aware of the wording black betterment, but they would be black betterment because they're constantly trying to fix the environment they're in for black people, because they recognize, unfortunately, we've gone through much challenges and we have many more to go through, right? So that's how it's consciousness is the key there. And I suspect the brother isn't conscious about the stuff he's doing.
Yeah, I think I was thinking that as well when I was listening. I was definitely thinking that needs to be so apparent and clear, so it's clear to everyone, because I think that's a key thing to Black betterment. You selling shirts, I mean, that's just helping yourself. The money directly comes to you. You just happen to be black. Just like there's people that happen to be black, it doesn't mean that they're pro-black or they even care about blackness, or like what was getting mentioned earlier, that people have the self-hate themselves. So on that aspect, it's just a black man getting money. But when it goes to, I think when people see that he's hiring a black person, I think that's when the consciousness stepped in. And we don't know if his structure, I'd be happy to place a bet, but we can't say that his thought process when he was hiring people was like, right, I want to go to people within my community. Like that is like an absolute. It could just be that these brothers were around, it's a studio kind of tip. They're probably doing stuff or using, what we all know, like using things that they've used before, maybe for music and stuff like that. They were the closest people to him. We don't know everyone he hires, number one as well. So we don't know if he's 100% hiring black. So
I would say these are good points you're raising. I would say if we can use like Speaker's Corner as another kind of case study, I would say there's a lot of brothers, and I suspect he's the same, where because of the choices they made in life, a lot of brothers, when they were young, it made sense to be criminally minded, as in it was the thing to be, and their entire lifestyle was based around being a criminal. And in that process, they have harmed and hindered black people continuously, right? So when they get out of a certain age, right, it's always pleasing to see that they're trying to reform themselves to be constructive. But I think I kind of judge them from coming from a level where they were in an area where it made sense for them to harm black people. Like it made sense to them. And when you talk to like these brothers, that lifestyle or that kind of upbringing hasn't left them. As in, like they're trying to better themselves, but it still wakes up at certain points. So what I try to be encouraging, but we also have to be quite firm, as in like, because you've missed out on so much constructive points, we have to let you know that these are the concepts that lead to our betterment. And these are the concepts that can lead for your children to not have to go through what you went through. And I think that's what we're trying to do.
Definitely.
I hope that makes sense, Brother Belly.
Yeah, sorry, you said that.
Yeah, so I hope that answers your question that you asked.
Maybe he's doing something. Maybe that's what he was saying. It is a bit muffled or for me, anyway.
It's probably work or something like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, yeah. So I think for the life lesson of today's show, I guess, is consciousness, and that's why the sisters are trying to be conscious in what they're saying. Like there is a goal, And sometimes black people, just by being placed in certain areas, stumble on that goal. But awareness of that goal is important, because if you don't value that goal, when someone comes along and offers you a new goal, i.e. go into other communities and do the same for them, you won't value your own community, so you're easily going to go, right? So that's why that consciousness it has to be part of it. And if we look back at, say, Bob Marley, Muhammad Ali, and that kind of like 80, 60s, 70s kind of time frame, consciousness was very important. And that's why they were consciously trying to do things consciously, rather than just stop. Like, if you live in America and you live in the black community, you're always going to be around black people. So, but what happens, you find that when those particular black people in the area might hire black people because they're there, when they get richer and more famous, they then obviously start going out, and more of their time is spent in other communities. And here's the kicker as well: when it comes to one of the most important choices, the person you pick who's going to inherit all your wealth, you pick someone in another community. So we can look at people like, so Bob Marley is a very good case. He obviously had a son, and one of his sons is married to an Israeli lady. And I think there's been some upsets because he's posting Israeli kind of propaganda, I think you'll call it, I don't know, on the internet, and people are not best pleased, and they don't understand how can the son of Bob Marley be this way. And we say it's because the woman he's married is now he's invested in her community. You see, so he won't be invested in the Palestinians' plight; he'll be invested in the Israeli plight. So that's how it kind of works. That's why all these things are connected. And
brother, man, you can't discount the whole Marley family because of Stephen. You get me? That's mad, family. What about the other 20 million sons? I know even flipping Rita's still there handling the estate. All the others that are doing their bits and pieces that are still around Baba Shanti and all them, Naya Bingy, they're at the compound up there doing bits and pieces. All Sizzler was up there trying to help them fix up the compound and all that as well. So Steve
did you
can't be just. Yeah, you saying about my man was posting the Israeli flags, isn't it? Like, because he was married to Israeli beings or whatnot. Yeah. I'm saying that, but I don't discount the rest of the works that the other ones that are doing that are positive for the community.
Yeah, so let me jump in. No one's talking about the positive works that the other family have done. We're using it as a case study, saying that when someone goes into another community, it's going to heighten the chance of them putting their issues forward rather than their own issues, right? And that's a very good example, because I think that brother is one of the estate holders of the estate. So this is what we're saying. So we know that Bob Marley's legacy money can be used now for helping the people group of the wife he's chosen to be with.
All right. So back to the young spray. What I was saying, he's practicing tenets of Black Bourbon or whatever, innit? Yeah. And you're saying that he's not, right?
No, I'm saying that we can say. No, we can say that when someone does these things, these are the tick boxes, right? But we're saying there needs to be a nucleus that holds them together, and that nucleus is consciousness. You see, because without consciousness, and that's why we gave the example of marrying out and that kind of stuff, they'll make decisions that they'll take them out of the community, and they won't be consistent with it. So, Black Batman says that you're consistently doing something. So if you're a Black Batman builder, if you do one activity that's that you have a school to teach Black kids how to program, you're doing it consistently. It's something that you do. It's like, this is my contribution to Black people. I'm constantly teaching Black kids. It's like, it's Black Batman from birth to bereavement. You see, that's how it kind of works.
Yeah, but I'm a bit confused on whether Young Spray is practicing that or not.
Well, without the consciousness, he's not. But we can all respect the fact that he's doing things that's beneficial to Black people, and because, and once again, it's more importantly because it comes from an environment where he was happy to be a criminal. Like, it was something that he was best pleased to be, as so many young brothers in past was like, right? We want to cultivate him, so we don't want to come and try to deflate him, but there has to be a kind of like a direction given, like, these are the tendencies that are beneficial to Black people. You see, but the things he does that benefit black people, we uphold and we say more like this. But something needs to connect it together, and what it's saying is the consciousness, as in you're doing this for your brothers because you want black people to thrive, and this is a method of doing it, rather than you grow up that you're around bare black people because you're in a poor environment, everyone poor is black, and as you because of your brethren, when you start something, they're there, which is good, but we want it to be more of a conscious thing.
Am I missing something there? Did Young Spray actually say he was pro-black? I don't recall him ever saying he was pro-black.
No,
so
he said
no, he never said the opposite.
yeah, he has. He's dissed off pro-blackness. He's dissed off pro-blackness. He's not affiliated with it.
Can I ask a question? Is Stormzy pro-black?
Has he said that he's pro-black?
I'm just saying the act of, providing scholarships, to young black people is an act of...
Listen, man, this is like there's no true pro-black man around here, man. This is just like the boundaries are just becoming crazy because.
It's not
bad. For me, it's simple. You asked about Stormzy. Has Stormzy ever said he's pro-black? We can discuss that.
No,
I don't know.
recall him saying that, but I think the act of him...
But we should say that he was pro-black.
Let me explain. When we talk about black betterment, we're talking, and these kinds of things, we're talking about lifestyles and commitments, right? So, for example, you could watch a picture of you could look at a film or a show or a video of two men sitting down eating vegetables. It doesn't mean that they're vegan. It just means the show you've seen, they're eating vegetables. Now, you would have to get confirmation from them to say, I'm a vegan, so they have a lifelong commitment to not eat animals or to stop animals from being harmed. Same with pro-blackness. You can do wondrous things for black people, which is good, but without that long life commitment, it won't be tracked. It will just be well done for that brother, and that's good. You see, the thing is, naturally, people do good things that might benefit people, but because black people have been trained so much to not do what others basically do, whenever one person does even something slightly that is good,
they automatically pro-black.
Yeah, it's like this person, he's the king of kings of pro-blackness, and it's like, actually, there's an old man who's been doing this since he was young all the way to now, and his tendencies is what we want to actually track, as in like he's consciously pro-black, he's been raised that way, and he's been helping people, and he's trying to influence people. But when they do what he's influenced, we love that, but we say there is a consciousness. Consciousness is very important, because without the consciousness, you can be corrupted, and that's what we see a lot, you see. I mean, I can always give you other examples. It's just like if you see a person and they say there is only one God, and then a Muslim goes, he's Muslim. Actually, there is a bit more to it than just saying that, you see. But we understand. But the Muslim will go, he's in the right place. He's in, we respect that philosophy because it correlates what we're about, and we want more of it. However, you can't just say you're a Muslim by saying there's one God. There's other kind of tendencies that's important. And it has and the consistency of those tendencies is also.
So unless you make the statement that you are pro-black or black betterment or whatever, you're not pro-black or black betterment.
It isn't that you're not. It's just the world don't treat you as such because I could cause so much anxiety. If I'm a Muslim and I don't know someone else is a Muslim, I could cause anxiety in their house and bring in, the Quran when they might be Christian, right? So it's like, oh, I didn't know. I thought you said there's one God, you're a Muslim, but now I realize you're talking about the Trinity, whatever, right? And it's the same thing with any kind of lifestyle, any kind of like purpose, path. It's like knowing so you can actually do the work. And I think with black people, unfortunately, there's a lot of mystery to stuff. Like let's make it mysterious and let's have free flowing concepts and come on as you will, come as you like. And we're saying that structure and discipline and strategies is a way. It's like, who are we building with? But when brothers who come from these hard paths work, we support them. And without knowing it, I think someone's might without knowing it, what the sisters are doing is they're giving direction. They're appreciating, brother, sisters, thank you for this hard work you're doing. But here's how we actually get the more out of it, and here's how we make it more consistent. And I think that's what they're doing.
It just makes sense to not class anyone as anything until they've declared it anyway.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I agree with that.
It's just basics.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and I didn't class Spray as being pro-black or even saying that he was or whatever. I just said that what he was doing was some of the tenets of what I thought you guys were classing as part of this Black Betterment building. Just to your level or to your standards or whatever. Yeah, for lack of a better word for an explanation. Yeah, then
Yeah, no, you are correct in it. Yeah? And what we're doing is we're giving guidance, right? So any black person who does a constructive thing to black people, you are practicing the tendency of black betterment. But for us to go and call them black betterers or pro-black or B1, they have to declare that. Because if they don't declare we could
that's the point there, Raven. Yeah, because I never claimed that my man is. I think I said that he's practicing tenets of the what's it called, innit? Of what?
Yeah, and we respect that and we love that and we want more to do.
You said that, and then Oni or Don said that is Stormy.
Stormzy.
Yeah, Stormzy. So that's what I think he was replying to that because that came after you.
Yeah,
so I think that was majority to him.
Yeah, but like I said, we don't want to create an environment where people are intimidated or not sure in doing constructive things. And anything that the brothers do that's constructive, we want to highlight and use an example. But we also want to have an intelligent word where we find ways to make people consistent with their action. You know, it's like I said, you could give £1 to a charity, which is great, and we should always love that. But if you give £1 a lifetime, that charity can thrive more, right? It's that kind of concept, isn't it? It's a lifelong commitment. Yeah, and that's what we're trying to get. But remember, black betterment comes from the individual, meaning you as an individual are taking the initiative to do something constructive, right? So it's never like looking at others and saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" It's like, "What can we do?" And hopefully that idea is what can we do that helps our own people. And there's certain that make that process so much more easier. Like when we tell you the rule sets, you should go, okay, that kind of makes sense, really. Now, usually when it doesn't make sense is because outside influence limits the productivity of black people, meaning being connected to non-black people makes it harder to help black people, right?
Nah, man, you guys for the whole week on G Block, yeah, without even really knowing the full ins and outs of what your personal standards of black betterment would or wouldn't be in it. Yeah, because obviously I've spoken to you from years ago now, innit? Yeah, so I was just making it, probably thinking it's like it's basic. So, a build upon from what we sort of already had from Speaker's Corner till now, innit? Yeah, so that's why I was sort of confident to say when people was trying to make the comparison between black betterment and being a black supremacist, I felt confident to say that I don't think that you can line it up together like that still, because
the people who said who compare black betterment to black supremacy and this kind of stuff, they're usually probably anti-black racists, people self-sabotaging black people. And whenever you find a constructive method to help black people thrive, by default, you're going to have non-black people and unsynchronized black people want to derail it. And that is one of the signs that you're doing something constructive and good. So that's why I always give those brothers and sisters permission to do everything that we're doing, because it's like a prophecy path, isn't it? It's like a prediction. And they are confirming that what we're doing is helpful, because, like I said, if we were to list brothers who are most dedicated, as in brothers Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X and these kind of people, these brothers will never be used by non-black people or unsynchronized black people as a method or a tool or a path to follow, because their message was, let's fix ourselves. What they want someone from an outside group, or someone who is connected to outside group, to lead black people, and then they'll use those people as the people you should follow. And that's how it's always been. And that's how, so we understand that.
Can you give an example?
So, well, that was the example, wasn't it? Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X are the people who, at their time period, came in.
Of the perpetrator that you're talking about.
What you talking about? Non-black people who come in?
No, yeah, like a black person. Yeah, a black person that wants the same as what you want, but they only want a white leader or a Chinese leader or Arab leader or so and so.
Well, we're talking about proxy control. So you're talking about proxy control, meaning that a European, say if you want to go from a political standpoint, a European leadership will assassinate an African so-called dictator leader in order to put in a new leader who leads in the best interest of European. When it comes to understanding philosophies, now remember what I'm doing now. We've got in the booklet, and we're not trying to divide black people, right? So it's very important before I say that. But we understand that there was Malcolm X's message and there was Martin Luther King's message, right? Both were brothers and both were trying to help our brothers and sisters. But because Martin Luther's message was more so about integrating and kind of like sharing and this kind of stuff, but Malcolm X was more self-reform and ownership. You see the world more went to brother Martin, right? But then what you saw was Martin realized before they killed him was that he believes he's integrating his people into like a burning building, and this is what many of the brothers say after that, because they get led by non-black people, because anything that is inclusive, that shares the economic resource time of our people to others, they want it. And if you listen to brother Claude Anderson in the States, he'll tell you that at a certain point, 98% of say economic resources leaves the black community and goes to other communities. Well, a lot of them, they circulate the wealth by 100%, right? So that means they're getting 198% of something, because you can include another people group. So whenever that people group says we're going to actually try to put more of that in our group, they're losing 98%. So they're going to be very hostile. You see, while we have 2%, right? So even if we go from 2% to 4%, that's a double. Well, if they lose 2%, if they get 96% and or whatever, they've lost something, right? So this is why you see a threat, because people are so used to taking from black people, and what we're saying is black betterment is the taking back. I hope that makes sense, family.
Honestly, it didn't for me still, because like your original example sort of was portraying into like a Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and people that was fighting for freedom or liberation or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then your second, when I was asking for the example, it was related to a president of African nation, for the whole nation, going to be exploited in it. But I was really looking for the example of, you see, like the same, like the like for like, innit? Like the freedom fighter that wants the freedom fighter, but he only wants a white or Arab or any other kind of but black boss to be fighting.
Right.
Can you?
Yeah, because that was really that.
Do you mind?
Right. That was the example.
Again, what did you want him to give you an example of?
Of a like for like example, innit? Because when he was giving your explanation, right? Your original example was that like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and sort of guys like that, right? But then when you gave your second example, it was like of an African leader.
I'll post the names in there, so you can look up Brother Mobutu and Brother Patrice Lumumba, right? So that might be an example where one was more so connected to outside influences, while one was more so about the betterment of the nation itself. And unfortunately, Patrice Lumumba was murdered by European assassins and then destroyed, while Mobutu was allowed to thrive because he was in line with. So what I'm saying, we're using that. So regardless of the goods or bads that people may or may not do, It's more so that when you have a person who is speaking for the complete, unity of black people, they become enemy number one. But if someone who's willing to share, they then become like the heroes that the other people bring up. Case in point, let me give you another point. There's a brother, and I don't like saying brother's name. I forgot his name. Thanks forgivenesses, but when I think the march at Trafalgar, I think it was, where there was getting threats that the sisters might be attacked. There was a brother, there was a European guys who were trying to be antagonistic and harm. And what happens when they were doing that? They got beat down, fortunately or unfortunately, by some of the brothers, right? At this kind of march. This European guy who did it was saved by a black brother, right? Now, this guy who saved the racist, they gave him like accolades, they gave him trophies. He was on top of magazines. He was rewarded with money and fame, right? But the brothers who went down there to protect the sisters from the mistreatment of these individuals weren't mentioned, and also the individual who was causing the challenges, who got beat down, he has never gone on and said he's sorry. He's never, apparently he was an ex police person, apparently, right? So that's what we're saying, as in they will reward you for doing things that's not in your collective best interest, right? Turn the other cheek and not focus on self. Yeah, and you the highest accolades. While those who are trying to defend women and children from harm and trying to do things that's better the community, they will either be mismanaged or misrepresented as rebels or problematic people, or just ignored altogether. I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm saying that it's not necessarily their job to do this, our job to do that, right? So we have to recognize that's why that brother there will get all the accolades, because he's helping and training black people that whenever anti-black racists want to beat you down on your women, saving them is the better option. That's the education that they give.
Yeah, that's the preferred.
Yeah. I hope that makes sense, brother.
All right, cool.
The thing is, we struggled because we've been trained to never put our needs first. And when you come from like a system or history, this historical context where that's always been trained, we don't even know we're doing it. So, like I said, when I was going to Speaker's Corner, there was brothers who would jump up to me and say, "Listen," they'll shout out, and they wanted the camera on. They go, "Look, put your camera in." They go, "I will never join any black organization where black people are in charge of the money." They want the world to know that, you see, because they've been trained to be self-sabotaging. They want to lead with that concept. Just like we showed a video of some young boys, and the question was, what women do you like the most? And they said, we don't like black women. So you see, can you see where it's like we've been trained that and then there's no pushback. And I think what the sisters are doing is when they realize the brother, who's come from a life of criminality, is doing something that isn't in his collective best interest, they're trying to give guidance. But we give thanks to the fact that he's in a place where people can see him, and he's overcome his challenges, and he's there. But there's still much way to go.
Oh, you talk about Young Space Shuttle?
Yeah, this because this is where
that was one Africa dude that was on there with him, right? Yeah, but what did Young Space say after that though?
In what context? What do you mean?
In the reply to him saying that he likes white women.
I'm not too sure about the whole white woman thing. I haven't heard that, so I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
I thought that's what you was talking.
No. What I'm going back to where we started, as in like the reason why I suspect the sisters are trying to offer guidance is because the brothers don't know.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. I thought we was talking about the. You see, when you gave the analogy of the dudes on the video, I thought you was talking about an interview that Young Spray did with one.
No. This I'm talking about. There's tons of internet shows where young boys are saying they don't like black girls with it, right? And I'm using that as a further case study of black people are happy to go on and declare inadequacies, right? And we don't know it because we come from a training where that's what you do. You go publicly and self-sabotage, you see? And then it becomes a creative process, a music process. This is what we've been trained to do. But if we ever were to do that same process in other groups, they shut that down. So, for example, you see Wiley and these other people who mention Jewish people in a certain kind of way, the Jewish people shut them down, and they'll disconnect any kind of economical game from them and move on. Even if they lose their own money, better to lose your own money than to support someone who's anti their people. But we don't have that code in place, you see. And so the Jewish people do that. They might not actually be even religious or even like that Israel centered or even that Jewish centered, but they have a code, as in, I don't want other people to mistreat my people, so I'm gonna stick on code. And I think the sisters were bringing that forward, as in, couldn't there even be a code where, even though you might not be pro-black, there's a code where you know that ultimately this is better for me and my family to have a certain standard, even if I'm not on top of a march with my fist out, or I've got a massive black bank that I'm making.
Well, there is though. Everyone that's trying not to practice Afrophobia and is on that sort of wavelength or whatever, try and make more links with those sort of people. Anyone that you might feel like is practicing Afrophobia or whatever, try not to discard them, innit? Like, move on to the next ones.
Yeah,
you can't say. Even Marcus Garvey recognized that you couldn't save every single black person. You're not going to save everyone. You're just going to have to take the constructor or the ones that's like-minded to what you're wanting to do, and just build from there.
Well, that makes sense.
But I was agreeing with that point. But that you can agree with that point and also know that that's still, the issue is still the issue. Like, most people who have a certain mindset cannot handle the kind of content that them people are pushing out for too long anyway. Yeah, it's still got the highest rating. It's still an issue for us. And when you understand what propaganda is and what you were talking about in regards to marketing and things like that, people with my mindset, believe there's a reason for that. There's a reason why they want a certain image of black men or black women pushed out a certain way. There's a reason why that gets the most amount of algorithm. There's a reason why that would come up more than the young black kids that are excelling well in school, doing, so much great achievements that are happening even in the medical field or business fields that are worthy of international coverage, but they don't get it. But what will get a coverage, what happens, and I'm talking about worthy for a whole coverage, for mainstream media coverage. There's innovation that's happening that could help everyone, that are coming from people that they don't want it to come from. That's worthy to have a media coverage. But what will have a media coverage about us is the most low vibrational things. So
yeah, but that's what I was saying was the one of the ways to solve that issue is obviously that Raven's a marketing expert, right? So you should be taking advantage of some of the skills that you got there to start promoting the Black Betterment channel, so you could be attracting more like-minded people to start building this force and having an alternative news source or alternative information outlets that you can promote in
but like what I said to you when you said that was that's happening already. But like I said, there's a bigger thing behind it. If it was just the basics of an even playing field, where when a black positive thing comes on and a black low vibration comes on the even playing field, it's not that kind of scenario. We're in a Western system. We're on stuff that we all know that regardless, they're going to push things for an agenda. So if there's a few of us that have a mindset and get pushed back, like what got said earlier, not only from outside, but from inside, then it's going to be harder to get that message out. And you can do everything that you can do for yourself, but it's also okay to have a conversation about it as well. You can do all the right things. You can support it. You can have your own channel. You can know that what you're putting out, you need to be aware of what you're putting out does battle against the algorithm that doesn't really support the content that you're doing. Because we all can agree, or hopefully we all know that that's not the agenda they want to push of us. We just have to look around us, not just on social media, in TV, what we've grown up with. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a right or wrong thing. This is like do you know what I mean? This is a community kind of discussion happening here. And if we can all agree that that's a fact, then we can all agree that you putting out a video or whatever is a good thing, but it still goes against what we're all going through. We're all battling about an image.
Yeah, I think I think also what the brother said. There's much truth to it, but also sometimes someone has to hear a message to reject it. You see, so when you say turn your backs on people and do your own thing, that's a very good idea. However, someone has to be aware of the new information, and we use Malcolm X as a very important example. He was doing many destructive things, but when he went to jail, someone gave him the option, and he saw it was a good idea, and he wanted to do wonderful things. So that's what the brother you're talking about, I suspect, isn't that knowledgeable about many forms of Black empowerment, right? So when time is given, we would like to, we can give him that kind of guidance, and if he hears that he wants to carry on, that's fine. That's his freedom. But we've given him the message in it. But at a certain point, we will be at odds with certain people. And at a certain point, our marketing might offend certain people because we gave them the message and they didn't take heed, and this is how it has to be.
I think we kind of got stuck on spray hard, so
yeah.
I don't think,
All power to that, brother. All power to that, brother.
Yeah, I mean, keep doing what he's keep doing, innit? But it's what it is. There's a lot of him going around,
Well, this is the thing. But back in the 70s and stuff, people were more like Black conscious or Black minded, and because we're not now, it seems like much effort, or maybe it's a bit of a nosy Parker kind of thing. But it's like we have to train Black people how to love Black people, and this is part of the double dilemma of why we need to do that, because right now it's a bother for us to do things that's in our own collective best interest, but we always have to give you case studies of Jewish people or other people who make a whole lot of money with Black people, but as soon as a Black person says something that is degrading Jewish people, they will cut ties, they'll cut their money immediately. They'll lose half their fortune immediately because they go, we have a code, you see? And that means there is a value in having a code, and we're trying to spread that code. Now, the code comes in the form of Black Bearment, which is the lifestyle, right? What can we do that is beneficial to our people? But we understand things.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even think that would even be a talking point. Do you know what I mean?
But remember, the double dilemma is important. Understanding when inadequate, because only inadequate people would question why you want to have a lifestyle that's for your own benefit. You see? So that's what they say. Like, why do I have to uphold women? Why can't I degrade them? Why can't I promote drugs? Why can't I mistreat men? And why can't I stay away from certain people and never help them? Why can't I do these things, right? Well, when you talk to other communities, like, we must find a way to unite and improve our situation. We must always try to progress. We must promote our values that we like the most, and we must center ourselves in everything. Because we're a conquered people.
Who does that?
Who does that?
Yeah.
Jewish people do that.
No, I'm saying who does that? Like what you're saying, that they're only from, like, you see what you're saying there. Yeah? You're saying they want to promote that. They want to promote all the other communities, but they want to hate on their own community.
No. What I was saying, brother, was the degradation of Black people is easily promoted and easily espoused and done, right? But other communities, they have a code in place that stop them from doing that to themselves. You see, and but they don't mind us doing it to ourselves, especially when they're profiting from it. But when you try to tell Black people this, it's like freedoms. We're free to do what we want, but when we give examples that, the people who hire you, or you might walk around, whatever, they have codes to stop them from doing it, but they're okay with you doing it. Yeah, and I've given examples of the Wiley and the other gentleman, whatever, where money was just cut as soon as they did something that wasn't in the best interest of the Jewish community.
Yeah,
these are very good case studies. Remember, everything I do is to demonstrate the single solution to the double dilemma. The single solution is Black betterment. The double dilemma is we're collectively inadequate and we collectively have no friends. You see, and that's why we need to have the Black betterment. That's why the sisters are saying we want to give some kind of guidance to brothers and sisters who grew up in criminality, and that was what they most valued. To say that now that you overcome that challenge, there's a way to repair the damage that you've done, and that is when you have a platform and time, you can promote some of these constructive ideas. Or when non-black people come on your platform and they're disrespectful towards the sistering or to the culture or to whatever it is, you can check them in a certain way that brings up history. Remember, we were talking about this the other time, right? Because white people valued white supremacy so much, even though they in the time of the First and Second World War, they didn't like the Germans, and the Germans didn't like the English, but they liked them enough to say, you know what, even though I'm going to shoot you, I'm never going to let black people be allowed to shoot you, because then those black people are going to think that they're better than you. So I'd rather the black people just clean the bomb mines and take the dead bodies away, whether it is, but I would never give them a gun to shoot you, because even though I despise you as a Nazi, I know you're better than the Negroes. You see, and that's their code. And both the Germans and the English, the Allies, they accepted this concept, right? You know, we have different political, which we're going to get over, but at least we know we're better than Negroes. And like, yep, agreed. You see, there's pictures of the Germans and the English people. They're on a war field. They're playing football against each other in the break. You know, and Negroes couldn't play. So
Here are some images of the Germans and there, and the English people are there on the warfield in playing football from the.
This is mad. My machine just started giving me information. It's funny. As I said it, my machine started giving me images. How crazy!
That's great, crazy AI, bro. Man.
Yeah, it's like so it's like there you go. So even the machine knows what I'm saying is okay. So, yeah, there you go. So yeah,
Raven's so black, he's got his own machine to be synchronized for him. Raven come out with the facts. It's like, here's the information I got.
Yeah, but brother, what we're trying to do is we're trying to trigger in brother and sisters' minds the necessity and the motivation for in their spare time to practice black bearment. And if the brothers have done this in an element, as you said, this is wonderful. And now what we want to interject and try to get in there is the consciousness of it, the reasons why you hire black people, the reasons why you try to start a business, or why you try to gatekeep your culture, whatever it might be. I don't know what he's doing, yeah. But when he does it, if he understands the historical method and why, then it will empower him to do more and to be more consistent. And also, he won't be able to then be compromised, meaning because he's effective in helping black people, you can't give him money to stop, which is we see a lot, right? When certain people get very famous, or whether it's like, okay, brother, you can come, but leave all that kind of pro-black stuff behind. You know, we want them to always have that in the back of their mind, that how can I help people whenever it's constructively possible? Because that's the only way that we're going to progress. Yeah, awareness.
Bro, listen, the point about the original point that I was making, yeah, that I'll make to Kush to you, that I want to make to you, yeah, was that obviously if you set up, why don't you set up a year's worth of programs that filmed proper, some proper content that you could upload to set pace, innit? Like, get this content out. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know about marketing, work the algorithm, get it in front of people's faces, and get more like-minded people, and maybe even more like-minded content creators in that thing of, and start moving to the next, like.
Yeah,
obviously
that's good advice. That's good advice. But
if we do that, and if I do that as well, I got your support, yeah, Veli.
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah. We're gonna do that. To be honest with you, this is something that we're doing. We're trying to go from strength to strength. But the most important thing is the message, because the message can travel farther than any kind of mechanism that we're doing behind the scenes, right? Because it's like, the idea is to influence the unsuspecting person, because the greatest black betterer in the world is probably in Jamaica, in his house, cooking plantain. You see, we don't, you know what I mean? And he hasn't heard, he hasn't got the framework to put together to motivate him to use his actual skill set, which his skill set might be he creates apps, and maybe that by making an app
marketing skills and your channel, you can reach him without even leaving your house right now.
Yeah, so brother, everything you're saying is correct, right? But
yeah, he agrees with what you're saying.
Yeah,
I think we agree with what Veli's saying effectively, though, right? Because obviously Veli has his own political stance, and I don't think. Well, I definitely didn't come on. I just come on to have a little banter with the bro. Do you know what I mean? It's been a while since I had a banter, old school banter. Very well in the mood for a banter, isn't it? He's trying to avenge his people, them. Yeah. So it's cool, isn't it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I hope they feel happy. It was a bit weak still, but I hope they got something out of it. You know what I mean? But on the real though, like, you know, you're a humanitarian. You know what Iron and Brother Raven stands for. So there's no shifting Vedi or whatever. So it's just, do you know what I mean? Like, we can agree, like what he's saying, you know, things already effectively in the works. You're already doing what you're doing each day as an individual, but two things can be like same as true at the same time, right? He's right in regards to be the change you want to see. I agree with him. Again, I can still say though, look at what's happening, you know, and all of that that's surrounding it. That's what I was trying to say to him, like two things can still be facts. So, you know, that's just the way I kind of see it. You know, I'm not trying to, do you know what I mean? I don't think if you have two different political views, no one's going to win, because we both see things differently on certain things, right? But there's a lot of things that I would have said that Feli kind of agrees with in regards to Black betterment. So, I mean, and if I'm wrong, interrupt me and tell me I'm wrong, unless you don't disagree with all of it. But I would say there's certain things that he does agree with. So, you know, it's just, you know, it's not a you know what I mean? It's just more of a conversation thing, really.
Well,
you know,
very fair. When he always uses a case study, it's always interesting for us to know that when we talk to Black people, and we're talking about a ever-evolving concept of how Black people can help ourselves, that someone might have a disagreement with such an idea. It's very interesting that. That's quite interesting, right?
Say that again.
So so Black betterment is the concept of Black people helping Black people in Black issues, yeah? And we track it by certain behavioral patterns. So I do wonder when talking to Black people who might, you know, like what is it about such an idea that causes disagreement or unsynchronization or not wanting to be a part of in any capacity? What is it about that idea that's so threatening, that's so alien, that's so peculiar?
Yeah, what is it about that, Brother Feli? Make you interrupt your sister 1,000 times and have a whole paper tune towards her.
What hold on a sec. Are you trying to say that I'm against Black betterment? No, you did. Can you repeat that question?
No, I'm not. No, because well, that's the question. I'm questioning, is that the case? Because I don't know.
Am I against Black betterment? Are you mad? You know, I just spent fucking a week caping for you guys on G Block against the fucking naysayers, the biggest naysayers in the world for about 7 days.
Let me say this, and this is something that we want to really reform if possible, right? When like Black betterment, is like it's a concept of where Black people work with Black people to fix Black issues, and there's a consciousness about it. So it can never be you lot unless someone is outside of that idea, right?
No. For the people that listen, bro, for the Black betterment people that want to build Black betterment or whatever, like Kushi said, in it, obviously I'm on the humanitarian thing, in it, so whatever,
What is that? What is the humanitarian thing you're on? What does that mean? What is it?
That means that like the same thing. I do want Black people to do well. I want all the people to do well as well, isn't it? But I definitely want Black people to do well and do better. I understand that the issues and I've spoke on it, seen it myself, or the issues of anytime the man them want to start speaking on issues that strictly affects like just Black people, man, we'll get a fight against that or whatever. If people want to argue you to the end of the door, this is racist, you can't do that, you're not allowed to do that, you can't do this and you can't do that, and giving all these a million reasons of why Black people can't do stuff for other Black people. But I never see them man protesting outside the corner shop trying to tell Indians they can't hire other Indians. I never see the man them protesting outside the kebab shop trying to tell the Turkish man they can't hire any other Turkish dons or whatever. Like, man, I've already had all these arguments from all the people that are saying that they're against Black betterment or whatever. Right. So.
But
So that's why I was shocked. I was shocked that right. I had my back against Black Diamond.
Can I ask a question, guys? To Raven.
Go ahead, sister.
Yeah. So, can you explain to us how it's possible to be collectively inadequate, but at the same time be a black supremacist?
Yeah, because I had this debate. Yeah, why big up yourself, Lady D. Yeah, because that was literally one of the debate that I had with one man for literally 9 hours with, even in the fucking gym, I'm debating with this brother about how it's the strange to try to give someone, like they were trying to label the Black Betterment thing as a black supremacist movement, yeah. But I was saying it's strange for you to label it that, while Raven is saying, but black people are collectively inadequate.
Yeah. So what we're seeing now is how tactics work, and we're seeing why the words we use are tactical. Now, what they're doing is what they're supposed to be doing. Whenever they see good ideas that unite black people, it's going to switch in their mind to say sabotage. And that the reason we're confused is because what they're saying makes no sense. But in their mind, it's stop, right? That's what happens. So the words that come out doesn't even formulate any kind of sentence, right? But they're not trying to. So the technique they're using is time wasting. So they want to go on a 9 hours. If you have a 9 hour show, they want a 9 hour show of black people trying to defend that we're not racist. And then once it's done, it's like their job done, because nothing constructive was done there apart from arguing and shouting about who's racist, who's not racist, right? And this is what it is. This is the tactics that they're very good at. And I'm saying that, we have these shows out there, and if that's what people like doing, so be it. But I'm saying that we're well aware of those tactics. So when you say, can you explain to me how someone who says that we're collectively inadequate, but yet we're black supremacists? The good question to ask is, look at the effectiveness of the mantra, then, isn't it? It's effective now because in the title it eliminates all these claims, but yet it shows that even with facts, they will still try to time waste. And that's why I say that when it comes to Black Betterment, in the code, they're not allowed to be in any meetings, because if they were, they will disrupt it. And that's why in the code, unsynchronized black person couldn't be there, because they will also disrupt it as well. But there is places for unsynchronized black people, and we have a lifestyle called Black Betterment Building. And even though we want all people to be synchronized completely, there is an opportunity for them to do one consistent activity that's beneficial to the black collective. Just one. And if they do that, we say, well done for your Black Betterment Building. Okay?
Yeah. Well, basically, what it was that obviously I posed that as a question, right? So then, obviously, I posed a separate question here that obviously the guy took 9 hours and still couldn't answer. Obviously, that I do my thing anyway, but that. So I was saying to man, obviously, show me, because you might be able to, innit? Like, obviously, like I've not heard everything or the full blueprint or whatever, innit? Any of the stuff that you've been speaking about. And I was saying that, well, you show me anywhere where you've been calling for like the demise or the was it harming or whatever of any other races or whatever, like the downfall of any other races or whatever. And then the second one was like Lady D reminded me of the
actual thing posed, bro. What the actual thing was posed is that Black Betterment is literally the same as white supremacy, and we're still trying to figure that out.
Yeah, well, they do what they're meant to try to sabotage. And that's why when they do it, this is the unsynchronized black man and woman as well as the anti-black races. You give them permission because they are fulfilling prophecy. Because the double dilemma is prophecy. Collectively inadequate, collectively have no friends. So whenever they do it, we just go double dilemma.
Wait. So just to be sure, the unsynchronized black man is the man who gives them the platform for them to implement their sabotage when he should know better.
Veli.
Humanitarian brother.
I mean, I just want the truth, innit? I just got to say what it is.
Well, like I said, I don't judge. Like I said, I'm well aware before we started that.
Man, you see my platform here. it's not the same as Nine's platform. Yeah, my platform is different, right? Like Nine's is free to do whatever she wants on her platform. Raven's free to do exactly what he wants on this platform. I'm free to do whatever I want on my platform. On my platform, I want people. I would rather have 9 people or even 10 people on the panel that disagree with what I'm saying, yeah, and trying to prove me wrong in any points that I'm trying to make or whatever in it, yeah, because I care about what the truth is. So that's what I'm trying to do, yeah, on my panel, right? So
Brother Belly, are you
reminds me of that thing that you said, Brother Raven, when you said that the guy said, "Are you pro-black or pro-truth?"
Yeah. So, are you part of the movement that says you're not pro-black, you're pro-truth? Would that be correct to say you're like that?
I'm not pro-black and pro-truth.
Yeah. Are you part of that movement?
I've never really been like pro. What did you say? What does it mean to be pro-black? What does that mean?
Wait a
minute. Let me say that.
5 minutes, 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago.
I never said that I was a Pan-African or.
Belly, you can run your show. Belly, you can run your show however you want. That isn't the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The problem comes in when you then say you're pro-black, because then the pro-black say, "Are you on code?" Then that's the problem.
Yeah, that's what exactly. So that's what I'm asking for. Okay, what boxes would I have to tick for me to be pro-black, and then I can answer from there.
Well, so pro-black is a person who wants to further black people, and so you try to do as many constructive things with and for black people to push us forward. You center yourself in blackness, and you have a B1 mentality, meaning black first mentality in all areas of people activity. Yeah, that's what most black people because the double dilemma says that our people are collectively inadequate, right? So that means that the majority of people won't be that way. But Jewish people, whether they're religious or non-religious, or live in Israel or England or London, they have a higher pro-Israel, pro-Jewish stance, right? And that's because they're more collectively adequate than us. So what we're saying is,
I still want black people to do well. Yeah, I still want black people to do the best they can do, and all this sort of stuff there. Yeah.
So what happened? So what was the triggering with Christy, where Christy was just suggesting for a bit of code under the guise of black betterment? What was the problem there? What was the push? What was the push you was giving to your sister?
What push did I give you? I actually didn't even give you a push, man. I didn't push against you. So. What did I say?
Because I was asking for a bit of a standard, just amongst no matter what we believe in. If you're a humanitarian, a Muslim, a Christian, a nothing, and when I say a nothing, like as in I believe in nothing kind of thing. And
question, let me ask you this year: do you honestly think that if M.R. said something that was what Young Spray classed as actual disrespect, like he was trying to disrespect Queen Ice Cream on that panel, do you think that Young Spray wouldn't reject M.R.?
Can I ask you genuinely, like my general answer?
Yeah.
No, because black women are not genuinely protected on these things, bro. Why would I think that, bro?
You ain't really seen the show then, man. You ain't seen the show then, man. Because if someone was really to get proper disrespectful to her,
but the boy, but then there's a level to disrespect because
I believe he would have.
But then there we go to disrespect. She's big pregnant. He's already screaming and shouting at her from what I saw. Yeah, at one point. Yeah, he's already there winding her up, knowing that she's big pregnant, pushing on this thing about the Jamaica, and this authentic thing that's going in the air. And my man's there sitting down, enjoying it and egging it on. Yeah. So you're saying to me at a point of when he thinks, hold on, bro. All right, bro. That bro, you only seem to interrupt Kushti. You're having a 1-2 with Raven.
No. Pause on that. I'm just interrupting you though, because I was answering a question that Raven posted first of all, and you interrupted that to make this point here.
Yeah, but I was just coming in a conversation. I wasn't interrupting because it was about what we were talking about.
Yeah. All right.
All right, and to me, I'm gonna say that for me to have any reliance on him and his ilk and how he stays, to think that he'll back a black woman, I've seen so many times where black women have just been paraded for people's entertainment and not get backed. So no, I don't think he would. And I think there was plenty of times there where he could have stopped because she's big pregnant and she's already getting uncomfortable, she's getting wound up. There was enough time there for him to just say, yeah, that's enough. But he was giggling. He was egging it on. So yeah, nah.
Right. And this is what we were saying about
I disagree still.
Well, I hear this, but what I say this. When we say that, unfortunately, there's a historical reason for this, but you tend to find that on average, more black women are more pro-black, are more aware of history and the importance of black families than black men. And that's because without us knowing it, we're more conquered than the women in some aspects. And this is what it is. And protection of black women is is one of the signs of being a man. Like protecting your women group is very important. And our value and awareness of that is diminishing. And that's where our black band has come to bring that back up. You see?
Do you honestly believe that Young Spray would let people disrespect his wife or his missus or whatever, or the panel host or whatever?
Let me answer. Let me tell you this. I'll tell you this. Here's the answer, right? First of all, I can give props to that.
She said that she was disrespected.
Yeah.
She did a live after and she was fuming and she said that she was disrespected.
But
yes, he would allow it.
Yeah. Let me give props before I correct, right? So I give props to Young Spray because I'm aware that Young Pearly Things, or whatever her name is, Pearly Things, the European lady, she must have tricked that sister into going on a show and then tried to mock her with thumbnails, right? As in this woman is stupid, something like this, right? And then Young Spray rang up and said, you take that off, right? And then that's what happened, right? So I'm aware that went on. So we give props to the brother for doing that, yeah? But where the interest is unfortunately with our brothers, what we're trying to say is a lot of us are unaware of disrespect. We're unaware of things getting to the limits. We're unaware of it, yeah? So that's why Black Betterment, we talk about consciousness, awareness. Because if you're unaware these things are problematic, how are you going to stop them? You see, when you talk about roadmen understand that if you disrespect me, I step to you in it because they're aware that there is disrespect. You see? So the idea is to paint a new picture of what disrespect looks like. Now we're showing you that the Jewish man, you roadmen are signing to their labels, they're aware that in your lyrics you're disrespecting them. So they cut your funding immediately. And all the apps that you're connected to, you disconnect immediately. You see? So they're on code. So we're saying that we need to re-educate you on what awareness looks like. You see?
But, bro, listen, yeah. How come man need to build a different platform than a proper platform, like a black YouTube to rival the YouTube that's out there now, or a different platform to rival the advertising or all the other sort of stuff like that?
Very true,
and all them sort of things there.
Very true. So what you're saying
is say the same thing.
See, this is what I'm saying. See, once you get synchronized, things start flowing from your head, right? Of course. So the idea is how many things can we do?
No. Pause on it. Behave yourself, man. Yeah.
You don't believe that? No, you don't believe that? Of course.
Like, come on, man.
The more you center a conversation about what can be done to progress, the more you start seeing patterns. And it starts leading down the same road. Like, well, if we keep getting kicked off these apps, why don't we just control our own? You see? Well, if they keep on kicking us out of this place, why don't we just make our own? If they keep firing us, why don't we just have our own? You see? And you keep building from that premise. So that's how Black Betterment works. So you're right. And our shows, we talk about getting people who make apps together to build apps and have them Black-centered. But remember, Black-centered.
This is the difference when you're having a conversation to argue points than to have a discussion. Because like I said to you, he does. From what I've heard, right, there's certain points of Black Betterment that he does agree with because he's I would say that he's definitely, I forgot the terminology for it now, but basically a person that is about getting up and doing for self. Do you understand? So as a community, he believes about getting up and getting out there and doing for self in that aspect. I might be wrong now because, I mean, Scummy started taking over and heads have been changing up on me, but yeah, that was the case. So, but he stands as a humanitarian. So,
right.
Do you understand? But I don't think, but this is what I'm saying. I think as well is that what outsiders do and a lot of us do internally is to set each other against each other. I've always had a respect for Veli, and this is why initially when I came on, I pre-warned him that was going to have a banter and whatever. But I thought I could do that with you because previous conversations Veli has always been at number one. He's been one of the earliest people from the get-go that has said his position. He's not winced around it. He's not flipped his position, never once. He's all, and that's very rare. So he's definitely held on to his same position. So once a man tells you what it is, you can't help but even respect that, especially when he stands to that. He said what his position is. He's a humanitarian. But to me, and what Black Betterment and Pan-African and old schools of pro-blackness is understanding that we are a people of many. Do you understand? And I'm trying to have a conversation with Veli. I was saying to Veli, I'm having a conversation here as a Black humanitarian. So as a Black person, because I've been in places, some of the blessed places I've been to, and what happens all the time at most Black events is you're going to see a Black Muslim, you're going to see a Black humanitarian, you're going to see a Black Christian, you're going to be seeing this or whatever. We all come together for a certain cause or for a certain movement or whatever. Our political vibes and wherever we stand in religion and political policy shouldn't stop the overall fact of Black people. Do you understand? And I think that's a Pan-African aspect. That's definitely a Black betterment aspect, because it's not about I have to war with Veli now because you're a humanitarian. This is what I'm saying. A lot of the things that you're saying, Veli, is a Black betterment thing. Do you understand? So why does it have to?
I never tried to fight you, or try to make it a separation thing or whatever, innit? Or giving you the rules and regulations that you have to abide by to link with me or whatever or whatnot. You get me? That's not me doing that. All right?
Do you think so? Black betterment gives that to others though. To other mentalities.
Well, Shiv have blatantly said it last week.
Yeah, you got terms and conditions.
What are you saying though, Veli? Because I'm not even talking to Shifa's point at all. So what are you saying?
No, I'm just saying you got your own terms and conditions. Stick by them, innit? Like, no, I ain't trying to make you. Listen. I ain't trying to change your terms and conditions. I know,
and I said that, and that's why I like to have a discussion with you. I know that. Like, you don't have to do that with me. I know that.
I know, but I'm saying.
What I'm saying is we're not trying to change each other's position, but what I'm saying, what is the So when you're saying there's rules and regulations in regards to what scenario is what I'm saying?
I was talking about to join the Black Betterment, or to be a Black Betterment builder or be part of the Black Betterment peeps, right? So that's why when the people, even when I was discussing on the panel here, like I was saying, right, even if there's things that I disagree with or I agree with or whatever, and like I'm not really a part of it, I can still say, like, right, like from what I've heard so far, yeah, I can't see it as a Black supremacist movement. It's more like, if anything, yeah, it's more like trying to get people to stand on their own 2 feet to be able to have their own stuff, so they ain't relying on help and handouts.
Okay, exactly. So but I understand that and I agree with you there. I think there's one thing about joining, and then there's another thing about working together. Do you understand? Or being able to be in the same place without warring or thinking that one thing is better than the other, or not progressing together as a community on the basis of what you believe and whatever. But what happens in house is what happens in house, right? And that has to be respected as well. But when we're talking about a collective, when Black Betterment's talking about collectively of Black people, they're talking about all Black people. When they're talking about Black Betterment, they're talking about Black Betterment.
Yeah, that's a good point. And this remember, there's this joining thing, but it's more so personal accountability and action. So as you said, there are rules, right? But the rules dictate two different kind of practices. One is of what we call a black belt nature, the Black Betterers, and one is of a white belt nature, which is the Black Betterment building. Yeah, both are very important to Black people progression. So if there's certain rules that people violate, i.e., maybe there's a brother or sister who in a yesteryear married a Chinese man or something like this, and so they can't be a black bearer because that goes against the rule sets of that. They can still dedicate time to do an activity consistently for black people. It's up to them to establish that thing. So it might be what I dedicate to black people is I have maybe a show every Friday, and on this show we only talk about constructive things for black people to find solutions. And that is one of my contributions of being a builder. I want to build in that area, even though I'm married to a Japanese woman, and I might do some other things that's kind of a bit not okay, whatever. I'm still going to try to have a builder mentality in these activities. You see? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm listening, man. I'm listening still.
Yeah, because remember, everything that is done, there's a tactical purpose behind it. So we can unfold that. So basically, what it is when people try to have a movement or a lifestyle or any kind of a collective gathering of some sorts, right? You end up getting divisions between people who are very highly intense, who don't necessarily, who just stop associating with people who are entry level, right? Or people who are on the fringes. We know that people on the fringes might have great skills. So that one man who's married to a Japanese woman, he might have the skills of being able to make an app that can connect black people. So as long as the app is for that purpose, and he's declared it and he's trying to do it for that purpose, then we can say this brother is building. This is a builder, brother. Yeah, even though he hasn't, ticked boxes here, we give thanks in that department for that. You see, and that's important. So that means that no matter where you are in life, no matter what choice you made in the past, you're always in a position to do something constructive for black people. You're always in a position if you so choose. That's why consciousness and choice is important. You see, you're conscious of what's need to be done and you do it. There you go.
Man. Also, like you're saying, like you don't have to sign up or you don't have to join up as well. Right? People are free to just do their own shit or whatever they want to do in it. So
exactly. It's like when you see the NOI, I don't think that the NOI still shows love to everybody. When they blatantly know that we ain't. When they go to an event, they show love to all the black people. They know that they're black people, blatantly not NOI. They will show love to the woman with the most shortest skirt or whatever, the person with a drink in their hand, everything that might be offensive or wrong to their religion. They don't even show any kind of they show love and they don't show no arrogance. They don't look down on you. Do you understand? And we can respect it for what it is, that we understand that they adhere to a certain code and things like that. But when it comes to the other people, then it's still love. So we've got examples of this same concept. Do you understand? And I'd say that to make it easier for some, and this is to the family, like it's to the black people, like kind of see it like that. Do you know what I mean? Black women have their own rules and regulations when it comes to things because they believe it's the right way in their hearts for black people. But it don't come like to say that if you're a black person and you're not affiliated or you don't fit into one of the rules or you don't even want to be involved in it, that you're somehow now branded as somebody that's a sellout or not even worthy of. There is a, do you know what I mean? There is a difference. And I think that sometimes a lot of people come in and muddy the waters. Do you understand? I'm not a part of the NOI, but every time I see Leo, my partner, my son, it's always love. And he's seen us in every scenario. He's seen me in the summertime, I ain't all covered up. He's seen me in the winter. Do you know what I mean? So I've seen him, I watch him, I've seen him go up to people who are drunk. I watched that organization so much because it's just one of the organizations, one of the few organizations that have just never flopped. You understand? Like to me, that you know what I mean? I don't have kitchen conversation online, but I'm just saying that NOI just it does what it says. It's always stuck to what it says. It's never bended, and it shows love to everyone, whether you're a part of their very strict disciplined association or not. Same with Black Betterment. We just do our thing, and black people should love it same way we respect or love the NOI, whether we're in it or not.
Can I ask one more question? Raven, if you finish with that bit there, yeah?
Go ahead, sister.
I want to bring it back to the title of the show, because I don't know, I got a bit you know, I kind of tuned out when it comes to this M.R. I'm not into it. But yeah, why is there such a problem with Black people promoting Black love? Where did that all start from? And why is it such a topic that drives everybody and their mother insane, including Black men?
It's multifaceted, but we got to understand any behavior that empowers Black people will be dangerous. Any behavior, right? So remember what they try to do. They try to turn Black love into like a Disney story. You know, where you go down the street and it's not even love, but love story as a Disney story, right? And you know, a castle and pumpkins and this kind of stuff, right? But what we understand is the reason why people would gatekeep their own marriage and stuff is because they understand how marriage and love and inheritance works. So if you're trying to build a community, you have to understand you have to have generational wealth or be able to inherit certain things. Marriage and unions do that, right? So it's not necessarily Black love they're against. They're against the concept of where you could actually own Black people. You know, the method of how to own Black people, and you know that's what they're against. Now, from an inward standpoint, how they will do is they use their own form of marketing, right? Where they make their women or their lifestyles more greater than Black lifestyles. So whenever you want a Black person, you just have to click your fingers. So that's why when you look at in the UK, Canada, America, or any place where there's different groups, you always find that Black men will marry at a high rate. You see, and this is one of the methods of how you control Black people. But obviously, the story Black men will tell you is different. They'll give you an amazing story of, you know, they're walking down the street and an angel came from the heavens and the angel turned into their wife and this kind of stuff, right? But the reality is, these are historical methods that have been used to control and undermine Black progress, and that's where we come from. So we understand that Black love is a holistic solution to many of our problems. If we're going to build a company, if we're going to build, someone has to help with that company. Someone has to own that company. Well, can that person be a Black person? If your wife is your first business partner, then obviously when something goes wrong with you, she inherits it. She takes over, you see? And hopefully if she's Black betterment minded, she's going to be doing things for the betterment of Black people. We can't guarantee this to a non-Black person, because what you'll find as well is when Europeans or non-Black people hear about Black betterment, they say, can I join? Because I love Black people so much, I want to help. And you go, if you join, you're going to cause confusion because we're collectively inadequate. But what you could do if you really want to help Black people is start your own institution where you try to repair all the damages that's been done to Black people and get reparations everywhere. They never want to do this. What they want to do is they want to either be in the board of a Black organizations or marry Black men who own things, so that when the Black men pass away, they then inherit all this stuff. And if you listen to many of the unsynchronized Black men and anti-Black racists who jump on some of these panels, that's why they're really up there in the reparations. And what do you mean my kids don't own this? And what do you mean his wife don't own this? Because it's about ownership. And that's why Black love. When you ask for the question, it's who can own things. And they know that if Black men are marrying Black women are going to own things. You see?
Okay, that explains, because what it was is that yesterday we was having this conversation, yeah, and there was one Asian youth, yeah, one English Asian youth, one idiot, yeah, and he had the most to say, and he tried to compare it to be us promoting Black on Black love is basically being equivalent to the white supremacy. And then they tried to add these stupid quotations as purists and all of the, like, what is this? So every other group can practice their own inner preference love, but when it comes to Black on Black, it's an issue.
It is an issue for them, of course. And once again, he's doing what he's supposed to do. You see, that's why it's always confusion, because when they talk, you hear other people doing certain things, but when you try it, you don't. Because I keep telling you that, and I don't say this to cause confusion or to upset people, but the only collective skill that people really recognize from Black people is subservience, because we've been practicing collective subservience for so long in so many different areas. So other people groups have developed a way of existing on the backs of Black people. So whether it's just anything Black people create, they can have. They can be the runners of it. Anything Black people do, they can be the directors of it. Any intellectual property Black people make, they can own it. and they can come to all the cookouts and they can be there and they can dictate. If a black man is handsome and rich, we can marry him. Why not? Doesn't matter about the black woman, this kind of stuff. They're used to it, right? It's like picking. It gives you that kind of paint a picture of going to the slave markets and just picking a man, isn't it? We want that one, buy him. So this is the concept that many people have got used to. Yeah. So obviously, when you utter something that changes that dynamics, they are automatically losing out. Yeah, because they no longer have that freedom, and they love that freedom. They love to have the freedom that their family gave them, and they like to have the freedom that black people gave them, because they got two forms of freedoms. You see, and black love and these things are taking away one of the freedoms that they were given. But the only difference is they were given someone else's freedoms. So we're taking it back. There you go.
Interesting. 9, are you there, sis? I don't know if she's even there. But I know she probably have a few, because yesterday was an interesting mad thing, man. It was just great. Verily, do you remember half of the things that were said? Because it was a madness, yeah.
What was that?
Triller released it, innit?
Yeah.
What did they say? A hard man's talking about the Kenyan thing.
Raven, have you seen the David Lucas thing yet?
Is that the one you mentioned in the show?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. If posted to me, I can download it. If you can, there we go. That'll be good.
Yeah, so like man's able to label all the tactics and ways that are being used to take advantage of, apparently take advantage of black people, right? So what are we going to be putting in place to counteract all this sort of things that are being taken?
I'll tell you. So that's why we talk about the Black Batman Blueprint, right? And the idea is the more you follow the Black Batman Blueprint, the more you protect from a community standpoint and an individual standpoint. So we're saying obviously some people can't because, for example, some people they discover the truth when they're in jail, so they're limited to the bars of the jail, right? And that's fine. That happens, right? So that means we've told you that marriage is a very important thing, of the partners you pick, marriage, mortgages, and motherhood, right? But some black men, many black men, sorry, they when they discover black women, they've married into it, right? So then in that case, then you would want to be conscious. You go, okay, well, I know that my European or Japanese wife is going to inherit anything we've made, and probably my kids will then follow suit and marry European. So that means my legacy is gone. But what I could do is I could help other brothers and sisters start a bank or start a business, or I could help start something that black people are learning black something, right? So at least I know in my lifetime, even though I'm out of the community in one sense, I can still have one foot in doing dedicated, conscious work. You see, and and then as time goes by,
what you say, like employing maybe one or two black people.
Yeah. Any activity of a consciousness, like I'm gonna try to get black people in.
Sometimes getting them to help you sell some merch, and they might be able to maybe even start a little clothing store or something like that.
Anything, doing many consistent things is important. So the one-off is great, but generally having a lifestyle commitment to a activity. So the good thing about Black Batman is it's a freedom thing. So it's like the idea is you analyze black people, think what does black people need. So if you said yourself, black people need apps, then you know what? I'm going to try to fund black apps program or something like. But you have to take an initiative, and then so that means when we sit down in the meeting, you can say with chest like, bro, I've spent my entire life building a black app, my entire life. And that's like, well done, brother. Well done, sister. Man, so we can actually track, the black betterment you're doing. We can track it, Being able to track what people are doing is important because when we track it, we can support it. But what tends to happen is, and this is what I find, I go on panels and I read out a list of things that's beneficial to black people, And when I get to marrying black women, there's like anxiety. And then some black men will jump on with their anxiety and they'll say, you have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm helping black people. It's none of your business. And that's their kind of response. And that's more of a trauma conversation. And that's triggered by the concept.
My God, what's your list of? Let's see if you can make it to the end of the list.
So the way we say it is black everything, right? So whether it's black health, black economics, black family, black likeness, black industries, you name it. Yeah, it's just a list. It's a list. I'll be here all day. And the idea is that person goes, oh, I get it. He's black focused. That's what these guys are. They're actually they're doing what other groups do for themselves, but for us, what a clever idea. Why don't we do the same? Rather than having philosophies that serve others, let's have philosophy that serves ourselves. Genius. And that's the idea. So someone should just be able to go, brother, you never mentioned black enterprise. And, oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. I didn't thought about that. Brother, you never mentioned black. And then you say something else. It's black on black, everything. Everything. Whenever it's constructively possible. Yeah. If other people have that in their code automatically. So they can come to your parties, they can play video games with you, they can smile at you and show you their legs and this kind of thing. But when it comes to actually building and doing something of beneficial nature, they say they're people. Now, the people that the sisters I mentioned who jump on the panels, they're practicing it then. They're like, wait a minute, these black guys are saying something that might take something out of our community and into theirs. I'm going to have to stop this immediately, straight away, automatically. And that's what they're doing. They're very good at it. But that's because they've been trained from birth to have this kind of code. You see? That's why.
What sort of industry or what sort of business would you be able to sort of conduct where you'd only be able to like? So obviously, if to stick to the terms or conditions of being a black betterment builder or whatever, yeah.
Yep.
There's the builder side that is there, right?
Yes, builder side, yes.
Yeah. So would your business is employing black people or whatever to carry out whatever employment task or whatever that you're employing them to do? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not interrupting. Nines, someone's in the back.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, and then so does your customer base have to be black? Or is it okay if you have customers from? Because obviously business, you'd want a wider base of customers, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, if you're trading, you're trading. Yeah. So you can sell. Hopefully, you're selling something of worth that everyone wants, right? So that's fine. That's within the realm of black betterment. Now, some black betterment, they create products that's specifically for black people, meaning like there are needs. Like for example, if black people's hair is being misgoverned, someone might see there's an opportunity to sell black hair products. So in that scenario, that's for black people, right? But you might decide you want to make footballs, and because you're excellent at making footballs, and the world wants to buy footballs, right? So you hire a black, you got a black team, black factory, black marketing team, whatever, and you go and you do your sales, right?
All right, so it's obviously you could hire black staff.
Yes.
But you could say your business is carpet cleaning, for example.
That's right.
You just clean any and everyone's carpet, no matter, innit?
That's right. If that's the business that you specialize in, sure. Yeah.
All right.
That's how it works.
Fine, what's the
Oh, hi. Sorry.
I'm going, Carter. What you saying, man?
Big up, blessings.
Okay,
I just finished my shift. I'm tired, but I catch the conversation real quick, and it's brilliant. Big up, Raven. It's been a long time since I've seen you on the stream. Yeah, it's nice to see you. And Lady D, big up. Larry, Kush, Don. Oh, is that Eunice? Yeah.
Big up, Hala. Big up.
Hi. Big up. Long time, Lady D. Undefeated. Tell them.
Come on, Thunder. Sorry, I'm in the chats, yeah.
All right. But just to the conversation, right? Raven, you mentioned some really interesting points. I just wanted to ask a few questions because you know me, I'm the younger generation to you lot. Not in no disrespect way, but so
Yes,
I'm gonna ask as many questions and get as much information as I can from you.
of course.
But my question was basically about this whole black betterment thing. We kind of had a similar conversation regarding what's his name, Umar Johnson. We was
Yes.
watching one of his videos and he was going back and forth with another gentleman, but I can't really remember what they were going into. But I kind of got into it with Sniper, and I said that well, we both agreed actually that it's kind of hard to put the black community, air quotes, into one system or one community because there is so many different variations.
Yes.
But I understand what you say about finding a mutual ground where black people, quote unquote, can do something like create an app or create a business to serve to their community. And like you said, if they want to keep it just pure black, you can do something where it's hair care and it's just serving the black community, or you can do something where you can open it to everyone as long as you give back maybe to a program in your community, in the black community, or you create something out of your business with other people or invest. But another suggestion that I had was apps. And I think that's really good because I think everyone has this thing where they almost want to create a religion. That's how it feels to me. I wouldn't call it if black people come together, it would be like white supremacy. I don't believe that at all. But I do believe it could become some type of a religion. And from my experience, that can be so hard. It would be difficult to get everyone to be united in one group when there's so many different factors to it. But having a baseline, like literally a baseline in education, doing research and formulating numbers and actually contacting black companies and stuff and getting that information and maybe creating like a book, and start there and just gather information about what us as black people want, what we're looking for, create an app maybe where black people can give their voices and stuff. Because as a young person, like when I listen to, like, for example, Umar and all of them, even though they're not like they are Pan-African in a sense, but he kind of says he's not. I don't know, it's a bit of a confusion, and that's what I'm not subscribed to. I'll much prefer for there to be like an app or something where we can independently access it and have the information at hand and know what to do. Because I feel like the biggest thing is literally just information. Once we have a place where we can circulate information and we know it's white people, other people are going to have access to it if it's going to be a public thing. But I think literally just finding a base. I think everyone's just trying to do too much and create schools and everything, and we're not even finding a baseline to actually get the people that we want to go to these schools. There's not a place for them to actually congregate and get the information. So like you said, just creating an app or a book or something where people can purchase and start from there, it sounds good. And I think a lot of people try this, but we need to do something, like you say, collectively, where everyone has access to it. Because I think that's the problem, access. Everyone has little groups or live streams or this and that, but there's not like one place we can go and really voice our opinions without it,
Well, sister, this is how Black Women works. It's like accountability upon hearing the message, right? So it's like if you're a sister, you have power. You can actually dedicate your life to doing these things that you wish to see, right? But the goal is there, the black centeredness, right? Because you're creating activities needed for black people to progress, and you can see at a certain angle better than so many others. So it's like when you get the time and chance, then you should do it. As for you said, I'm not too sure what you said about Brother Umar. I think he is a Pan-Africanist. He says he says quite a lot.
Yeah, he calls himself the king, the prince of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, so I think he does see himself that, and I think that's important in the sense of letting people understand your ideology, because when I want to build with someone, by knowing the ideology, I know if I'm going to cause confusion or not. You see, so that's why everyone has to know I'm a black bearer. You know that my life is dedicated to helping black people collectively progress, and I will try as many methods as possible. But we are solution based. Yeah, we're solution based. We want to find solutions to the many
Hey,
problems.
can I ask a question? Yeah. So far, yeah. Have you been able to create any apps or any jobs, or has anyone built any started any jobs or any companies of like employing people? Or
yeah,
we got to that stage yet?
Yeah, so me personally, because once again, it's the person accountability on what people are doing. I run a network known as Mount Melanin, and in that network, people meet up. They when they're looking for plumbers, lawyers, whatever, they go on the network. When they go to other countries, there's people already there, part of the network.
Okay. Sorry to cut you, Raven, but that's what I'm talking about. How you're a connection for people to come to find other resources, and putting that in an app literally is what I was saying. But yeah, carry on.
Let me carry on, because one of the ways that the message really gets out there is by people seeing me as inadequate. It's very important. It's very important that people see me and my efforts as inadequate. But even though I'm inadequate, I keep persevering. I keep trying, right? And that means you go through stages. So right now, we're all on WhatsApp, right? We can make a group on WhatsApp and it's called John's Nose. And the whole group is about laughing at John's nose, yeah? Or we can make a group called Black Employment or Black History, yeah? And what we could do is we could literally make that a Black betterment concept where we add as many people to our WhatsApp group as possible, right? Who are Black, that is, right? And in that group, there's a rule set. And the rule set is you can only talk about Black history in the Black history one and Black economics in the Black economics one. And then you add as many constructive Black people as you come across. And then you govern that actual space itself. Now, that's just step one. Step two might be you learn how to code and make your own app, right? That's another thing altogether. But what I'm saying is that means you can do something from a start point. So me in my inadequate state, that's what I did many years ago, right? And that concept grew. So now there are networks that I started that will have many, many people trading. But the thing is, I'm one person, right? If everyone had that concept, so that if your name is, you can make an app called Black Connect, and not even that, but a group. Sorry, that's easy. Yeah. What I'm saying is, this is what I personally did, right? And I see it to be effective. But then I understand that as you start doing these things on the lower level or the entry level, you then get the motivation to get the next step. So the next step is someone like me learning things like UI UX design, right, and programming, right, and understanding that, and then going amongst people in diaspora and in England who collate all their skills in a database. So this guy is big tech. This guy is cloud design. This guy is user experience. This guy is motion design. This guy is iconography. And I get all these people together who are Black, and then you go, look, brothers, of all of us here, I'm thinking we could make an app to do this particular challenge. And you go, okay, well, the only thing is, Brother Raven, yes, we got these skills, but it's going to take 2 years to make an app, and I can't dedicate 2 years and not pay my bills. Go, have no fear. Now we've got the team. We can go to the community. Go, community. We've got this concept for an app, and the app is to find Black businesses or to find Black women love or whatever it might be, whatever the app is going to do. And we need X amount, and we'll build it, and it'll be on this platform at this time and date. These are concepts that people can do, right? But it starts with the easiest approach. So the easiest approach is WhatsApp, isn't it? The easiest approach is YouTube. As in, let me make a channel and call it Black Constructive Talk or Black Betterment Blueprint or whatever you want to call it, right? But you're dedicated to this concept. Now, I understand the world is very alluring. So mistreating Black people is fun and gets a whole lot of clickbait. So that's why I say, to be realistic, if you have a show every single day, Monday to Friday, every single day, right? Well, why don't your Monday show be about mistreating Black women? So be it. Your Tuesday show is about mistreating Black men. So be it. Your Wednesday show is about mistreating Black children. So be it. And your Thursday show is about mistreating Black elderly. Okay, if that's what you think is cool. But how about on Friday, you have one show where the rules is constructive in it? No swearing, no mistreating, just honestly trying to find solutions for our inadequacies. Yeah. And then you can go back on Monday to mistreating Black people. So this is where we're at, because we recognize we're collective inadequate and we have to have a one step at a time approach.
No, it's really good. I appreciate all of that because it's a lot of information, but I definitely understand what you're saying. And it's, yeah, no, it's good. It's a good gem. Definitely answered my question. So yeah, thank you. So basically, this, like you said, you started many years ago on WhatsApp, and then you kind of communicated with, people adding people. You communicate, you find, yeah, okay. It's just taking steps basically, and communicating and going from there. If that's what
That's
I
what
wanted
you
to
do.
do.
But more importantly, black betterment is a collective concept. So I wouldn't be anywhere where I am if it wasn't for the brown sisters who jumped on and helped, all right? And they made it a collective effort. So in those things that we have admins, we have people who help out, who do designs, all this kind of stuff. This is all important. Black Bearman, we've got a show called the Black Bearman Broadcast, and it wouldn't be anything without the contributors to the show to keep it going and to give other case studies a perspective. This is important. So once you start, you're going to find like-minded people, but you have to have your core, and your core is you're a black person who wants to help black people on black issues whenever it's constructively possible. If you have that core there, you're going to look for other people who agree. But that's where you can see, because what we sometimes do is we use very vague language like I want to help everyone, or I want to help the world, or I want to be constructive, blah, blah, blah. But there is no actual kind of core. And when you don't actually pin things down, what you'll find yourself is you're going to be in a room helping non-black people. You see? So you need to pin down, I'm going to help my people, and here's how I'm going to do it, right? And then other people will gravitate towards you.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Hey, bro, is it all right if you give us like a name of any of the sort of apps or businesses that's been created so far?
So what it is I couldn't tell you any apps that's been made, because I think we mentioned WhatsApp, didn't we? So that app's already there, and it's a non-app. But what we were saying is that once you have that in your heart and mind, so we're giving you the structure of how you can start today to do black bearing work. Now, once you get to a certain plateau, you could be driven to actually network with others to try to build a app, right? But because what sometimes happens, just if you guys are listening, people they have like a very high conclusion, like a goal. They go, well, I want to make a spaceship, right? And until I can make a spaceship, nothing's going to happen. We're saying, why don't you go through the stages? So why don't you get a pen, draw a spaceship? You can do that, right? So at least you know you've drawn a spaceship. Well, when we talk about WhatsApp or Facebook or YouTube, these are things where you can just press file new, save. Yeah. And that file new save, rather than be about how ugly black women are or how ugly black men are, it could be how could we make black men and black women come together. So then it becomes a black betterment concept, right? And then maybe if you keep doing that for a year, and then black people appreciate coming to your platform, you can ask them, well, what's your skills? And they go, well, I'm a developer, I'm a designer. Well, why don't we come together and make an app that actually makes black men love black women? So remember, it's what's more important than any success that I have had or other black bearers have had is more so the idea, because once again, I'm inadequate. You see, I'm inadequate. So regardless of whatever, you have to see it that way. Like, I'm someone who has very limited resources, trying my very best for black people. So imagine if someone with more resources trying their very best for black people, imagine how far that would be. You see? So it's the idea that's more important, the idea, not the individual. I hope that makes sense, family.
Yeah, it does. Cool. Yeah, like you say, you just need to do that if that's what you want to do. It's just, yeah, it's interesting for sure. It's just like business, really, isn't it? Like you take steps to run it, I
It's very
guess. So,
what's very important on these platforms is when you admit that we are in a challenged place, right, and we're struggling, but there is a want to progress. Look at the others who mock that concept. You see, because they're important, because they are highlighting why we are struggling. That even when you're in a low place and you meet your challenge, but you have a longing want to fix this challenge, you have no support. And this is why we use a double dilemma philosophy, right? That collectively we're inadequate and we collectively have no friends. And we understand that the only solution to this is inward building, i.e., black bearment. Once you accept that concept, we will progress. But we can't let all these other things come in and swear us from that concept, right? That's what we're saying. Constructive black man and constructive black woman based on constructive black family. There you go. How that makes sense, family?
It's like everyone wants to build up an underdog. It's like a universal thing, unless it's black betterment. And they want to bash it.
They want an expert from
It's already an underdog. Let's smash it down a bit more.
This is what happens.
Let's all unify by kicking it down.
And that's why when I start these conversations, I let people know that I'm inadequate and I'm nowhere near I need to be, and I'm pitiful. I'm worthy of pity. However, if a person who's worthy of pity can do what I'm doing, imagine someone who is amazingly immaculate. Imagine what they can do, and imagine if they practice black Burman. You see, and this is a concept we can spread across. So ideas over individuals is always going to be more important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I'm jumping on the debate. There's a debate what some guys doing on Instagram. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but it's about black love or black men marrying out or something like this. So that's annoying. So I'm gonna leave soon to jump on that if it happens. But any questions? By all means, I'm here before I jump off. I know some, and usually there's people who have questions in the forums, but I suspect many of them are either anti-black or not black at all. But by all means, they can jump in if they are allowed and ask questions. But ultimately, regardless of what I tell you or what the sisters tell you, it's going to be what can you do in your spare time to help black people collectively. There's the moral of the story. What can you do? You see what I'm saying?
Why would you want to talk to them? I'm curious.
I wouldn't. But
okay.
But it's more so the thing is the greatest black betterer in the world, like I said, could be in Jamaica flying plantain right now, right? And they just haven't heard the concepts. Like that actually makes sense, like self-motivation, whatever, right? And so the idea is, how do we reach that person? And it is by jumping on these platforms, but we don't know who they are, or whatever. But we're going to keep on giving the message because that's how it works, right? We recognize we're collectively inadequate. So we come together to become collectively efficient. That's it. I mean, there can be no other solution because we collectively have no friends. That's been demonstrated for over almost 1,000 years now, right? So that's what it is.
But I kind of agree with what Carter was saying earlier when she mentioned this. There's so much diversity within blackness,
of course,
and it's unique. You're trying to unite people based on their skin color. Most groups tend to unite based on their nationality, the Bangladeshis, the Pakistanis, the Indians, the Greeks. We're the one group that's trying to really unite based on the skin color.
Excellent.
Our skin color, because we believe that regardless of our nationality, we're all experiencing the same prejudice, which is, I can't deny that. But that those tribal divides are so strong. It's been, because I've been on places where it's supposed to be pro-black, but then I find it's pro-Caribbean. Or it's pro-Black American, or I've been on panels. I've been in rooms where you had Haitians who hated Jamaicans, and they all came under the banner of pro-Black. And I thought, you ain't pro-Black. You're just pro your own nationality. If you want to be pro your own nationality, then be pro your nationality, but don't masquerade as being pro.
Let me
even in Africa. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, go on.
Let me just add to what the brother was saying. So a part black betterment is a local and global concept, right? So you could come from a nation or a tribe or a sector and to build up that sector of black people. You will still be perceived as a black bearer, a black betterment, but if you then try to mistreat others, black people, then you lose that title. So there's nothing wrong with a Jamaican in Jamaica or a Jamaican trying to do Jamaican betterment and whatever it's called under the black betterment guys. But if he starts mistreating others or starts limiting others, then it no longer qualifies, right? Also, how we describe black people is a collection working for protection and perfection, you see. So we recognize that black people are made up of many different people groups, right? And you never have to leave that people group identity behind. It's just we don't support civil wars and this kind of thing. But also, what I'm going to say is very controversial and very shocking. But me personally, I'm what's known as an open door elitist. And what that means is I understand that in order to actually make a difference amongst the collective, you have to work with a small, similar-minded people group, right? And
I'm gonna pose something to you, which ties in with what you said. In the 80s and the 70s, being pro-black in the UK worked very well because the majority of the black people there were of the same culture, Caribbean.
Right.
So they had that thing which united them, and it worked. It worked well in the 70s, the 80s. You had riots and whatnot. People were standing up against police brutality and racism. But at the core center, they all had that same cultural background. You had Africans, but they were a minority. They were a small population. The bulk were the Caribbeans, and that's why it worked a lot better than it does now.
But what I was saying was, when you have a smaller number who have the same mind, then those people can make bigger decisions in the group. So you could have an Ethiopian, you could have an African, of Nigerian, a Zulu background, you could have Afro-Jamaican, Afro-Dominican, whoever. And because they are synchronized on the same mindset, meaning the Black Betterment blueprint, right? Those people come together in the table can dictate where money and fee and funding and whatever is going to go, because they are more dedicated to these concepts. So regardless of where you're from, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing there, Brother O'Leary, because you're right. We have a lot of amongst us, we have people who only want to deal very kind of closed-based, tribalistic kinds of ways. But Black Betterment, because you were saying that you'd see difficulties in it in regards to that fact. But Black Betterment is not based on skin color.
No.
It's based on mindset.
Yes.
Skin color is the requirement, but do you know what I mean, to step through the door, but you have to, it's the main requirement because you have to be of black, you know, it's for black people. But the main thing we're connecting on, the main thing that makes you apply or be applicable or relate on or work together with is the mindset.
Yes.
So wait, so if you were
when you say black, like you said, when you say skin color, you're gonna have a problem, right? But when you're talking about a mindset,
yes,
now you're not gonna have that specific problem that you're talking about.
But
right?
the problem is the title is about the skin. It says black. So I don't have a problem with the thing. I'm just, so to build on what you're saying. So if you're saying if a group of people who are Ghanaians, they decide to help the Ghanaians in the UK, they don't mess around, they don't talk, or they don't have a problem with Jamaicans, Bajans, but they concentrate on only helping out Ghanaians. Is that still Black Betterment in your opinion?
That's what. Good.
But the thing is, with those brothers there or sisters there, they wouldn't need to use the Black Betterment banner because there's a more accurate banner to use, and that's the Ghanaian or Ghana, Ghanese dependent, whatever. That's what they would use. When you say Black Betterment, you're talking about you go to a place where, in this place, we're going to serve the black populace, the black needs. So it wouldn't be correct for them to use that kind of branding because it's not actually for black people, it's for a particular tribe.
So then who qualifies as quote unquote black then? Because then
we haven't answered that. So we've got a diagram. So it's basically Afro-tropical people and their descendants, whether in the ancient times or modern times. So when you look at Africa, there's a region known as the Afro-tropical region, also known as Sub-Saharan, and all the ethnic groups that are indigenous to that landmass, as well as their kidnapped brethren who were taken through the Arab slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade, as well as ancient African people who left many years ago but retained their Africanity through the place they stayed. These are the historical people who have, we've got a list of it, all kind of stuff, and all those people are welcome to practice Black Betterment. What it is
also, bro, like I was going to say to Brother O'Leary's point, because that was a good question that he asked, right? Because he kind of switched it. And there'll be times where just because you're part of Black Betterment, you're helping the collective, but you're also helping back home, whichever back home is for you.
Yes, of course.
You know, so it's that as well, that you know, that's that's probably going to be a very common thing that you'll find as well. That, you know, some people are going to obviously want to help or have more of a pull from our motherland, but that doesn't stop them from equally wanting to help in something that's probably more local, because they might not be residing in that country, and as a collective, it's just a collective black. And, you know, and I think, you know, that's what you was going to go into. I think that's what you did go into about, you know,
I mean, I don't.
I think that's what. Sorry, Brother Raven was just explaining. You know,
Mm.
replace black with whatever you're comfortable with calling yourself, kind of thing.
Because
yeah,
I don't have a problem against. I mean, I'm not pro-black. I'm not Pan-Africanist, but I don't have a problem. It's a bit like when you walk on the street and you see Christians who run up to you and say, "Have you heard the good news? Jesus loves you." I mean, I don't hate them. I'm not a Christian. It's like they wish the best for me. They want me to join their thing and be happy. Pan-Africanists, pro-black people, they want all the black people to unite and be happy. So I don't really find them as, I don't view them as an enemy or stuff. I just see the complications. But then part of me thinks you had that famous story where some guy called Moses united all these different tribes together under the banner of this Israelite thing, and they all came together and they all did their thing. So I guess you could bring all these black people together from their different tribes, and they unite together because they have a common cause. It's not an impossibility. So I can see the point. Yeah, I get what you're trying to do.
But the truth of the matter is,
we've done that as well. Like, we've all come together for a set purpose. If there's been a universal enemy or a problem, you know.
But when people say like all these people, it isn't necessarily all these people we're targeting. It's special key people in the community who come in and they will make the others understand the mission by osmosis. You see, that's how it's always worked. You get a smaller number of people who are more dedicated, and then through them and their actions, everyone else just by osmosis just joins. Does actions that's better in the black collective group. You know, behave in ways that's more cohesive, more structured, more beneficial, because you've got key members of each environment coming in doing their kind of work. That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, I'm personally, I don't really have a problem with people who are pro-black or black betterment or Pan-Africanist. Don't have an argument against it. I mean, I'm not part of it, but I don't really have a problem with them. So
I know that, bro. I just want to say that I know that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has said you are, but so what happens is there's kind of like two gates to jump. One, there is why we're not practicing black betterment, and then or any kind of a pro-black concept, and then how to make a person want to do that. And I think that the enemies of black people were very good at sowing that, as in we can make people not only have no interest in their own progression, but when it's presented to them, just be nonchalant towards it. You see? So how we handle that is we have a concept known as open door elitism, where people who want to join can join as long as they're constructive, and through that joining and union, those people will be making the branding and the concepts and the ideas that make every black person by osmosis just start behaving in a way that's better and more. It's the name black better, right? So that's what it is. And that because those people against black people did it to make black people work in a way that isn't constructive, you see, that is destructive, and just do things that doesn't work in black people's collective best interest. So we're reversing that process, but it's a special type of people that we're targeting, and we're there to be known as the open door elite. You see, that's how we brand it.
What does that mean? Because I thought that was like a bit of an oxymoron, open door and elite.
Yeah. So what it is usually elites are a smaller number because it's a more dedicated concept, right? And so what we're saying is we know that people are usually governed by elites, but there was like an anxiety towards the concept of elites because people get to think of like being rich or being a queen or this kind of stuff, where realistically those are not really the elites, those are abusers, right? Who are just in small majority who have power. So what we're saying is we understand that if you ever tell the mass of black people, let's be constructive, most people will say no. So we say, okay, well, the people who say yes, as long as they practice utility and unity, they can work with all the others do the same thing to find solutions. The name we give those people, just by definition, is elite because they are the specialists in trying to practice utility and unity because they are the only ones. And willingness actually is now a skill. So someone who's willing to do something is now to be seen as a skill, because we know that when you tell any black person, you know that we're suffering and no one likes us, maybe we should come together. They go, I understand that, but I'm not against it, but I'm not for it. Whatever. When that's said, you know that means that utility and unity is a skill now. So just by me wanting and being sincere, I have that skill. And we understand that not many black people have that skill of wanting. So when we find the people who want to do it, they will come together to make the marketing program to make everyone want to do it. We've got a whole science behind it called the Black Innovators and this kind of stuff, right? But that's the strategy that we use.
I wanted to say something to what Aliri was saying. I'm just having a convo with you, bro. Yeah, it's not like an argument or whatever, or a point scoring thing. But I do like the fact that you just say, like, because I know that you've said that before, that you're not necessarily a pro-black or Pan-African or anything like that. But I do know that you want for black people. And I know that you say, like you said, it's the holes and the lot of difficulties. I think you said actually, not holes. And I hear you when you say that, right, bro? Because I hear you're genuine. I feel that you're genuine. I feel you're genuine when you say things like that. We've spoken so many times before. And what I do want to say to you, not like I'm going to change your mind or anything, but I do want you to, like, just kind of think over the fact as well, bro, that whatever philosophy or organization there has been, right, none of them's got it all together. Do you understand that? Like, there's holes and there's things they could do better. It's just that some organizations or communities are at a better place despite of it. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like that's how I see Black betterment. Like, for example, you've got the Jews, right? And they're elite at organizing, staying on code with each other. But yet we see one of their biggest fights publicly, and you see like a bunch of Jewish people who protest and say that they're outraged and they're against it. I don't know what they are, if they're anti-Zions or whatever, so I'm sure someone's going to correct me. So what I'm saying is, even certain groups that have been known, like collectively through everybody, whatever race, that are just really good at sticking on code, will still have those types. They will still have, they're not going to have everything together, because we're dealing with humans and people have free will. They will do what they do. And we as Black people, and I know that you know this and you agree with this, that we're coming from a broken place. So it's just, that's the kind of thing I want to have with you. I feel like when I hear people go at Black betterment, it's like it has to have every single thing spot on. Like every organization, what about this? What about that? Do you understand? And it's like, and you need that, right? Because you get stronger on it. And there's not been a question yet that Raven hasn't heard before and hasn't answered. Do you know what I mean? And I think I've heard it so many times that even I'm just like, okay, I'll just go on mute and hear the answer again. Do you know what I mean? So that's another point that I just wanted to put that out to you. Do you know what I mean? That although it's good to ask those kind of questions and things like that, and it's good to make sure that you cross all your T's and dots all your I's, even the best has still got things where it's just not working out, or there's holes, or there's errors, and there's, do you know what I mean? So although with Black betterment or pro-Black or Pan-Africanism, you can see the difficulties with not even the outside, but the inside people who just want to confuse the thing, or they just want to have internal conflicts with in regards to tribalist things and things like that. It can cause a hindrance, but it can still work. There's still been examples in history where different tribes, different religions have come together within our own history, have gone together. And even if it's a small triumph, it's still a testimony that we can, and it might not be every time, because that would be the ideal, but life's not ideal. But we could get it to maybe a 50%, maybe a 75% for the next generation, So that's kind of the way I see it.
Yeah, I think that works, like if you do it locally from like a business point of view. So we're in the UK, So
Yeah.
if we're in London or something, then we try and unite and help people out through businesses. So somebody has a business and they then work with other businesses and they hire people, or they get into a graduate program where they start hiring. I think there's even one that was called the Windsor Fellowship, which used to like go scouting for black people in university, and they would then help those black kids get jobs in the corporate world. I remember that they existed when I was in uni. So, you know, things like that, yeah, it makes sense. You're helping a particular group of people, but you need to be more subtle, clandestine. Don't make it known what you're doing, because all the other groups, they do the same thing. They're just very subtle about it. I mean, the Jews have their own ambulance service. They didn't go around announcing they were going to do it.
Exactly, and exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I support that's the irony is, if someone came up here to attack the whole pro-black thing, I would be against them and I challenge them, even though I'm not ironically part of the group. I'd be like, oh yeah, really? Well, if you feel that way, be consistent. Go to Chinatown and tell the Chinese to stop having Chinatown. Let's see, put your money where your mouth is. Why is it you're just coming towards the blacks? Double standards. So yeah, I would challenge him. And I understand it's difficult. It's a lot difficult in the 21st century than it was in the 20th century. But I think, like I said, it was easier in England in the 80s and 70s because it was primarily Caribbean people. So they had that unifier, that cultural unifier that brought them together. They didn't have to worry too much about different hurdles.
What I always try to tell brothers and sisters is try to think of black betterment as a lifestyle. And the reason why that's important is, and we can use veganism as an analogy. It's like, the idea is when you see it as a lifestyle, it can't be judged by the failures of your brothers and sisters around you. So maybe they might practice, or they confess they practice the same lifestyle, but they're doing it in a struggling way, right? So it's like, if you are a vegan, you do not want to harm animals. So it's, how does that work? So if you are a black betterer, you want to help black people progress. What does that look like? Now, there are certain rules and regulations that make it easier. Like, oh, I get that. Yeah. But generally, you don't then need to be governed by the failures of your surroundings. So if people fall short, it should never undermine your lifestyle because you are part of the process. And then we have something called the double dilemma that recognizes why we are inadequate at certain things. And we're trying to reverse it through the consistency of more black bearers. And that's something I like to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. So if I was running a business, then someone came to me and said, hey, we want to do this to help, further the education of black kids. I said, yeah, all right, help out with that. Don't see anything wrong with it. We want to help get these graduates in here. Could you do an internship program in your company? I said, yeah, it's a small company, but yeah, sure. What the hell? Yeah.
But what other thing that, just to add to that, it's also the person who's being asked if they were black, them actually having initiative before being asked, meaning that because I'm a black person and I have all this power, rather than black people asking me, a black person, to do something with black people, I decide to do it first. As in, like, I'm looking, and then I put myself in positions of places where other black people are doing the same thing, and we network on that level. That's how black.
It's interesting you mentioned that. For years, there used to be a charity that I used to contribute to called World Vision, and in it you would adopt a child. You would pay money every month. The kid would keep in contact with you. They would show you their family. They would let you know that the money you've given them has helped them buy books. Sometimes the kid would send you a letter. Sometimes you'd be asked to send them a birthday card. And so I signed up to that. And I remember when the person asked me, okay, thanks very much. They were very happy. They said, which child would you like to help in which part of the world? And I said, I don't care, anywhere. And the person was like, oh, surprised. They were happy. They were surprised because they said usually people just pick where they're from and they help them. So I at the time, I just said, I don't care. I'll help any child. So they put me in touch with, it was a kid from India, from the northern part of India. I mean, I saw his picture. You wouldn't think he was Indian because he looked more like Thai or Filipino. That's how I realized in the northern part of India, you have these Indians who look Chinese. Right. So I helped him. But I guess looking back at what I did, what I could have done or should have done is when they then asked me, which child are you going to help? I should have chosen, I don't know, either the continent of Africa or the Caribbean, because it would have been a black kid. It would have been a black child in a black family I was helping. So that would be the difference between being a humanitarian and then going down the route of helping one of your own. So next time it'll be a case of when they ask me, oh, which child would you like to help from which part of the world? Rather than say what I did last time, or I'll just help any child, I'll just say, no, I want it from Africa, or if they come up with the Caribbean, or if they say the South Pacific, like Melanesia, like Papua New Guinea or something, I'll say that, because then I'll be like in tune, helping one of my own, instead of doing this "we are the world" thing, I guess.
Yeah, so and that's a great answer. And I think what it is it's always good to know that someone wants to help people or children, this kind of stuff, right? But what we're realizing is that because Black people are heavily overlooked in almost on every single kind of metric, right? That means if you as a Black person don't take interest in Black people, no one else will. You see? So that's why when the option comes, you have to do it. And it isn't that you don't like the Nepalese or Indian kid. It's just we recognize that Black people are heavily looked over, right? So we take that, but there will be situations where you can help people here and there, whatever. We don't track that, so we're not really tracking the work people are doing for non-Black people. We're tracking the work you're doing for Black people. So that means it's like, okay, because you're being tracked now, and because there's an awareness, I'm going to try to up my ratio, isn't it? And that might mean when someone says who's on, go, oh, anyone in Jamaica or Nigeria at all? You know what I mean? Rather than, well, you pick for me. And once again, let's give an example. When it comes to picking, if we let other groups pick for us, they might then decide to pick nations. They might do what many people do and ignore, say, Africa. Africa is heavily overlooked in so many areas. So as Black people of African descent, we just by us not picking Africa directly, and then them not picking Africa directly, then once again Africans are going to be overlooked because of this history of the double dilemma, meaning collectively Black people have no friends, right? So this is why we have to have a conscious. Remember, we said conscious awareness, and then we actively do it. But what we can't let people do is paint us as wicked. So, because this is what they'll do if they were here now. What about the kid from India? It's like, whoa, the Indians are looking after her. I hope. Yeah. Why was it that when I picked anyone, it was the Indian that came first and not the Nigerian? So it's that kind of stuff, right? And that's what it is, and that's why sometimes you need to have clear-headed conversations where it's just you and other brothers and sisters in the room, because other people act too much static, and before you know it, you've left the room and you're going to spend $500,000 in India, $500,000 in China, and the rest on Tibet or whatever, right? And not these are wonderful things, but they have Tibetans and Indians who are not only doing better than us collectively in certain parts of the world, but they also have their infrastructure in place that looks out for them. While our infrastructure has been completely bombarded and beat up because of what's happened to our nations.
True. And plus, I find if Black people want to come together, those people you might be helping might be against you. So you might be like marching on some Palestinian thing.
Yes.
And then you're marching alongside all these Palestinians and people who are Muslims. But then when you want to do something that's for your own people, they'll suddenly turn on you. And then you're like, I was marching with you and I cared about your problems, but problems affecting my people directly, all of a sudden you're against me. What the hell?
Yeah, that happens a lot. There's some like religious affiliated people groups who their religious temples will do community work for certain nations of Asian background, and when the Africans would come up and say, "Can we now do some Black, focus stuff?" They weren't best pleased with it, and they would shut it down. I hear this quite consistently. So that's why I say, you be Black centered as much as you can, whenever you can. But that's why we have what we call the double dilemma. It's very important because by acknowledging that we're collectively inadequate and collectively have no friends, it then motivates and justifies why we have a lifestyle that is dedicated to fixing it. You see? So whenever they try to call you certain names, you go, well, no, we understand about the double dilemma. So if
the word inadequate is I don't know, it's not sitting well with me, I guess. Good. And I'm not saying that's not your opinion and your lifestyle. I'm not questioning that at all. It's just something that doesn't sit all right with me. I can't sit.
And this is why I work in marketing. I understand
that.
Let's break it down. Because I work in marketing, right? And so there's some of the brothers and sisters. So it's like when we use these words, it's like now that you know this is the truth, you can either live your entire life and never fix it, or you can feel sad about the truth, right? And what we're saying is, I'm going to live my entire life to fix it. So we're no longer collectively inadequate, but we're collectively efficient. You see?
I understand your point because you explained it earlier. Also, you did touch to why you say this, and it's your goal is to be adequate. That's the goal, right? So understanding, I actually fully understand. I think it's just maybe the first approach. You know, if I was to first tell somebody that, or say it, or maybe communicate it to another Black person, you know, the first thought of that might be
good. That's good. That's good.
But then that's why you go and explain it, right? I'm guessing. But yeah,
let me explain how I will explain to them, right? We'll say that there is a single solution I practice called Black Betterment. That's a single solution. This single solution is to the double dilemma. The double dilemma is Black people are collectively inadequate and Black people collectively have no friends. So that's why I practice the lifestyle of Black betterment. So when people go, why is it that you say Black women is your obligation? Meaning, like, I want to know if you love your women with blonde hair or brunette hair. And you say, no, Black women are my obligation. It's because not only that Black women are extremely beautiful, but also because we are the double dilemma, I have a single solution, which is Black betterment. So when I'm picking a wife, it's inclusive of that betterment. You see? Everything is connected. So in order for us to be collectively adequate, I have to have a lifestyle that governs what I do to make that reality. And when more people start living that lifestyle, we will be collectively efficient. We will be, you see. But we need kind of like tick boxes and things to do. And the fact that you're not the first, and you will never be the last of someone. Boy, when I hear that, I feel bad. And here's what they say. They say, you know, I like it when someone says, you know what, man, you're a king. Okay. You know what, you're a queen. Yes, I'm sure you do.
No. I'm not married, but yeah.
Of what I've become, right? And I say, yes, but the problem is when you say these things, which we should be doing anyway, it doesn't actually give them a goal. You see? Now, what happens is I keep saying that when I was talking about these people who make a show 5 days a week. So Monday's about mistreating Black women, Tuesday's about mistreating Black men, and Wednesday's about mistreating old people, whatever. It's because this kind of like edginess really cuts through people. And it's like, I'm really entertained by this kind of like showing of blood, right? Well, we don't have that from a Black betterment standpoint because we're constructive, but we can use the truth because the truth is the sharpest of knives. And the truth is Black people are collectively inadequate. And now, if that's true, the next step is what you're going to do about it. We say Black betterment.
Would you agree that other communities are also inadequate?
Well, I say that you could put things on a spectrum. So unfortunately, I would say that the European community are not collectively inadequate. I would say they're collectively adequate. And they've created scenarios where non-Black people and other non-white people, especially Black people, have put themselves in a subservient position to serve others, right? Other than ourselves. So if you go from a spectrum, if this was the Premier League of people participation, Black people are at the very bottom. So for betterment meaning, we're stepping upwards, we're trying to go from 10 at the bottom to 9 to 8 to 7.
Sorry, Raven. People's backstage nines, if you're there.
Okay, people backstage nines. I hope that makes sense, sister. And I do hear that it cuts very deep when the truth is said, but we also talk about philosophy where we talk about the conquered African or the conquered Black person and the conquering Black person. So what happens is,
I live the truth every day. Trust me, it's not hard to hear. I just like to question things and like understand.
So you should. But as I go on, as I was saying to the guys who are listening on the internet and future times, we have two types of Black people that we identify: the conquered Black person and the conquering Black person. When the conquered Black person hears we're collectively inadequate, they might get very defensive and very upset, and they might lay in a bed and start looking at the wall. But when the conquering Black person hears the same information, the first thing they say is, are you kidding me? I had no idea. Well, you know what? Everything's going to have to change. I'm going to fix everything. I'm going to be a part of the solution. I'm going to network with other people to make sure that my people are collectively efficient. So already we have two different mindsets. So when we talk about the open door elite, the conquering are the open door elite, and I am talking to the open door elite, but I'm never ignoring the conquered because by working with the open door elite, we're going to create concepts and ideas that helps them by osmosis. You see? So we're going to have these, when we call Black people kings and queens, it's because they actually generally are kings and queens. and they're going to have magazines of them dressed like royalty, and there's going to be job opportunities for them to join. They're going to create ideas and intellectual properties that we own, and it's going to be a cohesiveness. But we need the open door elite or the conquering black person to be awoken, to work with all the others, to be dedicated to this concept, you see. And that's what we're currently doing. This is the campaign right at the moment, you see. The reach out.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, sister.
Okay. Appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's good. It's good. I'm just taking in that information. Yeah. But I definitely understand. It's just
sorry, guys. Nine, are you there? I think people want to get on. Sorry, I'm just doing something in the back.
Give me 5 seconds. But yeah, carry on. Oh, is it muted? Oh, there you go. There it is. Can you still there? Yeah, sister, you said you want to say something. Say what you're saying.
Yeah. No, I was just saying. Yeah, I definitely understand. The meaning and understanding of what the two different mindsets are, and yeah, I'm just not really an outspoken person too much on the streams, but it's definitely got me thinking, especially as somebody that is from an African Caribbean background. Yeah, like I said, it's information, because sometimes you don't really know where to even start, but just having these conversations, asking questions, you get information, you get resources, you go from there. So yeah, I'm good.
There you go. Well done. Sister, if you are listening on other platforms of the Black Bear Broadcast, feel free to always jump in there. Your opinion matters, because you did say you might be a slightly younger generation. And what we want to do is, we never want to miss the link between generations, and there might be some challenges that the younger generations go through that we're unaware of because we're not there. Because sometimes, obviously, you can't judge everything by the internet, but sometimes I see videos of maybe young black boys or black girls, and when they put the camera in front of the microphone in front of their mouth, all we hear is trauma, but they don't know that what they're doing is traumatic. They have no idea. To them, it's culturally normal, so we don't want to miss that.
So I said information and communication is so good, because it's the first step for sure. And is it on YouTube? You have a panel, or
so
is it like
so if you type in the Black Betterment Broadcast, follow it, and every Friday
I'll get the link. I'll post it in the back for you.
There you go,
oh,
sister.
okay. Thank you.
Hey, yo, Raven. You know that so do you have like a blueprint or a roadmap of like different stages of things that need to be ticked off on the route to?
Wow. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
You said so. Yeah, so every week we go through a list of what we're trying to do, ideas. We start, and it just by listening to one episode, you should get a grasp. And as time goes by, we'll be releasing PDFs. We've got a website up at the moment, this kind of stuff. But it's like but also one thing that we also refining things, because obviously as time goes by, new challenges come in. Because Black Betterment is a refinement of any kind of concept. It's an amalgamation and a refinement of any concept that preaches that Black people should work with Black people and Black issues. But obviously we're in the modern day, so we're trying to make sure that it's up to date and fresh for the people. But any concept in the world that makes a Black person realize there is a value in fixing your own agenda, that is important. That is what we're about. Now, right now, when there's other non-Black people, they listen to these talks and they're like, I can't understand what you have to explain that. And we do, because we've been trained to be subservient, and we've been trained to even talk in a way that's in other groups' best interest, because they use tactics, you see, and the tactics were successful. So we're trying to use tactics to reverse that. And on the Friday show, you can be a part of the unraveling of that tactic. So the traumas and challenges that we go through, you can push forward, and we can try to pull it down as a case study and go, okay, for this consistent problematic behavior, we're going to try to find a solution. That's why every time unsynchronized Black people, anti-Black racists try to confront Black bearers, we have answers, because everything is a case study. So rather than getting a concept where we're exchanging who's got the highest trauma, we put that to the side and go, okay, let's have a tactics that makes Black people work more cohesive. And that's why we've got a spreadsheet for every kind of interaction, because we designed it that way.
Sorry, bro. I'm just eating some food at the same time, man.
That's fine. That's fine. But that's you know, we do have a blueprint, and we go through it on Fridays. And right now, we said the single solution is Black betterment, and that's to the double dilemma. But there's a triple triumph that we're working on, and the triple triumph for these three things: Black families, Black economics, and Black health. So no matter what's happening, we push down that these are the three areas of life amongst Black people that we're trying to improve: Black health, Black economics, and Black families. You see, and this is part of the Black betterment blueprint. You see, and so the reason why the anxiety over the wife, because we're saying that in order to have a Black family, you have to have a Black wife. You see, and that way you have a Black family. So that means all the rule sets that we try to give works when you find a Black woman. If you don't find a Black woman, then the Black family is no longer a topic. You can focus on Black economics, which will be affected by not having a Black wife, but you can still do it, as well as Black health. You see, so these are the three areas that we call the triple triumph. You see, the triple triumph.
Yeah, man, that's why I was really on to you about trying to get your advertising and marketing side campaign on, so you can get your message in front of more people with like minds, right? It'd be a lot more advantageous to the Black betterment movement, right? For it to be in front of a lot more eyes that are like-minded, right?
You're right, but we're also using guerrilla tactics of going out into the world and speaking to Black people on their panels and introducing them to ways of operating that works in Black people's collective best interest. I think someone's TV. Yeah.
Looking through the room. Jeez.
Big up to the panel. Big up everyone here. Big up Raquel for joining.
Yeah, man. Black betterment, son people. Yeah,
everyone.
man.
Big up
Just listen. Yeah, son sister.
Humanitarianism. Some
yeah, man. Article.
Some our panel members.
Yeah, you can keep your humanitarianism to your panel members.
Reminds me of that documentary I was watching on Netflix. We are the world. We are the children.
That's what I think of every time he says it. With a straight voice, with his deep voice, he says it. And that's what I hear in the background.
But the thing is, one thing we always do, right, is we ask questions. It's very important to ask questions. So a person who's not a Black betterer, someone who doesn't practice a lifestyle that's dedicated to helping Black people, the question is this: what could be done to make the concept of you, whoever that person is, being dedicated to helping your own people group more appealing? What could people do to make that concept more appealing?
I think a lot of people do stuff that would, that they would class as helping their own group or own people or whatever, but you just might not class them as a Black betterers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, the same, like I always try to give I'm beating this example with flogging a dead horse, but like Young Spray's got his little channel.
Not Young Spray again. Yeah. Not Young Spray.
Bro, stop crying, man. Stop the blood clot crying. Yeah, man. So
he's got his channel.
Man. He employs a couple people to do his marketing or whatever, do his filming, recording. He's got his host, and then he's got his merch company that he's doing his merchandising with that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so he is doing stuff that's helping his own people or some of his own thing. But again, like you wouldn't class him as someone that's practicing Black betterment, right?
Well, yeah, but what the question I asked was like, what could we do to make these concepts more appealing? Like what could you do to make constructive dedication to Black progression an appealing idea?
But like,
good question.
But I'm saying that there's a lot of people that are already actually practicing that, but I don't know, because it's not to the liking of people on the panel or whatever. You're not willing to say that they're practicing any forms of Black betterment because they might have said something else that they don't like or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
so the reason that the angle that Black betterment comes by is like we know that some people might be alcoholics, yeah, and to leave an alcoholic to govern himself or herself, they might just continue to be alcoholics without really knowing, and their health is deteriorating, but there's no one else to bounce off. So they try to say, why don't we have a standard in it? And before you start the standard, you have to admit there's a problem, right? So Black betterment comes in that form, as in we have to have a standard. So I'm saying that so the person who's telling the alcoholic person, the standard is not to drink anymore. The alcoholic might say, you know what, I want to drink every other day. And you see, and then so that way it's like you can say that, yeah, this person has a standard, but then now with that standard, every other day is 2 gallons every other day. You see, so it's like you have to have something to say. This is what we're doing for this reason because of how things are, and that's what Black betterment comes. It's accountability, it's awareness, it's conscious. Yeah, so that's what I'm asking. Within that consciousness, it might be like saying, look, I want to practice Black betterment, but I think you should allow us to or I think you should allow us to You see, what is the thing that's so unappealing about complete dedication to Black people progressing? There is something. I'm pretty sure I know what it might be at some points, but generally there is some things that could be looked aside to make more people want to practice Black betterment. What do you reckon that would be?
Yeah, but you could start off with the economics. I mean, one of the great example, if you're referring to, because those obviously a lot of us were in certain types of relationship, was Father Divine. Has anyone ever heard of Father Divine? You know what I mean? He used to fund the Black community. He had a lot of economics, etc. It was socialism, but politically, we did some good work. So for the youth, they want jobs, they want marketing of trades. Now there's them on the panel and women that are into the trade thing, so plumbing, electrician, knowing how to do your taxes, these things is very important for the youth, because I've got millennials, they're older than that, so it's all about apps, as what Brother Raven does anyway, and that. So things like that, to progress, to have an app where it's like, okay, you know what, let me identify that particular electrician or plumber or anywhere around the world, and that, you know what I mean? Brother Raven, big up to you, man. One of the one of my friends, he was asking you about some games, man. You know what I mean? And you helped him out with the games thing, and he literally he's basically sorting something out in Japan. You know what I mean? But he's got his own business, and that's what the Black Betterment offers. So big up to the Black Betterment organization, man. But yeah, economics is a thing to start with first.
Hey Raven, that's what I was asking you earlier, isn't it? Like, to give an example of like different apps or maybe even some other businesses that have.
So let me explain. So because it's a lifestyle, like even yesterday, I designed some CVs. I went on a call to help someone rebrand their company. This is what I don't know. I'm doing it because it's embedded in my lifestyle, right? I don't also follow things up unless someone asks me to. So usually people might come to me and say, you worked with my sister on this thing or my brother on this thing, right? But I'm not the only one. Other Black brothers do the same thing. So when it comes to tracking things, it's our lifestyle. So it doesn't. But because we have groups and groups within groups and we go on panels, we're constantly doing it. So it's like we don't walk around with like a checklist of like, but others can always talk on our behalf because it's our lifestyle.
But bro, that's part of the marketing though, man.
What I'm telling you is the market. This is actually what I'm doing right now, right? As in, because it's an everyday occurrence, I will forget that I did anything, right? But what I'm saying is, this is the way when we think we'll be, because we're constantly looking for solutions, right? We're looking for it, yeah. And that's what it's like. It is interesting for being a black
Bro,
man.
listen, yeah, what I was saying as part of the marketing, yeah, was that obviously if you're able to advertise different successful stories that's come out of the Mount Mellon / Black Betterment movement or whatever. I remember when we was doing Mount Mellon from Speakers Corner days and all that, when man was doing Yang and all that sort of stuff there.
Yeah.
If you could advertise success stories from there, and there, then it's going to draw more people towards more like-minded people. It's going to put more eyes on the prize, isn't it? Like looking in that direction that you're sort of heading, and obviously the people that you're trying to attract.
Yeah.
Any of them that see any of that sort of stuff there, they might be like waiting on the sidelines right now. You get me? Like, but if they don't know about any of the success stories that's coming out, or even how the movement works, or what's the benefits, what's the pros and cons, or whatever, then why would they? Why would they ever go towards? Do you know what I mean? Like, why are they going to come towards Mount Mellon or go towards Black Betterment or whatever?
Because what it is what's more important from my standpoint personally, right? Isn't the success rate of the individual, myself or other brothers, whatever. It's more so awakening the need for someone to be active, to want to be successful, right? That's more important, because if the whole thing is, well, why would these black people listen to you until you're successful? I'm like, well, no. We're trying to demonstrate to them why they could be successful, why they could be the person who finds a successful person or is successful from their own background and works, right? That's the idea. So it's trying to find a person who's motivated by the message in that way, because that's the person who I will personally work with, personally. You see, because they don't have to wait for a success story. They understand that they're from a collective group that's struggling, and they're part of the process to fix it. But there will be we highlight success stories for campaigns and stuff. But where I'm at the moment is to have the message, and by the reaction of the message, I work with. And like I said, what people don't seem to see, or they shouldn't see, is the behind the scenes conversation. And every time I used to do public speaking or come on apps, I'll get private messages on Instagram or a person taking the side, and that person I'll work with until this day, because they're what I call the conquering black person, because they go, brother, everything you said just makes sense. I've got this idea, Kenny. Of course, yeah. So my primary is those people at the moment.
Bro, you know that company growth, yeah, marketing is, you know what I mean, goes hand in hand, innit? You're trying to grow the movement, and we want to get more like-minded people to be connected to a Black Betterment, or even if they've got their own movement of group of so and so, and it's in association with, like, there's certain things that you might be able to come together and or whatever. But how will you find their group, or they find your group, if there's do you know what I mean? If it's only just word of mouth, you need to have more advertising than just word of mouth. Because obviously the people that you're looking for are the people that we don't know that have the same sort of mindset, right?
Yeah. Well, the way I say is this, right? When it comes to like grander, more production values, right? That's like an actual concept where it's like people have to sit down, money has to be raised, and things have to be done. Now, I'm connected to once again, this is an individual thing, and I'm talking about collective thing. I'm connected to many things going on behind the scenes at the moment, right? So I can only if the Black Bear broadcast is a commitment that if anyone wants to be constructive, they can connect with me there. It's a commitment, right? And I think since 2000, whatever it is, I'm there, and the sisters and the brothers are there. So if you want to contact us guys who are practicing Black Bearman, we're going to be there for the most part, right? And we know it's Friday at 10 o'clock. That's the commitment we uphold. If that show was to ever become next level, where there's like flying cameras and animation, whatever it is, that will be the next step, right? But right now, that's the goal. The goal is we're always there to tackle case studies at that time to further the Black Bearman blueprint. But behind the scenes, I can't jeopardize or slow down what I'm doing, because, like I said, no one sees the behind, because it's not for everyone to see, because it's for the missions and the projects I'm doing that are not for the public eye. And just so you know, the right type of people. So, for example, the Black Bearman broadcast, you notice that a certain type of person goes there, a certain type of person who thinks in a certain type of way. Well, when you go to Speaker's Corner, you see that there's like a sort of tribal way of thinking where certain people who like certain things hang there and certain people like certain things hang there, right? So that's what we have at the moment. And then and when we're ready, we'll go to the next step. But there's other things that have to come first that has high priority, without question. But we are reaching out because this is something you can do. Like right now, I can design some kind of banner, whatever it is, while I'm talking on this platform. I can do that. You see, I can write a script for something while I'm talking on this other platform. So when I was talking about the WhatsApp ease of it, this is part of that same process. How you can easily help Black people whilst doing something else. Yeah, but there's a certain time where you have to be fully invested in this thing, and that time will come. But it comes after this outreach where there's more of an awareness through these methods, and it's like now is the time to take the Black Bear broadcast to the next level where it's funded and blah blah blah. But I would say it's not there yet. Without question.
All right, let me ask you this then. On the optimism side of the game, then what would it look like for you to say Black betterment's been achieved and Black people are not collectively inadequate no more?
So if we see a culture of Black people at a high level, to a mainstream level, to an underground level, of Black people all synchronized, all on for the majority, I should say, right? Now I've got a blueprint. I've got a breakdown of what they call the innovation of the diffusion of innovation. So what will happen is that will happen. You have a 2.5% come up with the idea, which we're building now, and then I think it's like a 13 or 14.5% or something is the early adapters. They jump on board, and then others on board. Once we get there, and like Black betterment is in the ethos, it's just a way of life. Yeah. Then we can say, family, we're now collectively adequate, but we must continue, because if we don't continue, this is inadequate behavior.
But what does that look like though? Because
it looks like
2.5% of what?
So what it looks like
13% of.
I'll explain. So it will look like when you go, if you go to the Somali community, right? 99%, so they say, 99% of them are Muslim. So that's their ideology, right? So what we're saying is, amongst all Black people, regardless of what their religion is, a high percentage, anywhere from say 60 to 100, practice Black betterment in some form. And the awareness of consciousness is there, as in like the necessity of Black people practicing Black betterment is just embedded in life, to the point where these discussions about why we're helping each other don't have to happen. So Black people look like Jewish people or Asian people, yeah, in the sense of how we operate. We've broken that kind of curse of having to fix unsynchronized behavior, like Brother Kel was saying earlier. Because right now, every time we come on, we have to negotiate to Black people why it's important to have Black families. We have to negotiate to Black people why it's important to have Black economics. We have to negotiate to Black people why it's important to have Black health. We have to negotiate to Black people why, when we have creative outlets, we should try to have a balance of not just one kind of slackness, but uplifting content, right? We always have to negotiate because we're collectively inadequate. So once we're no longer negotiating, like it's a standard that everything is uplifted, and then we gatekeep at such a rate that we just don't see other people violating, like, so easily. Then at this point we're adequate, because we won't need to say we're adequate, because we're all adequate. We know it, right? But the reason why I can say we're collectively inadequate is because we all know we are. We all know we are. Yeah.
But I was talking about what it looks like to be at the part where things are successful in it, like, or things are
Black industry. Black industries. So we have Black magazines, Black shows, Black apps, Black owned series, Black owned companies, Black. Yeah, all thriving. You can go to a Black Wall Street. Every single Black investment there. Africa is more unified. Trading better. The Caribbean is more unified. We have self-sustaining concepts that work. Once we start getting there, and that's what we're seeing, it's just a natural thing, and we're a synchronized community, then we are adequate. When the code is consistent. The awareness and the practice and the consciousness of the code is consistent, and it can be achieved. And until we can do that, we are collectively inadequate, and that's what it is. Now, if we get there, and then as soon as we get there, we start giving it away, this is also part of the problem. So having a lifelong concept of where we keep this kind of control, and that means that our kids are not born into struggle; they're born into a consciousness and a purpose, and it's consistent. And when you look at, so okay, let me paint a picture. When we look at the men that dating habits, we'll see that black men date out the least. Yeah. When it comes to learning habits, we see that black men and women learn the most constructive kind of economic sustaining industries. We learn it, as in schools. When we come home, we're learning these things that benefit us. We're learning it's like it's natural, yeah, because we have this cohesive collectiveness going on. Yeah, this is what it is. Once we see,
Isn't just sorry.
then we can go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like, isn't just the issue just like discrimination though?
No, it's not discrimination. No, discrimination is a problem. But one of the distractions that we have, and it's a very good distraction, is black people keep talking about racism, which is important, and being mistreated, which is important. But actually, whether someone is mistreating you or not, you should still have a collective, cohesive concept. Yeah.
But why is there? Sorry, I was like, why is there any utility in a collective identity if it's not to undermine oppression and discrimination?
Why? Because all people groups should have a self-sustaining mechanism. So the Jewish people say never forget because they know that if they ever get comfortable and they
Jewish people are an ethno-religious group, though black people aren't.
Well, I'm talking about it's any kind of collection where someone could identify by their sexuality or by their religion.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's kind of arbitrary to just say like, okay, no, but I'm saying absent any discrimination,
we disagree.
What's the motivation to collectivize based on the skin color?
Like I said, we value it. So the power of blackness is we can say that because black people want to do something, we do it. It doesn't matter if other people do or don't. We see there is an importance of it. There is a historical context towards it, and we value it.
Yeah, so but the historical context is oppression and discrimination.
If that's, like I said, brother, if that's what you want to do for your people, then you should do that by all means. But we have our own agendas, and that's what we practice.
Sorry, I feel like we're talking past each other. What I said initially was that discrimination seems to be the major, affliction.
So if that's what you feel,
then outside of that, absent, and you're saying it's not really that important.
No,
why would you collectivize based on blackness? It's a bit arbitrary. Like why wouldn't you collectivize on, I don't know, some particular ethnic group, whatever ethnic group,
So what we're saying is having a sustaining system, so having a way of thinking that defends black people from any kind of challenges that's happened in the past, happening again, is important.
What are those challenges? Discrimination, right?
Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is
you agree with me then?
I agree that you want to live in a way that you can't discriminate, but we're saying
what's wrong with discriminating against people that are oppressing our people, Brother James?
Yeah, I think you just don't understand what I said initially. I think, and everything downstream has just been. What I said was, isn't the main focus on undermining the discrimination or the systemic quote unquote?
No, it's not. It's not. The main.
That's why I asked initially. It's not that I'm saying it's like not you can't discriminate.
Utility and unity, and those defend us from discrimination.
So say again.
Utility and unity defend us from discrimination. Because a unified group can operate much more better than a disorganized group. And
but I'm saying the motivation for unification is
evil. The thing is, we're such a big group that people are motivated by different things, but we push unity and utility, and that's what we do. And
no, but the point I'm making, right, is if it wasn't the case that we lived in these, we lived in this like inequitable period of history, then there wouldn't really be a need to collectivize. Like what else would motivate that? You'd probably collectivize on things other than like race or ethnicity and stuff, right?
Here's what I say, right? If a man is coming,
do you agree with what I said though? Just rather than
this is the answer to your question. If a man
Wasn't a
comes,
question. Oh, okay.
this is the answer to the question I'm going to give. If a man comes towards me and my friends with a machine gun, my friend might say, "Can you imagine in a world where the man doesn't have a machine gun?" I go, "I don't need to do that. That man has a machine gun and he's shooting. So we have to live in a way where that man is shooting." Fortunately and unfortunately for black people, we have been heavily mistreated by being identified as black. So there is now a high motivation to come together.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't like.
You see?
I don't think that's the only. I don't. I think you should still be able to reason counterfactually. I don't think just because you're like because you have a firm like a firm grip on reality that you can't just like reason hypothetically. But okay,
I'm
but
sure.
that's,
Well, that's
yeah.
what we're dealing with. What we see, what is you see that black people have a reality that we're reacting to, and that takes the primary over the fantasy that people will react to. So we are reacting.
Yeah, I hear you, but that's like, yeah, I feel respectfully, bro. I feel like these are like talking, like you think you're responding to something, or these are like pre-programmed responses almost. But I'm interested in knowing, like, if in your opinion there isn't any real reason to collectivize other than to oppose or reverse or correct the discrimination that black people face right in the world. That actually what we're trying to do is ameliorate what we deem to be, you know, inequitable circumstances that
Well,
before
bro,
us. That's the actual problem.
answer the question.
It's not that just like it's not that just like there is something inherently beneficial about collectivizing with people that look like you. That's not like right. We agree with that or not?
Well, I say this: I've given the answer, and whatever you do with it, you're free to do. That is the answer.
Okay.
There you go.
Raven, that's off boy.
I don't. But sorry, but I don't. Is there a value in not being able to reason, like conditionally or counterfactually? Like, is it beneficial? Like, let's say, for instance, I don't know, someone proposes some conceptual exercise, and you'd be like, no, 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 no. The cat is not on the mat. There is no mat. Like, is that beneficial?
Well, it depends. It comes down to values, isn't it? Like you might be someone you value playing Super Nintendo. We might be people we value building a bridge. You know, whatever you want to do, you should do. We go to the bridge
Yeah, but I
builders.
don't think that's analogous though, because
well, I think it is.
Like being able to reason. Like, for instance, you want black people to excel in like STEM fields, right? And there's going to be a like necessarily they'll need some level of like conceptual dexterity. Well, to be able to do that, they're going to obviously, for any fucking like mathematical conjecture or something, they're going to have to be able to reason like that. It's like necessary. And then you want to apply it because you want to be able to derive principles. You want to say, like, is this the right way to think about it? And then you also want to be able to like rigorously get across your views to people and say, like, look, you see how robust this idea is. So if someone like wants to question it and say, like, hey, just to get a better understanding or grasp of what you're saying, like, can we apply it in this like conditional or like hypothetical scenario? And then like, it does the principle hold? Is it resolute? And then you go like, no, 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 no. If a man comes to me with a machine gun, then no, you have to. It's like,
there you go. Well, yeah, that's the answer, bro. It's like, once
yeah,
again,
I got you, bro.
I don't know what your channel is, but you won't find people like me in your channel asking these kind of hypotheticals. I'm dealing with the reality of black people, and with the reality of black people, we find solutions to actual problems, and this is part of that process.
And
yeah, but like,
you,
what I'm saying is like
black
the
people
initial
would
question
want to
I
probably
posed.
hear you talk about the issues that we're facing now and not about black betterment in a hypothetical world. I think that would give you more problems. I think majority of black people would appreciate you talking about black betterment in the current plight of black people who are serious about it, rather than hypothetical.
Well, I don't really see what the distinction between the two is. Like, if someone's asking, so from my understanding, when we talk about collective, the utility in collectivizing, my understanding here is to say, if my bond with you, for instance, is going to transcend any kind of ethnic or cultural boundaries, right? There has to be a motivation for it. And what's the primary motivation? I mean, to be honest, I could give a fuck about like just purely skin color. Right? That's like very arbitrary. Similarly, I could say, oh, well, let me just everyone over 6 foot collectivize, right? Like, why would I pick some particular phenotypical trait, right? Other than the fact that I have a clear motivation, I'm incentivized by some kind of negative outcome if I fail to collectivize on that basis.
And that is just discrimination, right? Like that's just the fact that the benefit for like you and I collectivizing is because clearly we face unequal opportunities within at the very least this society, and we want to basically collectivize to kind of amplify our voices in opposition. Now that makes perfect sense to me. But absent that discrimination, I wouldn't really see a reason to collectivize. Now, in my opinion, someone who's like thinking rationally about this as a problem and wants to kind of express to other people or encourage other people to like join his quote unquote movement, I think there's a simple answer there. It's like, yeah, I agree. It's like for any reason other than to oppose discrimination, it seems pretty arbitrary.
I would have thought survival would have been the top of the list, brother James, because Europeans, Asian Middle, they want to survive, brother. That's why they practice certain types of unethical code, because
They
they
don't, bro. What
understand
do you
that
mean? Like fucking India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons pointed at one another. It's just not true that Asian people are like, hey, actually, like some of the most horrific conflicts have been intraracial historically. So it's like that's just like factually incorrect. Did you teach that at your betterment class?
Well, brother, whether you're right or wrong, we're right or wrong. We want to press black betterment. That's how it works, isn't it?
I'm not telling you to do or not to do. I'm just having a discussion about some things that you believe, and apparently you're incapable of doing anything other than propagandizing and reading from a script. Like, have a normal conversation, bro. Give me your opinion.
What we have to track is what's more beneficial to black people: being dedicated to our challenges or coming with hypotheticals about fantasy and Indian.
But obviously, not being incapable of reasoning. That's not helpful for black people, is it?
Well, like I said,
what do you think? Do you think you literally just reading line for line from a script and repeating yourself over and over again is more beneficial for someone who genuinely has a keen interest in what kind of political ideology to undertake, as opposed to someone who's just flexible with the way they're reasoning and can just answer and explain things?
Psycho Bunny, who is this person who's interested? Who is this person? Is it you?
Who is the person who's interested?
Are you interested? Are you interested?
It's one of those people from that hypothetical realm without the machine gun.
Right. So
it's from that special
when you find this
dimension.
hypothetical person, give them my email. I give them the show, and they can bring their hypothetical self to other show, and they can ask the hypothetical question. But right now, you don't.
You only do it on your show. Is that the idea?
You're not interested in any kind of black Batman, are you? So why would you?
Who says I'm not? How would you know?
Because
you were just asked. I thought it was for you, but you said it was for a hypothetical person. I'm confused now. I thought it was you. You were the one who was interested, but you're saying it's not you. It's for a hypothetical person. That's
to be honest. To be honest, that was in response to what I believe to be an insincere question. If the question was sincere, as in to say you would have responded to that directly, had I have said it was from me, then yeah, okay, it's from me. Do you remember what the question was?
It's like this, yeah. We're in two different kind of boats. Do you know what I mean? We're in two different kind of boats. So it's like it's like the energy that we have, we don't correlate. My thing is black people have black people and black issues. You're either a black person or you're not. Yeah. If you're not,
yeah, I'm a black person. I mean, I believe I'm for black betterment, but irrespective, like, listen, we may have different views on what constitutes black betterment. Okay,
sure we do.
Like I'm obviously not opposed to my individual success and the collective success of people that look like me. You know what I mean? Like I think that I take that to be almost trivial. Whether or not I identify with your particular.
What's your views on black love then? Black man, constructive black man, constructive black woman, having a constructive black family. What's your views?
Sounds amazing. I mean, what? I don't know. What do you mean? What's my views on it? Do I think that's like should be exclusive? Is that what you're asking?
I don't know. I've answered the question.
Why does everything always this? You know what I find pretty interesting though? Veli was trying to engage you on essentially your kind of economic outlook, right? And then it seems like all these conversations, whether it's Schiffer or some other like person, they always devolve into like what people's sexual preferences are and their proclivity. Like, why do you give a shit?
Now, here's what it is, brother. Yeah, you know these people more than me. When they have their name as like Bugs Bunny 2 and Psycho Man 5, I don't remember. So if you know their personal names, I have no idea you're talking about, right? But I suspect you've heard me talk to someone who's unsynchronized, right? Or self-sabotage. Right? Is that what it was? And we wish them well. And
I just feel like a lot of these conversations always degenerate to this point of like, well, what are your preferences and whether or not that conduces towards the black betterment. It's like, bro, there's obviously people that can be very beneficial for any kind of ameliorative black movement that are one, not non-blacks, two, marry outside their race, three, procreate outside their race. Like if you disagree with that, then I think obviously you're going to be hard pressed to find
what I know is that those topics are
people that really endorse your movement that are serious.
Well, what we notice is those topics trigger most people, and that's why we have rules and deadlines. You see, we have actual rules, and if people don't qualify, they don't qualify. And usually, because they don't qualify, they create a scene and they spend hours and hours trying to talk about intellectual circles of concepts that no one really cares about, because we deal with the real life reality challenges.
It's the real life, someone's dating preferences. That's
well,
important to you.
No, if we can we can unfold it for the people listening. If we're saying we're trying to create something and own something, we understand that the woman you marry is going to be what you create. So if we want the community,
What are you trying to create though? That's like way more interesting versus like what you're gonna listen, like who you're gonna procreate with or sign a marriage contract with is like far less interesting than what you can create, what you have access to, the means of the production of the thing that you're going to create. Those are like way more interesting questions. And if you're saying like, oh, a prerequisite to having that discussion is finding out what your dating preferences are, then you're just basically like a fucking black Cilla Black.
Right,
sure. That right. But you just like it's like that's all this is ultimately.
I noticed that. I'll be honest with you, right? I'm gonna be very candid. I've been in certain meetings, right? Certain meetings with like certain my relatives and who are affiliated. Especially in the 90s, it was hectic. What I noticed is that no black person ever questions when it comes to taking over certain turfs or certain economics. You're not going to hear no joking, nothing like that, nothing at all. It's just we're going to take over that area. No one's going to say anything. Either you join or you don't. But when we are organizing and we're being kind and merciful to our people, right? And speaking about this having to organize, you're going to get all the back chat and the comment, etc. You're never going to get that with the affiliated gang. And I find that very interesting. Perhaps you can explain why is that, Brother Raven? Why is that?
Say again. So you're saying that. Say it one more time because my machine went.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either, to be honest.
Yeah, I've noticed that when the man the Monroe that affiliated, right? When they want to take over certain turfs, they'll have an organization. They'll go into a place, because I've been in many of that, right? And basically, they're gonna say right that we're gonna take over this area.
Yes.
Do you understand? And nobody jokes about it. There's no laughing. There's no there's nothing like that at all in that, right? And the area, those who live in it, they have to conform to it.
Yes.
Yet still, when we're talking about black betterment or Pan-Africanism, we're kindly talking to our people that we have to survive. There's always back chat. There's always joking. All that thing there. You understand what I'm saying in that?
You're right. And the reason, many reasons. One of the reasons is the fear of reprisal. You see, as in people though, if they try to go against the actual physical nature of what's happening, they could actually be accosted.
Bro, what was that?
We're explaining, bro. Let's go with it. So
that
what
was this is kill, bro. You should never say that again.
Hold a second, man. We're going to explain it for you if you don't know. But what happens is the internet, it creates like there's a game called Mario, and when Mario he's hitting his head against the wall, if he's fortunate enough, something comes out called a star, and when he gets his star, he's invulnerable. So what people online is they create these names, these personas, and they feel that they have a star, and they can just go anywhere and say what they want, but they will never be able to say that in the real world. Yeah, not the real world, because they know that there's repercussions to it, right? And I think
that was just like a bizarre, bro.
Very important example.
The virtuous example is
very important example.
That sorry, I didn't know you were finished. Sorry,
but Brother Kel gave a very important example there, and that's why he's demonstrating that certain people and certain ideologies only work best online. Yeah.
No, but was that contrast really necessary? Like,
very important.
You wanted to contrast whatever you believe people trivializing what is like a serious fight for survival by saying like, oh, in the underworld, this is how in an episode of The Wire, like this is like the chain of command is respected and taken. That's like random, bro.
Nah, but it's true though, because when it comes to survival, you do anything by any means necessary, and that's something what you're not understanding, brother.
Survival, though.
Yes, it is, because the loss of economics. Hold on, the loss of economics and turf. That's survival.
But in most of these cases, these people aren't starving if they don't rob, and extort other people. It's not the case. They're doing it for their own benefit. But
the lack of opportunities leads for you wanting to survive by any means necessary.
I mean, all right, whatever. Cool. I just think it was a bit crude, but irrespective, I don't know how it's like relevant here, because the thing is like, okay, you want to be a propagandist. I get it. You've got a message to get out to the people. I respect that. But like, you can also, like, you are still a human being, right? Just to double check. Like you can have a normal conversation, right? Like, so if someone's asking you an opinion you have, or someone's asking you some kind of clarificatory question, I don't think it's necessarily beneficial, especially if, like, I'm gonna take witnesses' advice and, you know, I'm gonna
as far as
nominate
we're
myself
aware,
to be the child asking the question.
Can I say something?
You know,
of course, I see free, brother.
Yeah.
please,
I think-
Elder, please speak.
This is this conversation is very. It's a lot deeper and a lot more difficult than a lot of people would think. It appears to be simple on the surface, but it's very deep. See, there's the issue of reason and logic. How far can reason and logic go? Which I get your point, James. You know, should be able to have a conversation, answer some questions in a reasonable, logical way. But the problem that we're facing, racism, is not based on reason and logic. So the problem that we are trying to find a solution to is not based on reason and logic. So to try and use reason and logic to find a solution to it, the solution is not going to be a solution of reason and logic. That is why the people classified as black or perceived as black or dark have been abused worldwide for such a very long time, and people have searched to try and find a solution, a logical solution, but it's the solution is a combination of logic and I know James wants to go there, but it's so spiritual. It's a spiritual thing as well.
The main thing that I saw, because I've been listening, it all stemmed from right at the start. He assumed that the whole reason for this whole Black Betterment thing was because all these Black people from the different groups would be coming together based primarily on discrimination.
Correct.
And so he was surprised when Rap Raven said it's utility and unity. That's where the whole thing went down the drain, because he assumed that Rap Raven would say, yep, that's the number one thing. All these different groups, they're black, and the thing that brings them together is, regardless of whatever their ethnicity or nationality is, discrimination. They all experience it, but that's not what Rap Raven said. So that's where the
Witness, I don't think he answered at all. By the way, big up yourself.
No, he did. He said utility and unity, and then you asked the question again because you were surprised he said that, and then Kale came in and Kale gave an answer, but his answer was completely different from discrimination.
But
that's where it fell apart, because I guess you just thought he would say all these groups are experiencing discrimination. That's the thing that's bringing them together.
It's not that I was preempting what his response is. It's that I don't really understand the motivation for it otherwise, right? Like, other than that, what would be a great benefit? Like, or not even a benefit. That's bad. Maybe there is a benefit, hidden benefit. What I'm saying is, like, clearly, if that's not the primary motivator, then I'm at a loss as to why it is the case that we should collectivize based on some kind of arbitrary trait.
So, based on a hypothetical thing, if he said that was the main arbiter, discrimination, what would your hypothetical response be to that?
Do you know what? Because I asked that in response to something he had said, and I've forgotten now, so I actually don't know.
Well, when you think of it, you can write it down, brother. But family, family, I've got a meeting coming up very soon.
Sorry.
There's a debate about black marriage, which I want to jump on. Is it important for black men to marry black women? And so I'm going to see if I can.
Is that all you talk about, bro?
So let me break it down. We've got three areas that we call the triple triumph, and that's black families, black health, and black economics. So because black families is part of it, we bring up. But what we find is because black men date out at a high rate, it takes the most energy. Because before I can talk about black health and black economics, there's usually like a outcry for black men marrying black women. Why do you think that is, brother?
You're asking me, sir. Sorry, I was reading the chat.
Said,
why do I think black men marry outside their race?
No, I said that you asked, is that all you talk about? And I said, the reason why it seemed that way is because whenever we talk about the triple triumph and we mention black families, which is black love, before I can get to black health and black economics, there is a massive hoo-ha about picking a black woman as a wife. So that's what it is. So I'm asking you as someone who loves black
why
women,
is there a hoo-ha about it?
yeah, why do you think that
I
some
imagine probably a lot of people are insecure. A lot of people feel like a lot of people have dating preferences that are very inclusive, and they feel like you're prejudiced towards them, I guess.
All right, well there you go. So yeah, so like I said, we're not prejudiced towards anyone. We this my alarm. We're not prejudiced. We have a set rule of what we're tracking to improve black people collectively. And if you don't qualify, we still have methods and things you can do that's beneficial. But there's nothing that can be said that doesn't underpin can undermine
You guys do lobotomies.
the importance of constructive black man and constructive black woman. That's very important. And
corrective therapy.
That's right. Yeah, hopefully we can do some form of corrective therapy, right? But the idea is we want to market, and hopefully, if you're a black brother, maybe you can be a part of the process of trying to educate black men the importance of black love. You see, if you could do that, would be very handy.
Hi, baby.
Yeah, but that's what it is. But until this is a collective concept that we agree with, we're always going to have anxiety. But that's why we use what we call the double dilemma, you see, and that's that we're collectively inadequate and collectively have no friends. Until we can resolve that, which we use black women as a resolve, we're always going to have these anxieties over these basic concepts of how do you start a black family. That's easy. You marry a black woman. There you go. That's your starting base. You look for a black woman, you treat her right, she treats you right, and then you start there. And then what happens? Hopefully you get a business or you some kind of craft. We help you with the craft, and then we trade. You own some kind of institution, and then when you pass, your black children inherit your institution, and then they have more opportunities than you had, and then you grow a community based on these basic premise that every community does very well, apart from the community that serves others.
I don't actually know if this might be a stupid thing I'm going to say, but I don't know for sure if Rap Raven is sure if you are black.
I think he knows.
He does. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. He does. I don't think he knows me, but I think he's.
I don't know. Here's what it is, right?
No, you don't. We don't know that.
We don't know that. Here's what it is, right? The internet is a place where you don't have to qualify. You don't have to have any kind of degree. You don't have to have any kind of merit or history. You can just jump on with a name as long as you have the internet. What we tend to do is we judge the energy of a person. So there's a lot of brothers and sisters who jump on and their energy shows that they're unsynchronized with any form of black bearment. So there's no expectation that they would ever be black or even identify as black. So I couldn't tell. But
hold on. But on your view, black people are collectively inadequate, and given that a collective is going to be two or more, then your expectation should be that if somebody is black, then they would be unsynchronized, right?
Of course.
So it doesn't really impact the kind of probability or the likelihood of whether or not I'm black based on my. Actually, I might even make an argument that it should raise the probability of me being black the more unsynchronized I am.
Yeah.
Just take it from your sister, Kush, bro. You're moving in the right direction.
Yeah. So it's like that.
You're just taking it on good accord from your sister. That's it.
On good accord.
Yeah. He ain't black.
That is in English.
I don't know what you're saying, brother, but all I'm saying is you have the motivation of what you want to do and why you want to do it, and that's fine. But we are dedicated to helping black people because there is a high need for it, and we're going to continue doing it. We have a thing where it's like a prophecy where whenever black people get organized, either unsynchronized black people or anti-black races come together to waste time. It's one of the strategies. Like if there's a 9-hour show, let's dedicate 9 hours just talking about nothing.
I think.
We then use that as a case study to demonstrate that black people are collectively inadequate. Some people,
I would make an argument that I'd disagree that it's always evidence of black inadequacy, as in black people's collective failures historically. I think a lot of it is actually due to the systemic oppression that you correctly identify and recognize. Like, I don't know. I'm just this top of my head, but like Black Wall Street or whatever,
of course,
Oklahoma or something. Like that's a good example of it wasn't like black people themselves weren't responsible for the failings, right?
And that's why. Well, let's break it down.
Yeah, but then the whole idea, I think, is like not necessarily.
You said that's important. Let's break it down. So we're saying that the double dilemma talks about black people being collectively inadequate and collectively having no friends. So whenever the Europeans get together to destroy, that demonstrates one, And with the Black Wall Street, what was it can use to be as a pillar of what we should do. But if you're aware of the story, unfortunately, there was apparently a black gentleman who was dating a European gentleman, and I think they had an argument in an elevator. A gentleman, and I think what happened is this. Then, the European lady ran to the white community saying I was abused by the black gentleman. So that was all the reason they need to try to bomb Black Wall Street.
Okay, so that's why dating preferences are of such great importance.
Because literally the heart of why the Black Wall Street fell is being traced back to an argument between a black man and his white or a white woman in general. I don't know how intimate they were, but once again, the power of the white woman can destroy nations, as we demonstrated. Right? So it's just what it is.
God damn, Delilah.
There you go. So what we're saying is we understand that while non-black women might destroy a nation, black women build a nation, and that's why we put.
What do you think about BHI?
I don't know what that is, but I'm
like
sure
the Black Hebrew Israelites. What do you think about those?
Well, any constructive work the brothers do, we support, and I know that they're very dedicated to many things. So if
I'm saying like the narrative. What do you think about the narrative?
Well, it's like this: religious narratives work in a certain way, right? So there's many different religious groups out there, and the way I say is, if your religious narrative is black centered, I'm all for it. So
are you religious?
I'm not religious, no. Right?
Are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist, but I don't belong to any one of the groups. I practice black betterment. That's my dedication.
But you believe in God, though.
Like I said, I'm part of any kind of groupings. But what I do say is this: that if there is a
that's got nothing to do with whether or not you're part of some organization. I'm saying, or you have some particular tradition. I'm saying, do you believe there's like a creator of the universe?
Well, I would like. If you came to me and you told me from your standpoint a story of great magnitude that was wondrous, I would like to believe that's true. And if that's including of God, then I would like that. But the challenge we have is when you talk about religious stuff on these panels, because there's so many different people, different religions, it then becomes a religious debate, and then it's like.
Oh, do you think you'd alienate some of your like members if you
not really
identified as an atheist?
Not really, not at all. What it comes down to is we want to dedicate as much time to black betterment, and there's topics that cause tremendous amount of anxiety. If I was to sit down and talk about how to make love to women, this kind of stuff, right? This would cause anxiety as well, right? So it's like there's no.
But do you think that? Hold on. Do you think the equivalent topics though? Like one's clearly academic.
No, here's what it is. That they really are, but there's like if you follow me Speaker's Corner, which I suspect you didn't, you know that
Yeah, no, I know you from. I'm a fan, bro. I know you from Speaker's Corner.
But there are dedicated times where we talk about, like, I would say deities, God, and religion is a very, very big topic. And it's not that we're going to have in between when I've got a meeting in 3 minutes or whatever, right? So I will
9 on a Sunday night, Raven.
Helping black people never ends, brother.
It's true. It's very true. It's very true.
So this is what it is. So like I said, there is nothing I run from unless it's someone else's private business, which through respect, I'll keep it for them.
Or a question that's anxiety inducing, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, it won't be me triggered by the anxiety. But what I would say is, if you want to sincerely dedicate time to whatever faith you belong to or don't belong to and want to debate it, why not? But for the most part, when I'm talking about black betterment,
do you like on public forums?
Sorry,
do you ever
guys,
give your opinion?
9 people in the back. Sorry.
There you go, sister.
Do you ever give your opinion on topics other than black betterment or not?
Well, once again, if I'm in a meeting and it's about Street Fighter 2, I'll say, I think Ken's a good character. I think Rai's quite good. Maybe we should pick M. Bison here and there because that's about.
That's kind of anxiety inducing. If Ultra was here, he'd be very anxious.
I'm sure he would. But what I'm saying is, when there's a topic about black people progressing, that's what I stick on. I don't start jumping left, right, center. I stick on topic because these topics are very important. You see, that's what.
Do you think there's a place for atheists in your particular black betterment movement?
Whether you're religious, non-religious, you practice a lifestyle, there's always a place for any black person to be constructive and practice utility and unity amongst black betterers.
All right.
These
even
are
Muslims like Kel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I was a joke.
I know what you're talking about, but even if I didn't know what you're talking about, the answer is this: any person who is a Christian, a Hebrew, as you've mentioned, a Muslim, or a atheist, or I'm trying to think of all the other faiths that the Hebrew, Rastafarian, and all the many different denominations, whatever these people might or might not be, They are welcome to practice black Burman, wherever they
Can I,
are.
can I ask one question before I jumped on? I heard you make mention of the genocide that's occurring in Palestine currently, in Gaza specifically. And you made this point, or maybe it wasn't you who made the point. I think you made the point, and Ellery emphasized it, like recapitulated it, right? You made the point basically that like there's no point in advocating on behalf of someone who won't sort of who won't take up arms or sorry, who won't reciprocate, basically, simply put, right? And
okay.
Sorry, is that incorrect?
Well, that if someone had that stance, I wouldn't say it was incorrect. But I would say this:
is that your view?
Well, I explain my view now. If anything that goes on in other lands, i.e., non-black people are fighting, what we want to make sure is, as humans, we want to make sure that no innocent people are harmed, and we want to make sure that the innocents are protected. Now, those efforts should be led by the people fighting. So, in the Israel versus Palestine, they should lead. Let them go on TV and do what they need to do and say what, and then we will do the same thing that they do for us and go, "You're right, brothers. We feel you," and that should be the strategy.
But the question, so maybe the question I was going to ask is: do you think that you should encourage essentially immoral acts or people ignoring whatever they believe is some moral obligation that they have for black betterment in the pursuit of black betterment? Like, do you think as the kind of movement that's what it requires of you? So in the case of the Palestinians, right? Like, let's say the Palestinians wouldn't advocate on behalf of black people once they obtain a sovereign state.
Right.
Do you think that's a good reason that black people shouldn't advocate on behalf of the Palestinians now?
If you're saying you have inside knowledge that someone is going to mistreat black people at future time, then those people are not obligated to help people trying to mistreat them, because that's obviously.
Well, it's not that they will mistreat black people. It's that they will basically ignore, that they won't heed the call. Like, they'll ignore black people in their time of need.
Well, that's a form of mistreatment. If I say, brother, that big man's going to beat you up, and that other big man's going to beat me up, so I'm going to help if you're big man and you help if my big man, and I do, but you don't, then that's a form of mistreatment, isn't it? Yes, it is. It really is. That's the definition.
Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a bit. I think it's a bit nuanced, right? Because you want to say like it's not like a positive act, right? That you want to say that in this case it's like negligence or obviation. It's not like actually acting in the same way.
But like, for instance, there has been issues in Palestine in regards to how they treat black people.
Of course,
that's been documented.
We document on our show, yeah, that the black Palestinian is mistreated and the black Israeli is mistreated. So that's what happens. All I'm saying is, let the Arab and the Israel lead in what the world should do. Black people shouldn't be getting fired and losing their jobs over something that should be led by the people who are involved. You see, we're going to do the same thing that others do to us. Like, go, that's a shame. Please don't do that. Protect the children. And that's our kind of like.
You don't think being principled is like is virtuous?
That is a principle, isn't it? I just told you the principle. That's a
no. I mean, like, no. But I mean, principled insofar as doing what you think is right.
Well, that was right. I just told you what was right, isn't it? You should let them.
Well, no. Well, obviously, no. Like, even if someone mistreated you, right? Actually, the same kind of like moral intelligence you would utilize to arrive at the conclusion that your mistreatment was unjust is the same kind of moral calculus you would use to conclude that the treatment of even your abuser could potentially be unjust, right? Especially if we're talking about some future case, some potential mistreatment that you may receive, right, at some future time. It's like, okay, right now, what's happening to X party or entity is unjust, right? And you can make that evaluation. If you do make that evaluation, don't you think that's virtuous if your conviction, leads to activism or like, advocacy?
But brother James, they don't learn over there though. You got to understand. That's why I always say, with all due respect, our temperaments are not the same. Ice, sand, and mountain, whether you like it or not, when you're feeling your oppression, it means nothing to them. Do you understand? The black Palestinians and the black Israelites, they suffer and they don't care. This is what we don't understand as black people, like my sentiments to your statement of like basically, being the noble one. but it doesn't work in political science. You see what I'm saying in that? They will learn when you reveal the reality. When you stop helping non-African people, stop feeling for how they feel, and focus on yourself, they're going to learn on themselves, because there has to be penalties. There has to be penalties that when you cross the line. This is why people talk about religion. When you go against the Lord, he sends a punishment, right? Because he understands this transgression, etc. And I'm saying they have to suffer for themselves. It's not our problem in that. I've seen the black Palestinians and no one helps them. And I know that very well, with all due respect here.
Yeah, I get you're advocating for a bit like a mercenary kind of Machiavellian approach. So one other question, actually, just reminded me of something, Kel. Raven and Kale, this is a question to both of you. Do you identify as like, firstly, do you know what race realism is? And second, like, do you identify as race realist?
So race realism is something that was started by white supremacists who rebranding their white supremacy, right? So I don't associate anything with white supremacy. No. So I would.
Okay, are you essentialists about race then?
No, I'm a black betterer. That's it. Black, that's what it is. That's the philosophy.
Okay, two-part question. One, do you know what race essentialism is? And two, do you identify as it?
I don't.
As a Nigerian?
No, I don't.
Pardon?
No, black betterment is what I identify as. And
no, I'm basically saying, like, do you think that race is real insofar as there is some kind of biological distinction and some common property shared, other than obviously skin color or some particular range of hues, by all black people? For instance, dispositional, like
I'll explain. So for me, whether race is a real thing or biological thing, I don't concern with it. What I say is, black people are a collection of a collection working for protection and perfection. That's how I define black people.
Yeah, and I appreciate the slogan, but in the Black Betterment course, is there like a class on like answering questions?
Unless are you going to make one, brother? Are you going to make a course or a class?
All right, only if you're going to be my first student.
Well, then what could you possibly teach black people?
But he can't make a course because he's not viewed as black. So.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I need the rubber stamp from the lady over there. But yeah, okay. So you just don't want to answer the question. That's cool. Kel, do you want to answer the question?
What was that? I didn't get that, brother. What
Are you like a race essentialist? Basically, do you think that aside from skin color or whatever kind of phenotypical trait or ethnic or indigeneity to some particular land, do you think there's some common property that all black people share, namely some like dispositional fact? For instance, black people are more happy, they're more kind, they're more prone to violence. Like, do you believe these things are true, that there are these traits that are shared amongst all members of a racial group?
Before you jump in, family, I'm glad the show starts. I'm going to jump on another show, but if it's still running on after, I'll come back on, right? But Black Bertman Tool, Brother Kelly did an amazing job today, especially Empress Kush as well. Thanks for the panel and Belly and all the others who jumped in, IC3 and Undefeated, and Psycho Bunny. Hopefully you'll find.
Thank you, brother.
And is it Iliri? I'm saying it wrong.
It's Ileri. It's Yoruba word. Yeah.
Oh, big up Ileri. Well, if I forget time, I'll jump back on. But if anything, Black Berman, all Black Berman. Have a good day, fam.
Black Berman, bro. Black Berman.
Pick up Brother Raven, man.
Lady Undefeated, your picture changed a couple of seconds ago. It's changed back. What was that previous picture?
That was me in nines. Yeah, I was showing Ultra Don't Test. Yeah, I don't know what him and Veli thinks they're doing, but yeah, it was me in nine.
Got it. All right.
What do you think of this? That I think that the only way to really achieve black betterment is through statecraft. It has to be a state. Only a state can deliver the kind of things that people are trying to achieve through black betterment.
Are you suggesting that black betterment should be like the Zionists and find some piece of land that they should take and create this new black state?
Yeah, similar, something similar to that. That's right. It has to be. It has to be on the level, just like as you just described, the Zionist level. It has to be a state. You know, different pockets of people making a good effort. I don't think it can generate the power. What do you think of that?
I don't
The
think
power
that's
level.
in Brother Raven's planning. I think he's just trying to deal with the right now anyway. I think his main focus is dealing with his at home, the immediate people here in the United Kingdom, black people here. So I think, and then maybe he's further on aim, but I think at the
Yeah.
moment he's focused on the UK and how we're dealing with each other in the UK.
Yeah, because I have this debate, you know, on forums and all over, even on the street, and a lot of there seem to be two camps. There's those that let's deal with what's in front of us now, you know, like as you said, Lady D, but I seem to be off key in that I'm saying the solution is actually the focus on nation building, and I say because in contrast, if you try to get people to improve their lives, what happens is you get then people start bickering at each other and say, well, you're not really behaving as you should. But if you have a state, the state kind of lays down what just like of the British state, they have their ways of managing all the problems that the people within the state. So it has a way of managing religion. It has a way of managing health. There's all different departments within a government state, and then they have policies to deal with all the different problems the state is dealing with. But if you don't have a state,
Sorry to cut you,
yeah,
but with all due respect, I don't know if you heard earlier when I heard a bit of the exchange between James and Brother Raven, and I'm sure Brother
yeah,
Raven did mention about the things like the religious parts and all of that brings like it's a hot topic,
yes,
figures and cause
yeah,
anxiety. So therefore, I don't think he's willing to touch on it, to be honest.
right. But a state has to. You see, a state has to deal with all aspects. You know, it has to have it all there, because if there's no policy, then that could be a weakness within the state. That's why if there's something happening in the UK, the government, they'll say, okay, we have to prioritize that. Yes. And then come up, get a think tank, or what they say, get a commission. Yes. And they prioritize it because they see it's a threat to national security. So the state can't be seen to avoid anything. That's what I'm thinking, you know. I understand what Raven's saying, but whatever the question, it has to be dealt with.
Oh
Like a
boy,
state.
I can't answer that for you.
What do you think?
Kushki,
Anybody
you
else?
talk. I don't know what to say. I don't know.
What do you think, Larry? I'm saying statecraft. Statecraft is
But
the level.
the thing the Zionists had is they had very wealthy, successful Jews, and they had political contacts. So I guess the blacks would have to achieve the same thing. They would need to have black people who are like Elon Musk or Bill Gates, and then they would have to lobby politicians. And then, which part of the world, I would ask you, would you want the black state to exist?
Okay. So here's the model. So the Zionists, they're just a group of people with an idea come together, and then like any group, the parallel could be a group of black people. So a group of people with an idea come together. And once the idea is clear, it's then the rich people arrive and say, you know what, I want to invest in that idea. It's not the rich people with the idea, that they're just there observing, and then they see the group of Zionists, they like the movement, and then they put all their power behind. So the most important thing is not to look for money, is to get the idea good. Then the money will follow afterwards. So yeah, so how would that apply? The Zionists were saying, okay, we want a homeland for the Jews. That's what we're about. So therefore, the rich Jews give them money, and then they muscle in with the UK government with the government, and then the government says, okay, we're the power. You Zionists haven't got the guns, the tanks, and the army, but we will give you some land. What do you want in Uganda? Here's your option. You can have a homeland for the Jews in Uganda, in Africa somewhere. Or you can have a homeland for the Jews. Yeah. So the authorities, the powers, start offering the Zionists a place to choose because they haven't got the power. Yeah. So the group has the idea. Then the wealthy people come, and then they go up to against an authority. They go up to speak to the powers. And then the powers say, okay, we can offer you a homeland in Palestine, or we can offer you a homeland in Africa. But they chose not the Africa, and then they went to Israel. I'm saying for black people, we don't need a black land because the whole of Africa, everybody knows. So it's not about a black group similar to the Zionists looking for land. I'm saying we have to get a group looking for the establishment of an entity, an international entity, rather than land. You don't need land. Africa is the land. What do you think of that?
Okay, just quickly, Larry. Listen, I'm off, but I've still got all my normal contacts. So if you happen to go to any of the shows and stuff that you talk about, because I did used to enjoy following you through your little links and stuff. So definitely send them through when you got a chance. But it was really nice speaking to you.
It's a pleasure speaking to you. It's been too long.
It was lovely. I hope you're not a stranger. I know how it gets. But yeah, it's lovely to you again. Lady D, man, stop being so unsynchronized still. And big up Nines and Veli.
Oh yeah, Veli, the PR agent for free.
Yeah. Big up yourself, yeah. All right, that's me out. Bye.
Take care. Bye. I think it's a very interesting idea, IC3. I don't know how realistic it could be applied in Africa, because they'd have to get that land, and I don't think anyone's going to give them the land. So maybe they could buy it. I wonder.
But it's not land, though, Leary. It's not really about land. It's about power. The Jews got the land, and then they set them foundation there. Or the so-called black Zionists would be just about.
Well, you lot, I gotta go to bed, man. I'm fucking tired, man.
Okay.
Still listening though, man. Yeah, big up, man. Them saying nothing. Yeah, big up, man. Old tight Lady D, Jimbo, old tight Italy, IC3, the rest of the people them in the chat saying nothing, man.
See you later. Take care. So it's more about power. All right, fair enough.
Yes, because the Zionists didn't have any power. They had to use the British. They convinced the British to use to give them land. They gave them. How they did it, I don't know the details, but that's what they did. They couldn't have taken that land by themselves, but they convinced the British that their plan was just and good. That's a powerful move, though, isn't it? When you think about it, no, they didn't need any guns. The Zionists didn't use any guns, no bombs, nothing. They used the British.
But it'll be interesting. So these blacks, where would they be from? They'd be from the diaspora of Europe, America, and they just come together to create this new state.
Entity, yes. Yes, okay. That's right. So basically, like you have the Bank for International Settlements. Yeah, it's an entity that has its own jurisdiction in. Is it Switzerland?
Oh yeah, Switzerland does have a lot of independence when it comes to.
Yeah, that's right. And just like you have the City of London is a separate entity from the whole of the United Kingdom. Yeah, so it's on the same landmass, or you have the Vatican. The Vatican is a separate entity with its own rules and so on, everything. And the Bank of International Settlements is its own separate entity. So, for example, if you and I and a few of us to get together and form this entity, we wouldn't have a land. But say the head of Nigeria says, you know, I like what you, Leary, your representative, I like what the group that you're doing. We would like to give you a building here. So whenever you're over here in Nigeria, this building, we have given it to you and to your movement. You see? And then same situation could be in the Caribbean, some Caribbean islands say, we like what you're doing. We think that if your group prospers, achieves what it's going to do, it's going to be beneficial to our country or to our nation. Therefore, we will give you space or land within our jurisdiction, because we want to support what you're doing, support your work, because we see it as good for Black people internationally. Therefore, we'll give you some land, or therefore we'll give you a car, or or therefore we'll give you some money or something like that.
Sounds nice. If they could do it, it'd be fascinating to see the state that they would create in the continent of Africa, what they'd name it, how they'd go about. Maybe it could be amazing. Maybe, who knows, if they could persuade wealthy people and politicians that they mean good, they don't mean evil, and they say,
because so I'd say, let's say you're on the team. You and I we're on this team. There's a group of us, and our purpose is just to get reparations, to serve reparatory justice to Black people wherever they are around the world, because we believe that Black people are being mistreated, or people classified as Black are being mistreated worldwide. So our purpose, our reason to be, is to seek out wherever in this world Black people are being mistreated, and to help them, and to make sure that justice and reparations is served. That's our purpose. So if we were to present that to Ghana and the government of Ghana, they could say, well, okay, well...
no, wait. They would. The thing about the Jews and the Zionists, they had a good claim. Before then, they had various pogroms in Europe. And then, of course, they had what Hitler did. So they had... So what would the Blacks have? They don't have like some pogrom, or the last... If you want to talk about mass exploitation of them, that would be like hundreds of years ago. You wouldn't be happening like now. You don't have like massacres of Black people on a scale of millions because someone hates them.
I think the Africans would disagree on that.
And to add to that as well, not every Black person wants to go to Africa, IC3. It's mainly Pan-Africans that want to go to Africa. Not every Black person has a desire to go to
Good point. Good point, because that's exactly what happened with the Zionists. Because the Zionists, they had their little group and they said, you know what, we want a homeland for the Jews. So they said, we are speaking for all Jews. And there's lots of Jews said, wait a minute, who are these Zionists? There's lots of Jews that are against the Zionists. But you just got a group of people, a little gang of people that call themselves Jews, and then say that we represent all Jews and we want a homeland for all Jews. So why can't we have a little group of Black people say, you know what, we represent all Black people and we want this, and this, and just like Jews said, we're not Zionists. We don't like these Zionists. You shouldn't be going, there's lots of Jews that are anti-Zionists, lots of Jews. So I expect there'll be lots of Black people saying, look, we disagree. We're happy. I'm a millionaire, and I'm with my wife. I'm making good money. We don't need no reparations. We don't think that Black people are suffering worldwide. So obviously, I'll say, okay, fine. We're just concerned. We can make the statement, just like the Zionists said. We represent all Black people. That's it, and just do what we have to do. That's what the Zionists did.
Yeah, but they had like an emotional thing, the Holocaust. What would these Black people creating this new Black state? What would be the discrimination that they would be using to
enslavement and colonialism? enslavement, colonialism, and neo-colonialism. And we'll have a quick chat with the people from Niger. I think there's and France, all those people that are bucking up against France. What do you think they would say to such an idea?
They would probably say they'd probably say just join up with the African countries that already exist. Why create a new state?
Because just like they have the Bank for International Settlements, Niger, they kicked off against France, right? And they were on their own, which was a very brave move. But as soon as Niger made a move, but was it Burkina Faso joined in? Do you understand? Loads of others joined in to say, look, you can't fly over our airspace, because they knew that France is going to retaliate. Yes, so they said, you know what, if you want to do anything against Niger, you're not allowed to fly your planes over our airspace. And in fact, we're going to move it up a level. If you attack Niger, we're going to get involved as well. And then more and more people started joining in, and it's starting to expand further. So I think that's the model, you know.
It's an interesting model. I hope I don't know if it'll work, but I find it interesting. I can't say I despise it or hate it. It's an interesting model. I've never heard anyone propose that before, about this new state and kind of the similarity with the Jews and Zionism, black people doing it. Jews doing it because of the Holocaust, and these particular black people will be doing it in regards to neo-colonialism and the past colonization. And so who would they? Would they also go to the UN as well to make their claim to be recognized officially?
That's right. So because I've been studying, we got this think tank, and we're studying how do nations come into existence. Usually, it's just a group of people with a landmass, and they start to behave like a state. They start to behave like a state. They organize amongst themselves, and then they, just like I was speaking to some people joining our think tank, Tottenham. This guy's from Eritrea, and he was telling me about what's happening in the African East, and he says that the Ethiopia have done a deal with, is it Somaliland? Yes, because Ethiopia always wanted access to the sea. Yes, and Somaliland wanted to be recognized as a nation. Yeah, they weren't then officially recognized. So if Ethiopia did a deal with it recently, done a deal with Somaliland, they said, look, Ethiopia, we will recognize you as a nation, but you give us access to the sea. So Somaliland is now starting to be recognized as a country. See, so it's just like you as an individual, people can just ignore you, but as soon as certain people start to recognize you, then you come into existence. And that's how nations come into existence. Groups of people, countries come into existence. You will recognize us now because we've generated enough power. So now you can put us on the map. See, so when Ethiopia are drawing maps of the world, they're going to teach the school children, look, that area of the map is Somaliland. But before that, there was no such thing as Somaliland. So they got recognized. So they get the chance to get onto the world map. Does that make sense? It's a process.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. It makes sense. I do find the proposition that you've made. I find it interesting. But like I said, I've never heard it before.
Yes,
definitely a lot to say. I've got to go now, but I guess next time I see you, I don't know, maybe you'll tell other people and there'll be a big debate on it, because I do think it's actually an interesting proposition. I've never heard it before, but I do find it very interesting.
Let me put my email in the back chat, and I'll show you the information that we've been the discussion so far. So here's the email, and I'll send you the plan.
All right. Let me see.
Can You see that?
Oh yeah, got it. Got the email. Yeah. So
Yes.
I'll just send a message to
Yeah,
it
and
now
I'll
and
send you the
then.
plan. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant.
Nice. It's good to have your feedback, and criticisms and questions and stuff like that.
That's cool. Thanks very much. I'll speak to you. I'm going to send a message to you. Take care.
Okay,
I'm
nice
off.
one.
Good night. See you.
All right. Gig says, if you're gonna be the world's police, you need an army and a state. IC3 is too good. Yeah, you need a state to get anything done, because you're always going to appeal to us, to power, to state power, until you can have your own state. Because then a state can have its own army, its own central bank.
Mic check. Oh yeah. Sorry, I was there chatting, man, trying to catch a lurry, and my mic wasn't even on. I apologize. Big up yourself, Sexy Lion. Thank you for passing through. Definitely appreciated.
Yeah.
Definitely what you missed. So yeah, man, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. Right, as I swallow my last morsel, man. So big up yourself, IC3. I'm sure Lady D's in the
nice one. So you closing up now?
Children are back to school tomorrow. Well, yeah, not too long now, but have you got any updates still? Because I know you said you received. Did you see?
Oh yes. I've got. I've got, but it's quite a bit of reading, because it's getting heavy now. Because I'm back and forth with the government now, and they're trying some tricks. So it's yeah. We'll do it another time. I'll read it slowly so people can listen. But if I got 4 letters from the Bank of England, back and forth. Then I sent all those 4 letters, the correspondence between me and the Bank of England, to the Cabinet Office, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and now I'm back and forth with the government now. And there's been such a big. I can't even describe it. We do a show.
Oh, we can definitely do that. I mean, is there a summary that you can do thus far, like in bullet points, or just leave it?
I'll give you the angle. First of all, the government said, look, we don't support stakeholder. That's the language I said. We don't support stakeholder organizations. However, they always put that word in there. However, we don't support. So sorry, dead. No, forget it. We don't. But however, we are doing this. We have the. Did I read to you about the race disparity unit?
No.
Oh, right. See, yeah. So yeah, there's quite a big. Yeah. So basically, the government says, no, we can't do this. What you're asking. However, we already have something in place. Yes. And then they talk about the race disparity unit. Yes. And so the race disparity unit is supposed to be dealing with the race problem. Yes. But but here's the trick. The trick is that the race disparity unit puts out a report, right? Because there was a commission. So when you look at the report, it says the race disparity unit report. But as you read the report, the government report, it doesn't mention race. It's all ethnicity, this, ethnicity, and ethnicity this, and we've done this, and we're doing this, and ethnicity. But the race is only mentioned in the headers of the document. But as you start to read the document, it's about ethnicity. So people will just pass over that and think, oh, okay. But there's a massive difference between race and ethnicity.
Well, that's quite interesting, actually. So
massive.
How do they? What do they determine ethnicity to be? Or how do
Watch this. Watch the angle. Race is an aspect of law, because under the Equality Act, yes, there's the protected characteristics. People can look it up. Protected characteristics, right? So these are government protected characteristics, and race is a protected characteristic, but ethnicity is not. That's why when you get your form, they say self-defined ethnicity. So how do you see yourself? Tick the form here. Do you think you're Chinese? How do you feel? Do you feel black? Do you feel Chinese? Do you feel English? Tick how you feel about yourself. But when it comes to race, it doesn't go like that. Because the police...
So, in the paperwork, what's the difference between race and ethnicity? Because you have people coming on here today saying that there's only one race, the human race.
Oh,
this type of stuff.
So that's not government. Government doesn't talk like that. All that's just people and magazines and all. No, this is government level. Government. Government. When you're dealing with a government, it's a different thing altogether. Different level. It's not about what you feel. If they say arrest IC3s, an IC3 female, right? You're getting grabbed. You say, well, wait a minute. I don't feel. I'm not black. I'm not black. If the officer says you're black, you're black. Then when it gets into the court,
no,
then you can say,
I agree. So let me just check in with something then. So in terms of the legal framework that obviously I know that you're sort of investigating, they're still going under the auspices of race and different types of race, i.e. black, white, and everything in between. Is that correct?
But they're hiding, but they're not using the word race. They're trying to avoid that. They're using the word ethnicity. So in the report, it's all about ethnicity.
One second. Okay. So previously, your thing in terms of the different ICs and that was under race, correct?
It's always been under race.
Right. Is it still the same now?
Yes. That's what. Yeah. That's my angle. IC3 is clear because it's about racism. Right. That's right.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand now the relationship or the difference between the IC codes and what you're talking about in terms of now trying to go from race to ethnicity.
Yeah.
In terms of adjectives or whatever.
Yes. So what it is, it's all about race, reparations and injustice. It's all about black people being abused. It's about race, all about race. But as I'm communicating with the government on the issue of race, they're trying to derail me onto talking about ethnicity. You understand? In the communications, they're sending reports about ethnicity. They don't want us to talk about race because if it's not about race,
will take it away from what you're actually dealing with.
Exactly, and that's right. And that's what throws people off because the government, they're hiding that. Because in 1975 they changed it. Before it used to be called the RC codes, race codes. It was blatant before 1975. Race codes, race code 3, race code 1, But in 1975 they changed it to IC codes, which meant identity code 3, identity code 1, and then they started moving to talking about ethnicities. But they got away from that word race. They're running away from the word race, but it's still in the system. It's hard coded into the system as a protected characteristic. See? So
what does that mean? Protected characteristic. What does that mean? Protected. What does that mean?
Yeah, when you read it, check it out. But it basically means that the government protects these aspects of identity, like gender, race, and so on. These are hard coded into the government, but they don't. For some reason, I can guess the reason, they don't want to talk about race, even though it's coded into the system. Why? Because I suspect that if the general public know that race is hard coded, but ethnicity is not, they're going to say, wait a minute, the government is racist. You see, because they're having a big fuss there about the police. They're saying that the police are not institutionally racist. The police are saying we're not institutionally racist. People say, yes, you are. Back and forth. Are the police institutionally racist or not? Are the police racist or not? Back and forth, back and forth. But once you go further, it will move up into the government. Is the government racist? How are you going to ask that? So you're going to ask that question. Is the UK government racist? What proof would there be? You could say, well, if race is a protected characteristic, then the government must be racist. No? Do you get what's going on? It's really confusing because it's deep. It's deep. Do you catch that though? If race.
No, I heard you, IC3, man.
Yeah.
To me, it makes it to me, because I sort of put it in the same category whereby now I'm hearing things like race is a social construct, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So I understand that it's just part of the. I don't need to say the cat and mouse thing, but I understand that it's part of the mechanism going towards the one thing. You get me? I just called it one. You know what I mean? Because they obviously, if you stop people, because we're having conversations where right about now the word or the term English, you know what I mean, is up for grabs, as it were. Do you know what I mean?
Who told you that? You think English is up for grabs?
No, because having discussions on the G block, there definitely isn't like a 100% like solid thing, definition or determination as to what English means or who English people are. Do you know what I mean?
Oh no, that's wrong. That's propaganda. There is all English people are white. That is the
I understand. IC3, listen.
Yeah,
I understand. You get me? You're preaching to the converted. I'm just saying where we are today, whereby in 2024, the determination of like English is up for debate, because you got a whole person like Triller, who's a whole Indian, first generation Indian, who's calling himself English because he's born on the land.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know.
No, but there's others that may think like that, and that's what I'm trying to say.
A lot of people do.
Seemingly throughout the time, certain definitions and meanings are changing, because, like I said on the block, as far as I was aware, there was no. I could be British, yeah, but not English, because I was under the assumption that English was an ethnicity, this, that, and then other people came in with, you know what I mean, all sorts of other kind of stuff. You get me? So I'm just I'm just really making that point that I can see how things are sort of changing. For real.
Yeah. But they're not changing. Things aren't changing. It's just confusion, because what they want all the dark immigrants coming in, but they want them to feel English or to feel British, to feel, because if you don't get people to feel at home, they're not going to work, are they? They're not going to have their dedication to the country. So you bring all these immigrants in, so you've got to make them feel British.
Okay, fair enough. I do believe that there's a particular psychology behind it. So, yeah,
it's standard, yeah. Because like if you got your house, you got your flat, your home, right? If you're having a house party, right? You invite a dinner party. You invite your guests, don't you? What's the first thing you do when you have a party in your house? You say, make yourself feel at home, don't you? You want your guests to feel comfortable in your place, but it's still your place. But you still want them to feel comfortable. Yeah. So same thing applies.
Okay. So even if we take what you're saying to be the case, what's changed then? Because that was not how they always was. So what's changed and why has it changed?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So what it is, what has changed? Nothing actually has fundamentally changed. English people, Britishness is whiteness. That's foundation. What has changed is the propaganda, it's the talk. Yeah. So it's just like they're inviting lots of foreigners, lots of darkies into the country because they want the labor, they want the cheap labor, right? So you want the people to feel at home, to feel that they can fit into society if they work really hard. So I know you've come from you're a refugee. You've come from some war-torn place, and you're not white. But hey, if you come over here, we'll find you a place to live. You can get a job. You can work hard. Do the painting and decorating of your new house and flat, and feel at home. And hey, you can make. Look, I tell you what. I'll show you this. This is the same thing that happened to my parents. They came over from Jamaica, and they're thinking, "Oh, we're going to England, the mother country, the mother country." Oh, so my parents, they thought, coming from Jamaica, that to England's going to welcome us. It's the mother country. Yeah, they weren't thinking about racism or anything like that, because they come in here to work hard, make some money, and then go back home. Yeah. Sometimes when they arrived here from the West Indies, started working hard, making some money, saving up to go home. Some saved up some money, made some money, and then went back home to Jamaica. And others, and they started to use the partner system, yeah, because they weren't allowed to have a bank account. Yes, those coming over weren't allowed to have a bank account. It was racist, yeah. So what they did, they had partner systems, and with their partner system, the money kept passing around them. They bought the house, sell the house or whatever, and then get back home. Then what did the white supremacists do? They said, "Wait a minute, this partner system is money laundering. We don't know how much they got. We don't know where they're spending the money. We can't keep an eye on them. All these darkies, we can't. We got all of a sudden. What happened? You can open up a bank account. There's no need for your partner system. Throw away the partner system, that uncivilized thing, and now you can join us. You're now welcome. What account would you like? Barclays, NatWest, not HSBC, Midlands, yeah, Abbey National. Yes, you're welcome. We're not racist." Yeah, and then that's how the partner system that has been brought right down to just shopping. Nothing really big. See, so I said all that to say, when you have foreigners coming in
the last bit there, still.
Yeah, they wanted the people to feel at home. When the people feel at home, they will work harder, even though it's not their home. Feel at home. It's not their home. Just they want them to
one
feel.
Second, I actually think, because that's what I'm trying to say. Like, because so obviously, in terms of what you just described there, in terms of the Windrush, that's absolutely correct. Always used to hear my dad complain about it. Them days, Barclays Bank was actually called St. Martin. I think it was St. Martin's or something like that.
Okay.
In the original days, yeah, and yeah, my used to hear him definitely complain about how he couldn't get no mortgage and blah blah blah, blah, or couldn't get the whatever it is that there was needed. And my dad said he had to sell his premium bonds, this, that, and the other, to be able to help to get his mortgage. Cool. So I agree with all that. But the question I was asking you is, what's changed in it? Because seemingly
the change, the propaganda. That's what changes.
So you think that the only thing that has changed today is the propaganda, then, yeah?
Exactly.
Obviously, it was made quite obvious to the quote unquote immigrants of that time that they weren't English or whatever.
Yes.
Even though they were coming from the colonies, and even though many of them were even more English than the English that they met here.
Exactly.
Because you know what I mean. That's how it was in the colonized nations. Often they was having to sing "God Bless the Queen" every morning, whereas over here,
yes, that's right.
I mean, do you know what I mean? You got the Sex Pistols or whatever. You get what I'm saying to you? So
yes,
I'm definitely agreeing with that. But what I'm actually asking you, just to make sure that I'm on pace, is so you're saying nothing's changed except the propaganda.
That's right. No Irish, no blacks, no dogs.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. So obviously that would have been the vibe in the time which you're speaking about. You get me? Yes. So obviously that's definitely not one of inclusivity and feeling British and all the rest of it, or English.
Yes, that's
Whereas
right.
now today they're saying, well, if you're born here, you're English, this, that, and the other. So you're saying it's only changed, A, because of propaganda, and two, B, to allow these persons to feel more included and inclusive to make better, to make essentially better workers.
That's right. That's what happened to my parents. See, so people start thinking, oh, might as well work and stay here. Better health care, better everything. Why go back home? Why go back home and redevelop and build up Jamaica? Why? Make a life for yourself here.
Hmm.
And a lot of my parents' generation fell for that. Just imagine if they all just stuck with their partners.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But don't you think that people are suffering the same fate today, though? From that are coming from other places, maybe coming with a particular plan and then just getting caught in the you know.
That's right. That's a machine. Yeah, that's a system. That's
Yeah.
right. That's a system. Yeah. But you have to look at the foundations of the system. What the facts are. What are the government codes? What's the government got codified? What are the laws? Yeah, not about what you feel.
No, yeah, like I said, you're not gonna get any argument from me there. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I understand that the system just becomes more sophisticated, but it's just like what I was saying to the people them today, yeah, who want to say, "Oh, don't use the word black to describe black betterment because maybe we need to change a different word." I'm like, well, on the equal opportunities forms, they're using the word black. They're saying black British, black African, blah, 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 black others. So why should we have a problem with the word black? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like the word black can be used in so many varying ways. Black, like black jack, black male, blah 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 blah, which all have negative connotations. No one ain't got no problem with that. But when we say black love or black betterment, everyone gets triggered. It don't make no sense to me. But yeah, I'm hearing you still, man.
Yeah, so that's the quick summary of what's going on. That's the game now. It's gone a bit heavier, but yeah, but it's things are happening. Things are happening because other people now are starting to get wind of this message. They're starting to ask questions. Yeah. So yeah, that's the game. That's the game.
Keep us posted. I know you're on your mission and you've got it in mind, man. So
yeah. So I'll leave it till I'll do a collection of all the, and we just do one show, and I'll read all the letters in one rather than do one here and one there. Then people can see the whole picture. Yeah. So I'll let you know when I've come to a juncture where I think I want to update everybody exactly what's going on.
No, absolutely, man. I'm sure there's many of us that would appreciate the update, man. So, and obviously you keep up, you keep up the good work, man. Not everyone is built for what you're doing, whether they agree or disagree. Not everyone's built for what you're doing, man. But as long as you're happy and you know what I mean, your mental state is okay, yeah.
Well, I'm officially classified mentally ill, so the insanity.
I know about all of that, man. But I'm just talking about dealing with because a lot of knowledge can make you a little bit skew with, So try to balance.
I know.
No, but I'm just saying, try to balance it out, IC3, because I'm not even taking the piss. I'm being really dead serious. I'm just trying to balance it out.
Because how I balance it out is a think tanks, talking, as groups of people I talk with, and plus the campaign I'm doing in Tottenham, Haringey. So having conversations with people, testing things out, some people. I'm people person, people directly in my face, so I can keep a sense of reality. Because these people, they'll spin you around just like they spun my parents around. They spun all the Jamaicans around, not realizing if they'd stuck with their partner, then they would have had banks, black banks. They would have increased the partner system till it becomes a solid bank. But they let go of the partner system and got sucked in.
Well, yeah, I think again you sort of make an interesting point, and that's why I say sometimes I put the argument or actually the question: do we do better when our backs are against the wall? You see, because necessity, as we know, is the mother of all invention. Do you know what I mean? So,
Yes.
when when it's not there, we've definitely proven that we can build it, as it were.
Exactly, and we'll build it, and we did.
Well, no, absolutely. So I'm in complete agreement with that, man. And do you know what I mean? I think we'll probably have to have another show regarding that. And I think we've sort of put the question out already. You know what I mean? So I've openly said, yeah, many of us are too country this, whether this, whether that, whether this, whether that. But
yeah, maybe you can do a show about partner. Maybe you can do a show.
No, for sure. But partners are still going on. You know what I mean?
I know, but
I would say that it's not doing what it once used to do. So I will definitely.
Yes, that's right. They were buying up houses left, right, and center.
No, I agree. I agree.
Now they're doing it using partner for shopping. Buy some shoes or small.
No, man, it's true, man. It's true, and
foolishness.
That definitely goes to. But again, you know what I mean. In some ways, we have to take responsibility for that still. You know what I mean? Because because I never do it, man. No, and there's other sort of examples that we can use in that respect, whereby you get me. We kind of put it down to take up other things, and it ain't necessarily working out for us. But yeah, man.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Who's back?
Big IC3, where's everybody gone?
I think we're closing up now. I think because it's a bit late. Not late for me.
Oh,
IC3 got to have his Horlicks, boy. His Milo.
Not late for me. I go on all night. That's what I do sometimes. But you got schools and children to take to school tomorrow, so.
I don't know about take, but definitely help them on their way. But yeah, man, I mean, we've done a good few 8 hours. I mean, there was still more to come, man. But it goes sometimes, man. But the original question is still posed, or not even posed. But I mean, my sentiment still remains the same, whereby seemingly, when we look to do certain things, the triggering is real. But we shall see. Now, IC3 was just updating us on, some of these current campaigns and that. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm just looking into the chat. So I was about to say, just big up to the people that left in the chat. Big up yourself. Happy Sunday. Thank you for everyone that's jumped on that. Do you know what I mean? Especially on the Rice&Peas, and it actually allowed me to do a couple things, which is good. Randy, all right, I was gonna allow it. But...
Wait, sis, what happened? What did I miss before I came on? Because I came on late. And have you done the stuff in? Have you done the? Check your WhatsApp, man. Anyway, what did I miss before I came up here? What was you actually talking about?
Oh, did you miss Raven stuff?
I was kind of in and out. I'm not gonna lie. I was doing hair and all sorts in the background. So.
Oh right, doing hair.
I missed a lot of it. Yeah.
Okay. Then we started talking. I was just closing off by giving Ethan an update on the communication with the government, because we moved from the Bank of England. Now it's gone to the level of the government now, the Cabinet Office.
Ooh.
So that's what
You're gone clear now, IC3.
Yeah, the higher it goes, it gets more dangerous. All the agents are starting to arrive now.
Oh God, be careful, IC3 man. They're dangerous.
I'm expecting them to. You have to expect them to come. There's a watch this move that day on Saturday, Friday night actually, and on the street, West Green Road, and watching all the people walking by, and then this white girl was walking by. And then she was walking off into the distance, and then she turned, and then come back, and she's looking straight at me. I thought, why did she walk past me and then turn and then come walking towards me with a big smile? I thought it was strange. So she comes straight up to me and she goes, shaking my hand as if I should know her. I said, "Hi." I thought it's just, you know, people have seen me. So, and then she said, "Oh, I remember you from. Don't you remember me? I remember you from the reparations conference at Euston, because the Quakers had a big conference, reparations conference. I think it was the first big reparations conference. So Diane Abbott was there, and lots of people, and Esther Stanford was there. All the big people in the reparations movement were there, and I was there giving out leaflets. You know, the DJ plan. So I had given her. She was at that conference, and she'd received one of the leaflets from me. So she remembered me, but I didn't know who she was. And then she says, "Oh, right, it's good." So I said, "Oh, so you're around here?" She says, "Yeah, yeah." So I said, "So what do you do?" She says, she's in film school or something, you know, doing film school, and she did a documentary about reparations. She did a documentary about reparations, but it's a flop. You know, she felt it was a flop. I said, "Oh, okay." And then, but cut long story short, so she seeing what I'm doing about reparations, and she's going to want to try and do something together with me, you know, do a documentary on my reparations plan. And I say, "Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's interesting." Anyway, yeah. Then the conversation was closed from there. So, so these people are starting to arrive, and they're starting to, you know, this. It's the same. It's the same thing. Where even if you have music, you have music artists come with new ideas and so on. Then you get these people arrive with big money. Then they come try and take over. Like, you know, like hip hop. Hip hop started off in a certain way, and then it gets taken over. Reggae started off in a certain way, then it gets taken over. Bob Marley was, and the Wailers and Peter Tosh was something, but now it's gone. They dropped the Peter Tosh guy from kicked him out of the movie, cut his clip in the cut him out, and you know, did you hear about the Bob Marley movie? Yeah, so they kind of commercialize, you know. So that's the danger always. When the rich people arrive.
What? One sec, the ISP. Whose fault is that, though?
Well, that's a deep question you're asking there. It's a deep question. Who's?
I mean, I don't think it's that deep, to be honest.
Go then.
I asked.
What? Why you think that? Why you don't think it's that deep?
I don't think it's that deep because I think it's very simple. Because, you know, and I've done shows about this before. It's all about the gatekeeping settings. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So if there's no ability to gatekeep, then nothing will change in that regard.
Right.
And to go further, history will and is repeating itself.
Yes, that's right. But you
and
see, here's the thing.
That have learned their lesson regarding gatekeeping. It could be argued, and I'm making sure that won't happen again.
Oh, okay. But here, I think me and you will disagree.
Well,
most people will say, you ask that question, whose fault is it? Who is accountable? Who is responsible for the fact that black people end up selling out the thing to these rich white supremacists that arrive? You have to blame the white supremacists. You mustn't blame the African leaders. You mustn't blame the black leaders. You mustn't blame black people for anything. I disagree with you as well, Lady D. You see, okay.
No, because one breath I'm
don't blame them. No,
we have to. We have to blame ourselves because we're collectively inadequate. Remember?
Yes, but we're collectively inadequate, and who is to blame for that? We're collectively inadequate because we've been abused by the system that we're in. So we're being retarded. You know, if you're
like
abusing the children.
I do agree with you.
Blame the teachers for the children not learning.
1 second. I do agree with you. You get me? That there's definitely a level of corruption, this, that, and the other. You're not going to get any argument from me there. However, I do also believe that there are some that are just willingly and voluntarily complicit. You see what I'm saying? Now, there could be an argument made that, well, boy, if you're not complicit, you're gonna get fucked up. You get me? Because I'm sure we can give
That's
examples
right.
of
Yes.
of those that have tried to go against the machine, as it were,
Yes.
and didn't end up very well for them. You see what I'm saying
Yes.
to you? So, of course, I'll definitely take that into consideration as well.
Yes.
But all I would also say to that, though, is that, okay, even if that is the case, I do think that some of the leaders, quote unquote, could still make the optics look better in it. Do you know what I mean? So no, for real. So even if that is the case, because the thing is though, right? IC3 again, we gotta keep it 100. Yeah. So okay, say the top man, them, the leaders or whatever, they're taking their kickbacks, whatever, for whatever reason. All right, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Politics and politics. Yeah. But then where I think then we need to sort of, or there needs to be accountability, and that we need to actually look at our own, is then how you then disperse after that. Yeah. So okay, you've taken your kickback, you get me, but there's always going to be enough to try to help your people in, even within the kickback. You get me?
Are
Because
you sure?
It's the same in England. Yeah, they're all getting their kickbacks in England. You get me? That ain't no different. But obviously, they got to try to make sure that the system still runs in it. You get me? So it don't look too bad in it. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Come on, man. We know the thing, man. I mean,
Come on.
obviously, at the moment, it
You've
could
been
be
in the
argued
workplace.
that it's
Come on.
not even working that well in England, because you can see the system straining, this, that, and the other, for whatever reason. All right, then cool. But going back to our people now, I'm just saying, yeah, obviously white supremacy is still in existence. We know that a lot of the leaders that are put in the puppets, they put in a lot of ones that can be what's the word? Not manipulated, this, that, and the other. But I'm still saying, even within that, some of the leaders could and should be doing better in it. And the people then within the countries, just like in England, you get me, need to be making noise at the leader. Because I tell you, for example,
No, Nadif, I understand. I get you. I understand completely your argument. Yeah, you're not the only one who says that. I'm dealing with people every day, online and offline,
it
who
has
say
to
the
be a
same thing you're
balance.
saying.
IC3, you get me?
No.
Yeah, no. Listen, IC3, I'm gonna be real. In 2024, you can't just be listen, you can't just be going at the master, as it were. You get me? You got to. Otherwise, the leaders. I don't know why you're laughing, but otherwise, the leaders would just continuously do what they're doing, because they know that their subjects ain't gonna blame them. They're just gonna blame the quote unquote white man.
Right, Nanife, look, I understand your position. I want to present to you, and I know ladies is on the same vibe. What you're saying, I hear so many times. I'm hearing it every day. So you don't need to explain it to me. What you're saying is the most popular viewpoint. The vast majority of people are behind you. What you're saying, so it's not difficult to explain. Right now, I want to present to you an alternative viewpoint. I just want you to think about this. Yeah. Okay. I understand you. I want you to understand me. Okay. So this is the viewpoint. To see the black leaders, African leaders, and black people in positions of power must see them as hostages. Just an alternative view. You see them as people that should be doing better. I got that. But I am saying these, although they appear to be in positions of leadership and they've got a lot of money and they're looking good, right? They are really hostages. They're hostages to white supremacist, racist, financial terrorists. And those terrorists you don't see. You've seen the movies where you have.
So, all right. Is there any way out of that then, or is that just going to be the status?
Yes, there is a way out.
What's the way out? Yeah,
All
go
right.
on.
So, okay. So watch this. The way out is once you see, even if you see yourself, sometimes you're in a you're at a job and you're earning some money, and you see some situations come up, and you don't want to lose your job, or you don't want to be associated with something. It's the same situation on small and large scale. The way out of it is you must see them as hostages. Okay, so what? What does that mean? It means when you start seeing your leadership, your African leadership, your black leadership, or black people in top positions, when you see them as hostages and you don't know who the hostage, you can't see the hostage takers, which are usually the banks who are threatening them or whatever, right? You then look for another solution. And the solution is the creation of a hostage rescue team. Hostage rescue team. You see in the movies, whenever there's a hostage situation, certain calls are made, yeah, and then certain people are put together. All the best snipers, gunmen are called. Special department, yeah. All the special negotiators are called in. Yes, they seal off the area. Seal off the area.
So
No
you're
one's going
talking
in.
about a coup of some sort, then, yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
that's
And
right.
in how
That's right.
many?
But hold it. But the coup. No, I shouldn't say no. The coup doesn't work because the coup would be to take out the leaders. You'll be killing the hostages. You'll be killing the black leaders and the black African leaders and the black people in positions. No, they're not. They're not. They're the ones that need to be rescued. It's not the coup. It's the wrong term. Wrong. No. It's not a coup. It is a hostage rescue situation. That means you have to find the white supremacists, bankers, or terrorists that are hiding behind the scenes, whose face is not on the camera,
And do
and you've got
what
to
with
deal with
them?
them. That's
And
right. You've got to
do
take them
what?
out. Take them out.
Take them out. How?
Yes. By any means
So
necessary.
hold a minute. So even if you take them out, don't you think that they've got underlings underneath them?
Yeah, well, that's you're dealing with the hostages. You're dealing with the hostage takers, the terrorists, and their backup team. You're dealing with them as a complete.
So you're not only dealing with them, you're dealing with their underlings, their family,
That's
anything.
right. Their banks, everything. Their banks, everything. Because they support the terrorists.
Listen. How practical is this, bro?
Okay, I'll show you how practical it is.
Because for example, yeah, and this is what I'm trying to, because even when people talk about black supremacist groups, this thing, like, you're gonna need a lot of armory to do what you just spoke about. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yeah.
Okay, and is there somewhere that we don't know about that's armed up, that's got more armory than the people that you're trying to oppose?
Yes. But it's how it's managed. That's the key. It's not about the army, because I know what you're saying there is another. Most people say that as well. It's not about the guns, the tanks, the ships. It's not about that. The real power, those that are in power, they don't even walk around with guns. All they've got is a case with some documents in it. Because they can decide who will win. That they're the ones that can buy. They buy the tanks. They pay the soldiers. If they take money from your economy, you can't afford to pay your soldiers. You can't afford to buy any military equipment, and all of that. They destroy you without even firing a bullet. They can cause you to collapse internally. That's where the real power is. And the way and so what happens is when you see black people in nice positions, high positions as hostages, right? Then that spirit filters down and you stop blaming each other. So what you can never do anything wrong to me. Lady D can't do anything wrong. Whatever you do, I'm going to blame it on the white supremacists. I don't care what you do to me, I'm still going to blame it on the white supremacists. And what does that do? That takes the guilt and blame off your shoulders, because it's like a disease. It's like a contamination.
But it also, yeah. But you see, I don't agree with that, man.
I know you wouldn't.
No, and also practically, it doesn't make in theory it may make sense, but in practice it doesn't make sense, bro.
In what way? That's what I practice daily.
In terms of, so if we take our island of Jamaica, yeah, you're saying to tell the Jamaicans to not look at the leaders like they're doing a bag of shit, selling them down the river, this, that, and the other. You're saying nah. Blame it on white supremacy.
Yes.
Get me? And basically, right, that's foolishness, bro. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're both in bed together.
Hold it.
So
Okay. Hold that point there. Hold that point there. What you just said.
I would rather you tell me, say, yo, them people that are in bed together. So you know what?
Yes, shoot them both. Yeah, but okay, Naniva, hold that point there. You said they're both in bed together. Hold it there. Hold that point you made there. They're both in bed together. That's what you just said. Now, when you're doing a hostage rescue, right? That's why you have the best sharpshooters. Why? Because they have to shoot the terrorist and miss the hostage. You don't kill the hostage. It's a hostage rescue situation.
A lot of but that's what I'm saying. But in reality, a lot of some of the leaders are Afrophobic their own fucking self. So
yes, because their head is messed up.
So they need to get shot too. That's what I'm saying. If you're
I know what you're saying.
Shoot them.
I know what you're saying, but no, because that's the same thing when they blame the school children. They blame the school children, and the school children be messed up by the teachers. And why are the teachers messing up the school children?
So what's the
point? Because of the policy.
So 1 second, IC3. What would be the point in bringing in the same people that are in bed with the same fucking quote unquote supremacists that yours? What would be the point of bringing them back to us?
Okay. Because they are not the problem. They are being made to do things.
This is fucking easy. No, you're doing my head in now.
Okay, let's apply it to children.
You're not even saying, you know what it is? You're not even saying, you know what? Let them go away and get treated and come back.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let them get treated. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll accept. Yeah. Okay. Yes. You're right. You're right.
Why
don't shoot them? Don't kill them because they're hostages. Give them treatment, trauma. You know, send them to hospital.
Let me check the temperament again. So, are black people doing anything wrong?
No, they're doing nothing wrong. All black people are innocent for this project.
Yeah. That's
the model. That's the operational model. You're not allowed to blame black people for anything. Lady D has never done a thing wrong. She's innocent. Nainitha has never done a thing wrong. Innocent. You grew up. You were born in the system of white supremacy. You were born there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think
what the hell have I walked back into?
That would be our fork in the road. IC3. Because
I know. You got most people believe
foolishness. That's why, man. Do you know what I mean?
It appears to be. It appears to be foolishness.
Do you know about the Jamaican? You know about the Jamaican governments, yeah?
That's what I study. I do this 24/7.
All right, excellent. So you're telling me, good, you study them, good. I don't study them like you study them, yeah? So are you telling me, for example, that Edward Seaga was blameless?
Yes.
Oh, all right, cool, man. How was he blameless? Go on, tell me.
Because there's people behind the scene, financial terrorists behind the scene, saying, look, you do this, or certain things are going to happen. And those people that would have been threatening him, you would not have seen them, and you don't see them today. They are the international finance people. Like it's like the Diary of an Economic Hitman. That's a
So
very
then,
popular.
so
Yeah.
then, if what you're saying is correct, then all the different nations might just openly give back their power to the power that bees and just keep it moving, innit? There's no point in it. Basically, by what you're saying, you know what I mean? There's not
No.
even any need for a rescue plan or whatever. Just give it back to them because they're in charge, and you know what I mean? Just keep it moving.
Yeah, but the people in charge are white supremacist, racist, economic
I
terrorists.
understand what you're
Right.
saying.
So they've got to be dealt with. Don't blame the black people for anything.
Listen. Dealt with. Look, when you say dealt with, what do you mean, bro? Because
I
now
tell you
we've
what.
got to start
Yeah.
not sounding like we live in fucking cuckoo
Yeah.
land.
Okay. All right. So watch this. A specialist rescue team task force has to be on the job. So what you do, you relax, you enjoy yourself. We will take care of the issue. All right, don't worry. You enjoy it. I'm not blaming you for anything. Not blaming Lady for anything. You continue to do as best you can in this terrible situation that you're in, and we will deal with the terrorists. We're the specialist team that will go in and deal with the terrorists. That's our specialty. Not everybody is gonna be on the hostage rescue team. It's a team, like similar to what Rap Raven was saying earlier. He says the open elite or something. The elite are a hostage rescue team. The elite are there to fix the problem, and that's what the government does. Whenever the government's got a problem, they said, "Okay, we're going to call a commission." Right? They're going to bring a few specialists together to go and sort out the problem. That's what governments do. They have commissions. They get a group of experts to focus on the problem. That's what governments do. So in the same way, thinking like a black nation, we have to, don't worry, you don't worry yourself, you continue, we will sort it out. We will sort it out. You relax, we will sort it out. Was it Mike Smart Smith? Yeah, don't worry, you keep doing the best you can. It's a specialist job dealing with terrorists, because the terrorists are specialists and very dangerous. They're precise in their operations on an international scale and dangerous.
So what about the terrorists in our own community?
There are no terrorists. There are no black terrorists.
Yourself, I see.
Yeah. Or any black terrorist is being forced to do that by a white supremacist who's behind, who we don't see him. Whenever you see black people behaving badly, whenever you see black people, there's always a white person behind. You have to look carefully. Or sometimes you see a group of black people, black youth. Yeah. And if you watch them long enough, you'll see that there's one white youth somewhere among them. Always. It's the same thing with the youth. It's the same thing in the school. It's the same thing in government. It's the same thing.
All right. I see. Free. Big up yourself. Like I said, I think at that point we need to stop, because
okay, I understand.
Respectfully, do you know what I mean? Yeah. What you're saying, it doesn't even make no sense, man. You know what I mean?
I know. It doesn't make sense. Don't you worry. Don't worry.
Because the thing is, you got to be very careful, man. Because you don't want to go around, especially telling young people that they don't need to hold any accountability. You get me? Because the system, like, you can't do that, man. Because they will take that and they will manipulate it and they will do the most, and they'll just say, well, it's not my fault. It's, you know what I mean? It's the system's fault, or it's their fault. It's IC3 because IC3 said, well, there's nothing. That's stupid. Respectfully, that's not, come on, man, IC3. That's not responsible, man. That's mad. But I hear what you're saying. I'm looking at Bunga. Bunga saying Muslims do that. They defend their own no matter what they say or do. So, and with that being said, I'll just leave it there, man. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, we leave it there. We leave it there. and I'll keep you updated on
But
reporting.
the
I'll
thing is, though,
report to you.
I've seen how that's very dangerous, though, as well. Do you know what I mean? That whole, you know what I mean, cover my brother thing, because they will lie and say and do the most insipid things, and because them, yeah, see, I don't know, man. I don't know.
They do that to protect themselves. You're not in part of their community, so who cares what happens to you? In
I'm
war,
hearing what you're saying, and I'm trying to relate that to what you said. You know what I mean? Because obviously, initially, I did bun it out still. But you know, reading Munger's comments, and I mean, I suppose it could be argued that there is strength in that. But you know, if that can apply to our situation, is another thing. But again, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't. That's not something I would tell my yeah. But I understand. I understand what you're trying to do, man.
but let's talk about the children and the youth. You see, if the children know, right, that the school is hostile, and they're only going there to learn the lessons and get out, right? They won't be messing about at school. If I knew that, I thought when you're trying to fit in, right, it messes your head up. When you realize that the environment around you is hostile, you unite together and you concentrate yourself, or you concentrate you and your friend. You concentrate. But when you feel that everybody around you loves you, it messes up the children's head. It messes up my parents' head. They thought England, coming from Jamaica, oh, England, the mother country. When they come here and they get licks in their head, the situation, they realize, you know what? They don't want to give us a bank system. We're going to have to deal with partner. This place is hostile. We have to organize. Yeah, that's how the partner system works. Because you're not accepted.
Argument, but I do think that you have to be careful with the language, especially when speaking to the younger people, because they may not necessarily see what we see or see what you see. They're not necessarily coming up in a obvious and blatant let's just call it superior system to what you did or we did. So I'm just saying you got to be a little bit cautious and use the right language when it comes to the young people, man. That's all I'm saying.
I tell the same way I'm talking now, the same way I spoke to my children. They're growing up now, and when they first started,
but then the thing is,
they started, hold it. When they first heard it, it's like, and the mother, they were saying, oh, you know, you're going a bit too far. But as they get older and start seeing what's happening around them, they're all coming over to what I'm saying now. They start to see for themselves.
But the thing is, though, where I get a little bit confused, though, IC3, is that, like, and again, maybe this is again for a different day, because from what I understand, and I don't want to get too personal, but you get me, you got children that are part of the system, right? They're part of your system and a part of their system. That's a correct assumption, but
my children are victims of the system. I've been saying it to them from early, but now they're starting to see it.
So
they're hostages.
But are they
innocents?
Well,
just like you.
Because we need clarity. Are they hostages because they're biracial? Is that correct?
Yeah. Well,
so you're
my wife is mixed race. Yeah. Black and white. So my children are 3/4 black, 75%.
Yeah. Okay. So you're putting them in the same category of hostility as the black. Yeah.
Right. So blacks are mixed, because blackness itself, the world is against blackness. Darkness. They see that as a product of sin. God cursed the human. Yeah, that's the roots of the system that we're in. So that's why I said the reparations is taking blackness as an asset class. So if you're 50% black, you get 50% share reparations. If you're 100% black, 100% share. So my children will get 75%. My wife or ex-wife, 50%.
Thanks for clearing it up. I see through that.
You see, tight. The operation's tight. I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, it looks like you've definitely gone and used your calculator, boy. One get 3/4, one get half, one get a full, me blood clean. So what about, because Schiffer asked Raven, what about, because I heard the term is it Octavian or something? So like
Octoroon.
There you go. There you go.
1/8 black. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yes,
yeah. So 1/8 black would get I think it's 6.25% reparation share. 6.25%. That's right. I told you. I'm not joking. I told you.
Yo, that's it.
Yeah.
What about the full black ones like myself?
Oh, full black, you get 100%. No problem. 100%. And we're even discussing also how it's going to operate. So have you heard of, like, I think it's called the American Express black card or Centurion card? Have you heard of the black card?
I have. I've heard of the American black card, but not the other one.
So basically, in the creation of this black movement, what would happen as the reparations are coming into this central bank, right? The bank will issue cards. Yeah. So Lady D will get a black card. Yeah, you'll get a black card, but your card will have 100% black on it. It's a card issued to those of 100% black. But there's other people that they'll get a card that's only issued to the people that are 50% black. Do you understand? So you get your it's almost like a credit card, like like the American Express black card. If you look that up, read that. So we're thinking about how to operate. What will reparations look like, and how will it be operated? So far we're discussing a card. You get a black card, and that black card has certain spending power. So that's how your reparations operate. That's the financial reparations. But there's other types of reparations that are not to do with money. These are to do with cultural aspects, you know. But the money one will be, you'll get a black card. And that black card, it could work as a passport as well. So you just present that when you're traveling, because you'll be a citizen of the new black nation.
And them things doesn't accept this card.
Pardon?
Which airlines and airports will accept these cards?
Well, if you have that card, then people will know that you are a member of the IC3 Black Nation, of this new Black Nation entity. Yeah. And so therefore you must be respected as a citizen, as a member of that black entity, international black entity.
So will this black card be recognized by the government, the Babylonian government I'm talking now?
Yeah, of course. And how will it be recognized? Not because they're feeling nice. No, it comes with power. Yeah, because if you got the black card, anybody messes with you, then that will be reported back to us centrally, and then we will deal with it. So there's power behind the card. The card is not just a credit card. The credit card is a black card that is almost like a passport as well. So it's finance, it's spending, it's identity. It's like a combination of a credit card and a passport. Does that make sense? So as long as you're carrying that, you are representative of the new black state. Your basic diplomatic status. You're carrying that card.
I hear you, I see, free boy.
Yeah, we're thinking through this thing tight, operational all the way. That's why I'm discussing, with Illyria, it's state. You've got to be thinking like a state. You're not thinking when you start thinking state level, we all start discussing each other differently. Thinking about a black state. So the bottom line, you'll end up with a card, black card. It's a combination of a passport and because it shows that you're a representative. So anybody messes with you, that will be reported back to a central international organization, and it could be that we'll have a meeting, discussion, and then the council would decide, well, we're going to sanction Costco or sanction Starbucks. Why? Because Lady D went in to get a tea and she presented her black card and Starbucks refused it. And so that situation, what day, what time, what Starbucks was it? Where was you? Okay, send a report back to central office. Then we'll sit in council. There'll be a black council, and your case will come up and say, we heard that Lady D went into Starbucks at this date, at this time, in this city, and the staff was rude to her, and blah blah blah. This is a report that we received from Lady D, and it's been presented to the council, and the council will decide, well, shall we do something about Starbucks? Shall we put it out internationally that we don't do business with Starbucks? We'll thank all black people no longer will go into Starbucks because of the mess with Lady D, and Lady D had a black card. Yeah, and Lady D wrote a report. Yeah, that's the way we're thinking. That's how it's going to operate. So if you mess with a diplomat, you have to be careful. Yeah, you mess with the Chinese diplomat, you can't. He just writes a report back, and it goes back to China. Nothing may happen for maybe a year. You think it's all forgotten. Yeah, don't mess with those people. You think it's forgotten. No, all it is it's being processed. So it could be that, something happened to you in Starbucks with your black card, and then 2 years later, something, Starbucks shares starts to shrink, or the whole business closes down because all of the workers, all the black workers, all the black people involved in the Starbucks chain have heard about the situation, have read the report. So we'll have our newspaper, our own black newspaper, Black Issues, and then it could be featured in a small column, maybe in the middle of the page that on such and such a date, so and so, a member diplomat, Lady D, was, and it becomes part of the news, and that's the news that's traveling around the community. Marcus Garvey did the same kind of thing, didn't he? He had what was it called? What's the name of Marcus Garvey's newspaper? I can't remember. Does anybody in the chat remember Marcus Garvey's newspaper? I can't remember. Yeah. So basically, we have a black newspaper that also goes around and reports, reports on how black people are being treated in different parts of the world. We might find that somewhere in India, a group of black people have their own business, and they've decided to become part of this black nation and to receive a card, and they could be sending us reports from life in India. How is life going in India? How are the black people doing in India? We want to report. We have in our newspaper, we have in Asia national news. Yeah, we have our own news channel. See, that's how things happen. So that's how, if 9 ether gets abused somewhere, then it gets reported, and then sanctions could come out. Could be a major issue. Major. Because we have people looking at news, reading at news about black people wherever they are in the world and reporting the news. Just like you have BBC. Be Black Broadcasting Corporation. So we put out, we have our news, we have our shows, everything. So if you mess with one black person, or you could, just even one black person in some far out place in the world, and that black person who's a member of the black nation reports it back to central office, it could be trouble in that area. Sanctions. Maybe cocoa beans stop flowing there or something, or reduce their gold or cobalt. Yeah, that's how you have to start thinking. Think state, and think of yourself. Everybody who comes in the chat, all the black people in the chat, and the black people who come to these forums, you got to see yourselves as statespeople, as diplomats. You could end up as a representative of the black nation. So you got to carry yourself like a representative. Because when you're carrying yourself as a representative of a powerful entity, people don't want to upset you because it could be terrible repercussions. Yeah? So you carry yourself as a diplomat. And even if you're talking and you're carrying yourself like a diplomat, one diplomat would not be cursing down the other diplomat. Yeah, you know what? Because you're a member of the same nation. What? So if you start thinking of us, we've got to start thinking and learning statecraft. Statecraft. What is that? Yeah? Both of us could be, Lady D and 9 Ether could have a fight back home, but when they're out on a mission and they're in a foreign country, they're behaving as diplomats. And any disagreements, they'll deal with it when they get in internal affairs.
No,
when they get back home.
You can't put me with Nanifa. Are you mad, IC3?
Yeah, but I just want to just throw that there.
No, I'll be sanctioned every day. I'll be up Nanifa. Have you heard her sing her stupid songs? That alone will piss me off. I will beat her up, literally. Like, I'm not playing.
Yeah, but we've got to think of ourselves like that, and then we didn't even start relating, talking to each other.
Shut your mouth. Listen, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking. This is what pisses me off, IC3. This is why I will be sanctioned. I would be sanctioned for real.
You can't sanction. She's a member of the nation.
Nothing at all.
See, what you do, Lady D, you'd write a report and say, look, in this trip, I'm being asked to go and represent the black nation over there in India. Yes, and you've been asked, Lady D, to go as a diplomat representing the black nation in India, because we've heard reports that black people are being mistreated in India. And then we say, okay, Lady D, we'd like to choose a partner for you to go with.
Put a
two
sock
of you.
in it, man. Put a sock in it. Tell her to shut up, please, IC3. See what I mean? These are the things that piss me off. IC3, she does this to me at 8 o'clock in the morning. She does this to me. Like, I'm not playing games.
I'm a man.
Kenito wants to ask a question. Kenito, hey, what's the question? What's the question, Kenito?
The boy. All right, Divine. Madonna.
You don't have nothing about you, Allow it.
All right, me done. There's a cat amongst the pigeons.
What's up? Salute to the black family. I want to see.
Hey, United States. See, we got a diplomat from America.
Absolutely.
Born rich, he's going to be the diplomat from the United States. He's represented.
IC3.
First thing I want to say is
he's unsynchronized.
Yeah. First thing I want to say. Hold on. I want to say peace, power, and reparations to all the black family on the panel.
Right. Okay.
Big up, born power, peace, power, and reparations.
Yeah.
That's what I like. That one. I like
Black
that
power,
one.
black power.
That's right.
Y'all know what it is.
That's right. So Born
I
Rich
think
is a diplomat. He's a statesman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at him up there
Representative.
looking like Malcolm X right now with the glasses and all of that good stuff.
Yeah.
And then accent. Come on, Born. Come on.
Yeah, man. So yeah, IC3 is cooking. I know non-black people have questions, so I'll let Popcorn get to it.
Okay. My question to brother IC3 was that it seems to be a bit of a fly in the ointment that the people you're saying is the like the people you need to kind of like get rid of are the people that are they're the same people that's handing out reparations. So in my opinion, there's a slight conflict of interest, let's call it. Because if you remove the people that you're saying are holding your people hostage,
yes,
then who's handing out the reparation?
Okay, very good. Excellent question. So
thank you.
I'll show you. So what we have in this part of it, we have something called the White People's Protection League.
Go on.
Yeah, yes,
I'm
White
listening.
People's Protection League. And how that works, like, you know how the police offer you rewards if you provide evidence that leads to the capture of a criminal, correct?
Yeah.
Crime Stoppers.
Crime Stoppers.
Yeah. Okay. So we apply that same model with the Black Nation. So the Black Nation will reward any non-Black person who provides evidence that leads to the capture of those people we class as criminals, which are the white supremacist, racist terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
So that means plus that white person or that non-Black person who revealed such information could have their life in danger as a result of providing us that valuable information. Therefore, they come under our protection. Is that not how governments work?
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. So it's nothing new. We're just operating statecraft. We're starting to think as a state does. That's what governments do. So we just do what governments do.
Okay.
It makes sense?
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great answer. I like that.
Mm. Statecraft.
How much you don't have no percentage of African in you yet, so you can't be begging for no reps when it comes. Yeah?
I'll have you know my mum's an Octarian.
Oh shit.
She is.
So there's your share. That's
You'll
right.
have to go through Born Rich first to make a claim. If your claim doesn't pass Born
No,
Rich,
we got
get to
a
the head
separate
office.
claim. We got a separate claim. Our claims
Oh
against
my God.
the Arabs that enslaved our people. Obviously, it's a different branch of slavery, isn't it?
That's right. But it's still, yes. So you're saying, so if you're saying 1/8, that means you might have 1/16 Black in you. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I think I might have a little touch from my dad's side as well, so I might be like a little bit more than 1/16.
Okay.
You hear this shit, but Born, he's begging your shit from now. You know, he made sure before he even gets up and running, he's claimed how much percentage is that?
Well, Khan could get a share. Yes, Khan could get a share of reparation because if there's that bit of black in it, because it's all about blackness and race. The whole system, the whole financial system is built on that. So blackness
America
can be
for
seen
that
as an
shit.
asset.
No, that's an American bullshit about one drop. Now allow what this is when the one drop does not. I told you lot it end up fucking you lot up. This is when there should be no such thing as one. Now Khan's got a claim.
Okay, so all right, hold on. No, we have a trick for that. Lady D. You have on your paperwork, right? Because y'all know doctors, and when you go to the doctors and when you apply for jobs and stuff, you have to check the box of your ethnicity, right?
Right.
So
right.
you have to at least identify as Black. You have to show proof that you've been identifying Black for at least 10 years or whatever years we want to put on it. For at least 7 years, at least 8 years.
How long have you been identifying as black?
I was identifying as black until I met
shit.
Nanifa, Lady D, Jedi.
But you wasn't
He got talked
checking
me out of it. They said to me,
No.
"You can't be black." I was like,
No,
"All
you
right."
wasn't checking the
I
box though,
conceded to
Con.
them.
Con. But see, when you went to the doctor when you was 18, 19 years old, you didn't check the box. You went to the dentist at 18 and you didn't check the black box, brother. So you don't have a history of identifying as black. You guys have a census, right? A census in the UK? You wasn't checking the black box, brother.
That's
you gotta
right.
make sure, you know what I'm saying? So
he took the Turkish
No,
box,
my
and never
mum
even a
trained us
Turkish box.
from birth never to be accepting to be white.
So you check
What
the
box
other
did you
box.
tick then, Khan? The Middle Eastern box. What box do you tick? Or
Just
the Asian
refuse
box?
to, just like I would rather not say.
Oh, but it says refuse. What does it say again? It says I'm like you don't want to specify or
Prefer
something
not
like
to
that.
say.
Yeah, prefer not to say. That's it.
Well, that counts you out. Sorry, Con, but that counts you out, brother. It does, right? It counts you out. If you can't find
By
any proof,
default, it actually does, because if they're saying that you have to be identifying as black for and you've got to prove it, and if he can't prove it and he's been ticking, he prefers not to say all this time. Therefore, he can't actually make a legit claim. He's got no evidence.
Yeah, but these rules and regulations is specific to Born Rich's case that they're putting forward for their own specific claim.
I see if we can adopt
that's
some
the
of
American
them
system.
points. No, but I see if we can take some of them. Born can hand some of the blueprint to use and put together for the Caribbean one, and then we make sure if it works for the Americans and it's tried and tested, it definitely gonna work for us. That's what you do, IC3. Take notes. Take notes.
Yeah, and that's just a little trick that we use over here. So you
Yeah.
can't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, I'm black. I want reparations." It's like, okay, well, let's go back in your history. Let's go look at these doctors, your doctor stuff, your court records, your job applications, and what box were you checking then?
All right, Born. Imagine they start handing out reparations at the bank and there's a long queue that goes around the corner and people turning up to get their reparations. How many people do you think is getting home safely with their money?
A lot of
Not
people,
everybody. Not
a
everybody.
lot of people. Why do y'all think it's just gonna be mass robberies, man? I don't like that. The reason I don't like that because nobody's robbing Indian reservations over here, and they get checks every month. But it's not a gang of people at the Indian reservations with AK-47s trying to rob them. It's just, I don't know. It just seems like when black people talk about getting reparations and money, everybody's like, oh man, they're gonna get robbed and buy Cadillacs and Jordans, and so what? Nobody cares when the Native Americans get it, bro. Nobody cares when the J people got theirs, or America paid reparations to the Chinese people of Pearl Harbor. Like, we'll be okay, bro. If they rob banks, then that's what the police system is. The police department is for. They start robbing people at the banks. I've never seen nobody get robbed at the bank. If you want to start doing that now because black people are getting checks, then the cops will come and deal with you. Yeah. You gotta start looking at it like that, bro.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Think state level. Think like a statesman or a stateswoman. Government style, government level. Then all these things
fall into place.
That's right, because that's what governments do every day. That's standard government.
What you're saying, IC3, I agree with, because that's obviously the benefits of statehood.
Yes.
That's the entrappings of the state itself, like that people don't realize that there's a difference between a country and a state.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Poor Palestinians are going through it now, obviously, because they're not recognized as a state. They don't have rights to have certain, certain international support, like banking and things like that. Don't recognize them.
Yeah,
so they can't really fully function within the global,
So give me some information about
scenario.
that. So you're saying the Palestinians.
They don't have a state,
two-state system.
People say two-state solution. Two-state solution. People keep going on about the two-state solution.
Yeah.
It's for that to happen, then America and England would have to award Palestine with statehood, but they have refused to do that.
There was two states already.
Nah, it's the same with Cyprus. It's the same with Cyprus. Like, we fought
like we got arms and we fought and we like, you know, put a border and was like, right, this is our land now, and we set up our own government. But internationally, it's not recognized. Internationally, they still refuse to recognize it.
Right. So that's
So you
the
can't
point.
get like
Yeah.
international flights. You can't have international access to banks. You can't have
Right.
international monetary fund aid, whatever. Like you're just not recognized.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. But it's
So
England and America that is behind it, really.
right, because they don't want to recognize.
They don't want to put you on an equal footing where you have all the rights of a state.
Right. See, and that's the whole thing. What I was discussing with El Eri, which is it's the creation of a black state. You know, the creation of a black state. So, and then to be recognized, you've got to get to a certain level of power.
It's like what Maku always says, right? He says in Nigeria, the only thing British is the government, right? And to us, that sounds mad because our relationship with our government is all encompassing. The government's involved in everything. But he say no, but in Nigeria it's not like that because you got kings and chiefs who are independent of the government, who've got their own land, their own rules that they live by separate. And to them, the government is just like an administration. It's like somebody who just tells you, well, here's the company that's going to take away your sewage. And here's the company that's going to provide you with water. Here's the company that's going to provide you with electricity. And they all work for us. And when you want to function internationally, you also have to do it through us. And we're like the interface between you and international banking systems and whatnot. So they view their government as just like a very low level thing. Like they just think of it as just the administration. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little service on the side.
Yeah, it's like a service that's provided for them, right?
Right. Until it gets big, too big.
But really, it's actually a state, which is like a framework that goes over what you would call the country.
Yes.
Right. So that's the difference between a state and the country. When you say my country is so and so, or my land is so and so, yeah, but the state in a way is like floating above that. It's independent of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like the way you say it's floating as well.
Yeah, it's floating. Like you can have.
If it's floating, it's not really. It's not.
It's like the British establishment is a floating thing where even if, like, for example, somebody successfully bombed the hell out of England, right? That establishment has got other lands where it can like still function, right? You see what I mean? Like they got loads of places, British Columbia, they got here, they got there, they got Turks and Caicos, whatever islands they got. Do you get me? For them, it's equally as valid as what we call England.
Yes, the entity is still alive.
Yeah,
you can't kill it.
And if anything, the banks have probably got more influence in those places.
Yes,
not less. They would have more power in those places.
Yeah, because what you said reminded me of when Hitler moved into France. Yeah, he just rolled into France.
Yeah, just rolled over them. Yeah.
Yeah, he just rolled over, and all the French government, all the leaders ran to UK.
Right.
And they ran to the UK, and so that France is being controlled by the Germans.
Yeah.
But what the French did,
but there's a lot of governments that's in exile.
They set up a government. What do you call it?
Yeah, in exile. A government in exile.
Yeah,
of course.
A government in exile.
Right.
So they're still operating as a government.
Yeah.
but even without land.
Of course.
I wanted to make that point earlier on.
It's like the Uyghurs when the Chinese took over the Uyghur land. The Uyghur government moved to Turkey.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They still have a government.
Are they back now?
No.
They're still in Turkey.
Yeah, the Chinese ain't gonna let up off them.
How long ago did the Uyghur move from China?
Well, they got them all in camps now, apparently. So, like, they've taken over their land. They've displaced the people, much like they're doing with the Palestinians. So they've lost. They're gone. They're wiped. They're consigned to the annals of history.
How long ago did they move?
It's been a gradual process, right? Same with the Palestinians. What's happened with the Palestinians? It's been 75 years or whatever.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like, this is quite relevant because, like, I was talking to Born Rich once, and he was saying that the Americans, part of their deal of reparations is to have, like, I think he said 3 states worth of land, like, to take it from the what we call the federal government, have it as their own, like, land. So then all the yeah, so basically the same way how the European Jews claim Israel as their land.
Yes.
Then the black people that live in America, like the
foundational Black Americans could put a claim in for certain places, like certain
Right.
geographical places. But the thing is, would they have to fight for it? Would they have to like take it by force? And then even after that, would it be even recognized as a state, like as an independent state?
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean?
That'll be one move. They'll do, if that was to happen, they'd have to do it in one move, and that'll be basically it's the same thing as because I heard Texas wants to secede. I don't know if Bornrich is there.
Texas got their own thing going on as well now.
Yeah, so Black people have their own thing. It's a secession. It's the breaking up of the United States.
Yeah, I don't know to what degree Texas is sort of cemented into the Federation of States. It might not really be that fully part of the United States as we think it is. Like they might have like a get out of jail free card or something. They're trying to pull out their ass or whatever. But like, yeah, I think Texas has always been like disputed whether it's actually part of like America or not. Because they call it the Lone Star State, don't they?
Yeah, but they haven't succeeded. Texas haven't succeeded.
Yeah, they won't. They won't do.
Yeah, they won't.
It's not like they got nuclear missiles.
And they're white. You're all white anyway, so
it's just
all right.
bluff. It's just when things don't go their way. It's just when things don't go their way, they just bluff. They just pull a bluff card. That's
Sounds like it as well.
Yeah, but the Black Americans have a real case for secession. Say, look how many times have we tried to fit
the only way it would work if the Black Americans said, on behalf of the United States, we're going to take land from Canada or from Mexico, and then the United States would back them and say, "Yeah, you go and get your land from them, and we'll."
Yeah,
and then they could have their own state.
Oh my God, that's right. They get the Black Americans to go beat up somebody else.
Yeah, go and beat up some Mexicans.
Oh my God,
take their land. They'll recognize it as the 53rd state.
Yeah.
So you can have an independent Black country.
That's right. That's right. God, these people, man.
I'm telling you, bro.
What do you think of that, Bornrich? They say that you foundational Black Americans, look, we do your deal. They might give you Florida or something like that, somewhere down near the Caribbean.
Yeah, that'd be good. I'd go and join the army. I'd recruit myself. I'd be like, yeah, come, let's go. Let's go and get some land.
No. I say, oh no, you don't. No, I'm not going to beat up. I'm not going to go beat up the innocent people. Where you owe me, so it's coming from you. I'm not going to go rob somebody else's pockets with your approval. No. It's out of your pockets. You owe us.
Exactly. That's the game plan, right? Never lose.
Yeah, but I think that the model where with the White People's Protection League is that how I see. Cause I've spoken to some white people. I've told them I've actually run that by a few white people, and they said, "Yeah, you know what?" One white guy said to me, "You know what your plan is good, but he says the information I would get for you, I'd end up in prison, and you'd have to look after it for me till when I come out." That's what he said to me.
Yeah. He knows.
Yeah, he knows. Thank you. He knows. He knows he would never betray his white people. He's already thinking the consequences.
Exactly.
He's already thinking about the consequences.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, I'm not gonna betray my people for you Negroes. No.
Born. Let me ask you a question as an American. Yeah, put your American hat on for a sec. What do you think about these African countries that have been offered this deal from BRICS, or Russia in particular, saying we'll cancel all your debts and you can just basically have a fresh start with us, but you just got to leave the West and join BRICS, like Russia, India, Brazil, Confederation, like Saudi. They got their own little thing going on, right?
Yeah, I'm saying join them as far as what? Leave one colonizer. It sounds like leaving one colonizer for another colonizer.
Exactly.
That's what it sounds like, God.
That's right. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Join you for.
But if you're saying that the banking system is the kidnappers that have kidnapped your leaders, then surely the way to free them would be to switch sides to another banking system, right?
No, not quite.
Why?
no,
Why?
because it's gonna be another oppression. I mean, they're still gonna. You go to that like if you go to another banking system, and then you're gonna have to get loans to rebuild your country, and you're gonna have to pay back those loans. You're gonna have to pay back those loans, man.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that goes
Nobody's
without
helping.
saying.
Nobody's helping African countries like that.
But
It's
they're
just
saying we're not putting you in a
switcheroo.
state of perpetual debt, though. We're not going to run you the same game these guys run you.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Africa, Black Africa, and the Black African diaspora, they have to have their system, not BRICS. It should be Black Africa and the Black African diaspora.
Yeah.
That's the next ecosystem. That ecosystem, and then representatives from that ecosystem, from that Black ecosystem, can then negotiate and have discussions with the other ecosystems.
I wonder how these other countries, apart from the West, got hold of that nuclear technology, because it's really the nuclear power that's allowing them to stand up to America. Because like Russia, they've got it. India, they've got it.
Yeah.
Saudi, I don't think have it, but India has it. Who else? A few of them have it.
But I think what happens here, how they got hold of it, the nuclear things, is that there's always money to be had in the selling of secrets. Some people, they just have no national values, nothing. They're just traders. They just want to make money.
You know how Pakistan got their nuclear missile?
Huh?
You know how Pakistan got their nuclear program?
No.
They had a very intelligent guy working for the Americans, and he just basically defected and went back home and said,
Exactly.
I know all the secrets. He said, I know everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
just one guy it was. He was the father of the program.
You get a defector or you get a trader.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So because no secret can really be kept long. Secret will always come out sooner or later. Even when the principles of a nation apply even to an individual. I mean, even
if we
in
look
your
at IC3, if we look at the United Nations right now, the countries that have the veto, they're all nuclear powers. Like, was it the 5 countries that have vetoes of the United Nations?
Right.
So I think that there's like a 2-tier system here where if you don't have nuclear capabilities, you're not really like in the big boys league.
That's
and I
right.
think with Africa, because it's so rich and so like full of resources and so much people live there and the landmass is so big that they kind of deserve to have a nuclear program, I think. And if they did have, then maybe they could sort of put some muscle behind this idea of yours of having their own banking system or their own financial class.
Yeah. But they're being kept retarded by the economic terrorists.
But yeah, to what extent? But I don't think they have that. They don't have the desire to kind of get into that race of the nuclear arms race, and they don't really want to be involved in that because it does bring a lot of negatives as well, isn't it? Like
but
being involved in a nuclear arms race.
Yeah, but that nuclear arms lift and that power, that's what can impact
100%.
African.
That is the power.
Affairs.
That is the power.
So Africa can't unite and trade internally amongst themselves, because to do that, it means building roads, railroads, and so on, and all these things are hampered by external forces. See, because the terrorists could say, look, okay, you want to build a road to do some trade between this country and that country. The bankers on the outside could say, look, we don't like the way you're thinking. We're going to have to come in and do some regime change. We'll do some regime change, or we'll fund that small group, that small unheard of group. We'll give them all guns and everything, and then they'll facilitate a coup if you don't listen to us.
If you think of the relationship between the West and Africa, like think of Africa as like a bride, right? Like a woman full of potential,
and going to produce a lot of produce, right? A lot of children, a lot of things going to come out.
Babies, that's
They
right.
basically married her when she was like basically fresh out the blocks.
That's
So
right.
they got everything half price. They got everything like, and they've got her locked into a contract where the best thing she could do is basically dump that guy and go and find the next guy who she can basically make a more of a 50-50 relationship with.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? That's how I see it. I see it that like when the England and like when the Western powers took control of Africa, they did it like in a bygone era, and they're basically keeping them tied to that old contract.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Do you know what I
And
mean? So
the way out
they got it cheap, and they got ahead of the game, and they want to stay ahead of the game.
That's right. And the way out of that contract is for the black diaspora, the African diaspora, black diaspora, to take the place as another entity, to take the place and unite with Africa. That's the only way. Which goes back to
I don't really think that's true. I think what you need is a Pan-Africanist approach where all the African nations come together and create some sort of a super state, and they basically can consolidate their power. Like the diasporans would benefit from that. I don't think it's that like the tail has to wag the dog, when really what we need is a more muscular dog with bigger teeth. Do you know what I mean? That's really what we need.
I got your point, but your point is very popular. But in order for Africa to unite, right, it will take the specialist task force from the diaspora to nullify and neutralize the power of white supremacy. That's that. So in order for Africa to be free to allow to do what it needs for itself, it needs help. It needs someone to hold off the external powers, and that has to come from the diaspora.
I hear you.
Yeah,
all right, man. I'm going to jump off now. It's been nice talking. We've had a lovely day of intellectual discourse. It's been a great day. Even James Jones jumped on to talk to Raven. That was the highlight, I think.
That was right. Yeah,
that was
definitely.
great.
that chalk and cheese, but yet they're the same.
It's like if we could get them two working together.
That's it. That's it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway,
That's
man,
right.
big up IC3. Like, I might pop down and bring you a sandwich while you're on your little corner there.
Doing the street show. The street
Yeah,
show.
and bring you a little like hot coffee or something. Anyway, big up everyone. Big up Nanifa. Thanks for having us on, Nines. I appreciate it as a non-black.
Sorry,
Big up yourself. Big up yourself, Lady D.
Big up.
I'm Born Rich as well. I'm out of here.
All right, take care. We'll see if we can get you a black card, 1/16 black. You've got to get these black Americans to join in. But the black Americans, they're convinced they're the top blacks in the world and they don't need anybody else. We got the bomb. You got to convince the black Americans that America will never give you what you deserve of America without the help of black Africa and the rest of the black diaspora. You need the black world for the black Americans to get what they deserve. Canito 888, what was the question? Did you have a question? Before Nine Ether closes it all down. Any questions in the chat? Yes, we have to create the new black state. And all of you, you must register for citizenship to receive your black card, your black state card as a representative of the black state. A number of you will be called upon to be representatives and diplomats in different parts of the world, investigators and researchers and historians for the new black state. Quite a large amount of income will come into the black state, will come via reparations on a claim by claim basis. We will have our negotiators traveling the world, finding out the historical abuses of black people through colonialism and enslavement. We will have our investigators and historians writing reports that will come back to Central Black Office. And then the Black Council will decide what the amount and kind of reparations that are due from any particular organization or nation or institution or business. Our Black Council will decide the quantity and quality of the reparations due, and we will send out our professional negotiators to talk to the representatives of the institution or country or nation and present to them the reparations due. And should our black diplomats receive any mistreatment or unreasonable behavior, our black diplomats will write a full and detailed report of what's happened. Then that report will return back to Black Central Office, and we'll have representatives from Black Security, International Security, Black International Finance, Black International Health, Business, and so on. And we will decide whether sanctions should be imposed on that entity. And then if it is decided that sanctions should be imposed, we will release that information as a report, and we'll also release that information in the black media. So we'll have our black newspapers. That's it, Negro World. That's Marcus Garvey's newspaper. Negro World. That's what he had. Yes, so we will have Black World, the IC3 Black World newspaper. Just like Marcus Garvey had the Negro World newspaper, we'll have the IC3 Black World newspaper, an international publication, which will be printed or distributed worldwide, and that will keep us up to date on how black people are doing internationally. And if any sanctions are being imposed in any part of the world by the black world, if we decide to impose some sanctions, we will publish that in the Negro World, in the IC3 Black World, to keep the whole black international community up to date. And that way, our black diplomats will have respect, gain respect, wherever they go, wherever they travel. Simple. Statecraft. What's that? Kanito 88, Daily Planet, but black. Daily Planet. let me look up Daily Planet. I've heard of that before. Daily Planet. What was Daily Planet? Oh, Wikipedia. The Daily Planet is a fictional newspaper appearing in American comic books, published by DC Comics, commonly associated with Superman. Ah, the newspaper was first mentioned in Action Comics on the number 9, November 13, 1939. Underworld politics, war and crime. The Daily Planet's building's distinguishing feature is the enormous globe that sits on top of the building. Yes, that's right. You got it. Yeah, like the Daily Planet, but it'll be the Black Planet, Black Planet newspaper. Yes, and the Black Superman is none other than the Black
Planet.
Messiah.
That was already a website we used to use back in the day. Who remembers Black Planet? Come on, guys. Who remembers Black Planet?
Oh, Black Planet's also in Spider-Man. Okay. Yeah. So obviously, if you have an international entity, an international nation, you got to have your press. Got to have your press. So, Black Messiah News. Yeah. Daily Black Planet. And we'll be printed. We'll have a printed version of the Black Planet newspaper. We'll have an online version. Like the Voice newspaper is supposed to be a black newspaper, but it's run by non-black people. So we'll have a real black newspaper for the first time ever. Yep, a black Metro. We have black tabloids. Yep, for you people who like the pasta. What do you call it? The pasta. The pasta and the gossip. And then we have the serious. The Black Financial Times. The Black Daily Mail. Black Sun. That sounds good as a newspaper. The Black Sun. Did you read the Black Sun this morning? Black Sun. That's gonna be cool, man. That's a cool newspaper. Black Sun News. Black Independent. That's right. Daily Melanin. That's right. Daily Melanin. Yeah, so I'm serious. Got to have the press. Different media. But the media has to be an arm of the state. Yeah, so you have to create the black state first, bring that into existence, and then the black state has its black state media, which would be black state, news and so on. Plus, you'll have independent black material from people that want to add value to the black state. So, you have musicians. All the black musicians will apply to be citizens, members of this new black state, and be free to write the kind of music they want to write. All the music, all the things that they always wanted to say, all the poems they wanted to write, all the books they wanted to write, all the music they wanted to play, they'll be able to play it freely as members of the black state. They'll be free to express themselves. All the artists, when they become members of a black state, they're under the protection of the black state. Oh yeah, but It is authoritarian, but the black state also has this independent black press. Yeah, but you also must have state press. The state must produce reports. That's what the state does. Yeah, and then you have people within the state, within the black state, may disagree, or and then may want to find ways to change policy, because the policy and the laws of the black state will develop and grow with the state itself. So it may be just a few members who are members of the black state, but as the black state people see what it's doing, then people will want to join and become members and get their own Black Express card, Black ID card. Just like some people, they could have a Jamaican passport, and they say, you know what, I want a British passport as well. So I want a Jamaican passport and a British passport. So the same thing could happen. You have a Trinidadian passport and you have a black state passport. You have a Nigerian passport and you have the black state passport. Gain says, will there be freedom of religion? Yes, all religion acceptable as long as it's to the benefit of the black state, because the state will only allow religions to operate within its jurisdiction when that religion is not seen as against the state or an enemy of the state. So Islam is in Britain because Islam is not perceived as an enemy of the state. Christianity, Judaism, all these religions operate within the United Kingdom because the extremist faction, what the state sees as extremists, so the state will say, oh, this kind of Islam is extremist, so we don't accept that. That's an enemy of the state. There might be certain forms of Christianity that the state will say, no, we won't allow that kind of Christianity within this state because it will disrupt or dismantle the state. So every state allows various beliefs to take place. It allows people to hold different beliefs who may be working or operating within that country, within that nation, within that state. Good question, Gaines. So who decides what's extreme? Well, basically, the black state will have a council, and this council of elders and experts, historians, and so on, that council, their job is to preserve the values that preserve the state. Much like what's the word? English heritage. Like English heritage is supposed to provide, supposed to protect Englishness. Yeah, English heritage, the cultural things of cultural value. So it could be books, it could be buildings. That there's a group, there's a section of government that is charged with the preservation of certain aspects of British identity, of English identity, and that council, that's all they do. They specialize in that. So no doubt a black state would do the same thing. Won't that put a risk of rebellion? Yes, there's always the risk of rebellion in any state, in any government. So that is relative to the quality of the government. If the government is run badly, then you'll have lots of upset people, and rebellion and instability will flourish. But any good government, good balanced government, keeps people happy and allows people to express themselves in art, in music, in business, to the degree that it strengthens and expands the state. So if members of the state make music, then the music is good traded internally, but also for exports. So the exports brings in wealth to the new state. So you're producing fashion, you're producing music, you're producing food, you're producing new styles. That's what you produce. A state is defending a culture, is defending values. Therefore, if it's defending values and defending culture, that culture will prosper and produce things that are new and unusual. Again says, so whoever has the numbers and strength can rule. Well, I would say that as the state is growing and expanding, it will also develop its own internal methods of settling disputes and doing business in the best way it can. So laws, just like Britain, laws are always been discussed and made. Some laws have been, is it word annulled or something like that? So new laws are coming in and some laws are dropping out. That's just how governments run. That's just how governments run. Some laws are set in stone, or some laws and values are the pillars of the state that actually make the state what it is. Some things, the pillars of the state never change. They're the fundamental, like the bones of the body. Yeah, so that will be, and there's some other things that will change all the time. So I'm going to have to convince Lady D and 9 Ether. It's a difficult one. I've got to try and convince them not to blame the black leaders, not to blame the rich black people, because it's the same as blaming the children. They are hostages, and hostages cannot be blamed. You must blame the hostage takers. And that way it builds community. Just like a diplomat would not blame citizens of his own state, citizens of his own country. Statecraft. Statecraft. Statecraft means the use of power in international relations, the politics of a state. State polity, statecraft. A state is a political entity that regulates society and the population within a territory. Government is considered to be a considered to form the fundamental apparatus of contemporary states. Most often, a country has a single state with various administrative divisions. It is a unitary state or a federal union. In the latter type, the term state is sometimes used to refer to the federated politics that make up the federation. Other terms that are used in such federal systems may include province, region, or other terms. Yeah, statecraft. So that's what we're building together. Civil service, the Black Civil Service. Black International Civil Service. And whilst there'll be reparations coming in from external entities, this new international black state will also have an internal affairs department. A department specializing in the settlement of internal disputes. So it could be that Cuba has long-standing disagreements with Ghana. It could be that some Ghana's chieftains sold some people and they ended up in Cuba. So it could be that Ghana has to pay some form of reparations to Ghana. But that comes about in black internal affairs. Internal affairs. Nothing to do with anybody outside the black nation or the black state. It's internal affairs. Okay, I think I'll go to bed now. No, any more questions? I think everybody's going to sleep. Everybody's gone to sleep. All right, I'll go now.